The story begins in a strange room where there were quite a lot of people, and they were all screaming and calling for help. The young man slowly came to his senses and heard a terrible scream around him. He was confused because he did not understand what was happening. A moment later, the hero noticed a crowd of people nearby who were shouting loudly. The young man was perplexed, as he did not know who all these people were in front of him. However, then he suddenly noticed a light and became even more confused. The thing is, the glow was coming straight from the floor. At that moment, the hero screamed, trying to find out where they were. A few moments later, the young man, like the others, saw a beautiful statue of a girl. However, almost immediately a roar was heard, and turning around, people noticed the monster. But other people decided that this couldn't be true and concluded that the monster was simply not real. Soon, everyone present decided that this was some kind of hidden camera prank, since such monsters did not exist in the world. The main character was very scared and still did not understand what had happened. He clearly remembered that he had just recently been at home and had dinner. Then the hero heard notifications on his phone. Slowly bringing the device closer, the young man saw an invitation to play the game. He was a little surprised to notice that a new game had been released. However, after accepting the agreement, he didn't remember anything else. At that very moment, a terrible scream was heard from a man furiously pounding on the door. One of the guys tried to calm everyone present, realizing that they were now in the same boat. He then turned to our protagonist, Chris, and asked him if he knew anything. He said he didn't know anything, but he noticed that he could touch others and therefore realized that what was happening was not a dream or a hallucination. Moreover, he noted that he did not experience any sense of unreality about what was happening. At that moment, the young man again noticed the beautiful statue of the girl and was again amazed by her appearance. Then those present saw fire and light around the maiden. People also heard the monster's ominous roar again. The statue looked at everyone gathered, greeted them, and said that first of all, it wanted to express its gratitude for responding to the invitation. The statue then announced that they had all been chosen as warriors to save the dying continent. Hearing this, those present became completely confused and began shouting that everything that was happening was just a prank. However, the maiden asked them to listen to her, since everything she said was directly related to their chances of life. After that, she said that they couldn't go to the continent right now. The statue then looked carefully at everyone present and announced that it was repeating its words and demanding that they hear it. After this, she announced that only a few survivors would be allowed to go to the continent. She explained that they were now at the starting point, which could be considered a kind of waiting room. The statue also stated that the room contained everything necessary for survival, food, water, supplies, and even various weapons. She added that they will later be able to gain specialization, and some of them will also gain a special characteristic ability. The statue stated that there were several levels and said that everyone could use weapons, at which point Chris chose the spear. The hero listened to her words, but at that very moment he turned around sharply, hearing a loud roar behind him. The young man, like the others, was shocked because suddenly the wall began to crack. After this, the maiden said that they all had different homelands and different characters. This place was prepared in such a way as to fully reveal their individuality and help them develop. She then explained that if they said the word status window, they would be able to understand everything she had said so far. At the same moment, Chris, like everyone else, also shouted out the command to call the window in rage. A moment later, the hero was amazed to see a status window with information about himself in front of him. He was a little worried because he didn't know if his numbers were good. Then the young man noticed that he had received a special ability. He understood that some people also received characteristic abilities. The hero learned that he had been given a heroic level ability called Soul Eye. Thanks to this, he could open the status window for both himself and other people, as well as see the hidden level of abilities. After this, the young man looked around and saw the status windows of other people. Chris was puzzled because he noticed the growth limits and also saw that some had a normal grade. The protagonist immediately became alarmed, as he wanted to know what was written about himself. The hero discovered that he had the lowest stats and was disappointed with almost all of his stats, although his intelligence and luck were at a good level. After what he saw, the young man was so shocked that he froze in place, realizing that he simply would not survive. At that moment, Chris realized with rage that he would simply die in this room. However, a moment later, the monster completely destroyed the wall. Immediately, a whole horde of monsters burst into the small room with a loud roar, sweeping away everything in their path. Chris remained where he was, realizing that fighting was pointless. But at that very moment, the main character shuddered, hearing a cry from the crowd. The young man, addressing everyone present, shouted, demanding that they immediately raise their weapons. Then Chris finally came to his senses. The guy said that everyone saw the status window in front of them, so everyone should arm themselves, because what was happening did not look like a joke. The main character immediately looked at this young man. With a predatory grin, he activated his skill, and seeing its characteristics and power, he realized that it could become a living shield for him. Meanwhile, the monsters continued to advance. Many people missed the opportunity to fight off the creatures, after which the monsters pounced on them, sparing no one in their path. At this point, Chris ran up to the young man and informed him that he should stay ahead as he intended to cover him from behind. The young man was at a loss as his new comrade was about to enter the fray. Chris stated that he couldn't just sit around doing nothing any longer and that they needed to at least try to do something. Hearing this, the young man joyfully exclaimed that the hero's few words had given him confidence. At that moment, he turned around, and horror was frozen on his face. He was amazed when he saw a terrible monster heading towards him, opening its ferocious mouth about to strike. However, not even a few seconds had passed before the monster received a powerful blow. The protagonist angrily shouted at his new acquaintance, reminding him that it was he who had spoken about the need to fight. As he ran away, Chris also shouted to his comrade that he should run away if he valued his life. They ran away quickly despite everything, but at the same time they heard the terrible screams of other people. The protagonist cast a predatory glance into the distance and realized that everything was going according to his plan. To begin with, he managed to acquire one piglet that could be used. At this moment, the hero and his comrade noticed that small monsters began to attack them. Then Chris, gathering all his strength into a fist, swung his weapon and delivered a powerful blow, causing the monster to squeal and fly off to the side. However, the second monster was not going to retreat so easily and immediately rushed at Chris. However, his comrade managed to cover his back. A few moments later, he turned around and asked the hero if he was okay. Chris looked at his new acquaintance with a satisfied smile, since he turned out to be really useful. The protagonist then thanked him for saving him and added that they needed to stock up on water, and soon they rushed towards the exit. A few minutes later, the young people noticed a large door. They immediately beamed with joy, realizing that they had managed to find a way out. Then the hero loudly called out to his comrade, but the next moment he froze in place, hearing a drawn-out voice and a plea for salvation. Chris froze, but turned around after a few seconds. Behind him, he saw a young man surrounded by monsters who were tearing him apart with their teeth, and with the last of his strength, he was begging for salvation. The hero's companion looked at him in bewilderment as the protagonist stood motionless. The wounded young man cried and looked at them with pleading eyes. Then Chris couldn't stand it any longer and rushed to the sufferer, who looked at his savior with hope and a smile. However, to his disappointment, the hero only took the bag with supplies. At that moment, the young man finally lost hope of salvation. The unfortunate man realized that his savior had only noticed the bags of provisions. The protagonist grabbed the bag and ran away from the dying man and the monsters surrounding him. His comrade, puzzled by what was happening, shouted after the hero. However, at that very moment, he decided to save himself. He thought that he too had to run to save his life. Meanwhile, the abandoned young man watched them go in horror as the monsters gradually devoured him. He reached out to them with all his might and begged for help, but his pleas went unheard. Chris, running away, cursed himself, but at the same time mentally asked forgiveness from the young man he left behind. Then he sighed heavily, feeling remorse. He knew he had to at least thank him, because it was thanks to him that he would be able to survive in the future. After some time, the young people were sitting quietly in a small cave. The young man asked Chris what they should do next, but the hero sighed heavily and noted that if he had known how it would all end, he would not have ended up in such a place. At the same time, Chris was puzzled, because he understood that his new comrade had strength, but lacked intelligence, and he even felt sorry for him. Then he asked his friend if he had ever played games, and he asked if there really were people who had never played. Then the hero sighed heavily and asked his companion if he had seen anything like this before, but in response he heard only silence. Chris noted that they should level up. Perhaps there was a system in place where stats were increased by killing monsters. The protagonist was well aware that difficulties lay ahead, but they needed to become stronger. Luckily, they had weapons, a shield, drinking water, and food. Chris knew that their situation was much better than the others. However, at that very moment, the young people were amazed by the fact that a terrible one-eyed monster was approaching them. Then the hero suddenly wondered why the monster didn't attack. Chris used his ability and realized that in front of them was a low-level creature with very poor eyesight and low intelligence. Without wasting a minute, the hero gave a sign to his comrade. He understood that he could and must kill the enemy. At that moment, the main character grabbed a weapon and rushed at the monster. His partner was surprised at how fearless the main character turned out to be. The young man quickly got his bearings and delivered a crushing blow. His comrade, in turn, looked at the hero with horror because he did not expect such a thing. Chris screamed at the monster in despair and rage, wanting it to die quickly. After a few minutes, the monster finally fell to the ground with a crash. Seeing this, Chris sighed heavily, but at the same moment he noticed that his strength had increased. The young man was delighted to be receiving experience for killing, and then smiled with relief as his assumptions turned out to be correct. After that, he looked around in confusion, feeling his comrade's gaze. The young man came closer and said that if he could do it himself, because he had good endurance. At that moment, he looked at his comrade with lit-up eyes and asked his name. Chris introduced himself, but he knew he had to remember the man's name because he intended to use it to the end. At that moment, Noah introduced himself with a happy smile. The protagonist came closer to the young man and examined him carefully. Chris then cut off a small piece of cloth and quickly began to tie it around his new comrade's neck. The young man was puzzled because he did not understand what exactly the hero was doing. However, Noah soon noticed something like a small armor on his neck and felt that his endurance had increased. Noah looked at his comrade happily, delighted by such a gift, and Chris looked away, realizing that the shield had to be as strong as possible. Then the young man thanked Chris and said that he could now completely rely on him in everything. In response, the hero sighed heavily and noted that he understood everything. But first of all, they needed to get out of this place. However, they had not yet taken even a few steps when they heard a terrible roar. The young men turned around quickly as the sound became clearer. At that moment, a girl appeared in front of them, screaming with tears in her eyes and running towards them. She desperately prayed for salvation and fled in terror from the ferocious monsters pursuing her. Chris shouted to his friend that they needed to leave quickly. However, the young man then became confused and enraged, as he could not imagine how he could fight off so many monsters. At that moment, the hero had the idea to open the Eye of the Soul. After using the ability, Chris was shocked and looked at the information about the girl in confusion. The overall rating was quite high, and in addition, the hero saw that she was of the legendary class. The protagonist was shocked because he didn't expect to meet a person with legendary level mana on his way. Then Chris turned around and shouted to his comrade that they would have to fight because they had to protect and save the girl. Noah was confused and froze, not knowing whether they could cope with the monsters. Then the hero immediately explained the tactics to his new comrade. Meanwhile, the girl continued to run away from the terrible monsters. Chris, peeking out from around the corner, gave the girl a sign. She didn't lose her composure and quickly ran towards him. The girl, without wasting a minute, ran with all her might while the monsters pursued her. A moment later, she managed to hide behind the backs of the young people, but the monsters continued to advance. Soon Noah encountered the first monster. With monstrous speed, the ferocious creature delivered a powerful blow, but the young man managed to block it with his shield. Then Chris, without wasting a second, rushed towards the monster, intending to deliver a crushing blow. Pushing off the ground, the main character quickly rushed towards the enemy. He struck the monster with all his might, choosing the perfect moment to strike. At the same time, Noah sighed heavily from the tension. And then suddenly, something abruptly tore the young man away from his thoughts. The hero shouted to his comrade as new monsters began to attack him. One of them was already a few centimeters away from Chris, about to attack him with its huge paws. But unexpectedly for the young people, an unknown man dealt with all the monsters. The huge monster fell dead to the floor, bleeding, without even having time to touch the main character. Chris was shocked by what he saw and quickly turned around, trying to understand what had happened. At that moment, he saw an unfamiliar young man. Their eyes met and they looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Chris was very surprised and puzzled because he did not understand where this young man came from. The hero then used the soul eye and saw the stranger's characteristics and was shocked to discover that the regressor of Altanus was in front of him. The protagonist was confused and at the same time wondered if their savior had really returned from the future. Then the stranger finally asked our heroes their names and then gave his own name, Mike. Chris carefully studied the stranger's characteristics and froze in shock, also learning that even a simple conversation with him was considered a great honor. It turned out that his luck, endurance, and agility were at a heroic and even legendary level. Everything indicated that this was not Mike's first attempt. Meanwhile, he himself carefully examined everyone present and noticed that they looked as if they were already accustomed to such battles. Noah happily hugged his friend and said that he seemed to be really used to such situations. Chris, meanwhile, wondered if he might accidentally discover the stranger's abilities. Then the hero was amazed when he saw that a true sword master stood before him. A moment later, his face distorted with envy at the man's strength and ability. Mike, in turn, looked at everyone present with bewilderment. Chris also looked at him, not understanding why he was looking at him like that, and began to fear that he might have been caught trying to spy on his abilities. However, Chris understood that he had to be the first to greet the savior. A moment later, his expression changed, and the hero introduced himself with a smile, while thanking the young man for saving him. Mike replied with a smile that he was currently gathering survivors and had already prepared a base at the camp. Then the young man was surprised and asked how many people in total they managed to gather. Mike replied that he had gathered about 30 men who were capable of fighting, and then added that he would like them to join the camp as well. Chris looked at him carefully, realizing that in words the savior seemed kind and gentle, but he didn't know if he was telling the truth. Chris wondered if the man realized that such a meeting could only become a burden. But before him stood the Altanus regressor. The protagonist assumed that the person standing in front of him knew how to get through this location and, most likely, was aware of all its secrets. He then realized that it would be beneficial for them to maintain a good relationship, so Chris immediately accepted the offer. While the young people were talking, the main character remembered the girl they had recently saved. He glanced to the side and noticed that she was sitting quietly and crying. Then the hero approached her and extended his hand. Chris, with a beaming smile, asked the girl to stand up and take his hand. She was confused, then shyly thanked the young man for his help. At that moment, Mike noticed the young people and was surprised. He didn't expect to see a girl here at all. However, a moment later, the young man ran up to her. Violet looked shyly at those present and immediately introduced herself. Then Mike joyfully exclaimed that he was very glad to meet her, and at that very moment introduced himself to the girl. Chris and Noah looked at him in confusion, not understanding why he was so happy. Then Mike, looking at the girl, asked if everything was okay with her. Violet, hugging her savior, said that she felt fine. Mike looked at her with embarrassment and replied that if she suddenly felt unwell, she should definitely tell him about it at any time. The girl looked away and timidly said that she was fine and that he shouldn't worry. However, at that very moment, she shyly hid behind her new acquaintance. Meanwhile, the protagonist stared at the young man, seeing him as a regressor, a master of the sword, someone who could not win. The hero knew perfectly well that the strongest man in the world had already seen the end once. He rewound time because he wanted to change the future. However, he assumed that after the regression, he would first of all try to get everything that could be useful to him. The hero then glanced sideways at the girl, knowing that she was probably on the list of things he wanted to get. Meanwhile, Violet noticed their glances and turned away embarrassedly. After a few seconds, she plucked up her courage and, looking at her savior, said that she wanted to thank him for saving her. The young man smiled and replied that there was nothing to thank him for. Then the girl hid behind him again, as she was very embarrassed. At that moment, Chris looked at Violet menacingly and attentively. He saw that she was a person with wild magical potential. Meanwhile, Mike was a warrior who started a new circle. Chris watched the young people closely, realizing that he had found a real treasure. The main character was pleased with what was happening and at the same time looked at his future victims with a grin. He was confident that they would go with him to the very end. After some time, the young people visited a small camp and then joyfully looked at all the survivors. They saw that people worked tirelessly together. Noah happily asked their savior how he found this truly amazing place. Mike smiled and replied that he had stumbled upon it completely by accident. But Chris knew perfectly well that he had known about the camp's existence in advance. At that very moment, everyone present was surprised when a girl ran up to them with a joyful smile. She happily greeted her friend, but noticed that he had not come alone, but with newcomers. The young man sighed heavily and greeted her, but at the same moment she said that he was late and that she was very worried. Chris noticed that the girl spoke to the young man very kindly. Then she asked who the newcomers were. Chris didn't waste a minute and used his power. He used the Eye of Souls and noticed that Jenny was a selfish cynic without a title. She was also older than Mike, but despite this, she greeted him happily and addressed him as an elder. Chris was very puzzled because all her characteristics turned out to be just terrible. Yet, the overall assessment mentioned that she could be an ideal match for Mike. Then the girl joyfully addressed each newcomer. Noah introduced himself with a wide smile and began introducing each of his friends one by one. Violet shyly stated her name and asked him to take care of her. However, at that very moment, Jenny suddenly fell silent and crossed her arms over her chest in displeasure. She looked at her menacingly, expressing her displeasure that Violet was here. Chris watched the girl carefully and wondered if she was judging people. Noah was big and had a weapon, so he could easily get into their camp. Compared to him, Violet, with her limp and skinny Chris, might have failed the inspection and not gotten in. Jenny then looked at Noah and said that he looked like a tank, noting that he had already managed to deal with the monsters along the way. The young man exclaimed with a joyful smile that he had indeed killed several, but it was all thanks to his comrade. Then the girl looked at the thin young man in surprise, as she did not expect this from him. Chris, in turn, watched the girl closely but said nothing. At that moment, her expression changed, and she said with a joyful smile that she was very glad to meet everyone. The girl then added that she would definitely take them to the camp, and also reported that men and women lived separately. After this, Jenny looked at the young man with a joyful smile and asked him to take care of her. Chris looked at the girl because he knew that they were birds of a feather, but then he smiled and said that he would definitely do it. Then they noticed the rest of the camp. All those present were delighted to see warriors who could save them. Everyone joyfully welcomed the arriving fighters. Chris looked around at everyone present and realized that this was indeed a safe zone. However, she was not like that for him, but for them. The hero was shocked and did not understand when he had already managed to become a meat shield. The next day, Chris was sleeping peacefully when he suddenly heard a noise. He woke up in bewilderment when someone suddenly asked him if he had slept well. However, he saw happy friends standing nearby. Then Chris sighed heavily and turned to Mike, noting that he had looked around and realized that there weren't many people in the camp who were fit for battle. He apologized, but still asked how he managed to keep the place safe. Mike replied with bitterness in his voice that the situation was not very good. Unfortunately, there was not enough drinking water and food for everyone, and there were too few people capable of fighting. Therefore, they had to save first of all those who could fight. He also said that the situation could worsen at any moment. Chris knew that the food would soon run out, and the people who were unable to fight would become an increasing burden to them. However, Mike looked at him sternly and said that these people were not a burden. Chris, in turn, threateningly stated that they were a burden, and at the same time noted that he was not involved in charity work. At that moment, dead silence reigned. Noah then asked his friend if he was going to leave, but the young man replied that he had no intention of doing anything like that. After that, he sighed heavily and said that they could not just sit and wait for a miracle, as it was useless. Mike sighed heavily and was confused, as he did not understand what he should do in this situation. However, a moment later, the young man looked at his new acquaintances and was surprised again. Chris said with a satisfied smile that if they fought together, they could overcome anything. And of course, this included him. The man was stunned, as he did not expect to hear such a thing, but he still thanked them for their support. Meanwhile, Chris looked at the swordmaster with a smile and said that he understood what he was thinking, since he probably wanted to save all the people. The hero sighed heavily and said that he was a completely different person, since he was not one of those who easily sacrificed himself for others. Chris also told the young people that it would be okay if they thought he was a little selfish. Then Mike looked closely at his friend and said that this was not so, and that he could understand him, since it was obvious that he wanted something. Chris was surprised and looked at his friend with amazement, but at the same time he felt relieved. He assumed that he would talk about the need to sacrifice oneself for the sake of friendship. The hero then headed straight towards Mike. Coming closer to him, he looked at his favorite regressor. The hero said that they also wanted to be privy to his future plans, as they could not allow him to reap all the benefits alone. Mike was shocked because he didn't expect to hear something like that. He was very surprised because he expected completely different words. However, a moment later, he looked at his comrade and realized that he had guessed everything. Mike then reported that the statue offered several options at the starting point. She said that only a few who completed the training would be able to enter the continent, and only a few who survived would be allowed to go there. Then the hero said that he considered the option of survival to be almost impossible. Chris immediately responded that he didn't know how possible it was for a small number of people to appropriate a large portion of the resources. If the goal was not purification but survival, then such a number of people unfit for combat became even more undesirable. Chris understood perfectly well that even if the sick and the elderly did not end up as prisoners of the monsters, they would in any case simply die of hunger. After this, the swordmaster said that he understood perfectly well what the hero was talking about. At that moment, the young man extended his hand to his friend and asked him to take care of him. Chris actually just wanted to stay close to him because he was a regressor, but he still accepted his offer with a smile. Then the main character looked closely at his companion and noticed that he was now looking at him completely differently. The young man knew that this man was not very strong. However, for him, he became a competent specialist, something like a tactician or manager. After some time, the young people encountered a group of monsters. There they fought with all their might, but the monsters continued to advance, and the battle was difficult for them. Despite his endurance, Noah could no longer hold off the monsters. Then Mike came to the aid of his comrades at the first call. Using all his strength and abilities, the young man cut down the monsters without hesitation. He easily overcame all the obstacles in his path, and in response, only terrible screams were heard. The warrior saw the monster writhing in pain and agony, but he was not going to let it go. A moment later, there was a loud crash and the monster fell to the ground. Mike then informed his comrades that there were still several monsters ahead and that he intended to hold them off. At that moment, Chris shouted that they needed to take all the food, and Noah noticed that there were significantly fewer monsters in this area. The hero assumed that the area had already been cleared, but Noah wondered if Mike had been practicing fencing back on Earth. Chris said he didn't know if this was true, but he still assumed that he might have done something like this, or that it was his specialty. Then Noah sighed heavily and visibly drooped. Chris looked closely at his comrade and said that he shouldn't worry, since they would soon discover their abilities too. Moreover, the hero told his friend that he was very useful even without specialization. Then Noah said that he had done nothing special and that all the credit should go to their comrade. Chris smiled softly at the young man and said that without him, he simply would not have made it to camp. Noah was surprised and looked at the young man with embarrassment, as he did not expect to hear so many pleasant words. However, a moment later, the young people were surprised when a notification window appeared in front of them. Then Chris saw that several specializations were open to him. Now he could read a detailed description of each one. He was very happy because everything happened faster than expected. But at that very moment, the young man looked in surprise at the commander's specialization. The hero noted that she had a rare level. The warrior specialization had a normal level, as every team needed a fighter capable of fighting on the front lines. The archer specialization also had a normal level, but allowed him to hit targets at long range. The mage specialization also had a normal level, but allowed for combat at a distance using magic. Chris understood that being an archer was quite profitable, since he could shoot from afar, and with the help of magic, he could increase his mana reserves. However, at that very moment, the protagonist read the description of a rare-level commander's specialization. This specialization did not have combat capabilities. Its representatives did not fight on the front lines, but only assessed the situation from the rear. It was then that a man approached him and informed him that, apparently, a specialization window had opened for him too. Then Chris told him what options were offered to him. Mike was surprised to hear that the hero was offered to become a commander. The hero himself was confused, because the commander's specialization seemed good to him, but he wondered if this card was a trap. At that moment, Noah loudly declared that he didn't know why, but he believed that the commander would be perfect for the hero. Noah then said that he was indeed the ideal type for a commander, and that if he led them, they would certainly win. Mike did say that this spec had quite a lot of bonuses, while other specs only gave a few stat points. He sighed heavily again and thought that because of his stubbornness, he shouldn't choose this card. But Noah demanded that he choose the commander. Mike then remarked that the young man could choose the archer, but at that moment Noah again insistently demanded to choose the commander. Chris sighed heavily as each of them gave him advice on what he should choose. At the same time, they explained in detail the advantages and disadvantages of each option. After a few minutes, they stopped discussing details and began simply demanding that he make a choice quickly. After a few more minutes, the arguments between them became more heated. While they were arguing, the hero continued to think about what to do and what specialization to choose, since they had completely confused him. Chris sighed heavily and finally collected his thoughts, choosing what suited him best. After the main character made his choice, he was enveloped in a bright light. At that moment, his friends pounced on him with questions, as they expected him to wait a little longer before making a final decision. They immediately began to exclaim and ask who he had chosen. Then Chris scratched the back of his head awkwardly, preparing to answer. Then he looked at them with a smile and said that he was now a magician. Noah was shocked by his friend's choice, as he expected him to choose the commander. Mike then asked the young man why he chose the magician. The hero replied with a smile that he had simply trusted his instincts, realizing that Mike was sorry he had not chosen the archer. However, he had a good reason, as physical activity did not suit his style, so he did not want to become an archer. He was attracted to the commander specialization, but it only gave one stat point. Then the hero realized that the magician was a good option and that it would be useful for him to follow the path of developing high intelligence. New knowledge began to flow into his head on its own, lining up one after another, as if they were carefully falling into place. After some time, the young man saw updated information about himself and was very pleased with the result. Chris then turned to his friend and asked if he had chosen his specialization. Noah sighed heavily and replied that he had been given the options of a warrior with a shield and a priest. so he was confused and did not understand what was best for him. At that moment, the boys unanimously said that he should have chosen a warrior with a shield. Noah was confused, as he knew that the priest was also a good option. However, his friends again unanimously declared that he should choose the warrior with the shield. A moment later, the young man sighed heavily and submitted to their will. Then Chris looked at his friend and asked what he chose. In response, Noah showed them his reliable shield. Then he told his comrade with a smile that from now on he would become a warrior with a shield. Chris looked at Noah with a smile and said that he made the right choice. He was so happy, as if a real human shield had appeared in front of him. At that moment, Mike congratulated everyone with a smile and said that it was time to return. However, he was a little confused because he didn't know how to divide the food between them. Then Chris said that a few bags would be enough for them. At the same moment, Noah handed over the remaining supplies to his comrade, saying that with this he would be able to feed his people. In response, Mike looked happily at his new acquaintances. Before leaving, he thanked them again for such valuable help. After some time, the young people returned to the survivors' camp. One girl, Sally, asked where Mr. Mike was as she was very hungry, to which Jenny replied that he would be back soon. The girl was confused by this answer because she wanted him to return as quickly as possible. Then Jenny looked at her friend and said that she could have a snack with what she had. The girl thanked her with a smile. After this, Jenny looked away in confusion and noticed a man reaching out his hand to her. The girl looked at him with contempt and asked why he was looking at her so intently and asked if he wanted to eat. Then she broke off a piece of bread, sighed heavily, and said that it was her food and Miss Sally's food. The man looked at them with bewilderment. Then Jenny scornfully told the man that she could only give the parasite crumbs. But the man immediately began greedily collecting these crumbs. Jenny exclaimed happily that he had surprised her and that he had done the right thing by picking up the crumbs. However, at that very moment, the girl became confused when she heard that the young people were returning. The men slowly entered the camp to the joyful shouts of those around them. Jenny immediately ran happily to Mike. She reached for the supplies and said that now they would carry everything themselves. He looked at the girl carefully and asked her to take care of the others, since he still had things to do and needed to leave. At that moment, a man approached Chris and said with a satisfied smile that he could give him the bag. Chris looked at the man darkly but said nothing. Then the hero simply turned away from him and went his own way. Noah asked his friend, confused, if he really wasn't going to share the supplies. Then Chris said that they weren't volunteers at all. Noah said that was true, but he still knew that it looked wrong. The hero replied that if they wanted to eat, they could take the sword and go outside, and suggested that Mike had brought them to the camp to shake them up. Then the main character carefully watched everyone present, seeing how they ate with joy. At that very moment, the hero noticed Jenny, who was happily trying to please everyone around her. Chris looked at her carefully, knowing that in Mike's absence, she was the one running the camp. The protagonist understood that in front of him was a person of the type who was strong in front of the weak, but weak in front of the strong. He realized that the girl had effectively become the local temporary leader in the absence of a real leader. However, at that very moment, the young man became wary, sensing that something was wrong. Then he saw that some people barely looked happy, while others worked tirelessly. Chris noticed Violet, who was also busy working, at which point a man asked irritably why she was working so slowly. She, trembling with fear, asked for forgiveness. Then the man shouted that if they didn't meet the quota, then everyone would be left without food. Chris looked around at everyone present in bewilderment. Then the protagonist chuckled, as he generally understood the treatment Violet received at the camp. At that moment, the hero called his friend Noah. Chris asked his friend if he remembered the girl they had met the day before. Then the main character told him to give her the bag and not take his eyes off her. The young man was surprised by his friend's behavior, but soon decided that his friend simply had feelings for the girl. Then he looked at the hero with a satisfied smile and said that he understood everything and that he could be trusted. Meanwhile, the girl was quietly collecting stones. Chris sighed heavily and looked at her carefully, realizing that she was very lonely and going through a hard time. The hero knew that no one else would take care of her, but he also understood that she would be extremely grateful to them for this care. He hoped that in this case, the girl would immediately begin to trust them and would rely only on them. Then Noah hurried towards the young girl with a joyful smile. However, after a few moments, he became confused, noticing something strange. As it turned out, there was already a man next to her. A middle-aged stranger wearing glasses smiled and offered Violet some food. Chris stopped because he saw something suspicious about what was happening. The protagonist looked at the man with anger, as he did not know who he was. Chris even became furious because the stranger approached his precious treasure. However, the hero then looked away, because he understood that it was not worth building good relationships when he himself did not have enough food. He considered this obvious, since there could be no other purpose for what was happening. At that moment, Noah turned around again, noticing his friend's gaze. Chris gestured for his friend to just keep walking. Then the young man nodded and did as he was told. Meanwhile, the man looked at the girl with a smile and handed her a loaf of bread. He said there was no bad blood between them, so he brought her food. The man handed her a whole loaf of bread, which in today's reality was a very valuable gift. Violet was confused because she didn't know if what was happening was normal. Then the man said with a smile that she should not have refused and that she should accept the offer since she was having a hard time. Violet timidly agreed, but still thanked him for his concern. In response, the man said with a smile that there was nothing special about it. The girl was grateful to the young man for his attention. However, she understood that if Chris had not saved her in the cave, nothing like this would have happened. She remembered how he had smiled tenderly at her then, and now all her thoughts were occupied with this young man. Violet could only think about what Chris could be doing right now. At that moment, the man looked at her in confusion, because he did not understand what she was thinking about. Then he looked at the girl again with a satisfied smile and said that if she didn't mind, he would like to get closer to her. Violet looked at the man with confusion, deciding that he was simply offering her friendship. Then after a moment, she smiled and agreed. However, at that very moment, the girl shuddered in surprise. She felt the man place his hand on her palm. And then Violet saw his gaze, full of lust. Then the girl asked him to let go of her hand, but noticed that he had no intention of doing so. Trembling with fear, she asked him what had suddenly come over him and began to beg him to let go of her hand. However, the man only became furious after her words. He looked at the girl angrily and asked how she could be so stupid. Then he looked at her furiously again and asked if she really thought he was doing charity work. The man said that if she received something, she had to give something in return. He pulled her close and said that if she wanted to live well in the camp in the future, she had to grovel before him. He then asked angrily if she was so stupid that she didn't understand the situation. At that moment, Noah came closer. He angrily told the man to let go of the girl's hand, or he would break it. The man became furious because he did not understand who had approached them and dared to intervene. However, at that very moment, he became confused when the young man hit him on the hand. Noah looked at the man with anger, as he couldn't imagine that such trash existed in the world, and told him to stop pretending. The man became furious, but immediately lost his composure when the young man grabbed him by the collar of his clothes. Meanwhile, Violet watched what was happening with surprise. Noah, in turn, was not going to stand on ceremony with such a man for long and immediately threw him away. Everyone present was shocked by what was happening. The young people watched the scene of violence in confusion. At the same time, Chris calmly watched everything from the side and continued to eat. The man with glasses was shocked to see blood on his face. But Noah told him to stop writhing in pain since he didn't even put any force into the punch. Then the young man came closer and said that since he had made such a scene, he would hit him so hard that he would shut up immediately. However, at that very moment, Violet blocked his path. She looked at her friend and asked him to stop since everything was fine. The girl was afraid that at this rate, Noah might kill this man. Just then, Jenny ran up to them and screamed at them to stop immediately. The girl was shocked and did not understand what they had done, but she quickly asked the man if everything was okay with him. Jenny turned around sharply and immediately shouted at Noah, stating that violence was strictly prohibited at the camp. The guy was momentarily confused, but then explained that the man had roughly grabbed Violet's hand and was actually harassing her. Upon hearing this, Jenny immediately turned to the man, asking him directly if everything he had said was true, but he categorically denied the accusations. Mr. Mateo, looking around at everyone present, declared that there had been a misunderstanding and that he had only held the girl's hand without any bad intentions. Noah immediately flared up and declared that there was no mistake. Then Jenny demanded that the man tell everything in more detail. Mateo explained that he just wanted to get a little closer to Violet. She allegedly made it clear that she had similar feelings. He misunderstood her. After this, Jenny turned her gaze to the girl and told her not to hide, but to personally tell everything as it happened. At that moment, Violet was completely at a loss. Everyone was looking only at her, and behind her there was a whisper. The girl was trembling with fear and could barely hold on. Then she turned around and froze, seeing sinister grins on the faces of those around her. They were whispering and calling her the heroine of the novel. Violet didn't understand why people were looking at her that way. She knew for sure that she had done nothing wrong. She was also confused by the fact that neither on Earth nor in the New World had she ever had anyone who would take her side. Unable to withstand the pressure, the girl broke down and burst into tears. after which she admitted that everything she had said earlier was true. She said that Mateo grabbed her hand by force and hinted that if she wanted to live peacefully in the camp, she should be with him. Jenny sighed heavily again and said that it was difficult for her to understand her words because of her tears. She noted that the situation seemed ambiguous. The man claimed that he only wanted to get closer, and the girl allegedly agreed. Violet froze for a second when she heard this, because while it was technically true, she didn't mean it that way at all. Looking around at everyone, the girl said that she had understood his words completely differently and asked for forgiveness. However, Jenny looked at her menacingly and said that she was no longer a little child and should not solve all problems with tears alone. The woman then looked sternly at Noah and said that before resorting to fists, he should first figure out what was going on. She added that it was now impossible to determine who was the victim and who was the culprit, after which Violet bowed her head and asked for forgiveness. But Jenny coldly replied that there was no need to do this in front of everyone. Then she chuckled and urged the girl to apologize to Mateo. She stated that he was the victim in this situation. Hearing this, Violet was stunned and literally froze. Jenny asked her with a cruel grin why she froze and ordered her to immediately kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The girl trembled with fear and timidly obeyed, quietly apologizing. At that moment, her expression changed and she again asked the man for forgiveness. At this time, Chris looked at what was happening with a satisfied grin. Then he slowly walked towards them, fully aware that it was now his turn. Coming closer, the hero coldly looked at everyone present and asked what was going on. He couldn't even imagine that such a scandal would break out here. At the same time, Chris was well aware that formally this was none of his business. However, he saw the main thing. Now this unfortunate girl found herself in a hopeless situation. Then Jenny told the young man that he had come just in time, but he looked at her sharply and asked if she was in her right mind. The girl was confused, not understanding what they were talking about. Then Chris asked her if she thought they were on a playground. He glanced around the camp and asked sharply what would happen if their screams brought monsters running here. After these words, everyone around froze, looking at each other with fear. Jenny admitted that the situation had gotten out of control, but Chris said he had been watching from afar and generally understood what had happened. He recalled that Jenny herself had previously said that it was not yet known who was the victim and who was guilty. He also added that when a crowd drives one person into a corner, that person inevitably experiences fear. Chris looked at her carefully and asked if she was 100% sure that Mateo was innocent. She was confused and couldn't answer anything. At that very moment, the hero caught the glances of those around him and grinned, fully understanding that the girl was cornered. The protagonist sighed heavily and said that they were now essentially poisoning a completely innocent person. Chris added that if their leader saw what was happening, he would definitely not be happy. After these words, people looked away, because they realized that even if he turned away from them, it would be the end for them. Then Chris walked closer to the pink-haired girl. He said with a slight smile that, in his opinion, she was not at all the kind of person they were trying to make her out to be. Violet looked at him with admiration and embarrassment, realizing that this young man was helping her. Jenny was furious, not understanding how he could judge a girl after knowing her for only a few days. Chris then asked her if a girl told her school friend that she wanted to get closer to him. Would that mean she was going to sleep with him? The hero then stated that one should not blindly follow public opinion and that everyone should think carefully. The girl flushed with anger but immediately froze because those around her began to support Chris. People agreed with his words and at the same time began to put pressure on Mateo, saying that he had behaved like a pervert. Jenny was shocked by everything that happened, especially how Chris was able to change the opinions of those around him with just a few words. She looked at the young man with fury and asked if he had really been serious about what he had just said. However, at that very moment she froze, faced with his predatory grin. Meanwhile, the hero stared at her, deliberately not looking away, as if forcing her to feel the pressure. He knew perfectly well that she had to see this. Now it was time for her to realize that he was now the king of this camp. In Chris's head, he had already solemnly taken the crown from her and placed it on his head. Jenny was confused and froze as everyone around her watched her silently, waiting to see what she would say or do next. Chris sighed heavily and asked why everyone was crowded together in one place. Then, looking around at those present, he declared that the first thing to do was to take care of the wounded Mateo. The protagonist turned to several young people and asked them to take care of the victim. After this, he added that before the camp leader returns, everything needs to be put in order and ready to return to the normal schedule. He also reminded that the noise could attract monsters here, so the area needed to be thoroughly checked. Then Chris looked at Violet and said that after everything that happened, they needed to talk a little. She was stunned by this proposal, as she did not expect it, but she still agreed. Chris left, but he heard all the conversations and at the same time understood that she had received the position of the favorite of the person in power. Jenny watched them go with fury, realizing that she had been set up and deprived of what was rightfully hers. After some time, the protagonist and Violet were already in a quieter place where they could talk. Chris sighed heavily again and, looking at the girl, invited her to sit down and talk calmly. Trembling with fear, she burst into tears and began to ask for forgiveness, explaining that she had no bad intentions at all. The hero calmly replied that he knew this. He smiled softly and said that she could tell him everything as it really was. Violet was taken aback because his warm smile seemed to melt her heart. At that moment, she calmed down a little and obeyed him. She said that the man suddenly grabbed her hand. Violet said Mateo started squeezing her hand so hard it hurt. Chris asked in surprise if this had really happened. Violet, shaking and choking with tears, confirmed and added that then her friend intervened and hit the man. The hero tried with all his might to pretend that he felt very sorry for the girl. The hero was puzzled because he did not fully understand some points, but he did not focus on this. It was more important for him to express sympathy now, so he said that it must have been very difficult for her. Violet smiled shyly and replied that she felt much better now, after which she thanked him again. Chris said there was nothing to thank him for because, when it came down to it, she really hadn't done anything wrong. Violet quietly added that she was grateful to him at least for believing her. She admitted that from their first meeting he had constantly helped her, so she was haunted by one thought. Why was he so kind to her? The hero smiled and replied that he was simply doing what he thought was right. He also said that he had a younger sister at home who was about her age, and when he looked at the girl, he involuntarily thought of her. However, deep down he knew that this was an outright lie because they were not at all similar. He deliberately used the story about his sister to make his words sound more convincing. Violet was surprised, apologized, and admitted that she also had 2 older sisters, but they had not communicated for a long time. She then added sadly that she had no parents. Chris responded by saying that they were similar because he didn't have parents either. She was embarrassed and admitted that it was true and that they even looked a little similar. The protagonist looked at her with a warm smile, glad that they had at least something in common. He understood that this helped to establish mutual understanding faster. Then he added that he hoped that his attitude would not become a burden for her. At that moment, Chris, looking at the girl, said that he would like to communicate with her freely, but immediately clarified that this was exclusively his desire. Violet was stunned by these words, but after a few phrases from the young man, they still agreed to communicate informally. Violet felt very embarrassed, but at the same time she felt happy. Meanwhile, the hero looked at her with a satisfied grin, fully aware that she was already completely enchanted by him. At that moment, he activated his ability and carefully studied the girl. After a few minutes, he noticed that she didn't have a specialization yet. After reviewing the information, he realized that she needed to develop her abilities as soon as possible. Chris also decided to bring up the topic of magic later when they became closer. However, suddenly the young men started and turned around because another girl approached them and asked them to pay attention to her. They were surprised because they didn't expect to see anyone else. Chris looked at her with a grin, thinking that she would come to him later, but it turned out that it happened much faster. At that moment, he looked at his companion and asked her to leave them, explaining that he wanted to talk to his girlfriend. She stood up timidly and said that she understood everything, after which she left. As she left, she looked closely at Jenny, who had approached, but they did not say a word to each other. When Violet went back to camp, Chris turned to Jenny and asked what happened and why she came. She looked at him, sighed heavily, and timidly lowering her gaze, admitted that she wanted to apologize for the commotion she had caused. The hero replied that everything was fine and apologized for his harsh reaction, but she immediately objected, saying that he had done what he should have. Chris sighed again and looked closely at the girl, feeling that he had not yet gotten used to her presence. At that moment, Jenny stated that she had thought it over and realized that she was equally at fault for both Violet and Mateo. She started talking about trust, but the hero interrupted her and said that she could do as she saw fit. Chris then added that running the camp was her responsibility, so he apologized for interfering so rudely. Jenny was taken aback by this reaction, but he replied that he understood what she was talking about. However, at that very moment, Chris's expression changed and he said with a grin that he no longer wanted to get involved in such situations. The hero was well aware that both he and she were people without support or resources, and therefore, in order to survive, they had to engage in politics. Violet realized that this line could not be crossed. At that moment, the woman slowly approached him. The main character was puzzled, because he did not understand at all what she was going to do. Jenny said she understood perfectly, promised not to cross the line again, and apologized for the trouble she had caused. Chris was puzzled as to why she suddenly behaved this way. She smiled and asked with a little shyness if her thoughts were really that obvious. Jenny then approached the young man and admiringly admitted that she had always loved ambitious people. Moreover, the longer she looked at him, the more clearly she realized that he completely matched her taste. So she suggested that they get closer. Jenny, looking him straight in the eyes, said that he restrained himself only in order to look like a hero in the eyes of the young and defenseless Violet. She added that she was weak and would inevitably make many enemies, but she could keep an eye on her. Chris looked at his interlocutor with a satisfied grin, realizing that she had seen everything perfectly, and quietly noted that they were very similar. The hero realized that in front of him was a person with whom he had a special emotional and even spiritual connection, after which he kissed Jenny. A few days later, Mateo was on his knees speaking from the podium. He burst into tears and loudly admitted that he had caused everyone a lot of trouble, after which he sincerely asked for forgiveness. The young men were shocked by this development, as Jenny had sided with the girl, and now the man was publicly apologizing. They realized that she simply had no other choice, and they also noticed that this girl was dear to Mr. Chris. Many of those present were puzzled as to why so much fuss was being made over a girl, and wondered if she was pretending to be an unfortunate victim. Hearing these conversations, Chris cast a dark glance at everyone, instantly silencing them. A few days earlier, the hero had instructed Jenny to deal with Mateo herself, and at the same time ordered her to keep a close eye on the girl. She smiled and promised to do as he said, and then asked if he really wanted people to stop making noise. She added with a smile that in the current situation, Violet simply had no choice but to rely on him. Jenny smiled and noticed that there really was something special about that girl for him to show such interest in her. The hero sighed again, looked puzzled, but did not answer. Then he turned away and said that she didn't need this information. Jenny was stunned because he called her Nuna when he addressed her, emphasizing the age difference. Chris realized that his collaboration with her was a good decision, because she turned out to be an excellent politician and managed to change the atmosphere in the camp. However, he was still confused by the fact that because of all this, he had been listening to Violet's mental anguish for several days in a row. Violet looked at the hero with tears in her eyes. She was glad that he was nearby, and especially that he taught her magic. Smiling, Chris said it was his pleasure to teach her. After a while, he finally asked her if she knew how to use basic magic, but Violet was confused and unsure of herself. Then the young man released his power. Suddenly, a fire burst into flames on his finger. Violet was shocked by what she saw, realizing that she herself was not yet capable of such a thing. Lately, Chris has not only been practicing magic with the girl, but also training Noah so that he can quickly master his specialization. However, he was worried that all the spells he knew were too weak, and they had not made any progress for several days. So now Chris finally decided to tell Violet about it. The hero said that in a few days he would go hunting, and until then they could train together. Violet smiled back and promised to try her best. After that, he sighed and noted that they could finish for today, but Violet suddenly became confused and said that there was something she did not understand. She timidly admitted that she had noticed her mana reserves had increased again recently. Chris was amazed and looked at her in surprise, at the same time realizing that she was a real treasure since she was growing too fast. He understood that over time she would definitely receive a specialization. Deciding to test this, the hero used his ability. A moment later, he noticed that she still didn't have a title, but her specialization was already listed as a mage. He was stunned, not understanding how this could have happened and whether she had become a mage earlier than he expected. Violet looked at him in confusion, noticing his shock, and said with a smile that she still didn't understand how to control mana. Chris looked at her carefully, realizing that she was lying, but he couldn't figure out when she had managed to get her specialization. This stunned him, and he even thought that the girl had been lying to him all this time. He quickly looked away, apologized, and said he was just lost in thought. Violet smiled and added that she still found it difficult to control mana, even after all his explanations. However, the hero understood perfectly well that with such abilities this was impossible. He looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what she was thinking. A moment later, he explained exactly what needed to be done. Violet followed his words and created a small flame, but it went out almost immediately. Chris watched carefully, noticing something strange. Violet was upset and admitted that she couldn't do anything despite all his efforts and training. The protagonist looked at the girl with bewilderment, because he realized that she seemed to be deliberately going to make a mistake in front of him. They chatted calmly and pleasantly for a while, but then another girl unexpectedly approached them. Sally grinned, looked at the young man, and asked if he could spare her a few minutes. Chris looked at her carefully, as he knew that she was Jenny's confidant. At that moment, he turned to his companion, smiled, and said goodbye to her. Seeing his beautiful smile, the girl instantly experienced a surge of happiness. Sally noticed the change in the girl's expression and felt a slight uneasiness. Then she looked at Chris and he asked her what happened. She timidly replied that nothing special had happened and asked if they were really going to announce the composition of the next hunt today. The hero confirmed with surprise that everything was exactly like that. Then the girl carefully asked if she could join them. At that moment, the young man looked at her carefully and used his soul eye. After thinking for a while, he said that he wasn't sure yet whether he would take her with him, since there were already enough people in the group. Sally added with a grin that she would be much more useful than that young girl since she was still a child. Chris realized that these words were rude to someone who could occupy an important position in the future, and he said that he would discuss everything with the leader. Soon, Jenny looked at everyone present and asked them to gather for a moment, as she had an important announcement to make. A moment later, all the inhabitants of the camp gathered together. Mike addressed those present and said that it was becoming increasingly difficult to survive in this place, so they needed to unite. He talked for some time about his future plans, while Violet sat to the side and hardly listened to him. She thought about Chris and remembered how he showed her exercises that made her feel like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. She understood that he was the only person she could rely on. Violet knew that after the hunt they would meet again. At the same time, she felt ashamed of deceiving him, but at the same time, she realized that this was how she could keep his interest. At that moment, she flinched, noticing another girl approaching her. Sally looked at her and sharply declared that she was a real stalker because she only wanted to meet Chris. Violet started to make excuses, but Sally said that there was no need to do so, as she looked rather stupid from the outside. She added mockingly that she liked this young man. Then Sally came closer and squeezed the girl's shoulders, causing Violet to freeze in fear. With a predatory grin, she asked if she really believed that he valued her. Violet was shocked and did not know what to answer. Sally mockingly said that she was just lucky to meet the young man, but she was very mistaken in thinking that he had feelings for her. She said she couldn't judge such naive children with certainty, but she knew exactly what his true type was. She claimed that he didn't trust anyone, quickly lost interest, and ruthlessly abandoned people when he no longer needed them. Sally mockingly said that Violet was capricious and weak, and Chris would soon get tired of her and leave. Violet was shocked. She realized that he was not that kind of person at all. And then Sally sighed heavily, realizing why he chose her. She looked at her interlocutor intently and said that she was the perfect card that could be squeezed dry and then thrown away. Violet was shocked by what she heard and realized that she could have been used and abandoned again, just like her family had done. Frightened, she wanted the girl to stop saying such things. In response, Sally mockingly stated that she was a much more suitable match for the young man than she was. She continued to shower her with barbed words and also reported that, at her request, the hero included her in the main squad. As she left, she said with a grin that they would soon meet on the hunt. At that moment, Violet sank to the ground, exhausted, stunned by everything she had heard. She was in incredible pain, but she knew that Chris couldn't do something like that. She remembered that they had agreed in advance to go hunting together and practiced every day. He said she was like family to him and always supported her after her mistakes. She also remembered him saying with a gentle smile that he thought she was not the kind of person others thought she was. Violet knew she was special to him and felt his genuine kindness. Although she didn't consider herself the smartest, even she could tell that Chris was sincere about her. She thought with fury of Sally, who had so coldly denigrated the man she loved. She wanted to never listen to her words again, and she hoped that Chris wouldn't listen to her either. With tears in her eyes and in complete confusion, Violet thought only about how the hero would not leave her. However, a moment later she froze, imagining Chris leaning in for a kiss. Then the two of them laugh at her, constantly saying that Violet was just clingy and crazy. The girl grabbed her head, not wanting to listen to all this. The voices of doubt and fear overwhelmed her. She was furious at the thought that someone could take the young man away from her. Suddenly she remembered Sally's words about how she suited Chris much better than Violet herself. Violet knew that if this happened, she would be completely broken. Meanwhile, Mike looked carefully at everyone gathered and apologized for distracting them from their work. Given the number of people in the camp, they were short of food and water, so it was decided to gradually select those who were going to fight. Then Mike called Chris over and asked him to say a few words. He didn't explain anything and suddenly used magic, causing a flame to burst into flames on his palm. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw. He then reported that they themselves had already realized that they were not on Earth now, and, judging by the information, they had ended up in a game world. At the same time, he clarified that his own specialization, a magician, Chris admitted that he himself is a beginner and an ordinary person. He explained that at first it was normal for him to run away from monsters in fear. But then he added that if you are not afraid to engage in battle, the hero emphasized that they needed to act more actively, since only through joint efforts could they survive and get out of here. After these words, the whole crowd began to rejoice. People realized that he was telling the truth. Chris, at the same time, began to think that people's worldviews would soon begin to change, and that there would be those who would speak out against what was happening. Then Chris, looking around at everyone gathered, announced that to begin with, they would take Miss Violet and Miss Sally with them on the hunt as an example. At that moment, the girl walked up to the podium to the applause and shouts of the crowd. Sally smiled at the young man and asked him to take care of her. Almost immediately after that, he accepted her handshake and abruptly pulled her closer to him. Sally was stunned and clearly didn't expect this. He looked at her with a cruel grin and reminded her that just recently she had pushed Violet. These words literally nailed her to the spot. She froze in shock. Chris said he was just warning her, adding that he wanted them to get along and follow the rules. He also made it clear that if she touched Violet again, her life at the camp would become extremely difficult. A frightened Sally immediately stepped back and quickly replied that she understood everything. Hearing this, Chris smiled broadly and added with obvious pleasure that in that case she should keep a close eye on him. He realized that he now had to keep her under control, but he also realized that this was the perfect time to get closer to Violet. However, almost immediately after this, he was suddenly taken aback and looked in her direction with bewilderment, trying to understand where his friend was. He noticed that she was looking at the stage with a sinister and furious look. But a moment later, her expression became stunned. The main character was shocked and froze in place, as he absolutely did not expect to see something like this. He didn't understand what exactly had just happened, and for a moment he even thought he had just imagined it. At that moment he staggered, but still managed to assure his friends that he was okay. Noah looked at his friend with excitement and said that tomorrow they should go hunting, but today he needed to get some proper rest. Noah then added that his friend had been eating very poorly lately, and since he was worried about him, he was going to share his food with him. At that very moment, Violet looked at the young man with a soft smile and greeted him. Chris felt a little embarrassed because he felt something was wrong, but he still greeted her back. Meanwhile, Sally watched the young people with fury and noticeable tension. She was confused because she did not expect that the young man would dare to threaten her. Fear overwhelmed her, and she didn't understand what to do next. She tried her best to please Jenny. At the same time, she put in a lot of effort to achieve her current position. However, now she was openly intimidated. Soon, Jenny approached her friend and called out to her. She carefully examined the girl, hoping that she would perform well on the hunt. In addition, she asked her to take good care of the comfort of people like Mr. Chris. Hearing this, Sally was stunned and asked in complete bewilderment if she really needed to serve him. Jenny replied that if necessary, that's exactly what you should do, and she also reminded him that it didn't seem to bother her before. She then added that there was nothing wrong with having common ground with strong and capable people. At that moment, she turned her gaze to Chris, realizing that she had actually fallen into his trap. She was filled with rage because this man seemed to appear out of nowhere and seized power very quickly. Sally felt cornered, aware that she was being pushed out on all sides and that she might end up being completely useless. The thought that all her efforts would go to waste drove her to despair, but she knew she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She decided that she had to attract the young man's attention, as this was the only way to survive in this world. The next day, Mike announced that he and Mr. Noah would be leading the squad. After examining the rest, he added that they would hold the defense from the rear. Mike then looked at the girls carefully and informed them that this was their first time out, so they needed to focus on safety. He asked the young men to help the girls adapt to hunting, and at the same time, he turned to the others and began to discuss tactics. Chris continued to watch Violet closely, as he was haunted by the strange expression on her face earlier. However, he decided to put all unnecessary thoughts aside, realizing that he had been dwelling on her too often lately. At the same time, the girl felt his intense gaze on her. A moment later, she looked at him with a joyful smile. The hero responded with a smile, but decided to himself that it was worth watching her for a while longer. At the same time, Sally looked at the young people with fury. However, it was at this moment that Mike announced to everyone present that it was time to move out. After some time, they entered the cave and encountered monsters. The young man did not hesitate and dealt with all his opponents with fury. Chris also contributed, fiercely fighting monsters side by side with his teammates. The girls, in turn, froze in shock, as they had never encountered anything like this before. The main character dealt with each enemy with fury. At the same time, Sally looked at Violet, who was watching with admiration as her comrade mercilessly cut down the monsters. Noah, in turn, sighed heavily, because he did not understand why there were so many small animals on the hunt. Mike remarked that this was a bad sign and they should be more careful. However, at that very moment, the young man turned around abruptly. The next moment, Noah saw in horror how a monster was rushing towards him at full speed. He managed to hold back the onslaught, but a moment later he began to scream. Suddenly his entire body was enveloped in lightning bolts, but the young man did not even think of hesitating. Almost immediately, he dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. The monster growled in rage and pain as the blow was incredibly powerful. He then shouted to his friends to come to his aid, as it was becoming increasingly difficult to hold off the enemy. At that moment, Chris looked at Sally and said that she should deal with the monster. The girl was stunned and trembled with fear. She was in shock and didn't know what to do. But at the same time, she understood that she had to pull herself together and show her best side. However, just as she was about to strike, the monster roared in rage, and the girl was once again gripped by fear. At that very moment, the full horror of what was happening fell upon her. Chris looked at the girl with irritation, since just recently she pretended to be cool, but in reality she turned out to be a frightened child. Then the hero came up behind her and called out to her while she was trembling with fear. He took her hand and pointed her towards the monster. Then he quietly said that if she hesitated like that next time, everyone might die because of her. After this, the main character looked menacingly at Sally and asked if she understood him. Immediately after this, he told her to put strength into her hands and strike. A moment later, the young girl pulled herself together and dealt her opponent a very powerful blow. Chris immediately shouted to her that the enemy was not dead yet and that she couldn't relax, and Sally was shocked, because this was her first experience of this kind. Chris, without even blinking, told the girl that she should perceive the enemy as a piece of meat. She was shocked and decided that he was simply sick, but at that very moment she saw the monster writhing in rage and pain. After a few minutes, they finally managed to deal with the enemy, and he fell to the ground dead with a dull thud. At that moment, Sally also fell to the ground, as the experience was a severe shock for her. She was breathing heavily and tears came to her eyes, because nothing like this had ever happened to her before. Chris told her that this was the first and last time he helped her. He sighed heavily and added that in this world one cannot rely only on other people's help. Chris looked menacingly at the girl and declared that next time she would have to survive on her own. Sally was stunned and froze in place, remembering how she had scolded Violet just recently. She realized that she could not expect anything else from the young man, and she also realized that next time no one would help her. However, a moment later she was amazed again when a young man approached her and said with a smile that she had done well. At that moment, Sally was literally petrified with shock, not understanding the reason for such a sudden change in mood. Meanwhile, Violet was watching them from behind. The girl was already almost on the verge of madness from the fact that the object of her adoration was touching Sally with his hand. After some time, the guys were sitting by the fire and chatting casually. Mike looked at Violet and said with a smile that she had shown herself to be a worthy participant in this hunt. A little later, they approached Noah and Chris and informed them that it was time to change the guard. Noah slowly rose to his feet, noting that the boys had good stamina, but he still hurried towards them. At the same time, Chris lay motionless. He couldn't sleep and attributed it to excessive nervousness due to everything that was happening. After the hunt was over, his head was filled with unnecessary thoughts. He was confused and didn't understand which direction they should move in order to survive. He didn't know what continent he was on. At the same time, Chris remembered that the instructor mentioned status windows, but he didn't understand why he ended up in this place at all. Although he did not regret the loss of his home, the hero was well aware that his Mike was a regressor and therefore knew everything that was going to happen. He wanted him to tell him everything. However, he wanted even more to know what happened the last time he returned. Confused by everything that was happening, the main character decided to put all thoughts aside for a while. After some time, he finally fell asleep, but his sleep was short-lived. He opened his eyes in complete confusion, not understanding what time it was. But almost as soon as he opened his eyes, he was struck. Chris noticed Violet, who was watching Sally sleep closely. At first, he even rubbed his eyes because he thought he was dreaming. But it turned out that all this was not a dream. The young man was surprised to see an ominous expression on her face, Chris felt shock and discomfort when he saw the girl. However, after a moment he turned away, deciding that he had simply dreamed all sorts of nonsense. He convinced himself that this was a delusion, and Violet was actually kind and sympathetic. But a moment later he froze in place, feeling someone slowly approaching him. He couldn't move, feeling her presence behind him. Violet looked at the young man with a soft smile and gently touched his face. She noted that he was handsome even in his sleep. The girl looked at her lover with warmth and embarrassment. She made a promise to herself that she would not let anyone take it away from her. The next day, Chris was not in the best of health, as he had not been able to get a good night's sleep due to the events of the night. Mike started talking about the mission, but at the same time turned his attention to his friend, noticing how exhausted he looked. Chris assured him that he was fine. Then he looked away and looked closely at his comrades. He saw Violet, who looked like her usual self again, which made him wary. Chris understood that what was happening seemed very strange, because several times he noticed an extremely expressive expression on her face. At that moment, he turned his gaze to Sally, but almost immediately wondered if Violet was angry because he was spending time with another girl. He suggested that the reason lay in jealousy. Mike said that today they would have to go a little deeper, but if it turned out to be too difficult, they would find a place to rest. At that very moment, everyone present looked closely at their commander and agreed with him. Chris, in turn, glanced quickly towards the girls, realizing that he needed to check everything thoroughly. After some time, the team moved forward. Chris walked next to Sally and watched her closely from the side. He had already figured out how to implement his plan, and to his great luck, there was a small stone on the floor next to him. Then Chris, after waiting a couple of minutes, carefully threw a stone at the girl's feet. Sally didn't notice anything and accidentally tripped. However, the young man managed to catch her, hugging the girl. He quietly asked if everything was okay with her. Sally was stunned and looked at him in confusion, as she did not understand why he suddenly became so polite. The hero did not waste time. Almost immediately, he glanced towards his girlfriend, who was walking behind them. He was shocked and froze in place when he saw the threatening and angry expression on her face. He couldn't look at Violet for long, as she was literally glaring at him with anger. It was at that moment that he realized that he had not imagined anything, and that she was indeed jealous of him. The hero didn't want this at all. He only wanted to take the position of the older brother and didn't want the situation to develop so bloodthirsty. Chris was confused, realizing that everything that was happening looked strange and that there was a mistake somewhere in his plan. At the same time, Sally looked angrily at the young man, realizing that he just wanted to make sure that his judgments were correct. However, she was angered by the way he used her to do this. After some time, the group silently went deeper into the cave. At that moment, Chris turned around sharply, hearing a rustling sound in the distance. Everyone realized that the sounds were coming from around the corner nearby. Mike, peering into the darkness, told his friends that the monsters were approaching, and also asked everyone to speak more quietly so as not to attract their attention. The hero was stunned and immediately turned around, telling his comrades that he felt something strange. The young men looked at each other in surprise and asked with disbelief if he was really able to sense hidden monsters. Mike said that he himself had recently felt mana, albeit very weakly, but it was due to the fact that a cleanup operation was taking place nearby. At that moment, Noah rushed forward, not wanting to waste time. However, after a few moments, the group froze in place. They were shocked because they saw a staircase in the dungeon. Mike thought for a moment, realizing what system this dungeon used. He also noted that there was probably something valuable hidden here. Chris looked at his friend, realizing that despite his status as a swordmaster, he was a lousy actor, but he still decided to play along. The hero said it was a pretty obvious pattern, but that staircase could lead to the tutorial dungeon. They began to move slowly forward, looking around for anything valuable. Chris said that they should remember this place and come here on their next outing. At that very moment, the young man was caught off guard by a noise. He looked into the distance and realized that he had suitable material for training in front of him. The girls were stunned by what they saw. However, it was then that Sally grinned as she looked at the monsters, as she knew that this was a good chance for her. Mike, having examined the monsters, gave instructions regarding the monsters. Hearing the commander's words, the group obediently began to carry out his orders. Noah instantly threw his reliable shield straight towards the monster. He was stunned, as he clearly did not expect this, and immediately growled in rage. However, a moment later, the enraged monsters stared at them. Noah slowly raised his weapon, regretfully realizing that his shield wasn't made of vibranium. At that moment, he shouted to his friend, asking him to come and help. Chris concentrated, wanting to gain the power to destroy his enemies. The next moment, he filled his spear with fiery energy. Then he immediately dealt a crushing blow to the monster. Without wasting a second, Mike rushed to the aid of the squad and easily cut down the enemy. With one deft movement, he chopped off the head of the one-eyed monster. The last monster was shocked by what was happening, watching as its kin were destroyed one by one. Noah didn't hesitate and immediately attacked him. Then Mike noticed that there was only one enemy left, and at that moment he shouted to the girls. However, when he turned around, he was stunned to see only Violet standing next to him. Chris froze in shock, realizing that Sally was not around. He looked closely at his friend and asked where their companion was. Violet replied in confusion that the girl was somewhere nearby but suddenly disappeared somewhere. Chris was confused by what was happening. He understood that if the girl was left alone in the cave, it would be the end for her. However, just a moment later, the group was stunned when someone struck the monster. They looked at the enemy in amazement, not understanding what had happened. The protagonist noticed that the monster was not killed in one blow and only became even more enraged. At that moment, the monster attacked Noah and he crashed into the wall with a roar. Chris was shocked by what he saw and shouted to his friend, but at the same time, another monster was already flying towards him from the side. He didn't have time to react and dodge the attack. Mike, however, was not going to stand aside. He quickly grabbed Chris and Violet and dealt with the enemy. Then he turned and looked at his comrades, hoping that they were okay. But a moment later, everyone present felt a chill when they heard a heartbreaking scream. They turned around and looked at the girl with horror. Sally, with a look of horror on her face, apologized to her friends, explaining that she had fallen and had only recently managed to catch up with them. She also admitted that she was very scared when she saw everything that was happening, and the young people looked at her in bewilderment. The girl confusedly explained that she was only trying to help, but had thrown the spear incorrectly. Chris looked at her with fury, realizing that she was being reckless. He understood that because of her scream, the monsters were already running in their direction. At that moment, the protagonist shouted to his friends that they needed to retreat immediately, as this place had become too dangerous. However, Violet simply froze in place. At that very moment, Sally stood quietly around the corner and watched the young people intently. She was seething with rage, because she knew perfectly well that Chris had acted like a king before, but now he looked helpless. The girl knew that the camp was doing just fine without him, but now he suddenly decided to crown himself. She wanted to deal with him and overthrow him, and she also knew that if he remained in this position, it would end badly for him. At the same time, Chris turned around and shouted at Violet to speed up. The girl looked at the hero, realizing that she needed to hurry, but at the same time she seemed to be bewitched and could not move from the spot. The hero could not stand it and shouted in irritation, demanding to hurry. However, it was at that moment that monsters appeared ahead, and Noah loudly announced to his friends that he would take on the monsters. Almost simultaneously, Mike shouted to his comrades that they should make a detour and return back to camp. Chris was stunned to see Violet standing there like a useless weight. He looked at her and Sally in bewilderment and shouted that they needed to move immediately. Violet, in turn, looked at the girl with restrained anger. Sally responded with a mocking look and an obscene gesture. At that moment, the group began to retreat, running away from the monsters. Chris ran from his pursuers, but inside him rage and anger were seething as he realized that he had made a mistake in taking Sally with him on the expedition. The protagonist understood perfectly well that they still had a high chance of survival, and therefore decided to take a risk by using one technique. Then Chris went out to meet the monsters and, looking at them, released his power. Noah looked at him with admiration at that moment, but the hero was puzzled, since now was absolutely not the time for such admiration. The next second, he released his flame. The hero, without wasting a moment, directed fire at the opponents. Enveloped in flames, the monsters roared in rage and pain. Chris looked at his enemies with a satisfied smile, as he was genuinely amazed at his own strength. And then Noah turned around and told his friend in amazement that they were left alone. Noah, looking at his friend, added that there was no one else nearby and that he did not understand where the girls had disappeared to. The young man peered into the distance but did not notice anyone. And then Chris became furious, not understanding what had happened and where the girls had disappeared to. He stared at his friend for a while and asked questions, wanting to find out where they could have disappeared to, but he was unable to give an answer. Chris didn't care about Sally. Even if she was missing, it didn't bother him. But the problem was Violet. She was the one who was valuable to him. Chris then asked his friend if he knew at what point they might have passed each other. Noah replied that it happened around the time they encountered the last of the monsters. The hero realized that the situation looked extremely strange. He was amazed at how Noah could not notice the simultaneous disappearance of several people. Chris was shocked to realize the seriousness of what was happening, and at the same moment he remembered the events of yesterday. However, almost immediately, he clearly noticed a dark, magical trace. He was shocked to realize where this was all leading. Immediately after this, he told his friend to go left, and he himself decided to move straight ahead. The protagonist was confused by what was happening and hoped that his guesses were wrong. He sincerely hoped that Violet would not do something she would later regret. Meanwhile, Sally slowly walked through the dark labyrinths of the dungeon, leaving pebbles behind her. She was glad that they had become distant enough. At the same time, the girl grinned and praised herself for her foresight, since she had previously carefully examined the corridors. Violet looked closely at the girl, noticing that her leg was fine. She wondered if she was pretending to kill Chris. Sally was stunned and turned around quickly, not expecting to see the girl. However, the next moment she was overcome with fear, as she did not understand why she was following her, and then she saw a strange cage. Almost immediately, a wave of horror washed over her when she saw that the girl was using magic. Violet said that no matter how much she thought about it, none of it made sense, and Sally became furious, not understanding what the girl was talking about. Violet did not answer her companion's questions. Instead, she used the wind blade and directed all her power at her opponent. Sally froze in place, completely stunned. However, a moment later, she fell to the ground with a crash. Sally was shocked by what was happening, but she was pierced by unbearable pain. She screamed and begged for help, but Violet mockingly said it was no use. She also stated that she blocked the sound with her power so the monsters wouldn't get to them. Sally was terrified. With tears in her eyes, she screamed and begged for help, not understanding why they were doing this to her. Choking with tears, she screamed that she was wrong about everything and continued to beg for mercy. But Violet looked coldly at the girl and said that she was making too much noise, so she would have to be silenced. At that moment, she used her power and deprived her of the ability to speak. Sally tried to say something, but her attempts were unsuccessful. Then Violet asked with a grin if it hurt, adding that the girl should experience the same pain that she herself had gone through. She said that at the moment when she tried to take Chris away from her, it felt like her heart was being ripped out of her chest. Standing up, she added that the very existence of her rival made her unhappy, and therefore she intended to deal with her. Then the girl looked at her and apologized with a smile. Sally was shocked by what she heard and realized that she could not die so easily. Looking at the girl with pleading eyes, she asked for salvation, but all her attempts were in vain. At that moment, Violet used the wind blade again. The next second, Chris ran out to them happily, glad that he had finally found them. However, at that very moment, he was stunned to see someone's hand flying towards him. Violet froze in shock when she saw her lover running up to her, as he immediately noticed everything that was happening around him. The young man himself also froze in shock, as he had absolutely not expected to see something like this. At that moment, Violet looked closely at Chris and called out to him, while looking at him with a confused expression on her face. They looked at each other in silence for a while. At the same time, Sally reached out to the young man with all her might. He was confused because he expected the worst outcome, but he still wanted to stop her before she could do something like that. The guy was so scared that he was taken aback and for a moment seemed to fall into a stupor. He didn't know what to do, run away or play the fool, but neither of these options was suitable for this situation. That is why, at that very moment, he threw away his weapon and headed towards the girl. Violet froze, not understanding what exactly he was going to do, but Chris came closer and asked if she was okay. He then asked what happened to their friend, noting that the girl's arms and legs had been torn off. He had no idea what exactly had happened here, and he hoped that Violet would make the right choice and give him the truthful answer. However, at that moment, the girl also looked at him, and there were tears in her eyes. The young man hoped she would say it wasn't her, especially since he saw Sally crawling towards them. Violet, shaking with fear, said that she didn't know what exactly happened, because at some point she suddenly found herself far away from everyone else. She explained that when she was able to come to her senses, something terrible had already happened to their companion. Chris looked at her with bewilderment and asked if she was hurt. Then Violet walked up to the young man and said with a soft smile that she was okay, after which she hugged him at the same time. At that very moment, he hugged her back and looked at Sally, who was writhing in pain with a cruel grin. He understood perfectly well that his girlfriend had done her job well. Sally, in turn, looked at the young people with rage. She realized that they were not going to help her and, on the contrary, intended to kill her. The next moment, she collapsed to the ground, as she had no more strength left. Chris looked closely at the girl and assumed that she had simply accidentally activated the trap. He understood that since they were in a dungeon, the presence of magical traps was quite natural. Chris was well aware that the version of what happened was already ready. But there was still one problem. He saw that Sally had too many cuts. The hero understood that if he left everything as it was, their leader would definitely suspect something. Realizing that the girl was already dead, he decided to deal with the body. At that moment, he used his magic and sent a wall of flame at her. Chris said it would be better to take the body to the camp, but then their lives could also be in danger. However, the hero understood that he could not simply abandon the girl. He sighed heavily and noted that this was all he could do for her. Chris said he knew it was the best possible choice for her. Violet looked at her companion with a satisfied smile, as she also understood that this was the right decision. However, he then turned around and was suddenly taken aback, realizing that she was not the only one who had turned into a monster. At that moment, he realized that he himself was the same kind of monster. After some time, they emerged from the tunnel and found their friend Noah. Noah quickly ran up to the young people and asked if everything was okay with them. He then asked about Sally, and then Chris informed them that she was no longer with them. The young man sighed heavily, immediately understanding what had happened, so he didn't ask any unnecessary questions. After this, the protagonist asked what happened to the rest of the monsters, and Noah replied that their leader had taken everyone far away from here. Chris, for his part, felt relieved, but he knew they needed to get back to camp as soon as possible. But the very next moment he felt ill and staggered. Noah managed to catch his friend and anxiously asked if he was okay, and he replied that he had spent too much mana. Then Noah looked carefully at everyone present and announced that today they would set up camp nearby. Violet looked at her lover with tears in her eyes, realizing that he was very shocked by everything that had happened recently. After a while, the young people finally stopped, and Noah began to make a fire by hand. He sighed heavily, realizing how sad it all was. He said that Sally was strange, but she still tried, and Chris noted with bewilderment that they all almost died because of her. He said with sadness in his voice that now they should be grateful that they were still alive at all. He then added that his words might seem inhumane, but if Noah or Violet died, he would not be able to bear such a loss. At that moment, the young people looked at him with admiration, as they were touched by his words. Noah looked at his friend and said he felt the same way. After that, he looked at the girl who was looking at them awkwardly. Then Noah said that he would go right now to explore the area. Chris asked his friend if he really needed to patrol. Noah, looking at his friends, replied that he still had to make his rounds. As he left, he quickly added that he would be back soon, so they shouldn't worry about him. For some time, the young people sat in silence and looked at the fire. Chris then opened the status window and was surprised to notice that his luck had increased. At that moment, he realized that the situation was not so bad. Violet asked if his stats had increased, and he confirmed that they had, and in return asked if hers had increased. She replied that her mana had not increased, and her stamina and strength had also remained unchanged. However, at that very moment, the young man used his ability and looked closely at the girl. He noticed that overall she was his #1 fan, but Chris was confused and didn't understand what kind of rating he saw. It was then that Violet called out to him and said that she would like to talk about the events that had happened recently. She timidly asked if this situation upset him. Chris looked at her with bewilderment, because he didn't know what to answer. He knew that if he said that he didn't feel remorse, it would be a lie. Even now, every time he remembered what had happened, his heart sank and his body began to shake. At that very moment, the young man approached his companion, and the girl froze in place in embarrassment. He hugged her tightly and breathed a sigh of relief, glad that nothing had happened to her. However, Chris felt relieved that she was okay, as he was willing to do anything to survive. After these words, Violet burst into tears and, smiling through her tears, tenderly hugged him, as she was sincerely glad to hear something like this. Chris realized that he was truly ready to do everything to save her, and at the same time, he knew that she would definitely go with him to the very end. A moment later, the guy pulled away from her, looking at Violet. He realized that the format of the relationship between the older brother and the younger sister was not bad. However, if he wanted, he could quite quickly bind her to himself in the role of his lover. He understood that this was a very effective method. The girl looked at him with bewilderment, clearly expecting something more. However, the next moment the young people flinched as Noah approached them and timidly apologized for ruining the atmosphere. The girl was stunned and exclaimed that he had misunderstood everything. Then he replied with a smile that he was just worried that he had arrived too early. Chris looked at his friend with bewilderment and asked why he was saying such nonsensical things. In response, he only smiled and said that they didn't need to pretend to be fools at all. Noah chuckled and said that he knew perfectly well who liked whom. Chris told his friend that the girl was younger than him, so he shouldn't have called her Nuna, and he smiled and replied that he knew that very well. However, he immediately asked a counter-question. Where had it ever been seen that a younger brother called his older brother's fiancée a younger sister? Chris looked at his friend with complete bewilderment, as he was talking utter nonsense. However, at that very moment, the hero realized that Violet was too fixated on him. He always found it rather strange. He wondered if Noah was the very person who constantly pushed her to behave like this. Noah said with a smile that after he was asked to keep an eye on the girl, he very subtly began to push them towards each other. Then he said with a satisfied grin that he was a famous professor of love affairs and was quite famous on Earth. After this, Noah added with a satisfied smile that he would bring them so close that everything would definitely work out for them in the future. Chris, in turn, was shocked by what he heard. He wondered if they had not been the protagonists of a carefully staged love play from the very beginning. Chris looked at his friend with fury, as he seriously wanted to take revenge on him for such antics. So the boys slept, and soon the next day arrived. The hero looked closely at Noah and noticed that he lived completely carefree, not caring about what might be going on in the soul of another person. A few moments later, he came up to him and started waking him up. However, after a couple of minutes, the main character headed towards Violet. Without opening her eyes, she said that she did not want to get up and would prefer to sleep a little longer. Nevertheless, the young man extended his hand to her, and when she opened her eyes, she angrily declared that she was still going to sleep longer. Chris looked at her in surprise, as it seemed to him that the closer he got to her, the closer the death flag got to him. He knew he couldn't just avoid her, so he decided to endure everything for the sake of survival. The hero was well aware that he had no choice but to continue to get closer to her. At that moment, he gently said that it was time for them to get up. Violet stood up quickly and looked at the young man with obvious embarrassment. Chris said they needed to get to camp and saw the worry in her expression, but still hoped nothing would happen to them on the way. Meanwhile, Jenny sat quietly in the camp while one of the survivors gave her a massage. She was lost in her thoughts and felt uneasy because the boys had not returned for too long. After some time, the young people noticed them in the distance. Jenny heard them approaching and immediately hurried to meet them. She joyfully greeted her companions and did not forget to praise them for the work they had done. She then asked where Sally was, and looking away, Chris said that her friend was dead. The girl was shocked and couldn't understand how this could have happened. But Chris noted that what was more important was why the exit was blocked. At that moment, the girl, a little confused, asked the hero to talk to her alone. The young people looked at her with bewilderment. Chris glanced sideways at Violet and noticed that she was clearly irritated by this request. Then the hero stroked her head with a smile and asked her to wait for him at the camp, since he needed to discuss something important. For a while, he and Jenny watched attentively as the young people walked away. Then the girl said that the man was dead, but it seemed as if they were talking about a discarded object. She asked how Sally died. Chris explained again that there was nothing they could do since she screamed in a place infested with monsters. He then added that they all nearly died and barely escaped alive. The young man was glad that he was not asked anything else, but he still wondered why the entrance was blocked. The girl then said that yesterday morning several people, including Mr. Mateo, came outside. Chris was shocked by what he heard and did not understand why they did it at all. He was overcome with rage and a premonition of something bad. They continued talking for a while, but after a few minutes they noticed someone approaching them. One of the people had a large scar on his face, cutting across his eyebrow. Then Chris asked again if it was really because of them that the exits were blocked. Jenny replied that if they had suddenly brought monsters with them, they could all have died, which is why the entrance was blocked. The very next moment, they saw Mateo and a group of people next to him. Jenny noticed that one awkward girl had died, but every day after another commotion, someone returned alive. What particularly puzzled her was that this time Mateo returned not alone, but with a whole trailer. Chris froze in shock, feeling an alarming, ominous aura. He looked at the young man opposite him with horror, because he seemed frighteningly cruel. Chris kept his eyes on the young man, who responded with a predatory smile. However, he said that he only now noticed people standing behind him. Then he asked how many people had originally left the camp. The hero realized that they had acted carelessly, which is why some had died, and in the end, only Mateo remained, who had been helped by that same young man. Chris then used his ability, intending to test the talents and growth limits of the player Matthew. Seeing a cold-blooded, calculating killer in front of him, he was involuntarily taken aback and asked Jenny to call the guys. Although he understood that the guests had not yet shown open hostility, he still did not want to take unnecessary risks. However, Chris was surprised that the young man greeted him first. Matthew extended his hand with a cheerful smile and introduced himself. The main character, although taken by surprise, also said hello and stated his name. Then he, smiling, said that he had heard a lot about him, since he had recently become a magician and, in addition, could summon fire from his hand. Hearing this, Chris looked at the man with anger because he told the stranger about his abilities. The hero was angry because he didn't know exactly how much they had managed to tell about him, but Mateo only looked away. Soon, they all entered the camp together. There, the residents greeted Chris with joyful smiles and warm greetings. The young man responded in kind, saying that he was fine and asking if everything was okay with them. Matthew smiled and remarked that this camp was an incredible place because there was not a single survivor beyond the starting point. Then his expression changed, and he added that he never expected to see a real oasis nearby. At that moment, Chris's friends ran up to him and he involuntarily shuddered. Turning to them, the protagonist announced that newcomers had arrived at the camp. Chris looked closely at the faces of his comrades and noticed that they were also frightened by the expression on his face. Matthew looked around at everyone present with a grin and noted that this was a surprise to him, as he had expected a warmer reception. The hero then explained that now was not the best time, after which he apologized if their reaction could have offended the guests. The young man smiled and told his companions that they were the same. Matthew, still smiling, said that he had previously heard about people who had appeared in the area who were hunting not monsters, but people. He specified that, as far as he remembered, among these bad people there was an archer and a swordsman. Then he looked carefully at those present and asked if they had seen them by chance. The protagonist flared with rage, realizing that the young man was actually challenging them, but he coldly replied that he had never seen anyone like him. For a moment there was a dead silence and the atmosphere became extremely tense. The young men looked wearily at their opponents. It seemed that Matthew's men were already ready to attack. At the same time, Violet activated her power, intending to protect her friends. Matthew, in turn, gave them a fierce smile and prepared to draw his sword from its sheath. However, suddenly everyone was amazed when another young man approached them and asked what was going on here. Matthew was furious at being interrupted and not allowed to deal with his opponents. But the next second, his expression changed and he introduced himself with a smile. Mike looked at Chris and asked who had come to their camp. The hero looked at his friend with relief, glad that he was okay, and reported that Mr. Mateo had brought these young people with him. Mike, in turn, looked at the uninvited guests with irritation. Then Matthew smiled at him and remarked that he had heard a lot about him and hoped that they could get along. Chris looked at Mike in confusion, not understanding why his expression had changed so abruptly. It was the first time he saw him hold back his anger. The hero wondered if they had met before, but looking at the guest, he realized from his expression that this was their first meeting. He then suggested that the man might have known this person before his reincarnation. And it was at this moment that the protagonist realized that Matthew was none other than Mike's enemy. However, Kiss decided to bring him to his senses a little and gently poked him in the shoulder. Mike himself, filled with rage, approached the young man and introduced himself. The hero watched what was happening carefully, realizing that he was facing a calculating killer, and therefore he could build various basic hypotheses. Matthew smiled and remarked that it was a great honor for him to meet the swordmaster, adding that he had heard that he was the head of the camp. He then said that after seeing him with his own eyes, he realized that he was stronger than he expected, and asked how many characteristics he had. Matthew, still smiling, said that the young man was truly impressive. Although they had a lot of supplies, there were still few survivors. Chris understood that he was facing a killer, and from his friend's reaction, he guessed that he had already encountered this young man in his first attempt. The hero suggested that this man could be the villain who killed him or someone close to him. Then Matthew, smiling, suggested that since they were talking about camp, they should let them stay with them. Everyone present was amazed by these words. Matthew added that it was not free, but they had some food and were of course free to leave if they wanted. But Mike countered that that wasn't the point and they could stay because everyone was happy to see survivors, and the boys were genuinely shocked to hear that. Mike said that he would accompany the guests and show them around. Upon hearing this, Chris was confused and did not understand at all what was happening. Meanwhile, another guy, Axel, introduced himself with a smile, and the main character also gave his name. The hero then glanced towards Noah and asked him to accompany the young people. However, Chris asked his friend to remain vigilant and call him immediately if anything happened. Then Noah looked carefully at everyone present and announced that he would show them the camp right now. Matthew responded with a joyful smile and thanked everyone for their concern. Chris, however, watched Mike closely, realizing that the new arrivals were enemies, and therefore decided to keep them as close to him as possible. The hero noticed that Matthew immediately stood at attention when Mike entered the camp, and therefore concluded that the young man was very smart. Now he clearly realized that he was facing a calculating psychopathic killer. Chris understood that they shared a cold-blooded calculation, but in other ways they were completely different. Nevertheless, he mentally thanked the young man for appearing at the right moment. After some time, the hero approached Mike and said that they needed to talk. He looked at him and noticed that he was very irritated. Chris asked Mike if he and Matthew knew each other, as he looked like he was meeting an old friend. Mike was slightly taken aback and replied that he knew him, but the young man himself did not know him, because they had only seen each other briefly a long time ago. Then Chris smiled and remarked that it was some kind of connection, but he objected that it shouldn't be called a connection. The hero, still smiling, assured him that he would not tell anyone anything. At that moment, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. Chris, looking at his friend, noted that he had returned to camp without a single wound and admitted that this was truly impressive. Mike then asked if they had any problems on the way back, and then the hero said that he needed to tell them something. At that moment, Violet turned pale and horror appeared on her face. And then Chris finally said that Sally was dead. Mike was shocked, as he did not expect to hear such a thing, and asked in horror what exactly had happened. Chris realized that the real show was beginning and reported that the girl was under the influence of magic of unknown origin. The hero added that he was still a newbie and therefore did not dare to say anything for sure, but he definitely felt some kind of mana. Mike immediately thought about what he heard. Then Chris continued and said that while wandering through the corridors, they passed each other, and at some point the girls separated from the group. Unfortunately, he found her too late. She was in a terrible condition, with her limbs cut off. He added sadly that he thought she had fallen into some kind of trap, and Violet was very nervous, fearing that he might expose her. Mike was puzzled by what he heard, and Chris knew that there were no traps in the maze, and as a person who had experienced regression, he could not help but know this. He did, however, say that he would have liked to have removed her body from there, but added a moment later that he had not had that opportunity. So he decided it was better to burn her on the spot than to let her turn into a monster. Bursting into tears, the hero said that he was having a hard time because of what had happened. Mike was shocked, and looking at his friend, noted that it must have been difficult for him. In turn, Chris was pleased that he decided to play everything out as realistically as possible, since the circumstances were no longer the same as they were yesterday. He realized that besides their kind and incredibly innocent Violet, a much more suitable suspect had emerged. The protagonist was grateful to fate that Matthew had the specialization of a swordsman mage. He understood that he could divert all suspicion from his group and place the blame on the young man. He was a swordsman and the leader of a group of brutal killers, so everyone would definitely think of him. Chris was well aware that the culprit had been found, and now there was no need to worry about anyone suspecting them. It wasn't long before Chris told his friend about Sally's death. Of course, the hero did not say directly that Matthew was a killer. He understood that he should not impose such a conclusion on his friend. He should come to it on his own. Therefore, the main character acted with caution. As a result, the man himself came to the conclusion that it was Matthew who killed the girl. Now Chris understood that the regression no longer had a reason to keep him alive, because this man, his future enemy, was a maniac who had killed the girl. However, there was a problem. The hero did not know how to eliminate Matthew. Then he stated that they had returned from hunting empty-handed, and therefore suggested going on a new expedition with the new arrivals. Mike was surprised by this offer, but Chris assured him that they could go with the newcomers, and the man received the specialization of a magician. The protagonist emphasized that their ranks had now been replenished, and there were enough people, but a final decision still needed to be made. He understood perfectly well that if they went with the newcomers, they would inevitably split into teams, and the newcomers were significantly stronger. Therefore, suitable people can be found among them, and, most importantly, this time the story with Sally cannot be allowed to repeat itself. Chris understood that this purge would allow him to punish the killer and eliminate the future bloodthirsty group. Looking at his friend with a smile, the hero realized that the picture was coming together perfectly, and he wanted his friend to agree. He had already set the stage, and all Mike had to do was step onto it. Mike said a moment later that this was indeed a very good offer, and Chris was even surprised by such a quick agreement. Mike then added that it would be nice to fight together, but he would like to immediately split into several teams. Then he looked closely at his friend and noticed that they had never tried working together in a group before. At this point, Mike announced that he would talk to the group first, as they had a lot of preparation to do before leaving. As he was leaving, he asked his comrade to simply gather everyone. The hero was glad that the man agreed, and he was going to provide diligent support to ensure that the plan succeeded. However, a few moments later he was taken aback when he heard someone praising Matthew. The girls looked at him with admiration when he, without wasting a minute, began to help in the camp. The young people joyfully thanked him for his help. Matthew only replied with a smile that there was nothing to thank him for since they should help each other. The guy also added that if they needed anything, they could contact him as they had brought food after their foray. The camp residents were grateful to him for this, but still said that he should rest. However, Matthew replied that he had not spent much energy and preferred to work rather than rest. Chris, meanwhile, watched the newcomer with a puzzled expression on his face because he saw that he was crazy, although he behaved like an ordinary person. Chris looked at Matthew carefully, realizing that his true goal was human lives. He turned away, wondering with displeasure what this guy was even doing. However, a moment later, the young man felt intense gazes on him, and at the same time heard the unpleasant conversation of the men. They were talking about how the recent expedition had ultimately failed, and they had no idea that Chris could hear everything. Soon, he approached his friends who were going about their business. Violet immediately ran happily to her lover. He smiled and asked if she had trained today. He then stroked her head and added with a smile that she was incredible. She smiled back and said that she had discovered a new spell today. The next moment, Violet hugged the young man and admitted that all this was thanks to him, and without him she would not have managed. The hero noticed that she began to behave more boldly. Because of this, those around her began to perceive their relationship as something predetermined. He saw as Noah looking at them with a happy smile, happy to see them as a couple. Chris then informed his comrades that he had spoken with their leader, and during the conversation, an urgent matter had come up. The young men looked at him carefully and asked what exactly the question was. Then the hero announced that after some time they, together with a squad of newcomers, would descend into the dungeon. Then Noah looked at his friend and admitted that he had a very bad feeling about the newcomers. Chris supported his friend and noted that it was better to keep his distance from them at first, and the guys assured him that he had nothing to worry about. He smiled and replied that it was okay to talk to the group, but that they should still be ignored if possible. Violet looked at the young man carefully and declared that she was not going to pay attention to such a person. After some time, the young people hurried to their friend. However, as we passed through the camp, we felt tense gazes on us. The first thing the main character noticed was Matthew. He was also looking at him and was clearly not very happy to see him. However, the boys ignored them and headed towards the house of the leader of their camp. Noah walked up to Mike with a cheerful smile, greeted him, and informed him that they had arrived. The young man was taken aback, as he had not expected them to appear so quickly. Then Chris looked at the group leader with bewilderment. Noah smiled and asked his friend what tasty thing he had hidden. He also added that the young man looked just like his grandmother when she took out different coins. Mike replied that it was all nonsense, but the next moment he still said with a smile that he would like to give them something. The young people were confused, as they did not expect such a thing, and suddenly they froze, seeing a bright glow. Everyone present was surprised and puzzled when the glow began to intensify. The hero looked at the valuable item with a satisfied smile, being sure that the man was really going to give them something. Mike looked closely at his comrades and said that he wanted to give them several items. They were surprised, not understanding where he found such things. He then explained that when they were passing each other, he accidentally discovered something like a chest, and inside were these items. Chris was glad he had managed to jump on the bus before the regression. At that moment, in front of him lay steel bracelets, a sacred healing ring, and a mana shield ring. The protagonist realized that the owner of the bracelets had already been identified and immediately declared that he would take them. Noah thanked the young man with a smile for the gift, and noted that he had not given him anything yet, but would definitely repay him with something in the future. Chris looked at the items with a predatory grin, noticing that the selection was quite rich. He was particularly fond of the Ring of Mana Shield, as one charge allowed him to activate the shield several times a day. The hero also realized that the healing ring was also very useful, but he wanted to give it to Violet. Chris clearly understood that if she was truly attached to him, she would use healing magic on him in the future. And it was at that moment that Violet herself chose a small ring. Then Chris said with a smile that in that case he would take what was left. However, a moment later he asked his friend if they could really take all the items for themselves. Mike smiled and explained that he already had similar items, and even if he put on another accessory, only one ability would be activated. The young men looked closely at their comrade and thanked him with a smile. In response, Mike looked at them softly and said that they shouldn't worry so much because they were friends now. However, the protagonist was not so naive as to easily succumb to such goodwill. He understood that in this way the regressor was trying to put them in debt, however. For him this did not have much meaning. What was more important was that the regressor was going to go with them, unlike the archipelago or the reliable tank, whose future remained uncertain. At the same time, the young man understood that there would be many people like him on this continent. Chris also realized that Mike couldn't do without him if he was going to lead the group. Moreover, he could use him as a member of the ruling body of the kingdom, which was to become more powerful in the future. Then the hero looked at the young man with a smile and declared that everything was correct, and they were truly friends. Noah smiled and remarked that it sounded really cool, but then asked when exactly they were planning to perform. Mike told his comrades that the sooner they got out, the better it would be for them, but added that he had a bad feeling about the newcomers. Mike said that everything was fine for now, but they still needed to be properly prepared. He then looked around at everyone present and added that they should be prepared for anything that might happen in the dungeon. Noah noted with a joyful smile that nothing like this had happened for a long time, and they should all shout together before the fight. At that moment, he began counting. The young people looked at each other enthusiastically and also began counting, and then they joyfully shouted that the time had come to join the battle. The protagonist rejoiced because he knew that the end was ahead of the young man and the day when regression would deliver the sentence he deserved. Then Chris looked into the distance with a satisfied grin, realizing that he would be able to set the table beautifully. Meanwhile, the new arrivals asked Matthew if they should protect their new friends. He replied that in any scenario, it was to their advantage. And then, with a predatory grin, he added that they would wait for the right moment and finish off the local king with the sword. A moment later, a young man approached them and apologized for the wait. Mike looked at the newcomers and thanked them for accepting the offer. Matthew noted that there was no need to thank them, since the cleanup would open some path to the future anyway. Moreover, he added with a satisfied smile that, on the contrary, they were grateful for this offer. Chris looked at the young man in bewilderment, clearly seeing that in front of him was nothing more than a calculating killer. Sometime later, they went down into the dungeon, and Matthew noticed that they were similar and had already explored this area enough. Then Chris replied that they had stumbled upon this place by accident, and that at the starting point, the conditions for completing the mission were designated as survival or cleanup. Matthew noted that he was not so far-fetched in such reasoning and had not thought everything through. Then he praised his interlocutor. However, the hero replied that this was just an assumption, and in turn asked what the gentleman had been doing on Earth. However, at that very moment, he was taken aback when Violet extended her hand towards him. Matthew looked at the young people with a grin, noticing that they often walked together, and then he asked if they were really a couple. The young men were taken aback, not knowing what to answer. Violet, in turn, looked away, embarrassed. Chris was confused because everyone was trying to bring them together and he didn't know what to say, but he knew he needed to get closer to the girl. And then the young man declared to everyone present that their assumptions were correct. Violet froze in place from embarrassment and surprise. Chris was taken aback to realize he had said it out loud, and Matthew remarked that they were just the perfect couple. Mateo, in turn, looked at the young people with fury. Violet felt embarrassed and confused, but most of all, she was happy that they were called the perfect couple. Meanwhile, they were gradually approaching their goal. A few minutes later, they saw a descent into the dungeon. The young people began to slowly descend. Noah went first, opening the way for the others, and suddenly Chris was shocked to see a notification that they had to complete a rare level task: survival. Within a moment, everyone saw the notification. However, they were followed by the appearance of terrible monsters. Horrific creatures led by a three-headed monster rushed at our heroes. Chris stood frozen in place, stunned, not understanding what was happening, but he clearly realized that the situation was extremely bad. At that very moment, he quickly shouted to his friends that they needed to get out as quickly as possible. All those present heard a terrifying howl and roar. The young people froze in shock when they heard the iron gates closing. They were trembling with fear and did not know what to do when the exit was closed. However, Matthew shouted to everyone that they could not run away and that they had to win this fight. Chris immediately used his power and saw that the people standing in front of them were evolved evil spirits that obeyed instincts. Unfortunately, he noticed that there were too many of them and he was not sure if they could cope. At this point, Mike confidently declared that they could handle it. Chris realized that since the regressor himself was talking about it, then all he could do was believe it. And then the young people joined forces, intending to deal with their opponents. However, a moment later, they looked into the distance in amazement. For a moment, the young men looked at each other tensely. Then Matthew said with a grin that he would go first. After this, he immediately rushed towards his opponents. Chris watched his comrade closely. He understood that he himself needed to conserve his mana until the very last moment in case of an emergency. And at that very moment, the hero saw Mike rush towards the enemies. However, after a few minutes, the young man was taken aback. He suddenly noticed that he was attacking not the monsters, but Matthew. Matthew, with a predatory grin, asked the young man what he was doing, but in response, he heard that it was just a test of his strength. Matthew instantly fought off the monster and, with the same sinister smile, noted that the enemy was acting too cautiously. However, the young man did not answer. At the same moment, he dealt with another enemy. The young people watched what was happening with bewilderment. Chris looked closely at the regressor and realized that his high expectations were not in vain. He then turned his gaze to Noah, knowing that he would deal with all the enemies in his path. Noah, in turn, looked at the enemy with fury and rushed forward with a cry. Chris watched his comrade with a satisfied smile, realizing that he was not just a human shield. Before him stood a knight with a shield, and not an ordinary one, but an exemplary knight of all times. However, a moment later, the hero turned his gaze to Violet. She prayed and asked to be given the strength to overcome all the enemies in her path. Then, looking around at her opponents, Violet used wind summoning. At that moment, the monsters were stunned by what the girl had summoned. But Violet did not hesitate and immediately directed her power at them. Everyone present froze when they heard a loud explosion. Chris looked at his companion with a satisfied smile, since she had discovered the enemy's weak spot at first glance. However, he also noticed that she had intentionally destroyed the monsters only on her side, thus causing Violet to make the other group suffer. At that moment, he mentally thanked her, realizing that thanks to her, he would be able to catch his breath a little. Then the young man leaned closer and quietly said that even if the other group asked her for help, she should not help them. Violet looked at her friend with confusion, but said that she understood everything. The hero realized that he had to take advantage of this chance and get rid of them. Suddenly, young people from another group started shouting and begging the girl to help them. They demanded that she use the same spell against the monsters on their side. Mateo turned around at that moment, hearing a crash behind him. He was taken aback when he saw the monster rushing straight towards him. However, it was all in vain. The monsters attacked the young men. No matter how hard the man tried to escape, the monster caught up with him and hit him with force. At the same time, Chris and Violet on the other side watched what was happening with interest, noticing that the evil spirits were now on their side. Chris joyfully shouted to his friends that they could handle it and should hold on until the end. The two young men looked towards the protagonist and almost simultaneously asked him for help. In response, Chris pulled out his gun and told them to wait a bit, shouting loudly that they would definitely succeed. Then the hero turned away from them and shouted again for them to hold on just a little longer, at least for the sake of their loved ones who remained on Earth. Hearing this, the young men turned pale, their eyes turned white, and they cried out in despair, begging the protagonist to hurry. Chris smiled and replied that he was almost done, and then mentally came to the conclusion that 1 in 5 people were complete trash. After that, he suddenly decided that today that very person was himself, and he stretched his hand forward, forming a fireball. The monsters opened their mouths in horror when they saw the flaming projectile flying towards them. Flames instantly engulfed their bodies. Matthew's band members initially smiled with relief. However, after a moment, their smiles disappeared and shock appeared on their faces. Meanwhile, the spirits rose to their feet, and the expression on their faces resembled sinister grins. The bald young man frowned and shouted that the monsters were heading straight here. The three-eyed spirit roared loudly, even though its body continued to burn. At that moment, the protagonist thought that he had thrown fire as if he had wrapped the monsters in a cute, fiery cloak. Chris looked at the monster's stats and wondered if perhaps the flames were causing the monster's life energy to burn out faster. At the same time, he noted that everything that was happening was balancing on the brink of an extremely risky game. The hero thought with a cold grin that toys had just appeared that were perfect for bullying Matthew's group. Chris smiled slightly and decided that the moment had come for Matthew to pull an ace out of his sleeve. He expected him to use his magic. However, Matthew only frowned and ordered his subordinates not to hesitate and maintain order. Mateo grimaced, but stopped when he was told to stop running and come back. Chris thought that Matthew would hide his nature until the end, and that it was already worth doubting that they simply wanted to peacefully coexist. Suddenly, the monster grabbed the bald youth and lifted him into the air. Matthew looked up in shock, and the other boy, Jack, screamed in fear, clenching his hands into fists. Then Matthew called out loudly to Chris and Violet. Noah, who was holding the shield, also shouted, but the protagonist turned away, stating that he did not understand why the mana had not been restored. Noah asked if they should save Axel, but Chris replied that if they interfered, they themselves could be in danger. Then the main character, with a grin, ordered them not to interfere under any circumstances and added that he and Violet would definitely come up with something. Axel began to sob and scream deafeningly, begging for help. The next moment, the monster shoved the bald guy's body into its mouth. Jack screamed his comrade's name in horror, and tears appeared in his eyes. Matthew gritted his teeth in anger but said nothing. Chris thought with a smile that Axel might have survived if Matthew had intervened. But the current situation was extremely beneficial to him and his team. Looking at the flaming monsters, he also briefly wished for Axel to eat a hearty amount of ramen in the next world. Then the main character and Violet exchanged glances. Drops of water began to form around the girl, after which she extended her arms forward using the water lightning technique. The monster roared deafeningly as a powerful column of water hit it. Chris wiped his forehead with his hand and thought that the first round was finally over. But Jack clenched his teeth and trembled, after which he took a confident step forward. He grabbed the main character by the clothes and began to insult him. Hearing loud screams, Matthew and Mateo turned around. Meanwhile, Noah and Violet watched what was happening with horror. Chris noticed the worried expression on the girl's face and was unexpectedly glad about it. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said that they were powerless. Jack, his eyes full of tears, looked at Chris with hatred. At the same time, he stated that nothing could be done and that Axel's death was the best option for them. The protagonist's eyes sparkled and he added with a smile that otherwise they would all have died. Jack frowned. A vein popped out on his cheek and he screamed in rage. Then he suddenly hit the main character in the face. Noah and Violet screamed in fear. Chris fell to the ground, shaking and raising his hand, claiming that everything was fine, although in reality the pain was severe. He raised his hand to his face, thinking that he should pretend to be helpless, and then said that it was all his own fault. Jack clenched his fist and started screaming in anger again, but at that moment someone stopped him. Matthew sternly stated that he understood the young man's feelings, but that continuing the conflict would lead to nothing good. The man leaned towards him and quietly whispered that they would deal with Chris and his team first and then finish the cleanup. After this, Matthew turned to the main character and apologized to him. He explained that Jack had no malicious intent and was simply overly emotional over the death of an old friend. However, Jack opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, declaring that this freak was definitely trying to deceive them. The protagonist fell face down on the ground, apologizing and claiming that he was to blame and not good enough. Mike, Noah, and Violet looked at Chris in shock. The hero trembled and said that if he were a little stronger and better, he could save not only Axel, but the whole world. He then placed the blade of the sword to his throat, declaring that he truly deserved to die and that he must pay with his own life. Noah and Violet screamed for Chris to stop and rushed towards him. The hero thought it was a great picture. He enjoyed watching people tremble when the situation became painful. Jack clenched his fist again and howled, but Matthew again ordered him to stop. Mateo adjusted his round glasses and remarked that it really was best to stop all of this now, adding that Chris was a vile and treacherous piece of trash. Jack looked at the young man in shock when he added that the protagonist had thus allegedly stolen his fiancée Violet from him. The young man glared at Chris, but the hero said he didn't even pay attention to it. Then Mike, Noah, and Violet walked up to the main character, who covered his face with his hand and apologized. At the same time, Mateo and Matthew stood calmly, but the expression of rage did not leave Jack's face. He gritted his teeth, not understanding what was going on and why he ended up being the one to blame. Then the young man remembered Chris's grin and thought that he was clearly mocking him. After that, Jack turned around and left. Meanwhile, the hero stuck out his tongue and thought with disdain that no one would believe this guy anyway. Then Matthew looked sternly at the protagonist. He noted to himself that he had previously wanted to kill him, but now he was seriously thinking about luring him to his side. Mike watched the thoughtful man from afar and frowned. Mateo, putting his hands in his trouser pockets, asked if Chris was happy. The young man in glasses chuckled and noted that everyone always covered for the main character, even when he was at fault. In response, Chris frowned and looked at Mateo with obvious displeasure. Then he rushed after Matthew and Jack. Chris's face showed anger as he watched him go. Then he turned away and spat out blood and thought it was a blatant provocation. At that moment, someone asked him if everything was okay. He looked up, told Mike everything was fine, and apologized for his mistake. In response, the man silently extended his hand to the protagonist. Chris closed his eyes and sobbed, thinking about how he could have led exactly this kind of luxurious life if he were a regressor like him. And suddenly, Violet picked up her lover's tooth. Chris turned around and froze in shock. And then suddenly his gaze became hard. He saw Violet crying, experiencing extreme rage, and he knew it was a disaster. The girl put the tooth in her pocket, and the hero himself bitterly realized that he had been mistaken in thinking that it was enough for him to simply avoid female company. Apparently, Chris was not allowed to touch anyone at all. He cleared his throat and tried to say something. However, a worried Violet immediately ran up to him. She looked at him with eyes full of tears and asked if everything was okay with him. Her eyes lit up ominously as she decided to avenge Chris, but the hero hastened to calm the girl down, saying that he was the only one to blame. Then he looked at the people by the wall and thought that if Violet had used magic now, he would have provoked that guy to attack in vain. However, since they had brought the ogres, it was now their turn to attack. Chris thought he needed another provocation. He looked at Mateo, who was watching them with obvious displeasure. The hero grinned slightly and decided that thanks to him, everything would go even easier than he expected. He opened his mouth in shock when he noticed the guys. Chris closed his eyes and hugged the girl, telling Violet that he was in pain. The girl looked at Chris with concern, and he smiled, hugging her and wondering if Mateo had enjoyed his little performance. At some point he staggered and lost his balance. Raising his head and feeling that he was falling backwards, the hero felt someone catch him. Violet put her arms around his waist and held his hand, then asked if he was okay. He looked at the girl with displeasure when she suggested that he lean on her even more, and noted to himself that this was wrong. However, Chris glanced sideways at the audience and thought that even if he had been cast as the heroine, the goal had still been achieved. Mateo was shaking with rage, chewing his handkerchief and trying to hold back his tears. Looking at him, the main character thought that he looked disgusting and like a man who had been robbed of his most precious possession. Chris decided that he was definitely jealous. The hero continued to play to the crowd, expecting Mateo to hit him. Then he cleared his throat and offered Violet his help. However, she narrowed her eyes, looked at him with displeasure, and said that she could handle it herself. Meanwhile, Matthew watched out of the corner of his eye as Mateo apologized for the misunderstanding, but at the same time gritted his teeth in irritation. The hero thought mockingly that he was shaking with anger, and if he had any self-control, he would never have treated Violet like that. The protagonist expected Mateo to hit him, but at that moment, monsters appeared with a roar, and the players grabbed their weapons. Matthew ordered everyone to take positions and prepare for attack. The hero then turned to the girl and asked her to go with Noah and deal with the monsters. He looked after Noah and thought that there were now about 20 meters between them. If he provokes Mateo and gets seriously stabbed, Noah will be able to stop the next attack, and Violet will be able to heal him with magic. He thought that if he was unlucky, he could use Mike's shield, and as for the monsters, the guys would be able to handle them just fine. Then the hero approached Mateo. He placed his hand on his shoulder, deciding that it was time to finally turn Mateo into a villain. Chris smiled ominously and asked if he was jealous of him. Then he grabbed the sword, and the hero thought with satisfaction that the performance had finally begun. However, Chris was soon shocked to receive a very serious injury from his opponent. He was in shock, the pain was unbearable, and only a few seconds had passed. Nevertheless, he realized that he had to endure this, because this was the only way he could get rid of the man. At that very moment, the young people tensed up, hearing some kind of rumble. Violet turned around despite the stream of monsters. Everyone was puzzled, not understanding whose scream they had just heard. Then Mateo shouted with a joyful smile that he had finally gotten rid of Chris. Chris clearly realized that there was too much pride in their voices for those who supposedly dealt with the weakest. However, Matthew froze in shock and angrily asked what nonsense he had just said. The man shouted joyfully that he had managed to deal with Chris, while Matthew was seething with rage as his plan was falling apart. Then he shouted that he was simply crazy, and the main character was pleased with what was happening because his own team had driven the enemy into a corner. Chris thought that this young man would probably destroy the rebellious squad and his team. Then he looked closely at his friend, realizing that it was now his turn. The hero realized that Mike had to stop him, otherwise his plan would fail. Meanwhile, the rest of the guys quickly ran to their wounded friend. Chris looked at his friends with joy, knowing that his dear people were running to him and could save him. He wanted them to heal him as soon as possible and was glad that everything was going according to plan. However, at that very moment, he was startled when Jack suddenly snuck up from behind. He shouted in rage that his comrade had done everything right, because it was he who had killed Axel. Chris froze in shock for a moment, not expecting someone to pierce him with a sword. The main character looked to the side in confusion and realized that blood was flowing down his back. He turned and looked at his killer in bewilderment, then coughed and collapsed at Violet's feet. She looked at what was happening in confusion, her lips trembling. The girl knelt down next to him, tears streaming down her cheeks, and she called out shrilly for Chris. She put her hand on his shoulder, and the hero, trembling, held back a scream, clenching his teeth. Noah and Matthew immediately rushed to him. At that moment, Matthew, waving his sword and cursing Mateo and Jack, decided to attack those who had ruined his plan. However, he soon found himself staring in amazement at an unexpected obstacle. He winced as his eyes met Mike's and their blades clashed. Matthew was thrown back, sweat streaming down his face and a frown on his face. Then he turned around and ran in the other direction. With a determined look on his face, Mike ordered Noah to take care of Violet and Chris. The young man, breathing heavily, turned and indicated that he understood the order. Jack looked at Mateo, who was holding the sword, and suggested that he take the chance and also escape. However, he refused, looked at the unconscious protagonist, and stated that he intended to finish him off, so Jack had better leave first. He didn't argue, but only said at the end that Axel would be happy in heaven and asked him to avenge them both. Violet was sobbing, covering her face with her hands, and seeing this, Mateo told his friend that he could rely on him. He immediately leaned over the leader's body and tried to bring him back to his senses, repeating that he could not die like this. They held hands. Noah remembered the ring and asked Violet to use a healing spell. Then the girl intertwined her fingers, closed her eyes, and asked Chris to heal her. The hero opened his eyes and his wounds glowed with golden light, quickly healing. He puffed out his cheeks, checking his teeth with his tongue, and noted with surprise that even the recently knocked out tooth had grown back. Violet smiled happily, and Noah stood with his mouth open, unable to believe that they had managed to save him. And then suddenly Noah turned around and frowned, seeing Mateo running away with 2 swords who was shouting death wishes at Chris. However, the guy simply raised his hand and stopped the fugitive with his palm. And then suddenly the main character's attention was drawn to jumping monsters. Violet stamped her foot hard, and the hero looked away, smiled ominously, and decided that the moment had come. A glowing dome of mana shield appeared above them. Chris stood up and thought with a smile that he hadn't expected anything else from Mike. Then suddenly Noah looked at his friend in bewilderment when he said that Violet was missing. The hero glanced down the dark corridor and decided that she had followed Jack. Then Noah hung his head guiltily, said that it was his fault that he should have come earlier, and apologized for not having helped in any way. But the hero stroked his hair and asked him not to worry about anything. He added that it was all his own carelessness that was to blame and that Violet would be fine. Noah tried to wipe away his tears with his hand, and Chris tried to calm him down, noting that with such a physique, crying was simply indecent. They sat on the floor away from Mateo's body. Noah was indignant that he was forbidden to cry, but the hero noticed that he was simply making too much noise. Then the hero closed his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that, despite the miscalculation, everything had ultimately turned out in their favor. Meanwhile, Jack was on the run and thought that Mateo had acted stupidly, and although he was grateful to him for avenging Axel, he did not want to deal with him anymore. He gritted his teeth in rage as he continued to run, thinking that he would have to team up with Matthew to deal with Mike and Chris. At that moment, a red beam of light hit his legs and he fell. Violet walked up behind Jack, and scarlet streams of magic erupted from her hands. She looked at him sadly and said that she would kill him quickly. Since there was no time, Jack decided that she had gone crazy. Tears came to his eyes and he screamed as she put her hand on his face. He didn't know what she was going to do. Then Violet used an airstrike and blood flew everywhere. She pressed her hand to her face, looking sadly at the sobbing boy, and asked if he was in pain. After which she added that Chris had suffered much more. She looked at the blood spatter on her clothes and said that he deserved even more punishment. Violet said that she had to kill him quickly, adding that she would only punish him lightly today, but that he should not do that again. She activated the air blast, then sat up and leaned thoughtfully over the body. She realized that Jack was dead. Meanwhile, already tied up, Mateo jerked and screamed. Noah put his foot on his back and tightened the rope. Mateo stated that his comrades had already dealt with Mike and would soon kill them too, but Chris only laughed in response. Then Mateo looked at him and said that no matter what anyone said, he still couldn't help but forgive Violet for not choosing him. In response, Chris told him that his comrades had abandoned him and fled, but Mateo pretended not to understand what they were talking about. And then the hero grinned evilly, clearly enjoying his reaction, and declared that Matthew had simply abandoned him. Then he ran his hand over the frightened boy's cheek and said that he was grateful to him for a lot. After that, he narrowed his eyes and added that it was thanks to him that he was able to get closer to Violet. Mateo couldn't believe he had been taken advantage of so cynically. His face contorted with rage. Then he opened his mouth and began shouting insults. Chris asked him why he was being so rude and pointed out that he was simply taking advantage of an opportunity he had given himself. He said that only death could save him from his own explosive nature, and therefore the right to decide whether to live or die belonged to him. Noah frowned in confusion and asked what he was actually going to do. The protagonist advised him to close his eyes, adding that he didn't want to kill the guy, but he didn't see any other way out. Chris said that at least once he should kill with his own hands, grinned and said that now this is the most rational way. Mateo sweated with excitement and shouted that he was crazy, but Chris simply closed his eyes, smiled happily, and mentally noted that he thought so too. Lying on the ground, the boy began to tremble and beg for mercy. The hero raised his spear above his head, thought that it was too late to hesitate, and mentally apologized to him. Then he lowered the spear and blood sprayed out. At that moment, he remembered the screams of people dying in pain and realized that this was not the first time he had taken someone's life. Chris thought that this time was no different from the previous ones. He just needed to remain calm and collected. He continued to grip the spear, striking, and thought that this death, like the previous ones, was inevitable and necessary. Then he looked at the pool of blood next to Mateo's head, quietly whispered "Amen," and realized he had just taken another life. At that moment, Noah pursed his lips and turned away. The hero said that if they hadn't killed him, they would have died themselves, and since he was able to do it, Noah would be able to come to terms with it more easily. Then Noah asked the protagonist if he was a Christian. He closed his eyes, smiled crookedly, and replied that he did not believe in God or anything like that. Looking at the system window with a smile, Chris thought that everything was just like on Earth. Experience was awarded even for killing people. Then the young man looked questioningly at Chris, turning to him. The hero turned around, looked over his shoulder, and told Noah not to die under any circumstances. After this, Chris walked forward with the young man. He raised his eyebrows, turned to him and asked if he was still thinking about his specialization, advising him to choose the coolest one. Suddenly, the hero's thoughts were interrupted by the cry of Violet, who was running after him. She threw herself into his arms, tears streaming down her face. Chris smiled kindly and hugged her back. Then she began to sob and ask if he was hurt again and if he was okay, after which she began to cry even harder. The girl folded her hands in front of her face, raised her eyebrows and smiled, saying that it was good that he was okay. Suddenly, Noah intervened in their conversation, looking down at her with displeasure and asking where she had even been since she had just returned. The hero realized that she needed help, looked at her and, smiling, asked a leading question, assuming that she had gone to help Mr. Mike. Violet's eyes widened in horror. She clasped her hands and screamed that she had no interest in this man at all. She bit her finger nervously and grabbed her hair with her other hand, trembling with excitement. She said that she was very angry and did not notice how it all happened. The girl lowered her head in apology, and Noah raised his eyebrows in surprise and began to apologize as well, saying that he understood what she wanted to say. The guy began to look around worriedly, saying that he had also wanted to run after him then, adding that he understood the girl's feelings. Then the main character approached her, not understanding why this girl was apologizing so much. He put his hand on her head, and she opened her eyes wide, tears immediately pouring out. Chris hugged the girl and repeated that everything was fine, but in his mind, he called her a time bomb, deciding to definitely treat her later. Violet covered her face with her hands, closed her eyes, and continued to sob quietly. The guy looked at the girl awkwardly and asked her to stop, while Noah stood next to him with a thoughtful expression on his face. Then the main character turned to him and asked him to come over and carefully move it away. The young man just smiled slightly, raised his eyebrows, and laughed. Chris was amazed by his reaction and thought that this had been his plan. At that moment, someone's voice called out to them, and the heroes turned to the man who was approaching them. Mike stopped in front of them, his body covered in bruises, but he was smiling softly. Then the young man turned his head and asked where the others were. Chris stood in front of him and calmly said that it was he who killed them. But what happened to Matthew was much more important. Then Noah and Violet looked in surprise at the main character, who folded his arms across his chest and smiled slightly. Mike noted that everything worked out well because he was still an enemy. Chris raised his hand to his chin, smiled slightly, and noted that he had already thought the same thing. Mike then said that they did the right thing and that there would be many more such brutal cases in the future. He frowned and said that no one would judge them for such decisions. He did not know if his words would help, but he wished them all to overcome everything. The protagonist thought that with these words, he took on a great responsibility just to make Violet feel better. Then Mike raised his hand and asked the hero if everything was okay after being wounded. He replied that everything was fine. He looked at the ring and, smiling, said that if it were not for this ring that he gave him, he would have already died. Chris smiled softly as he looked at Mike, saying that he would never forget this kindness. The young man was surprised by this reaction, raised his finger to his face and smiled good-naturedly, and the hero noticed that he was sincerely happy. Then Mike waved his hand and said that everyone was tired, and it was better to go to the nearest place to rest. The hero looked at him and thought that now in the future, the four of them would maintain good relations, at least outwardly. Then he felt drowsiness creeping over him as he imagined himself riding in a safe and comfortable bus. Chris raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that they all did well and called them his treasures. Later, the boys found themselves in a dark room where candles were slowly burning in the chandelier and a fire was blazing on the floor. Noah added branches to the fire, and Violet held her hands out to warm herself. The protagonist turned to Mike, who immediately addressed him, listening attentively. Chris had firewood in his hands. He spoke enthusiastically about receiving new specializations. The hero said that this time he was given a wide choice, so he would like to consult. The young man brought up a status window and was offered several options: Summoner, Spearman, Dark Mage, Alchemist, and Pyromaniac. The protagonist thought with a grin that this time they were still of a rare level. The guy noticed that he was worried that something like a scammer would happen. Chris said he would read the spec descriptions first and start with Summoner, a class for which the spec was considered rare. The description stated that a representative of this specialization does not fight personally, but rather fights with the help of familiars, spirits, and animals. Chris threw his head back and smiled, thinking that this was the option he liked best. Someone would fight for it. Solid and comfortable. Next came the Spearman, a rare spec that was suited for mid-range combat and combined magic and a spear. After that, he said that the Dark Mage was next. Mike's face changed. His eyebrows frowned. The status of this specialization was also rare. It was suitable for long-range combat and dark magic, since its source was demonic power. Then the young man raised his hand to his chin and said that only the Alchemist and the Pyromancer remained. The Alchemist was considered rare. Representatives of this specialization rarely fought directly, but studied magical chemistry. Then Chris looked at Mike, who was sitting next to him, and asked him what he thought about it. The guy looked at him apologetically, then raised his hand to his chin and noticed that the hero's mana level was not particularly high, and he himself was a spearman. However, he himself was well aware that Mr. Chris was simply terrible at handling a spear, and such a fight was definitely not for him. The guy continued, saying that the situation with the Pyromancer was similar. High mana consumption was too risky, and the Dark Mage also raised doubts. So Mike advised them to think between Summoner and Alchemist, and Chris, smiling, said that he was also leaning towards that. He figured the world had a medieval fantasy setting, meaning crazy religious groups would want to put the Dark Wizard on a pitchfork. Then Mike reminded that even maintaining a summoned creature requires a significant expenditure of mana. He added that with a high level of intelligence, the Alchemist would be much more suitable for the hero, as he would have access to unique forms of summoning. In the future, he will be able to create homunculi that will be extremely useful in battle. And then Chris looked down, thinking that he needed a break, because out of excitement he started talking too much. However, he also saw that he had before him a rare specialization, inaccessible to everyone. The young man understood that the priestesses specialized in healing magic, but even the sacred power at their disposal had its limits. If it's a truly rare specialization, potions can become essential items. Then Noah, without looking up at his friends, asked threateningly what they were even talking about. He then looked closely at the young men and confidently declared that their comrade should choose the Dark Magician. The boys were taken aback for a moment, as they had not expected such a turn of events. Mike, in turn, firmly said that their friend was obliged to choose an alchemist. And just a moment later, a heated argument broke out between the young people again. Noah joyfully shouted that he just had to imagine how a man would exterminate monsters with the help of dark magic. However, Mike did not want to make such a choice, as he understood perfectly well the attitude of those around him. Then Noah noticed that their friend was actually kind and not at all suited to the role of a dark magician, and would look very impressive. Mike was confused and said that a dark magician should stay in the shadows and no one should choose this path. At that moment, the dispute flared up with renewed vigor, and everyone insisted on their position. The young men were puzzled, but continued to watch the altercation. The protagonist sighed heavily, realizing that he should not have brought up the topic at all. He didn't know how to stop his friends because their argument had reached its limit. Then they turned to Violet at the same time and asked her for advice. They persistently asked her whose side she would be on. Violet thought for a moment and admitted that she couldn't choose between the options. She noted with embarrassment that an alchemist must rely on his mind, and added that in such a guise he would look very charming. However, imagining that her lover would become a dark magician and use the power of darkness, she froze in embarrassment. And then Chris thought that he himself could not make a decision, since he understood the riskiness of the specialization of a dark magician. At that moment, Mike came closer to the hero, called him by name, and took something out from behind his back. He took out a brightly shining artifact and said that if the protagonist chooses this specialization, he will give the item to him. The hero cried out in surprise. In his hands was a red book with golden magical seals from Ramus Tucker, Introduction to Alchemy. Mike raised his eyebrows and asked what the hero would say now, since he obviously wanted to study this book. And then Chris's mouth dropped open in amazement, realizing that it was impossible to refuse such an offer. However, Noah frowned, turned to Mike, and declared that it was not a gift at all, but a bribe, and that it was low to do so. Mike looked at the book in his hands and explained that it was a heroic-level item that he himself was unable to use. Chris looked at his friend with a smirk, realizing that it was difficult for him to justify himself, since the items were not so easy to find in this area. He didn't know if it was a coincidence that their dear friend's inventory seemed to return with him, or if there was a store somewhere that they couldn't reach. Finally, Mike couldn't take it anymore and loudly declared that he intended to choose the alchemist's specialty. Noah didn't hesitate either and immediately shouted for him to choose the dark magician. Violet decided to support her lover and said that he should choose what he likes the most. The hero sighed heavily, realizing that he had to think everything through carefully. And in the end, Chris was going to support his regressor friend. Then he smiled and said that he had chosen the alchemist after all, noting that it was not about the book at all, but about his own balanced decision. Noah was shocked by his friend's choice, but he could no longer change anything, and Violet was immensely happy for her lover. At that very moment, the main character Chris changed his specialization, and then he was told that he had chosen the right path. Moreover, the system's representatives expressed hope that he would be able to understand the alchemical works of the great alchemist. Chris thought for a moment, still believing that he could understand at least part of the book's content. However, the next second, the young man was amazed to notice that his friend was literally beaming with happiness and joy. The hero looked at Mike and realized that he had now become truly useful to him. He understood perfectly well that from now on he was his investment, a kind of stock, listed as a future great alchemist. At that very moment, the young man congratulated his friend on his right choice and presented him with a valuable book. The protagonist accepted the gift with a smile in return, but he still felt awkward about constantly receiving something from him. Chris then stated that he would do his best to live up to his expectations. At the same time, he was well aware that his value would inevitably reach its limit, and he hoped that Mike would continue to invest in him. That same evening, the young man quietly leafed through a new book while the rest of his friends slept. However, the hero was puzzled. He knew that he didn't have any equipment yet, which meant that it was impossible to fully use the specialization. Chris also realized that equipment and catalysts would be required, and the specialization itself would be quite expensive. He had a lot of money to spend, so he decided to try to somehow combine it with the magic he had been using so far. At this time, Mike looked at his friend in surprise and asked why he hadn't gone to bed yet. Chris winced and replied that he hadn't slept yet. He looked at the book with a joyful smile and explained that there was a lot of new information in it that he needed to understand. Then the hero looked closely at his friend, who looked so pleased that it began to irritate him a little. Then Chris noticed that they hadn't completed the survival quest yet. He added that the environment leaves much to be desired. Mike responded by agreeing, saying he felt the same way and suggested that if they moved further tomorrow, they might find some clues. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately realized that there was most likely no danger of meeting the boss, and assumed that the exit was already somewhere nearby. He wanted to see the continent that was mentioned in the introductory briefing. Chris knew they were going to a place where only a few survivors could reach. Meanwhile, one man with a satisfied grin reported that they had managed to find them. He said that now they have a shield and a sword that will replace that man. Although they haven't yet reached the true stage of this place, they have certainly taken a confident step forward. After some time, the young people went in search of a way out. They moved slowly along the narrow tunnel, maintaining a casual conversation and even joking with each other. Mike kept telling various jokes. Chris was slightly confused by their jokes, while Noah laughed very loudly. Chris looked at Violet and asked her if she really thought these jokes were funny, but she said they were really stupid. However, the young man noticed that the atmosphere between them had become much more relaxed. At first, everyone was focused only on getting out of this hell. However, now the hero was glad that they had become true friends. Violet, in turn, noticed a small grin on the protagonist's face. Then she couldn't resist and also gave her lover a tender smile. Chris knew full well that being part of the repressor squad was really cool. After a while, the young people stopped, amazed by the sight of the huge door in front of them. However, they soon realized that this was the way out. Chris, looking at Mike, who was looking at the door with a grin, also realized that this was the exit in front of them. He was glad that everything went smoothly, but he was puzzled why his friends were looking at each other so intently. Suddenly, the young men shuddered. Their comrades suddenly rushed to the door leading to an unknown world. Another second, and the huge doors opened right in front of them. A moment later, the young people found themselves in a strange place again and were stunned again. Chris was confused for a second, not understanding where they were and whether this meant that they had not yet made it outside. Confused, they approached the large magic circle in the center of the room. After a few moments, it became clear that they had activated a mandatory rare-level quest, a cleanup. Noah let out a surprised cry when he noticed another door on the opposite side. The young man immediately ran up to her, but when he tried to open the door, it didn't even budge, so Chris told his friend not to touch anything. Chris was puzzled and didn't know what to do. He saw that the boss was not in front of them, but the circle clearly served as a hint. A moment later, the hero looked at Mike with bewilderment and noticed that he was at the same time at a loss. Then he walked up to the circle and applied some force. Then the protagonist realized that they should have just poured mana into this circle. Mike explained that he decided to try this method just in case, and, as it turned out, the decision was the right one. Chris watched him closely and realized that he was literally burning his reincarnation. A few moments later, the young people looked at each other happily, seeing that the mandatory rare-level quest had been completed. Chris looked closely at his friend and could tell from his expression that he had finally done everything he wanted. But then, as he continued to look at it, he felt that soon everything would begin for real. Nevertheless, the young people looked into the distance with admiration. They understood that if you abstract from all the hell they had experienced, then such an ending could be called beautiful in its own way. And then the boys suddenly shuddered, noticing a bright glow. It was so bright that they even had to close their eyes to avoid going blind. At the same moment, they were informed that the training had been successfully completed. However, Chris was confused because he did not understand who was standing in front of him. At that moment, the girl announced that she was in charge of the training dungeon and also held the position of deputy head of the Sinev Guild. Then, smiling at the young men, she introduced herself, saying that her name was Caitlin. Afterwards, she added that it was a great honor for her to meet them all. The protagonist was stunned when he saw her. Although the girl looked quite friendly, something told him that everything was not so simple. Meanwhile, Noah quickly ran up to her and demanded an explanation, asking if it was really she who locked them in that place. The girl said that she was the deputy head of the Independent Guild of the Holy Empire, founded in honor of the goddess Benegor. Besides, this year she was in charge of the training dungeon. Their guild was also summoned to this world and they went through the same trials. According to her, they arrived in a similar place before them, but still could not understand why they were called to this land. The girl then said that their task was to get the young people out and also to rescue the survivors who were still inside. She also added that the guild would help them with training and adaptation to the new environment of the continent where they would now be living. Looking at the young man, she also noted that they would be provided with housing. Caitlin went on to explain that the dungeon doors only open for a few days and the reason for this is unknown to them. A moment later, she announced that she had to get them out as quickly as possible and that she intended to discuss all the details upon arrival. The girl then turned to her friend and asked him to begin searching for survivors inside while she escorted the young people to the base. Chris looked at her carefully and at the same time used his power, intending to test her abilities and growth limits. The hero noted that her characteristics were impressive. If she wanted to, she could kill them all, and yet he did not understand why she was so friendly. While he was watching what was happening, he did not notice any negative reactions from his friends, and the title of Ideal Mediator did not seem bad to him. So Chris decided that there was no reason to worry. He realized that at the beginning, she essentially didn't care whether people died or not. Chris noticed that the rescue work was going faster than he expected. However, it was only a matter of time before the people from the camp were brought out. However, this no longer had much significance for him, since he was thinking first and foremost about his own life. A moment later, the young man was amazed as he stepped into a new world. He saw the bright sun and beautiful birds and could not hide his surprise. Like his friends, the hero felt joy that they had managed to survive. This is exactly the feeling that came over them when they saw the beautiful light. Caitlin smiled and remarked that they were lucky today, as the griffin was a rare species and it was not often that one could see it. However, Noah did not hesitate and quickly headed towards the merchant, wanting to buy something tasty. Caitlin assumed that they were probably very hungry. She then added that she was going to set the table for them, but if they wanted to eat right now, she would buy everything for them herself. Noah was delighted by these words and loudly invited his friends to have a snack with him. But Chris told his friend that he didn't want anything. At that moment, the hero turned his gaze to Mike. He noticed that he was thinking about something, but he didn't understand what exactly was bothering him. Then the main character approached him and called out. After a few seconds, he saw that his friend still looked thoughtful and worried about something. Chris then expressed hope that everything would work out well for them in the future. At the same time, he was a little worried and understood that after everything they had experienced together, the man should not leave him. Chris looked at him carefully, intending to do his best and at the same time not wanting his friend to leave him. Mike then responded with a beaming smile and expressed hope for the same. After some time, the young people went to the guild base. The hero sat by the window, silently warming himself and enjoying the warmth. He felt comfortable both mentally and physically, although he felt a little awkward about being treated this way. Suddenly, Caitlin asked how they managed to clear the dungeon so quickly. She explained that it usually takes about 6 months. The girl explained that there were other training dungeons, and that their holy empire controlled several similar places. Then she looked closely at the young people and promised to tell them everything in more detail later. She also said that people of different nationalities lived in the empire, and each had its own recruitment site and training system. Caitlin admitted that it was forbidden to ask about the events inside the dungeon, but she was very curious how they managed to clear it out so quickly. She expressed surprise that a team of 4 young people could achieve such a result. Mike then said that they had been through a lot, but success was possible thanks to everyone's contribution. Noah reported that there was a camp set up by their faithful comrade, thanks to whom they were able to gather all the survivors in one place. The girl looked at the young people in surprise, realizing that they were truly amazing. At that very moment, Chris finally understood everything. He realized why she was showing such kindness towards them. The hero came to the conclusion that this is roughly what the reaction to those who barely survived in the dungeon should look like. However, their case was completely different. They not only completed the dungeon in record time, but also created a shelter for the survivors. Chris realized that Caitlin represented a large organization that was looking to hire them. Moreover, he noticed that Mike was acting like a sly fox when he talked about their achievements, while his friend pretended not to attach any importance to it. He emphasized their successes and thereby increased their value, since the very fact of participating in the cleanup squad meant that they would easily adapt. The protagonist realized that being part of the regressor squad was the best thing that could have happened to them. At that very moment, the young man was amazed when he saw the guild base with his own eyes. Then Caitlin invited them inside. The hero was shocked, as he realized that this was not even the main headquarters of the guild. Chris knew that he could gradually find out Mike's plans for the future and that wherever they went, their path would be strewn with flowers. However, when the young people entered, they were amazed by the lavish reception and immediately understood what was happening. The guild members loudly proclaimed that their organization was the best on the continent and joyfully welcomed the newcomers. Chris was momentarily frightened, thinking that the monsters had appeared again, but soon realized that everything was completely different. Caitlin said that they must be very tired, so they could go to the banquet hall first since dinner was already prepared. The main character looked at her carefully. He did not understand why she personally was involved in such matters. Looking around, Chris noted that everything looked majestic and luxurious, and yet all this seemed too pretentious to him. However, noticing the envious glances of strangers and hearing the less than pleasant words addressed to them, the hero felt a slight sense of bewilderment. It seemed that many were clearly unhappy with the appearance of our heroes here. A few minutes later, the young people found themselves in a luxurious banquet hall. Without wasting any time, they immediately began to eat. One of the first, of course, was Noah, who immediately grabbed a chicken leg and began to eat it. Chris, looking at the table, noted that everything looked expensive, and every detail seemed to scream about the guild's immeasurable wealth. He understood that their desire to make a good impression deserved respect, but he had doubts about the guild itself. The young man believed that the organization was going too far by forcing the deputy head to personally do the dirty work. Chris sighed heavily, realizing that he had no hard evidence to prove he was right. However, the hero soon froze, noticing that the spoon in front of him was too light and probably not made of pure gold. At that moment, Caitlin asked their names, and the young people openly stated their names and specialties. The protagonist, in turn, looked at her carefully, introduced himself, and said that he was an alchemist. However, the girl said that she understood, after which she clarified whether this was really her second choice of specialization. The young man was surprised by this reaction, as he did not expect it. Then he looked at Mike, because it was he who advised him to choose the path of an alchemist. The hero realized that his friend wanted to turn him into a potion production line, and under other circumstances he would not have done so. Chris, in turn, realized that he had to trust his friend, since alchemy could help them in the future. After a while, Noah joyfully exclaimed that all the food was very tasty. He was sincerely pleased, because they had not eaten hot food for a long time. He added with a smile that his grandmother always said there was no such thing as a free lunch, but right now he was so hungry that he didn't care. At this point, Mike expressed gratitude for the reception and noted that they had nothing to complain about. However, he emphasized that such kindness still seemed suspicious and asked whether they were being so kind because they needed them. Caitlin replied that they were truly wonderful people, but she quickly realized that the young men had seen through their true intentions. The girl looked at them carefully and said that their guild wanted to see them in its ranks. Chris looked at her intently, wanting to hear specific suggestions. Although he already understood much of it, he was surprised when Mike remarked that the offer sounded attractive and that he would like to know more details. The girl said that she would tell everything, but for a complete understanding, she intended to start with the backstory. The protagonist became slightly wary as he realized that his friend was eager to learn more after noticing the ostentatious luxury. Chris was aware that his comrade was a regressor, and therefore could take a special interest in the guild, feeling that there was something to gain from it. He looked at Mike with irritation, noticing that he was nodding too much for a man who was supposedly going to take advantage of opportunities. Chris wondered if this guild had anything that could influence his friend. What irritated him most was that he couldn't understand what exactly his friend was thinking. However, the young man realized that Mike could well have been an ordinary victim of circumstances. The hero admitted that in his past life he had been a miserable slave of a poor guild, and yet he did not understand why he was eager to return to them again. Chris also realized that his friend was too kind for his own good, since it was he who created the entire camp for survivors. Then the main character looked at his good friend with a predatory grin. He understood that now he was next to him. He never divided what belonged to him and would not allow anyone to take away anything valuable from him. He wanted the man to trust no one but himself, and then he would make his life truly golden. Chris intended to take care of him and make sure he never went into the red. Meanwhile, Caitlin, looking at the young people, began to explain the structure of their world. She said that in the lands known as the continent, in addition to the Holy Empire, there also existed the Republic and the United Kingdom. Besides these states, there are several other countries and one kingdom that adhere to neutrality. She added that the continent is inhabited by both indigenous peoples and settlers from Earth, who were previously considered outsiders. They have a rather complicated relationship, although they try to get along. Chris sighed heavily, realizing that people in this world and on Earth were almost no different from each other. Meanwhile, Caitlin continued, explaining that in addition to their guild, there are other independent guilds and clans that have autonomous rights. However, in exchange for this freedom, they enter into an agreement with their country and undertake to provide military assistance in the event of war. The girl then said that the training dungeon through which everyone is tested opens regularly once a year. At present, in the Holy Empire, control over education has been transferred to foreigners. Upon completion of the training, the guild in charge of the current year is given the right to be the first to meet the cleanup team. With a smile, Caitlin noted that it was their guild that greeted their squad. Hearing this, Noah asked in surprise if this meant that they were now joining their guild, and the girl was slightly confused. Caitlin explained that the guild was a kind of company, and they acted as applicants who would have to negotiate working conditions and pay. At that moment, the girl smiled and added that this hall and all the food served were a kind of gift for them. Chris looked at her carefully, realizing that she was too straightforward and could hardly have organized all this ostentatious luxury. His instinct told him the guild was in dire straits. Then the young man looked at her intently and asked her to clarify what place their guild currently occupied in the Holy Empire. The girl was clearly taken by surprise by such a question. The hero wanted her to explain the reason for their despair herself. With a heavy sigh, Caitlin admitted that their guild was a representative of the Holy Empire, but it could not be called large. Caitlin explained that this happened due to external circumstances that they could not influence. She then exclaimed that she was asking them to consider the prospects. The conditions and pay they were willing to offer would be no worse than in other guilds. Chris sighed heavily, thinking that he understood her, but at the same time he realized that their guild was on the verge of collapse. The hero realized that the guild was trying its best to look attractive in the eyes of newcomers, as if covering every corner with gold. However, he understood that these were their own problems. Chris wanted Mike to turn on his head and realize that they were being misled. But after some thought, the young man suddenly declared that the proposal sounded good. Mike noted that it might be difficult for them to give a definitive answer right now, but he didn't see anything wrong with listening to the guild's terms. Mike looked closely at Chris and asked if he shared the same opinion. He was a little confused, but confirmed that his friend was right. However, inside he was seething with anger. He understood that despite what he had experienced, the man was a regressor and would not act without reason. The hero looked carefully at everyone present and wondered if they could be of use to them. At that moment, he realized that his assumptions were probably correct, and yet he remained puzzled, not understanding why Mike was literally beaming. Then the young man realized that in his past life, the man was not just a protector of the guild. He was the one who moved the continent forward, striving to become the local shield, while the rest were just guild members. Chris guessed that the man was a guild leader in his past life, since, if you think about it, he was a legendary player. Chris understood that it would be extremely strange if his comrade did not become a major figure in the future. He had no doubt that he would have had a huge impact on the pathetic guild that was on the verge of collapse. He was well aware that the higher the position, the more benefits it brings, and therefore assumed that the man was eager to return to the guild. Meanwhile, Caitlin thanked everyone present for their attention and added that they should rest. Violet smiled and asked Chris if he liked the meatballs, noting that next time she would cook them for him herself. The young man replied that he would look forward to her dish. He himself reflected that his comrade had probably returned to the guild for one reason. He wanted all the talented guys to be able to take important positions in the declining organization. He was a little surprised, as he had not expected the young man to have thought things through so far. The hero understood that Mike had everything under control from the very beginning. However, he still wanted to follow his friends because he realized that this guild could become a very tasty prey for them. After some time, Caitlin handed the young people the keys to the rooms. She also added that if they had any inconvenience, they could call her and she would come. At that moment, Chris thanked her with a smile. The girl was surprised because she did not expect such a reaction. However, he still hoped that she would remember him in a good light. The hero looked closely at his friends, realizing that this number now belonged to him, and still asked what they planned to do next. The next moment, Chris was confused because he didn't understand why everyone was looking at him so intently. He noticed Mike silently asking him what he thought of the place. The hero was puzzled because he did not want to be asked such questions with just a look. He would prefer to hear them out loud. Then Chris smiled and invited his friend to come inside to talk quietly. He agreed without hesitation. A moment later, the young people were looking around the beautiful room with admiration. Noah was absolutely thrilled that the room even had a bed and towels. Chris invited Mike to sit down where he would be comfortable. He noticed that his friend was very nervous, not knowing what answer he would hear. Then the main character, looking around at everyone present, said that his words might sound inappropriate. However, he said he never thought he would face such treatment. Chris smiled and added that he felt like a VIP, something he was not used to at all, but would like to get used to. The guys were still worried, as they assumed that signing a contract could turn into a complete headache. Mike looked at his friends and noted that they were currently being recruited and that other guilds would probably do the same. He added that they don't yet know what exactly they might be offered, but since they are really needed, they will certainly be given a reward. Chris looked at his friend carefully, considering him a naive person, incapable of seeing beyond the obvious, but he admitted out loud that he was right. Their friends excitedly asked them which guild they were going to join. They wanted to hear the answer from him, and the guy thought for a moment, realizing that their future directly depended on his words. Then he looked at Mike and noticed that the place didn't seem so bad to him. However, he immediately added that they should think everything through carefully, since they had nothing to lose anyway. Mike was surprised and emphasized that it was necessary to take all factors into account, since their decisions would directly determine their future. The protagonist saw that their precious friend looked weak on the outside, but he was a regressor and knew the future. Chris understood perfectly well that joining the guild could be a key step to a young man's success in this life. After a short conversation, the guy said that it was time for him to go to his room, and Chris looked closely at Mike as he left. He knew they needed to sort out the proposal first, but he was confused and didn't understand why his friend looked so depressed. The young man hoped that once everything was completed, he would be entrusted with an important post. A moment later, Mike was already opening his chambers with a key. Then he quietly entered his room. There was a bright orange sunset outside, shining through the window. He slowly walked to the window, deep in thought. At that moment, memories from his past life overwhelmed him. He saw his subordinate in front of him, whom he looked at with a confused expression on his face, unable to utter a word. The girl, with tears in her eyes, asked for forgiveness for her actions, declaring that she would fight to the end. Then he suddenly remembered another terrible event, when he was accused of killing Violet. Caitlin screamed that they had to defend an empire that was killing its own citizens. At the same time, she realized that the situation had reached a dead end, since the masked people were again near them. She realized that humanity would soon perish. The girl then asked the guild leader for forgiveness and committed suicide right in front of him. The guy was shocked by everything that happened. He couldn't believe his eyes, since there wasn't a single living soul left around. Unable to bear it any longer, Mike lowered his head and began to tremble. He sighed heavily and mentally asked his friends for forgiveness. And then suddenly the image of a mysterious man in a white mask appeared in his mind. Mike recoiled from the window in horror, as if he had seen a nightmare come true. However, he soon managed to regain his breathing. He knew that this time he would definitely save them. But these memories left an indelible mark on him. A moment later, the guy came to his senses. He knew that this time everything would be different. Now he had support. Mike knew he had no choice, as he didn't want to go through the same horrible nightmare again. The man believed that this time he would definitely succeed. Soon morning came to the empire. Sunlight was shining through the windows of the house. Early in the morning, Chris came out of the bathroom, changed his clothes, and got ready for a new day. A minute later, the main character had already put on his jacket and was getting ready to go out. Meanwhile, Violet held tightly to the door handle on the other side. Suddenly, the door opened. The girl noticed Chris and, jumping back from the door, excitedly asked if he had slept well. Chris asked, confused, if she had really been waiting for him, and the girl explained that she wanted to go with him to the interview. Violet then hugged Chris's hand and remarked affectionately that he still smelled nice today. Soon, all the boys came into the waiting room, and after a while, the door opened, and the servant immediately looked out, calling Mike. Passing his friends, Mike said he was going inside. Everyone wished him luck, and the hero himself mentally noted that it would have been better if this had been a group interview. Hearing applause from the next room, the hero wondered if this was really an interview or if they were conducting some kind of test. After a while, Mike came out and sat down next to them. Violet was called next, and the girl quickly left. Hearing the loud applause again, Chris began to sweat and mentally noted that he hated this feeling. After some time, the girl left the room without any strong emotions on her face. After her, they called Noah. Hearing more applause, the hero's spirits were completely crushed. Chris noted that he felt as if he was about to be stripped naked. Before he was summoned, the hero mentally noted that at least now his stats were significantly higher than before. As Chris entered the hall, he noted to himself that he also had mana, which Noah did not, so he believed he should be accepted at about his level. Suddenly, a bright light blinded Chris's face, and the hero was a little shocked by what he saw. Before him stood a commission of many people. Among them were young girls, stately older men, and also dissatisfied middle-aged men. Looking at Chris, the older man asked if it was true that his specialty was an alchemist. Chris answered in the affirmative, then added that he started out as a mage. But when the second choice opened up, he chose an alchemist. The hero added that the alchemist mage branch seemed quite acceptable to him, so he decided not to develop the regular mage branch. The older man then raised his hand and remarked that since Chris was still young and inexperienced, he should understand that an alchemist mage was not the best choice. The old man asked how much mana he had, and the hero replied that his magical power was 8. At that moment, the man laughed and noted that this was not a very high figure, considering that he had already chosen a specialization several times. Chris explained that his mana didn't grow as quickly as his intelligence, but he didn't have time to finish because he was interrupted again. Chris was furious when he saw that he was not even given a chance to prove himself, so Caitlin said that she wanted to tell him about the terms of the contract. However, the man intervened and clarified that all the conditions would only be valid if he joined with the others. The guy was shocked, as he did not expect such a thing. At that moment, those present began to argue among themselves. Chris, remaining silent, just stood to the side and listened to their conversations. He cast a heavy glance at everyone present and used his power. The hero thought with anger that they really thought he was an idiot. He saw that there was no skill similar to the Soul Eye skill in the description. Therefore, they couldn't know that his potential was below average. He then wondered if these were the final terms, and Caitlin informed him that the guild also provided various types of insurance. She added that they provide jobs, support in matters of marriage and childbirth, and also provide various equipment and guarantees. Caitlin also mentioned additional conditions, but most of those present thought that this was too generous for the young man. The hero was glad that he had not been treated too badly. He was impressed that she showed respect and remained sincere until the very end. However, he understood that the problem lay with those standing behind her, since they were all sure that the dungeon had been cleared out by other guys. Chris was perplexed. because he knew that everything they were talking about was complete nonsense. He understood that the comradeship that had endured through life and death was no longer considered necessary. The protagonist was sure that such situations happened quite often, and it was certainly not uncommon for cleanup teams to break up. He admitted that other groups might break up due to transfers to other guilds or personal circumstances, but he knew that this was impossible for them. In his mind's eye, he saw Noah, who couldn't simultaneously claim that money rules the world and at the same time switch to another guild. The hero knew that Violet would never refuse to meet him. He was sure that Mike would not disown him. He realized that it was impossible to even imagine such a thing. Chris knew very well that they were much closer to each other and their bond was much stronger than the guild members thought. Although what was happening irritated him to the extreme, he realized that if this was the case, then it would even be to his advantage to be underestimated even more. Then Chris looked at everyone present and said that he had not yet made a final decision, but their conditions were really good. In response, the man agreed, noting that no other guild would offer a novice alchemist better conditions. He also said that if he influenced the rest of the group, the conditions could become even more favorable. Chris responded by saying that he would think about the proposal, but the man was taken aback, as he clearly had not expected such an answer. The hero then added that he was currently in a very positive mood, but would like to have some time to think everything over. In response, the man noted that he would like to hear the decision as soon as possible because the demonstration begins next week. The hero thought for a moment, realizing that they might receive offers from other guilds, and then Caitlin couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at him to stop. She then handed him their guild brochure and the original contract, explaining that he should read the documents while he thought about it. The man looked at Chris with irritation, seeing arrogance in him, but at the same time he understood that the future of their guild looked very unclear. The hero realized that there was no point in reading this contract now. He knew that in a few days its contents could change dramatically. The guy understood that the proposed conditions seemed incredible to a newcomer. The guild was ready to offer him such a large sum. However, he was irritated by the fact that he was perceived as a burden, because if their situation was so dire, they should be less picky. The guys looked at Chris happily and said that they had been received very warmly, so they decided that all the guild members were good people. Mike noted that this was quite a risky move for the guild, and they were likely feeling pressure to successfully recruit them. The guys then looked at Chris and noted that the conditions were better than in other guilds, but they were still waiting for his final word. The protagonist turned his gaze to his friend, realizing that Noah and Violet would not betray him, and that the problem was only with Mike. He noticed that he wasn't even trying to hide his feelings, openly sympathizing with the guild and just as openly rushing them to respond. After all, rather than acting independently, it would be far wiser to lead an existing organization. The hero understood that if he were to begin his journey, it would be better to sit on the head of a snake than to be content with the tail of a dragon. At that moment, the guy said that they needed to think everything over again carefully. Mike was taken aback and asked if he really didn't like the guild. The hero sighed again and explained that that was not the issue at all. Then he added that, in his opinion, they should raise the reward amount. The guys were stunned, as they did not immediately understand what was being discussed. Mike was also confused, not expecting such a turn of events. However, he soon grinned and remarked that he seemed to understand what his comrade was getting at. Chris exchanged a predatory smile with him as they both thought about the upcoming demonstration. The guild has already exercised its right to negotiate. From now on, they are obliged to allow other guilds to personally evaluate their abilities. It was their team that cleared the dungeon in record time, which means offers are sure to come. Then the main character smiled and said that they should demonstrate their power once again, and in the most obvious way possible. At that moment, Violet screamed, as she did not want to let go of her lover. The guy smiled and assured them that he would stay with them because he sincerely wanted to. Mike also smiled and remarked that although they met by fate under strange circumstances, he also wanted to stay close to them. Chris turned away from his friends with a satisfied grin, realizing that they would have to stick close to him because he intended to make a lot of money. Noah looked happily at his friends, agreed with them, and even suggested celebrating with a drink. The hero then looked at Violet and said that she should also prepare herself properly. She hugged him tenderly and replied that she agreed. However, soon, slightly embarrassed, she asked him to go on a date with her, adding that she would study hard. The guy was surprised and suggested rescheduling the date for after the demonstration, since he himself needed to do some studying. The girl looked away and quietly stated that in that case she would not study. And Chris sighed heavily, because he knew that she had always been distinguished by obedience. However, a moment later he finally agreed, And at that very moment, Violet literally blossomed with happiness. Then the main character suggested that the whole group go for a walk. The guys were surprised, as they had not expected such an offer. Noah quietly remarked to his friend that they shouldn't ruin the atmosphere of the lovers, but Chris began to convince them. The girl meanwhile turned around and looked intently at the others. Then Chris looked at her carefully and asked if she really wanted to have fun with him, despite the current situation. Violet replied that studying could wait because being with him was much more important to her. Then Chris, sighing heavily, said that was fine, but noted that this was also correct. After thinking for a bit, the hero asked the girl if he had been too distant lately. In response, an angry Violet turned away, her eyes lit up, and she said that she just wanted to be near him. Then Chris thought that he really hadn't been paying enough attention to her lately, but the demonstration might fail. After this, the hero firmly declared that he would not allow this to happen and would definitely lead all three to brilliant success. Chris added to himself that he would make the management of Cineva realize this fact, because only then would they be able to increase their price. After this, Chris suddenly grabbed her cheeks and started squeezing them, asking if she really wanted to go on a date with him that badly. Chris knew perfectly well that he could prove to everyone that he was not a fool at all, and, glancing at his friends, he mentally urged them to work harder. A few moments later, the guy looked at his companion again and said that today they would do whatever she wanted. Violet was taken aback at first, but then literally beamed with happiness and began planning their leisure time. At the same time, his facial expression changed, and the hero looked at his friends with a predatory grin. A few days later, employees were walking down the hallway past Chris's team room, which was emitting incredibly strong energy. Inside the room were Chris, sitting at the table and working on something, and Noah, lying on the bed and reading. Then Chris leaned back in his chair and yawned sweetly, after which, turning his attention to Noah, the young man asked if he was looking at the brochure. In response, Noah answered in the affirmative, adding that the local restaurant must be absolutely wonderful. Imagining the food available at the restaurant, Noah said he felt like even the hostel here was the best of the bunch. He then imagined himself crushing all the monsters around him without fear, and remarked that he wished his grandparents could see him now. Noah, scratching his cheek in embarrassment, said that this kind of attitude makes him feel special. Chris then immediately stated that he would be treated even better in the future. They sat for a while and looked at each other, beaming with joy and happiness. However, suddenly Noah's happy aura changed, becoming darker and sadder. A bead of sweat ran down his face as he turned to Chris, a little confused, and asked if he was sure everything was okay. In response, Chris scratched the back of his head and asked what exactly he meant. Then Noah said excitedly that Chris hadn't seen Violet at all lately, and she hadn't left her room and had been crying for several days. Then he said that he should at least pay a little attention to her. However, Chris stated that now is the necessary period and nothing can be done about it. Hearing this, Noah asked if this was too cruel. At that very moment, the hero shoved a piece of bread into his interlocutor's mouth and declared that he knew Violet better than anyone else. Chris then told him to eat better and build up his stamina before the demonstration, after which the protagonist turned back to work. Meanwhile, Chris noted that he knows her as well as he understands how important she is now for their team. Their rebirth aside, their squad was a winning ticket, thanks in large part to the future legendary level Archmage. The guy understood that the prerequisite for growth is directly related to the player's potential. The higher the potential, the faster the characteristics increase. He knew that the girl was currently experiencing a frighteningly rapid increase in mana. Moreover, during their date, she even had another specialization selection window appear, and then the guys advised her to choose an elementalist. However, the hero was well aware that she was capable of growing much faster and higher than she was doing now, so he decided to take advantage of the little clues in her description. Chris reasoned that rewarding an obedient student for her progress would be a kind of carrot. On the other hand, if she doesn't move forward, he will react coldly. A few days ago, they were sitting quietly in the city, the girl enjoying the fresh air alone with him, wishing this moment would last forever. Then Chris admitted that he would like that too. However, he soon added that they might not meet again before the demonstration, but if she showed the best result there, then they would see each other again. Violet was confused, as she did not expect to hear something like this. However, the hero assured her that there was no need to worry. The separation would not be long. As he had expected, she concentrated entirely on her studies, striving to earn his praise. Chris understood perfectly well that this was the only way to most effectively stimulate her growth potential. The guy then explained that he was trying to distance himself for a while because she couldn't concentrate around him. The demonstration will fail if he does not train and spends all his time only with his beloved. He also noted that the demonstration would be attended by guild leaders and representatives of other large organizations. And that is why he is worried. The hero understood that if everything went wrong because of him, it would hurt Violet. But if everything worked out successfully, they would stay together. He also added that she needed to learn and get used to being separated, as he could not be with her 24/7. Noah noticed that the longer he watched what was happening, the more convinced he became that the girl really loved Chris very much. The protagonist understood that if it weren't for his friend, they could still spend time together, remaining within the framework of a brother and sister relationship. However, remembering the girl, Chris at the same time realized that there could no longer be a normal relationship between them. The guy was sure that she would definitely show her best side at the demonstration. The hero knew that not only would she pass the test, but his gold asset would also perform at its maximum, causing its price to skyrocket even higher. Chris understood that then he and his friends would be able to live well and not deny themselves anything. After some time, the day of the demonstration arrived. The presenter announced to those present with a joyful smile that everything would begin very soon. A little later, the guy called the cleanup team as the demonstration performances were about to start. Chris looked around and realized that the current environment was very different from before, with luxury and strict security all around. Although he was uncomfortable with the presence of many of the people gathered, he still felt safe. Soon the guys noticed other participants. Chris was a little surprised to see some familiar guys from the camp. He didn't find Jenny among them, and although he didn't want to admit the obvious, he still sometimes missed her devotion. The hero understood that if she were nearby now, they could make the guild members fall to their knees before them with a single snap of their fingers. A moment later, the guy froze. He saw before him a magnificent platform for performances. He cast a predatory smile at everyone present, realizing that this was exactly the scale they needed. Caitlin looked at the guests and greeted them, introducing herself. She then stated that a long time had passed since foreigners arrived on this continent. She added that she and the event organizers felt as if just yesterday they were wandering through the labyrinth themselves. However, this year the doors of the training dungeon opened again, and new heroes once again set foot on this land. The girl noted that they wholeheartedly thank all the guests gathered here, and also expressed gratitude to the new heroes of the cleanup. She added with a smile that their guild wished everyone blessings, while influential figures kept a close eye on the young people. A moment later, the host announced that the current clearing team had completed the dungeon in record time and had already attracted attention. He then invited everyone present to give the new heroes of the day a thunderous applause. Meanwhile, Violet was extremely agitated and tense. Chris looked at her, knowing she was looking for him. He understood how much she had trained for this moment, and he mentally wished her luck. However, a second later, the hero saw her in all her glory and froze in amazement. He didn't immediately understand why her nose was bleeding, but he immediately realized that she had indeed trained to the point of exhaustion. Suddenly, Noah shouted to his friend that he saw their friend, but he was puzzled because he did not understand why she looked so exhausted. Then Chris realized that it was because she was overtraining, and he noticed how tired she was and how bad she looked. At that moment, the host announced that the next demonstration was starting right now and the long-awaited newbie magician would be the first to perform. Violet saw her lover and realized that she had to show him everything she could so as not to disappoint him. The girl knew that if she didn't cope, he might decide that she was slacking off instead of training. Moreover, she was afraid that if she failed, he would not want to see her anymore. These thoughts even brought tears to Violet's eyes. She involuntarily remembered that she had already been abandoned by people close to her, and she did not want history to repeat itself. That's why she didn't want to let him down and didn't want to be abandoned again. At that moment, the presenter looked at her in confusion, not understanding the full depth of her thoughts. However, the next moment he felt a strong jolt from the ground and was taken aback. Those present were shocked because they did not expect to feel an earthquake. Chris was amazed by what was happening and understood that everything should not go to waste. He hoped that Violet would not let them down and prayed with all his might for her success. After a moment of concentration, Violet released her power. With a heavy sigh, she quietly caused a powerful explosion. The next moment, a huge fireball fell from somewhere in the air onto the arena. The protagonist froze in shock, realizing that she really did something like that. Everyone present froze when they saw a powerful explosion in the arena. People couldn't bear it and covered their ears with their hands because the shockwave was extremely strong. Chris realized that his eardrums were about to burst. Meanwhile, one red-haired girl looked at the arena where the destructive power of the spell was unleashed with a satisfied smile. Now, instead of a beautiful, spacious arena, there was a huge, fiery crater in front of the spectators. The guild members were shocked, as they did not expect anything so powerful. Violet sighed heavily, releasing all her energy. Then she turned around and looked intently at her lover, because it was for him that she did this. The protagonist instantly froze, realizing that he had to react somehow. He understood that she was expecting praise from him, and although he felt awkward doing it, he still pulled himself together. And then he suddenly cried out and with a joyful smile began to praise his girlfriend. He loudly declared that she was gorgeous, which drew surprised glances from those around him. Chris then shouted to his friends that their friend had tried incredibly hard and declared that she was a genius magician. Those present supported him and began to joyfully chant, calling her the genius of the continent. Then Chris looked at everyone with a predatory grin, realizing that his manipulation had worked. Then the hero looked at the girl and mentally thanked her for a job well done. Meanwhile, Violet rushed to the main character with tears in her eyes. She was incredibly happy to see him again. However, the hero himself was confused and wondered what to do with her now and whether it was worth rewarding her somehow. Representatives of the Magic Guild hurried after the girl, vying with each other to offer her to join their ranks, but she paid no attention to them. The host joyfully announced the arrival of a brilliant new mage, and people from various guilds begged her to give them at least a little time. One woman, Karina, excitedly approached the commander, who ordered an immediate file on Violet. The commander, thoughtfully touching his chin and smiling ominously, remarked that what was happening seemed extremely interesting to him. Meanwhile, Violet, beaming with joy, ran up to Chris. The young man spread his arms, shouted her name, and hastily tried to figure out what to do next. She extended her hands towards him, and he activated the soul eyes and opened the status window to check her abilities. In Violet's stats, he found that in just 1 week, her level had risen from 31 to 41, the girl showing an inexplicably rapid growth. Comparing her stats, Chris thought that if serious opponents only had 60 mana, then how talented this girl really was. When Violet called out to him, the young man smiled and praised her, noting that it must have been difficult for her. Tears came to the girl's eyes and she sheepishly replied that it had not been difficult for her at all. Then, smiling broadly, she admitted that she had not slept for almost a week and asked if she would receive an award. The hero's expression darkened, deciding that she really was very smart. Violet closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss. People around them discussed the nature of their relationship in bewilderment. Chris thought the way she demonstrated her belonging to those around him was quite impressive. And then he suddenly noticed that the 3 representatives of the factions were looking at them with disapproval. However, the main character grinned, deciding that it was even for the best. He cupped the girl's cheeks in his palms and praised her. Chris kissed Violet on the top of her head and told her that he loved her, and she looked at him in surprise. Noah, sitting in the stands, whistled approvingly, and Chris hoped that he had managed to create the image of trembling lovers who were unable to part. Looking at the stunned guild representatives, he thought that now, if they wanted to get Violet, they would have to take him too. He grinned contentedly, deciding that the demonstration of intimacy had been a success. However, the girl grabbed him by the waist and pressed her whole body against him. The hero tried to free himself, waving his arms, but she clearly had no intention of letting him go. Chris thought wearily that he had expected something like this. Soon, a man with a microphone announced that the next person to be invited for a demonstration was the new swordsman everyone had been waiting for. Mike immediately stood up while Noah waved to Violet and Chris. After this, the man carefully put on his jacket. When the host announced his name, he turned to his comrades and announced that he was leaving, and they smiled broadly and wished him luck. Watching him, the main character noted that he was damn handsome. Violet laid her head on his shoulder, and Noah noted with annoyance that he felt superfluous and urgently needed to find his beloved. Chris replied that he should focus on the fight. Then he looked at the arena with interest, hoping that Mike would put on a worthy show. The opponents stood opposite each other, and the host announced that the demonstration would be held in the format of a single sparring match. Having assessed their characteristics, the hero came to the conclusion that Mike was inferior to his opponent in almost everything. The man with the eye patch flinched under his gaze and looked back questioningly. Chris, however, watched the arena with a slight smile and thought that their sweet regressor was unlikely to perceive everything the same way as the others. With a wave of the leader's hand, the fight began. The opponents suddenly parted ways, blades flashing in the air. At some point, their blades collided. The experienced swordsman, gritting his teeth, struggled to hold back Mike's onslaught. The enemy couldn't believe that this young man was so strong. His sword cut through the air as his opponent jumped back. However, a moment later, their blades met again. Mike moved freely and easily, as if this battle meant nothing to him. The opponent watched the reggressor's movements with a frown and even thought that being so beautiful was almost illegal. Meanwhile, the main character silently watched the fight. He noted that Mike was doing an excellent job. Chris reflected that although this was the first time he had seen him fight so seriously, he gave the impression of being an experienced warrior. Meanwhile, Mike's opponent shouted a battle cry and charged again. However, Mike's own expression remained almost bored, and it looked as if he had no advantage. However, the hero knew that this was only the reggressor's second truly serious battle, and if he wanted to, he could easily deal with the enemy. He frowned at his opponent, while Chris realized that Mike was deliberately holding back so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Some of the spectators watched the proceedings with intense interest, while others sat with their mouths open. The protagonist thought that people who had at least some understanding of the art of the sword should now see him as a brilliant swordsman. Chris thought that those who considered Violet to be their team's main talent were probably now very surprised. In fact, all this time their real trump card was none other than Mike. Meanwhile, Mike gripped the hilt of the sword tighter, and the next moment the weapon flew out of the enemy's hands. He opened his mouth in amazement and stared at the regressor with fear. The protagonist continued to watch the fight closely and wondered if Mike had shown the public too much. However, he suddenly threw away the sword and rushed towards his disarmed opponent. Chris covered his face with his hand, watching intently. Then he closed his eyes tiredly and sighed heavily as he saw a fist flying towards the man's face. At first, the man was confused. But why did something unexpected happen? Mike looked at the man who hit him and crossed his arms in front of him. At that very moment, a beam of light slammed him into the wall. Cracks began to run across the stone surface, and he slowly slid to the ground. The spectators and guild members watched this with their mouths open. The enemy ran up to Mike, asked about his condition, and apologized. However, he only said with a smile that it was his fault and admitted his defeat. Chris smiled contentedly. Deciding that cunning Mike had fooled everyone again, he had demonstrated brilliant skills, but had not revealed everything. The host announced that the sword demonstration was over and reminded that guests would be able to chat with the participants after the event. Chris knew Violet had made a strong impression, but for the big guilds, Mike would be the real prize. Then Noah was invited for the next demonstration, noting that since ancient times, tanks and healers have been an integral part of any squad. Noah, descending the steps, admitted to his comrades that he was very nervous. However, Chris advised him not to overexert himself, adding that he had become much more resilient, so there was nothing to worry about. Mike and Violet offered brief good luck wishes, and Noah gave them a small smile and a thumbs up. When he was hit in the face, the host smiled contentedly and explained that the essence of the challenge was an endurance test, and Noah had to hold out for 3 minutes. The monster's leg was chained, and the host emphasized that all safety measures had been taken for the peace of mind of the guests. He also said that after the demonstration, the tank will be healed by professional healers. Watching this, Chris thought that despite the fact that he often made fun of Noah himself, what was happening was already too much. Meanwhile, the guy wiped his face with his sleeve and looked mockingly at the monster. It seemed that the monster was also having a hard time in this fight. Then he opened his mouth and roared furiously, after which the opponents rushed at each other. Soon they collapsed tiredly to the ground. Noah smiled with satisfaction and winked at the monster. He extended his fist and made it clear that the fight had been great. The monster punched back in agreement. Chris looked at the tank with displeasure and wondered why he had made such a scene. And the presenter announced the last demonstration and invited Chris. His comrades smiled broadly and wished him luck, and Mike expressed confidence that the main character would cope. Noah, who had just returned from the arena, also wished him luck. He was sure that the main character would give everyone a run for their money. Chris closed his eyes, forced a smile, and decided that being close to these people gave him strength, thanking them for their support. The hero noted to himself that this was his first performance as an alchemist, but there was no point in discussing it. The examiners already knew about his skills. He thought with annoyance that they refused to provide catalysts because of their high cost, but he had asked Noah in advance to get him a stick. Looking at the dark patterns of the arena, crackling with electricity, the young man tensed. He covered his eyes with his hand, poked the drawing with a stick, and mentally prayed for help. He thought that the essence of alchemy was an equal exchange, but in his case, the technique required more stamina than mana. As the patterns flashed blue, he used the fire pillar technique, causing a hurricane of blue flames to rise above the arena. Looking at it, Chris thought that he had created a blue spell effect especially for the blue people and hoped that they would appreciate the show. The flame rushed towards the target set on the field and engulfed it in blue fire. The protagonist noted with satisfaction that the alchemical circle had strengthened the spell, although in a real fight he would hardly have been able to afford something like that. He bowed, and the presenter announced the end of the demonstration. The audience looked at him with obvious interest. The host then reminded the guests to maintain order and remain seated. Soon the team returned to their places. Mike closed his eyes tiredly, and Chris decided that everything was going according to plan. But soon, chaos broke out in the stands. Some people went down to the arena, and representatives of the guilds called out to the demonstrators, trying to attract them. 3 people stopped in front of the main character with outstretched hands. One offered him a contract and 2,000 gold coins. The hero, crossing his arms, looked with interest at the man who had already offered 6,000 and was surprised at how quickly the situation was changing. He smiled, enjoying the sight. The guild representatives surrounded him and Violet, trying to get their hands on them. Chris then looked at the stunned representatives of the Sinev Guild and wondered if they still considered him an idiot. He pulled Violet close and stroked her head, still smiling widely, and mentally noted that they were very wrong about him. At that moment, a red-haired woman with a sly smile approached them. Seeing her, the main character's eyes widened in surprise. He noticed with astonishment the knee pointing towards him. Violet closed her eyes in fear. Noah's mouth fell open in surprise, and Chris and Mike watched in complete bewilderment. However, contrary to their fears, the woman hit the wall next to Chris. Then the stranger said hello and smiled predatorily, after which she asked if she could spare a minute. The protagonist was shocked as he thought about what was happening and who this woman was. Looking around, he saw a red-haired girl in front of him who greeted him. Her sudden appearance astonished him. The stranger asked to give her a minute, and the surrounding guys looked at her in amazement. Gritting his teeth, Chris thought he was about to die, but he noted her strength and assumed that she was the head of some large guild. After activating the skill, he saw that most of the stats were heroic level, and the strength indicator was listed as legendary. This is what particularly struck the protagonist. He realized that he had never met anyone stronger before. Sitting on the ground, the young man looked at her from under his brows, not understanding where this elite person had come from. Meanwhile, the stranger stated that she had behaved too rudely because she had acted under the influence of emotions. She then stated that she had been watching the demonstration and introduced herself as Hannah, the guild leader of the Red Mercenaries, one of the 3 largest guilds. Looking at the smiling girl, he thought that it was not in vain that he came here with Violet. One of the rulers of the Big 3 seemed almost like a nymph to him. Chris smiled warmly and introduced himself, noting that he was also pleased to meet you. However, Violet intervened, looking at her friend with concern. She tried to stop the handshake by saying that the guild leader looked suspicious and strange, and that a minute ago she had even tried to kill them. But Chris understood perfectly well that he needed to make a good impression on the girl, so he shook the stranger's hand. Hannah, in turn, looked carefully at the young lady and noted that she was very glad to meet her. However, Violet immediately hid behind her lover's back, and Chris then asked the girl for forgiveness. Hannah didn't hesitate and immediately announced that she could offer each of them $2 million to sign the agreement. Hearing this, the guys were shocked. Chris looked at Mike and silently asked him with his eyes if they could join their guild. However, from the expression in his eyes, he realized that the answer would definitely be negative. Hannah then added that, judging by the name of their guild, the team is dominated by close combat guys. According to her, even newcomers knew about this, but priests or talented young men who had mastered magic were especially highly valued. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked if this meant that this was the reason she wanted radical changes in her guild. In response, the girl confirmed that he was thinking correctly. Moreover, she added with the same smile that she did not expect anything. But when she saw them, she was amazed. At that moment, Chris realized that Sineva viewed them solely as a labor force, almost like slaves, and he realized that it was not too late. However, Hannah then clarified that her offer only applied to mages, since their guild had long been overcrowded with melee fighters. Chris was taken aback, because he realized that in this case he would have to leave his friends. He thought about this for a moment, and it was then that the girl pointed out that accepting the rest of the young people would be quite expensive for them. Chris looked at her with a satisfied smile and declared that her offer was extremely tempting. At this moment, his friends were amazed, as they did not expect anything like this. However, he continued to smile and added that he was really pleased with her proposal. Then the boys looked at their friend in bewilderment, because they never expected such betrayal from him. Chris looked closely at the girl because he understood what she was getting at. First of all, she herself was the perfect sword and shield. Chris then explained that they had become close during the dungeon clearing, so if their guild couldn't accommodate everyone, they wouldn't be able to agree. After these words, his friends breathed a sigh of relief, although they were still upset because he had scared them quite a bit. Hannah looked at the young man with a grin, noticing that he had presented his refusal rather amusingly. She then stated that he did not seem like the type of person who would cling to such attachments. Coming closer, the girl added that it was her principle not to try to persuade those who had already refused. However, she noted with feigned sadness that she was sorry to lose such unique people. At that moment, Hannah asked with a grin if their little sorceress should learn to control her bloodlust. Violet glared at the intruder. Then Hannah warned the sorceress to be careful what might happen to what was dear to her if she dared to go against her. The hero was shocked and wondered if he was some kind of dog that could be shared between them. But the next moment, the girl kissed him. Chris was furious because he had not expected anything like this at all. And at the same time, he was stunned by the fact that his beloved had seen everything that was happening. He was shocked because he could neither move nor resist. With tears in his eyes, the boy mentally prayed that his Violet would turn a blind eye to this misunderstanding. Meanwhile, she herself could not bear it and screamed, as she could not look at such a disgusting scene. Noah also couldn't stand it and screamed. Hannah just looked at the guy with a satisfied smirk, but a moment later she threw him aside and he fell to the ground with a crash. The girl was overjoyed and wanted to play with them a little longer, but alas, she had little time. Then she looked at Violet and warned that if she couldn't control her bloodlust next time, she wouldn't get off easy. Chris had no idea how to get out of this situation, but after a moment he froze, noticing some kind of amulet on his neck. As Hannah left, she told him with a satisfied smile that she had left him a small gift. He looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. However, after using his power, the hero discovered that it was a mana pendant, an extremely rare item that increased magical power. Of course, the tension was unpleasant, but considering that she gave him such a valuable thing even after his refusal, everything turned out well. However, Chris quickly removed the gift and hid it in his pocket before Violet could notice anything. The guy understood that now they needed to get away from here as quickly as possible, and at that very moment, everyone around rushed towards the group of young recruits. They saw each of them as a potential buyer and therefore began to actively sell their services. The guys, smiling, began to assure him that everything that had happened looked quite funny and resembled a real show. However, despite their cheerful words, Chris noticed the awkwardness on their faces. Noah, despite the general noise, leaned towards his ear and angrily whispered that the girl was some kind of wild one. Mike suggested that perhaps things would still turn out well. However, the man looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he thought so. And at that moment, Mike noticed the main character's smile, which made everything clear to him. Then the guy just smiled and explained that his intuition was telling him so. Chris understood that from Mike's point of view, even though he had refused the mercenaries, everything had worked out well, because he had managed to establish contact with the guild leader. Although not without a major incident, she was one of the strongest people in this country. Moreover, the hero even felt a kind of gratitude towards her, and at the same time realized that he had gotten off easy by refusing the head of such a large guild. Then Caitlin looked closely at the young man and called out to him. Chris smiled predatorily and asked if they had decided to renegotiate the terms of the contract. He understood perfectly well that during the week of observation, they could not help but notice that Chris's position in the squad was higher than it seemed at first glance. The girl then looked closely at the young men and stated that she would like to discuss the terms of the agreement with them again. The hero smiled back and said that he would be happy to discuss everything. At the same time, the guy warned his friends that he would be leaving for a short while. In response, Violet smiled tensely and replied that she would do everything, but her eyes were literally glassy with rage and malice. Chris was a little confused and realized that he would have something to think about later. But now he needed to sort out the current situation. Sometime later, the protagonist attended a small meeting of the guild and at the same time wanted to know how much they were willing to increase the amount. After a few minutes of brief discussion, Caitlin named a specific amount. She also said that they were ready to provide his squad with new heroic-level weapons and rare rank equipment. The young man was well aware that he had to restrain himself from laughing, because the scene from Death Note kept popping up in his head. In addition, a personal alchemical laboratory had already been prepared for him, and he was also promised priority in the distribution of resources. The guy was shocked because he expected more, but then the girl added that they could extend the contract for several years. Several minutes passed, but she still didn't see any reaction from the guy, and then she decided to take extreme measures. She said that instead of joining existing units, they would be allowed to establish their own. Hearing this, the hero was surprised and realized that this was already a truly worthwhile offer. Caitlin realized that even though they were new, the entire team trusted their leader completely to lead and make decisions. She then added that the composition of the civil administration had been changed, and Chris, in turn, was jubilant, as he liked everything that was happening. However, she suddenly couldn't stand it and loudly declared that he would be made head of the civil administration. The guy was genuinely happy about these words, but still hoped to hear a little more good news. However, there was no continuation as the man suddenly shouted at Caitlin, demanding that she stop, and at the same time used force. Chris was taken aback. He didn't understand what was happening, as he suddenly felt a thirst for blood, and at the same time it became difficult for him to breathe. The hero even wondered if he had gone too far in his demands. The man shouted furiously at the young man, who at that moment could barely move his tongue. He was extremely angry, wanting to know what exactly the guy intended to do to turn them into a great guild. Chris was confused and shocked because he couldn't breathe at all while the man was furious, believing that the young man was simply neglecting them. The protagonist gradually came to his senses and looked at the man with anger, realizing that the leader was standing in front of him. Chris remembered that he had heard about him before and that this man was the head of the civil administration. The hero understood perfectly well that the man simply did not want to share his workspace with him. Because of this, the hero felt strong anger towards him and understood that he would have to deal with him. Meanwhile, he furiously demanded that the young man know his place. The man then remarked with a satisfied grin that they would just have to get rid of him without anyone knowing anything. Chris was shocked to realize that the person in front of him was just a sick old man. He immediately started shouting, urging the man to try to cope with him, and everyone present was completely surprised by such a turn of events. Chris looked at his opponent with cold fury and declared that he could try to kill him if he was capable of it. The man grinned and asked if he really thought he couldn't do it. At that very moment, the guy fell to the floor with a crash. However, with his last strength, the hero asked the old man if he really thought that his Nunahana would let such people get away with it. He understood perfectly well that if she saw this scene, she would simply laugh. Hearing this, the man became furious and asked if he was talking about the mercenary queen. Chris confirmed with a satisfied grin that the mercenary queen was his eldest. The man was shocked, as he had not expected anything like this at all, and the others present were also close to shock from what they heard. Then Chris added with a predatory smile that there was a very special relationship between them. Moreover, the girl had given him a gift with great enthusiasm. The man was beside himself with rage and could not understand at what stage the guy had managed to establish some kind of relationship with the queen of mercenaries. However, the hero only grinned and calmly noted that if they did not believe his words, they could wait a little and see for themselves. Hearing this, the man became even more confused and shouted at the young man, demanding to know what kind of relationship he had with Hannah. Chris knew very well that a dog barks loudest when it is scared, so the main character decided to intimidate the boss. He stated that the guild responsible for negotiations was threatening the newcomer with force this time, and that such a thing could not be allowed to become public. The leader looked at the young man with fury, realizing that he was blackmailing him. Finally, Caitlin intervened in the conversation and asked them to calm down, at which point the hero realized that they had no choice but to indulge him. The guy then mentioned that he had heard some interesting rumors and asked if they thought the guild was currently lacking something important. Everyone present was taken aback, and Caitlin, frowning in confusion, asked what he was getting at. Chris understood that even the incomparable Hannah from the Red Mercenaries had come in person. Therefore, the head of Cineva could not simply hide his absence. Then Chris, with a predatory grin, looked around at everyone present and asked where the head of Cineva was now. Caitlin was shocked and asked if he already knew about their leader's absence, since she had no idea who could have told him about it. The hero just smiled and explained that given his connection with the head of the mercenaries, it would be strange not to know such things. However, the man could not bear it and furiously shouted at the young man, accusing him of still trying to drag their leader into the conflict. Chris saw that he was hiding behind the pretense of caring for the guild, but in reality, he was more afraid of losing his influence than anyone else. He then stated that he knew the details of what was happening, but did not believe that Cineva was in a position to speak to him in such a tone. He added that they might miss the chance for revival, but judging by their behavior, the guild was unlikely to regret it. The man shouted again, not understanding how the young man dared to speak to them so insolently. Then Chris couldn't stand it any longer and abruptly declared that he hadn't come here to quarrel, but to negotiate. He then looked at the man with the most innocent look and remarked that he seemed to be unable to assess the situation since he had not noticed a serious problem. Chris stated that if they wanted to show him that the guild was free but the atmosphere left much to be desired, then they succeeded. Then, looking at his opponent, he added that it was precisely such people who destroyed the organization, The man became furious at such words. Chris noted mockingly that such people are also called stagnation. And then the old man finally lost his composure and rushed towards the young man. At that very moment, he grabbed him by the collar of his clothes. Burning with anger, the man demanded that the boy understand what exactly he was saying. He was outraged that he even dared to say such a thing. Unable to contain himself, he shouted that the young man was talking as if he knew absolutely everything about his guild. Chris looked at the old man with a grin, imagining himself in the place of the guild leader. However, Caitlin screamed, demanding that the young man be released immediately, but the old man declared that he would deal with the young man right away. Chris assumed that they had known each other for a long time, but still mockingly asked what exactly he was planning to do. The guy calmly stated that he didn't care what they thought about him, but he knew very well that his friends were a real treasure. At the same time, the hero understood that they did not like him, but still believed that they had to know their limits. He then firmly emphasized that he was not their subordinate. These words made the man even more furious. However, the next moment he was taken aback when Caitlin stopped him. The girl looked at him menacingly and warned that this was her last warning. The man looked at her with anger, but still obeyed. Chris watched the girl carefully, realizing that she was one of those people who were weak in the face of displays of affection. At the same time, he did not consider her to be the strongest leader, but among the others she seemed quite adequate. As he left, the man cast an angry glance at the young man and declared that he would regret joining their guild. Caitlin looked at the newcomer and asked if he was okay. She felt awkward about it, so she apologized to him. With a heavy sigh, the girl explained that the boss had always been known for his short temper, but he usually didn't lose his temper to this extent. The girl explained that the problem was that due to the absence of a leader, the others became especially sensitive and irritable. Chris, in turn, understood that the reason was most likely something else. Without a leader, they simply lost their bearings. Caitlin then bowed again to the young man and said that she would like to apologize on her own behalf. In response, the guy simply said that it was all nonsense and she shouldn't even worry about the contract. Caitlin immediately brightened and asked if his words could be considered a positive decision regarding the contract. Chris confirmed that this was indeed the case, but added that he would really like to be given those luxurious conditions and position. The girl, with the same welcoming smile, assured him that she would, of course, provide him with all the agreed conditions. The guy understood that the old guard was capable of giving him real hell in the future, so the hero wanted to have enough power. Caitlin explained that they wouldn't be able to give them heroic gear right away, but they would make every effort to do so as soon as possible. Chris was pleased with this answer because he knew that heroic-level items were extremely rare, and his friends already had some of the valuable equipment. He then noted that he understood everything and was grateful to them, and Caitlin thanked him for his understanding and again asked for forgiveness. However, the guy replied that she didn't need to apologize, since he was the one who caused the commotion, and after a few minutes, he said goodbye to them. He realized that the most important thing now was to leave behind a slight note of sadness. The protagonist tried to appear as an innocent young man who did not hold a grudge even after being treated harshly. The girl looked after him attentively and asked him to take care of himself. However, the moment the guy turned away, Caitlin realized that she needed to do something more for him. Then, for greater effect, Chris sighed heavily, although in his heart he was happy, already feeling how sympathy for him was growing. He was pleased with how easily he could manipulate people. After that, he finally left the office and went to his friends. A few minutes later, he hurried back to his comrades, and then Mike looked at his friend in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Chris said that he had a matter he wanted to discuss with the mercenary queen, so he needed to go see them for a while. At that moment, Violet couldn't take it anymore and shouted at her lover not to leave. Then she realized with confusion and depression that she had said it out loud, and Noah added that the woman had disgraced him. However, Chris assured that nothing like that would happen, as he only wanted to help their team. Smiling, the hero explained that he considered it useful to have a patron and promised to tell him all the details after the case was completed. Chris looked closely at Mike and noticed that he was pleased with the prospect of a quick connection. However, the next moment their friend suddenly burst into tears, and the protagonist became confused, realizing that he had not settled all the details with Violet. Moreover, he would like to receive some guidance on how to deal with the girl. He understood that in the past, if he had let his guard down even a little, the consequences would invariably catch up with him. Then the guy walked up to his girlfriend and quietly called her. He regretted that the current Violet could not protect him, which meant he needed strength. At that moment, the hero took her hand, smiled at those present, and said that he would go out for a while because he wanted to talk to her. The guys were excited, but still wished them good luck and patience. Chris himself was puzzled as to why she couldn't understand him. He asked her not to worry too much. However, before he could finish speaking, the girl sternly declared that he should not go anywhere. Chris tried to calm his friend down, assuring her that she had nothing to worry about and that he would be fine. For a moment, the hero turned his gaze to Violet and was taken aback to see how she was literally burning with anger. The next moment, Violet turned around and screamed that he couldn't go anywhere, and then asked if he really wanted to drive her crazy. She burst into tears because, according to her, he did not want to listen to her. Trembling with rage and despair, the girl repeated that he should not leave her. Then the guy realized that he had chosen the wrong method. The girl called him a real fool for choosing such a method because it was an absolutely stupid idea. Chris just remained calm and silent. However, Violet looked lost, but continued to insist that it was all his fault. At that moment, the hero realized that he had only one way left, after which he pinned her against the wall. And then he saw as if the old Violet had returned to him. Chris was puzzled, as he had originally intended to move forward in a more innocent and ironic way. However, now he realized that this option was not suitable for him. Coming closer, the guy confessed that he loved her, and Violet immediately blushed with embarrassment. Chris gently touched her hair and with a predatory smile promised that he would never leave her. Although deep down he knew he shouldn't have done this at all, since he intended to take everything for himself. The girl was embarrassed, but he continued to insist on his feelings. In reality, the hero sought to absorb everything in his path in order to gain power and at the same time was afraid of being abandoned. At that moment, Violet couldn't bear it and burst into tears again, repeating that she loved him very much. Then the hero hugged her tightly and admitted that he wanted to protect her. Chris, looking at her, explained that he wanted to maintain a good relationship with the mercenary queen, as he needed strength to protect her. Hearing this, the girl was taken aback and remembered the predatory look of that woman. She was overcome with the horror of possible loss, and trembling with fear, she declared that she could protect him herself. In response, Chris only asked with a grin if this was true. The young man closed his eyes and chuckled, then leaned closer and said that then Violet would have to become stronger for him. He carefully wiped the tears from her cheeks and added that she really needed to become much stronger. The hero thought that for the sake of her and their squad, her friend was forced to literally sell himself to this woman. He promised that nothing like the recent incident would happen again, although he realized that they still wouldn't be able to protect each other. Then the hero confessed his love to her, and they kissed. They continued kissing, and the girl thought that this was her first kiss, and that she needed to become stronger than Hannah to protect Chris. When their lips parted, Violet moaned softly and began to cry again. The sorceress promised herself to become stronger and protect her beloved. Chris, smiling, noted that the expression on her face inspired confidence. Having realized her own weakness, the girl devoted herself entirely to training. Now her condition should stabilize. Soon, the moment of meeting with Hannah arrived. A full moon rose over the castle, and the protagonist was heading to the Red Mercenaries Guild. He pulled up his hood and was noticed by a guard at the entrance to the castle. Remembering the kiss with the mercenary queen, the guard girl recognized the guest. The foundation had already been laid, and just in case he put on the pendant he had been given, all that remained was to offer the most attractive terms. Soon, Chris found himself in the center of a huge room and couldn't help but admire the scale of the building. A stone gargoyle sat against the wall, and the atmosphere itself clearly spoke of the presence of a true owner. Everything here was real, not showy. Trying to calm himself down, the young man knocked on the door and asked if there was anyone inside. There was silence behind the massive wooden door. Then he knocked again, not understanding why no one answered. Suddenly, the door swung open. The woman kicked it open and shouted angrily that she had asked him to sort out the documents himself. Clutching her head, Hannah added that she had asked not to wake her. Such a reception was clearly not what the hero had expected. The mercenary queen squinted and noticed the guest in front of her, then stretched and said she was glad to see him again. She asked if he had decided to join her guild. Having received a negative answer, the woman frowned and asked why she had been woken up then. Hannah put her hand on Chris's shoulder and declared that she couldn't stand lazy people who tried to sit on all the chairs at once. She also noticed that he had left behind a girl dear to him and had clearly not come because he could not get her out of his head. So she asked what he wanted. She was unpredictable but straightforward, so there was no time to waste. And then Chris pointed to himself and asked her to become his personal sponsor. The woman asked him again, puzzled, what exactly he meant. Then the guy scratched the back of his head and awkwardly repeated his request, hoping that he would not be refused. Hannah smiled in response, understanding exactly what he wanted. Turning around, she invited him in and noticed that no one had ever spoken to her so directly before. Sitting down on the bed, the woman admitted that she had a weakness for such sweet and cunning people. The young man smiled, noticing that his future patron was quite friendly. The mercenary queen patted the pillow next to her and gestured for him to sit down, asking him to be a good boy. However, instead of obeying, the protagonist looked at the bed with a questioning expression. Hannah then explained that she had to make sure she was satisfied with herself before she became his sponsor. Blushing, the protagonist hastened to say that he had meant something completely different. The woman narrowed her eyes in bewilderment. Then Chris explained that sponsoring their squad could be beneficial to both parties. Frowning sternly, Hannah said that patronizing and funding a squad from another guild sounded like a joke. According to her, it would be much more profitable to simply have fun with a suitable young man a few times and thus thank him. Smiling, the hero replied that he understood her position perfectly well, but he was still asking her to invest in their squad for a reason. Hannah smiled happily, realizing that the newcomer was absolutely confident in his proposal. Judging by his loud statements, he confirmed this. Chris noted to himself that he was already being treated like a toy, and that even gaining patronage in this way would be nice. With a smile, the mercenary queen asked what else, besides his own body, a newcomer who had just finished training could offer her. Then Chris, with the same smile, replied that he would provide the Red Mercenaries Guild with an alliance with the alchemist, the sorceress, and the leader of their squad, Violet. He added that Hannah was at the demonstration and should understand that there was a high probability that they would all become some of the strongest players. Developing strong relationships with such people will be extremely beneficial, especially since they are also quite attractive in appearance. The young man was visibly taken aback, opened his mouth slightly and asked what exactly it was that she was not happy with. The woman asked what benefit she would get from this at all. What if she was already one of the most powerful people on the continent? The mercenary queen noted that it was easy for the Red Mercenary Guild to hire mages from the Tower or the Magic Guild. Hannah added that the squad's fighters were impressive, but the guild wasn't in such a dire shortage of people that they had to try to get them at any cost. Simple allies couldn't fully belong to the Red Mercenaries. She needed those who would join the guild and be loyal to her. The hero lowered his gaze, internally admitting that if she didn't like the other conditions, then he would indeed have to become her obedient little dog. The mercenary queen, narrowing her eyes with arrogance, asked if the newcomer was going to continue spouting nonsense about sponsorship. Then she suggested that he be a good boy and promised not to deprive him of a reward if he did a particularly good job of the task. Chris clenched his teeth. He knew that this woman would not give in, and in fact, he would still have to become a dog. Clutching the pendant in his hands, the hero decided that he had no choice and it was time to move on to the backup plan. Looking at Hannah, he called out to her. The next moment, he threw the red pendant onto the bed. Seeing her precious gift fall, the mercenary queen asked in confusion what it all meant. Frowning, Chris stated that he had allowed her too much, since she had begun to perceive him as a doormat, so he did not need her gifts. The stunned woman asked if he had gone crazy. In response, the guy calmly explained that he didn't need gold or any such trinkets. He only wanted one thing, namely the mercenary queen. Without taking his eyes off her, the protagonist added that he only needed her strength and glory, and nothing more. Although standing by the bed, he mentally admitted that in fact he needed everything, and the pendant on her chest angered him. The irritated woman asked him if he realized what he was doing, forgetting his place because of the lucrative offers that were pouring in on him one after another. Trying to remain calm, Chris replied that he remembered his place better than anyone. He explained that anyone could erase him from this world without a trace, and no one would even notice. He is worth nothing in himself, and simply by a lucky chance he ended up as part of a promising squad. After this, the hero dropped to one knee. This was his plan G, the finishing blow. Bowing, he stated that this was precisely why he needed the mercenary queen. His eyes flashed, but the woman's gaze still remained dangerously cold. In response, Hannah noted with a sneer that the newcomer was actually quite nice. She added that for a child who stamps his foot, he looks funny, because no man has ever behaved so insolently with her. Taking his chin gently, Hannah said that few people could hold themselves so confidently in front of her, and the newcomer clearly had something else on his mind. Chris bowed, confirming this and offering to settle the deal according to the law of alchemy, an equal exchange. The woman crossed her legs and said she was listening. Then Chris materialized a book in front of him. Taking it in his hands, he announced that his offer included a share of the potions he brewed, as well as a portion of the profits from their future sales. Seeing the book, Hannah was surprised to ask where he had gotten such a treasure from Ramus Tucker and what exactly the share meant. Upon learning that the pages contained alchemical recipes and that the guild was only entitled to 1%, the mercenary queen decided it was a joke. Then Chris promised that the guild would be bathed in gold. Although he admitted to himself that this was a pure bluff, his life was now at stake. Hannah narrowed her eyes and asked him to continue. Imagining the heads of the two guilds shaking hands, the hero added that the deal also included guaranteed cooperation with Seneva. Frowning, the woman asked if this was a scam. Then the guy said that he was not joking. Their squad would become stronger and turn into a new generation that would lead the guild forward. The hero added that sponsorship would allow the guild to establish connections with Seneva in advance, before other guilds had a chance to offer anything. The mercenary queen asked where such guarantees came from and how he knew all this. But Chris could not yet reveal this secret. Chris promised to provide the red mercenaries with the necessary mages and to compile a list of names from which they could choose suitable people. Hannah's mouth dropped open in surprise, and she asked with obvious interest if he could actually fulfill all the terms of the deal. As he rolled up the list, the hero added that his confidence was based on the fact that he would soon occupy an important post in Seneva and would participate in interviews. Then Hannah frowned and said with displeasure that the newcomer was making fun of her. However, Chris reminded that the basic principle of alchemy is equal exchange, and with a slight smile, he added that this applies to him as well. Closing her eyes, the woman thought about the terms of the deal, imagining herself agreeing. At the same time, Chris thought to himself that it would be much easier if the mercenary queen were a cliched, frivolous character. Her gaze was literally blazing, and sweat was running down the hero's face. He realized that the potential sponsor was now carefully weighing all the benefits and losses. At some point, it even seemed to him that nothing else existed around him, and that he had perhaps gone too far. Hannah was thinking so furiously that her eyes actually seemed to light up. The guy thought that both here and on Earth the world remains a complex place, and the one who understood this truth best of all staged this whole spectacle. Then he imagined the faces of his friends and mentally said goodbye to Violet, Noah, and Mike. At that moment, Hannah said the number 3. Chris questioningly removed his hand from his face, from which a tear had fallen, and saw 3 raised fingers. She then announced that her share of the profits from the sale of potions would be 3%, and that the list of mages must be accompanied by a list of their patrons. The woman swore that no one would dare harm Chris, but in return, she demanded that she be the one to determine how this would be implemented. The protagonist found this suspicious and asked if he could find out what this method was. Hannah replied that he would find out about it today. Chris thought that the woman was clearly trying to trap him, but he saw no reason to refuse the deal, so the hero agreed. In response, Hannah laughed and said that they would talk later. The protagonist turned away and smiled silently. As he approached the massive door, he wondered if he had made a mistake. Outside the door, he suddenly saw a crowd of people in red clothes. Chris leaned against the door and heard someone speak in shock about Hannah accepting his proposal. Then came a cry that someone was willing to risk their life just to protect him. Hearing this, the hero thought with a grin that everything was already ready. He straightened his black cloak and confidently walked on, realizing that he had succeeded. Left alone, Chris threw off his clothes. Then he jumped up and down with joy, made a heart with his hands, and thought that he loved Hannah. His cheeks turned pink and he smiled warmly as he noted that he was finally being addressed with respect. After which he laughed. Clenching his hand into a fist, the hero decided that Violet, Noah, and Mike should wait for him to return with the insurance. And then suddenly the system notified him of a new rank. The protagonist read that he was now the lover of the mercenary queen. Chris froze, staring at the golden screen in front of him, his mouth hanging open in shock, sweat beading on his forehead, and his eyes widening. He realized that this was the method Hannah had been talking about. Chris imagined himself next to a woman surrounded by flowers and thought that the romance of the century was starting right now. Then he turned pale with horror, clutching his head, and came to the conclusion that he had become the Red Devil's lover. Walking across the tiled floor, Chris reflected on the fact that 2 weeks had already passed since he met Hannah. The protagonist noted that his entry into Seneva went like clockwork. He recalled that he received payment immediately after opening his personal account, and soon after, the promised management position. Chris thought that today they were finally moving to headquarters, which meant that all that was left was to wait for truly heroic events. He admitted that until the very end, he doubted whether it was worth staying in Seneva, but the more deeply he looked into the situation, the less gloomy it seemed. Chris also noted that, unlike other guilds where all power is concentrated in the hands of one leader, Seneva has a special system. A separate 7th squad was created for them, which Kim was clearly happy about, of course. The leader of this squad was Mike. However, Chris realized that the most important thing was not even this, but the fact that he had become a special civilian officer of the administration. The hero noted to himself that everything looked as if it had been organized in a hurry. His position seemed roughly equal to that of the old man. Usually, fighters do not occupy leadership positions, and the path to them is always thorny. But now, in Seneva, everyone treated him with politeness. At that moment, the hero cast aside all thoughts, noticing Mike. Chris froze abruptly, not expecting to meet his friend. So he stumbled and fell to the floor with a crash, scattering documents in all directions. Mike immediately rushed to help his partner. The boy thanked him, although he understood that they all should have been more careful with order and formalities. At the same time, he noticed a multitude of gifts, and the hero was worried that the mercenary queen might start to take out her irritation on him. The guild members were shocked by this development, but no one dared to say anything. However, Chris clearly heard all the conversations, filled with envy and hidden discontent, directed in his direction. The hero was well aware that he had achieved what he wanted, since in the entire Holy Empire there was no one so reckless. However, beyond this, he knew that he still had one more unresolved problem. He was confused by the fact that Hannah started showering him with gifts and spreading rumors, while Violet was clearly unhappy about it. He was afraid that one wrong move and this pile of gifts would explode right under his feet. The scene where the girl burst into tears and turned away from him was still before his eyes. Chris assured her that he loved only her, but she began to spend all her time in silent, solitary training. He knew there was some good in it, but if she slipped up, they would be in serious trouble. At that moment, Mike asked if he could tell what exactly he had talked about with the mercenary queen. The protagonist was a little stunned and apologized, explaining that he wanted to tell her earlier but was too busy. He admitted that he did not understand why she acted this way, but he believed that all her actions were nothing more than a strange joke. Mike admitted that he was a little surprised, as her behavior was different from what he had heard about her before. Chris didn't answer and just laughed, noticing that the man was both confused and genuinely happy at the same time. Mike then said that if the hero wanted to know about his girlfriend, she was at the lake behind the headquarters. Recently, she has started practicing with the water element. At the same time, Noah was nearby building a boat. Since Violet said she wanted to go on a boat ride, they went there together. Chris immediately became wary, not understanding what Noah and Violet were planning this time. However, he only smiled and asked what was new. Mike reported that at a recent meeting they discussed clearing the dungeon. Some squads reported that they recently discovered the Garden of Terror, a rare new tier dungeon, but they haven't decided which squad to send yet. He added that there was still plenty of time before the release, but preparations should have started earlier, and they also needed to select new people. Chris then wondered if the man was planning to seek out allies from his past life again. The hero noted that it was difficult to figure everything out at first, but he was already starting to get used to the guild and the continent and was looking forward to something new. Although he understood that more people would soon join their team, he said that it would all benefit their squad and the guild as a whole. Chris told Mike that he was very happy with his decision and hoped that he would find good candidates for exploitation. The man was pleased with these words and added that they really should have met more often. After a few minutes of warm conversation, the guys said goodbye and went about their business. Chris was pleased because their conversation turned out to be extremely fruitful. He realized that Mike had already begun to chart a course for the development of their squad, and Chris, with a smile, decided that he would support him. He thought that now he needed to gather information about the new recruits for their squad, and then compile a list for Hannah and participate in the development. The hero mentally compiled a long list of tasks and came to the conclusion that he was living in truly difficult times. The protagonist came to the conclusion that he would cope better than anyone could have expected. However, Mike was now too busy searching for people from his first life, so he entrusted Chris with the role of leader of this entire enterprise. The hero lowered his head and thought that this was still not enough. Then he decided that he needed to earn Mike's trust even more. He was thinking that he could be abandoned at any moment, since he had not yet achieved anything truly significant. Then the young man turned away and with a serious expression decided that he had to make Mike see him as a useful person. Meanwhile, Caitlin asked Mr. Samwell if the troops had contacted him, and the man replied that they had only penetrated Zone C. Hearing this, the woman lowered her head and noted with a sigh that they had already gone quite deep and were probably running out of food. After that, she ordered Samwell to tell the leader that they would be sent everything they needed. Suddenly, the girl frowned and called out loudly to Samwell, but then fell silent and looked away. The man was surprised when Caitlin called him uncle and noted that she hadn't addressed him that way in a long time. In response, Caitlin said that she needed to escort the newcomers to Lindell, asking him to keep an eye on everything there during her absence. Strick turned away with a grin when the woman asked him not to lose his temper and keep his emotions under control. The man then put his arm around her shoulders and added that although they were not blood relatives, they were a family that had not been separated since their school days. Chris also remembered their leader John and noted that this applied to him too. Caitlin closed her eyes and frowned when the man promised that he would take care of everything and that she shouldn't worry. Then the girl rose from her chair, said that in that case she was going to the meeting, and asked Samuel to let her know when John's answer arrived. The man only grinned in response. Soon, someone reported that the deputy chief had requested additional food, but Samuel replied that they should pretend that the request had been fulfilled. The man raised his gray eyebrows and remarked that they needed a puppet like Caitlin to make the plan go smoothly. Samuel then said that the most important thing now was to make sure that John didn't get out alive. Otherwise, everything would end in failure. Hearing that one of the newcomers was causing a lot of trouble, the man's eyes widened in horror. However, Samuel just chuckled and asked if he looked like the type to let some new guy do whatever he wanted. He added that Chris would most likely have died himself if he had thrown him into the dungeon, so there was nothing to worry about. After this, the man slammed his fist on the table and remarked that it would be nice to have dinner together sometime. After this, he said goodbye to his interlocutor, and suddenly Samuel's face distorted with anger. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of people had gathered in the arena in the middle of the city. The young man with blonde hair turned around, noticed the protagonist, and immediately bowed in greeting. Chris raised his hand, thanking him for the work he had done. The hero smiled and noted that he was not yet a leader, but the instructor replied that very soon Chris would become one of the key pillars of Cineva. They laughed at the same time, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that this guy was perfectly adapted to life in society. The instructor asked Chris what brought him there, and the hero explained that he had a little time before leaving. Recalling the many faces, Chris said with a smile that he decided to personally check on the survivors who had become trainees. He then closed his eyes and added that he wanted to show everyone how hardworking he was, considering that he had been given a rather low-level position. At that moment, a man with long brown hair screamed loudly. Chris turned around, saw people in black and purple uniforms, and came to the conclusion that this was the Black Swan Guild. The instructor loudly announced that the trainees must either propose their candidacies to the guilds themselves or wait for an invitation. And then suddenly people heard someone's very loud and menacing steps and immediately turned around. The crowd stood frozen in shock, their mouths open. Chris put his hands behind his back as two instructors loudly introduced him to the trainees. When one of the trainees shouted out that he wanted to join their squad, the protagonist thought that these newbies weren't even capable of starting a fire. Chris came to the conclusion that the only real leaders here were he and Mike. Then he suddenly looked down. Chris noticed a man in glasses and a girl in pink clothes looking at him with admiration. Chris's eyes widened in surprise, but then he smiled, touched his face, and thought it was wonderful. The protagonist thought about power with a confident expression and came to the conclusion that following the right people is indeed the right decision. Chris thought they were gathered here together, but the difference between him and the others was like the difference between heaven and earth. He thought it was an amazing feeling, and that what was happening was proof that his past decisions had been correct. The hero introduced Jenny, musing that the interns might start looking for their own regressor if they were overcome with envy. However, Chris's face suddenly became stunned. When he reintroduced the girl, Jenny's gaze was one of contempt. However, then she smiled, not taking her eyes off the protagonist, who recognized her. He remembered how she had given him the supplies, saying that she respected him for taking such desperate measures. Chris, perplexed, asked what exactly she was talking about, and the girl responded by saying that he was going to get rid of Matthew. She said that although he didn't like to take risks, the situation was extremely serious, since he was forging his armor in the middle of the night. The protagonist immediately asked her if she wanted to join them, but she immediately refused, explaining that she was too scared. Jenny added with a satisfied smile that the titmouse should not try to fly like the stork, because it has its own way. Then Chris realized that he needed her, because this girl grasped everything on the fly and was very smart. However, a moment later he decisively discarded all these thoughts, as his friends arrived in time. He greeted Caitlin, who responded with a smile and said that if there were anyone they would like to take into their squad, they could do so. She also emphasized that the guild is doing everything possible to support them, so they shouldn't worry about anything. Caitlin then looked at everyone present and expressed her gratitude for the tremendous work they had already done. She noted that they were forced to this place and made to endure torture, but she was grateful to them for not breaking down. She then informed them that they were now near a free city, told them of its charms, and informed them of the various guilds. She understood that there were many ways to live in this world. However, Caitlin had one small request for them. She only wanted one thing: for them to survive. Chris was stunned because he didn't expect to hear anything like that. However, he then looked at her carefully because her words sounded quite cruel. He thought that out of pity she would choose someone, but at the same time he understood what she was getting at. Even he himself had a hard time finding useful people. However, at that very moment, some guy called out to the main character and the guys looked at him in bewilderment. Then one of the recruits suddenly shouted out that it was selfish of them to leave alone. He turned sharply to Chris, reminding him that he had promised to be there for them and take care of them. But after joining the guild, he had forgotten about everyone. The protagonist froze in shock. He was puzzled and outraged as the recruit spoke these words with astonishing shamelessness. Chris immediately realized that in front of him was the same unpleasant young man who had previously bullied their good friend and harassed the deceased Matthew. However, the guy still wanted to know if the man was really going to leave them. The hero was stunned and looked closely at Mike, because earlier he said that such people should be left behind immediately. At this point, a noise arose and everyone around began to beg Mike not to abandon them. Chris watched his friend in confusion, not understanding why he wasn't reacting. But a moment later, the insolent young man flinched and tensed as Mike quickly headed straight towards him. He was already overjoyed, expecting the success of his undertaking, but in response he heard only a quiet plea for forgiveness. Mike, looking around at everyone present, declared that this was the end of their acquaintance. The protagonist looked at Mike with a predatory grin, since his words sounded unexpected and he clearly did not expect such an outcome. The boy was shocked and demanded an explanation from Mike, but he calmly replied that he thought it was right for them to go out into the world and live independently. The young man was shocked and did not understand how Mike could just leave them so easily. In a rage, he shouted that he was acting irresponsibly. Chris was furious at these words and immediately realized that the guy had crossed the line. At that very moment, he approached his friend and said that they were not at all obliged to bear responsibility for all the newcomers. Chris, looking at the young man, added that they would be safe in the city and would be able to live as comfortable a life as possible without fear of monsters. Chris also informed him that they had no obligation to take care of them, since they were essentially strangers to each other. However, the young man continued to object furiously, shouting that it was they who built the wall in the camp. And then suddenly Chris threw a bag of money on the ground and offered to take it, noting that this was all he could do for them for the last time. Some of those present were happy with this outcome, but that same guy still wanted something more. A moment later, his expression changed and he picked up the money anyway. He stated that he did not want all this at all, but still thanked the hero for his help. Then Chris looked at everyone present, wished them luck in surviving, and asked them to take care of themselves. He noticed how the young man's face changed, and with a predatory but satisfied grin, he once again thanked the gentleman for the money. The hero looked at this cunning guy with a grin, watching him disappear into the crowd, where his ill-wishers were already waiting for him. Chris knew perfectly well that they would be at each other's throats over money. At that moment, he turned around, hearing laughter in the crowd. The protagonist was puzzled because he did not understand why Jenny was copying his poses and looking at him with such a predatory gaze. At that very moment, he admitted to himself that he missed her and would like to meet to discuss some aspects of his future life. However, she then said that she didn't really need him, and Chris was confused because he didn't want her to ignore him. At that moment, Caitlin came up to him and said that he was a very kind person, and now there was hope in her heart. The hero replied with a smile that this was not entirely true, after which he changed the subject and asked if it was time for them to leave. However, the boy was soon surprised to hear his own friends approaching him. He looked at them with a smile, but at the same time he was puzzled, not understanding what they were planning. Noah said he had built a boat and was hoping to take it out on the lake, so he decided to take it with him. He also added that if they suddenly get tired during the journey, they can continue their journey by water. At that moment, Violet looked at the protagonist with slight embarrassment and invited him to go on a boat ride together. He himself did not understand why, but her gaze somehow deprived him of the desire to continue on foot. Then Mike looked at his friends carefully and announced that it was time for them to move on and that they needed to load the remaining luggage. The guys quickly began to pack their things, but at the same time, Mike called out to his comrade. He thanked him for his help earlier, but he assured him that it was a mere trifle and not to worry. Chris was glad that he had accidentally managed to earn a small bonus, and at the same time hoped that Mike would understand that it would be difficult to cope without him. After some time, the boys set off on their journey. They were having a good time, but the main character was puzzled. He hoped that they would soon begin to earn enough money to avoid having to walk such long distances. To his surprise, His Violet looked much better than he had first thought, and he was glad that Noah had managed to find an approach to her. Chris also noted that their group hadn't spent time together for a long time, but it was quite good. After a while, he noticed that Mike saw something in the distance. Chris noticed the puzzled expression on his face, but decided to leave him alone with his thoughts. Meanwhile, looking at Violet, the protagonist noticed that she looked like she was on her honeymoon. After some time, Caitlin informed her friends that they had almost reached their destination. At that very moment, the boy noticed a clock tower in the distance and immediately realized that they had arrived where the Earthlings lived in the Holy Empire. He felt genuine joy that they found themselves in a free city. Chris knew that this was some kind of yard for their dear regressor. In turn, the young man rejoiced in his soul, because he understood that many new things awaited him in this city. He knew that the man was building a house for him in a similar neighborhood, and he really wanted to get a nice apartment in this city. However, Chris himself still stood silently. At that moment, the guy froze for a moment, continuing to look at the clock tower. And then he was suddenly overwhelmed by memories from his past life. He remembered how this tower had once been engulfed in flames. These images made him feel uneasy. However, after a moment, he turned his gaze to his friends and calmed down a little. He knew that new adventures awaited him in his new life, and that everything would be different now. Mike knew that this time he would be able to protect his family. The man was confident that this time he would not allow the nightmare he had experienced in his past life to repeat itself. The hero looked at Mike, who walked forward with thoughts of a bright future for his loved ones. A few moments later, the boys entered a beautiful city. They were amazed, as they had not seen such beauty for a long time. Mike looked around. He was glad that they had reached the city, but at the same time, he understood that many trials awaited them ahead. Chris looked at Mike with a satisfied grin, realizing that things were about to change. Before them lay a city of freedom and beauty filled with people. The boys felt as if they were abroad. Then Caitlin looked at her companions and reported that the city was mainly populated by Koreans. The Holy Empire recruited Koreans, Japanese, and other nationalities, but this particular city was predominantly Korean. She also added that there are still many regions inhabited by people of various nationalities. At that moment, the boys were surprised, because from the cries of the city's inhabitants, they realized that many were looking for the priests. However, almost immediately, they looked into the distance in bewilderment. As it turned out, one girl tried to steal Chris's wallet. The hero called out to her, but it didn't bring any results. However, a moment later, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his things were still there. Caitlin explained that the city had a social assistance program for the poor, but it wasn't very effective. Then Chris looked at Mike, not understanding why he was looking into the distance again, and at the same time, he began to get nervous, not knowing what he was thinking about. However, a moment later, the boys were already distracted from the thief. They clearly saw a beautiful building in front of them. Caitlin smiled at her companions and announced that they had arrived at their destination, thanking them for the long journey. The guys themselves immediately noted to themselves that the building looked quite good. Caitlin looked at them with a smile, realizing that a bright future awaited them. At that moment, she happily introduced them to a large guild. Mike stared tensely at the building he had visited many times in his past life. But the hero, smiling, looked at him and mentally asked him to continue to take care of him. After some time, they entered the guild and were amazed by the beauty they saw. Moreover, there was a bar counter very close by, behind which there was even a worker. Noah looked around with delight, dreaming of relaxing with his friends and having a drink. Chris noted that this building was much better than the one on the continent. Now he no longer had the feeling that the guild was on the verge of collapse, but he still couldn't call it their new home. At this point, Caitlin informed her companions that the guild's restaurant was located in the basement and that they were free to go there. A moment later, the boys looked around with admiration. She also showed them their personal rooms and said that there were many available rooms, so they could choose anyone. Chris looked around with joy, realizing that he was now truly at home. At that moment, Violet came up to him and called out to him. She smiled and noted that this room looked almost like a honeymoon suite. The hero looked at her and asked why she didn't move into the next room to be near him. During their conversation, Noah intervened and suggested that they move in together. But Chris stopped him and asked the girl if she agreed. She was embarrassed and couldn't answer right away. However, he then softly and quietly pointed out that they shouldn't give up on each other if they were going to spend their nights apart anyway. Then Violet, smiling and looking away shyly, agreed, and the guy breathed a sigh of relief. Caitlin said the training rooms and court are in the back. Then she told the hero that a special place had been prepared for him at the end of the corridor. A moment later, the boys followed her. When they arrived at the right place, they froze in surprise for a second. The guild really went out of their way to provide Chris with a personal alchemy lab filled with all sorts of equipment. He was even provided with basic defensive spells in case of unforeseen circumstances. The girl admitted that she would like to make the laboratory even bigger, but noted that this was their first such experience. But the hero said with admiration that this was more than enough, and thanked her. The boys were delighted to realize that the guild had prepared a real laboratory for their friend. Chris then wondered if there was another alchemist on the continent who had started out in such conditions. He noticed that all the items were of high quality and looked luxurious. Now he no longer felt deprived and understood that in such conditions he could achieve anything. At this point, Noah suggested that his friends go to a restaurant and celebrate the event. However, Chris apologized to his friends and said that they could go without him, as he wanted to experiment with some items. He understood that he had received a chance to prove himself on the alchemical path and simply had no right to miss such an opportunity. However, Caitlin and Mike looked at him with genuine admiration, as they saw him as a hard-working person. Then the girl, smiling softly, said that she would be glad to have dinner together that evening, but dinner would have to be postponed. Then, as she left, she said goodbye to the young people. After this, Noah remarked that he would be heading to the training ground, but at the same time asked what the others were planning to do. Violet, smiling, replied that she would like to study a little. Mike then told his friends that he was going to the slums. Everyone present was stunned, as they did not expect such an act from their comrade. The hero asked why the man was going to the slums, but Mike explained that he had business there. Chris was puzzled, as he realized that his comrade was going to become the savior of the slums. Meanwhile, Noah, looking at Mike, noted that he was too kind, but the guy understood perfectly well that this was not true. Chris looked at his friend with bewilderment, realizing that he was clearly planning something. Soon the swordsman reported that people had gathered in the square. The guys were surprised and confirmed that they had noticed this too and realized that most of the groups were recruiting for guilds. Then Mike, with a gentle smile, explained that that was why he wanted to go to the slums and look for people who could join them. The young men were again stunned, as they had not expected such a development of events at all. They understood that something like this would happen sooner or later, but they didn't think that he would take care of the issue so quickly. At that moment, Chris suddenly grinned sharply and smiling wished him luck, and only now did the guy understand what exactly his friend had planned. Mike thanked everyone for their support with a smile. However, after a moment his expression changed and he announced that he was going to leave. Chris looked at his comrade with a predatory grin, knowing full well what he was up to. That same evening, the girl thief ran away in a hurry after committing thefts, but she did not forget about her friend. Jumping across the rooftops, the girl dropped a small bag of money to her friend. Chris knew perfectly well that there was another member of their large and friendly team in the slums. As it turned out, the thief threw the bag to the girl, who had a cross hanging around her neck. The bag fell at her feet as she was feeding a homeless man. Apparently, this girl will still play an important role in the lives of our heroes. Without wasting a minute, Chris began his experiments, fully aware that the most important thing in alchemy is caution. Before starting experiments, it was necessary to understand the theories, conduct thought experiments, and only then move on to practice. At the same time, he acted with utmost care, since all the ingredients and materials were rare and expensive. However, to his regret, his first attempts to create new recipes ended in failure, and the items were destroyed. No matter how much of an alchemist he was, caution remained mandatory, but he understood that this rule applied to ordinary alchemists. Chris used extremely expensive components, but he knew it was worth it in this case, and he knew it was time to spend the money. Chris was a special case and didn't have to worry about the cost of materials the way other alchemists did. Inspired, he mixed ingredients and conducted various experiments, as a result of which he managed to discover new recipes. The guy realized that he only needed to focus on the end result and could skip the theoretical stage and move straight to the conclusion. He carefully mixed the various components, and after some time received notification of the successful synthesis of the emotional enhancement potion. Having received a rare sample, the protagonist joyfully considered his success. He brewed it out of curiosity, but was sure that one day this potion would definitely come in handy. In addition, he synthesized health and stamina potions and successfully created a new catalyst mixture. The guy was glad that his skills had grown significantly, and his level of intelligence had also increased. At that very moment, he was distracted by young men who informed him that a parcel containing various artifacts had been delivered to him. He was surprised again to notice that the parcels were brought to him not by couriers, but by his friends, Noah and Violet. Chris told his friend that there was a special person assigned to do such things, and it was not worth doing it personally. Noah, in his defense, stated that this was the only way to see his dear friend, since it had been difficult for them to see each other lately. At that moment, the girl asked Chris if he had time to have lunch, and he quickly replied that he hadn't had time for that. Then Violet, smiling and slightly embarrassed, handed him a small package, explaining that she had prepared lunch for him. A moment later, delicious meatballs appeared in front of the young people. Violet, smiling, admitted that she had prepared the dish herself, but she wasn't sure if it had turned out tasty. She added that she cooked meatballs thinking about Chris, and the guy was glad that she was not only nice, but also started cooking for him. At that moment, he thanked her and said that he would try the dish immediately, but almost immediately after that, Noah collapsed to the floor with a crash. The boys stared in shock at their friend who collapsed after eating several meatballs. They froze in shock, not expecting anything like this at all. It was clear that he was trying with all his might to force the words out, while at the same time warning his friend about the dangers of this dish. And then Chris froze in horror and wondered what exactly she had prepared this dish from. At that moment, he heard Violet's frighteningly calm voice. The girl looked at him intently and asked why he had not eaten a single piece, and also asked if there was anything he did not like. Then she approached her lover and handed him one meatball. The hero was scared and did not know what to do. She continued to stare at him, and this only made him feel worse. He still didn't understand what exactly she had done. After some time, the guy opened his eyes, hearing his girlfriend's voice. She looked at him with a smile, glad that he had finally come to his senses. Violet was genuinely glad to see him again, as he had suddenly lost consciousness, which had scared her greatly. Chris glanced at the remains of the dish and decided not to ask what exactly it was made from. At that moment, he noticed that Noah had buried his face in the floor. Then the hero hastened to assure his friend that she should not worry about their friend, since he had a potion with which he could cure them. After some time, the guy came to his senses and looked closely at his comrades. He then loudly declared that the snack was simply magnificent, and added that he now felt energy and strength filling his body. He also noted that he was glad that Violet cared and gave him such a wonderful product. Chris explained that his infusion wasn't all that effective, as it only healed minor wounds and restored energy. However, Noah was still pleased and stated that the main character had clearly succeeded in his work. The hero, smiling, replied that he had not done it in vain. Chris then immediately asked where their squad leader was. Noah explained that he had finished training and gone to the slums. He realized that their comrade was a very kind and sympathetic person, who also cared about the residents of the slums. Chris paused, realizing that the recruitment wasn't going as smoothly as expected, and also realizing that there were clearly some problems there. At that moment, the main character announced that he should also visit the slums. The guys were surprised, as they didn't expect that from him. He smiled and added that he thought it would be wise to inspect everything in person, but Mike warned that it could be dangerous. Then Violet looked at him and said that she would definitely go with him. The hero was pleased with this arrangement. When they were about to leave, the boys said goodbye to their friend. At that moment, Chris suddenly stopped, noticing one of the potions on the shelf. He decided to take some of his supplies with him, just in case. After some time, the boys set off on their journey. At first, the protagonist thought they were just taking a walk around the city. However, the longer he observed, the faster he became accustomed to his surroundings. Their driver asked them what they were doing in such a dubious place, and Chris replied that they had recently arrived in the city and decided to look around. The man noted that they had joined the guild on very good terms, but added that usually everyone tries to avoid this path. The thing is, everyone understands that the slum area is quite dangerous, and the atmosphere there is very different from that in the square. Chris couldn't tell if these people were afraid to beg, or if they had long since lost all desire to do so. Using his special ability, the hero realized that there was no one valuable in his path. However, after several minutes of long searching, he noticed something that looked like gold among the trash. He was shocked because he saw a legendary class from one woman. At that moment, the hero looked at her carefully and was stunned, realizing that in front of him was the ideal candidate for their team. Moreover, the woman possessed sacred power and was a priestess of the sun. Then Chris shouted to the driver that they would leave his carriage immediately. The boy hurried to the saint, realizing that if his girlfriend had been a priestess, everything might have turned out differently. He realized that if his vision did not deceive him, then the legendary priestess was standing before him. This was precisely the talent that their regressor had been searching for so long and so diligently. The hero understood that she was ideal, and therefore wanted to help Mike and recruit this woman into their squad. However, as he ran closer, he froze in place, not understanding why there was so much trash around such a beautiful girl. The man grinned and told the priestess that their guild had more to offer than just donations. They intended to save all the poor in the area. She smiled and replied that she would gratefully accept the help, but that she did not intend to leave the slums, as she wanted to personally take care of the locals. The hero watched what was happening carefully, realizing that the fight for the candidate had already begun. He saw that the priestess was popular. Priestesses themselves were a great rarity, and she, on top of that, possessed incredible potential and was not a member of any guild. At that moment, the girl, smiling, offered to help the priestess in distributing food, and she thanked her with a smile. However, as soon as the girl approached the poor people, she froze and had difficulty holding back the urge to vomit. The smell emanating from them was extremely unpleasant. Chris, looking at everyone present, realized that they were only pretending because they wanted to lure the priestess into their guild. He was amused by the effort they put into feigning friendliness just to make a good impression on the girl. He also realized that all these poor people were just playing the role of the unfortunate, since each of them could have gotten down to business and achieved something. Chris watched the events unfold and felt that he was witnessing the final stage of the survivors' camp's evolution. Meanwhile, the priestess, despite everything, was happy to help people and said that she would be happy to bring them new newspapers and would also come tomorrow. At the same time, the guy felt confused, since this sight in itself was difficult. He saw a saint in her, but around him he saw not people, but pigs who simply did not want to work and expected everything to be handed to them on a silver platter. Initially, the hero was going to join this farce in order to recruit her, but now he realized that he should not do so. At that very moment, the guy casually asked if these were really the same slums. Chris understood perfectly well that in the current situation he had to act completely differently than usual. The saint, whose name was Sophie, turned around, as she was not expecting visitors at all. Then the hero carefully looked at everyone present and casually stated that everyone around looked like pigs. He deliberately sought to provoke aggression and wanted the girl to see her from the perspective of those very poor people. At that moment, Chris looked at her with a grin and clearly repeated that everyone present here were just pigs. Sophie was shocked and asked what he was even talking about. Then the guy indifferently asked how many times he would have to repeat it. At that moment, the hero realized why the man had still not been able to recruit the saint. He realized that there was a catch. Sophie was deeply shocked and depressed by what she heard and immediately demanded that the protagonist immediately apologize to everyone. Chris noticed the anger with which those around him were looking at him, and instead of retreating, he only added fuel to the fire. He was genuinely amazed and did not understand at what point human thinking became collective. Then Sophie turned to everyone and reminded them that the goddess had commanded them to share food with the hungry, clothes with the naked, and to listen to the poor. She added that as a priestess she was obliged to take care of people and therefore could not allow such inhumane treatment towards them. Moreover, the girl warned the young man that if he allowed himself to say even one more offensive word, she would not stand aside. Chris saw that she was obsessed with helping the poor around the clock, which meant she wouldn't have time to join their guild and help there. The protagonist realized that he would not be able to convince her using the same methods that other guilds used. Sophie looked at him in confusion and asked why he was silent, since she still demanded an apology. However, at that moment, the hero looked at her with feigned pity and asked what would happen if he refused. Chris then stated that her teaching itself was good, but in front of her were scum who were incapable of doing anything on their own. He added that they were simply using her because it was more convenient for them to live that way. But the girl screamed, demanding that he shut up immediately. Sophie said that a person like him would never understand anything, because strength and talent were valued in the country, and those who did not possess them were considered trash. She also stated that the guy is unable to understand those who live without such advantages. Chris was stunned because he didn't expect to hear something like that. The girl then added that he was the one who was a piece of trash who just walked around to fill his balance and called him a pathetic person. The hero was shocked because he had not expected such words at all. However, at that very moment, he noticed how everyone around him was looking at him with contempt and mockery. Anger began to rise within him, as the protagonist knew something about himself that no one else knew. The priestess was deeply mistaken about him, because she had no idea how hard his life was, and therefore such words could not hurt him. Then Sophie turned away and declared that since he had nothing more to say, her answer would be to leave. However, at that very moment, Chris quietly whispered something after her, that she was just a pig herder, and the girl was amazed. The hero grinned and said that now it became clear to him who exactly was to blame for these people reaching such a state. He came closer and declared that it was all her fault. Chris pointed at her and said that there were pigs in front of them, and she was their pig farmer who had tamed them. Sophie was shocked by such words, but Chris added that he was no longer going to make pathetic excuses, although she herself knew that he was right. At that moment, The guy mockingly asked if she wanted him to show her the real reason why the city would soon perish. He intended to voice the truth from which she had so stubbornly run. Then the hero shouted loudly that he was hiring everyone present. People were shocked and did not understand what exactly he had planned. Chris stated that the work would be hard, but since they were not crippled, they could cope quite well, and besides, he would provide them with housing. He added loudly that from now on they would no longer live like cockroaches in a ditch. The hero stated that they simply had to take advantage of the opportunity given to them to live like human beings. He stressed that they now have a choice and it is time to start living independently. However, in response, he heard only deathly silence. Only Violet looked at him with joy and admiration and even began to applaud. Sophie was shocked and screamed that the guy was just a swindler. At that moment, people began to ask about payment and conditions. But the priestess screamed again, claiming that this was a trap and that such a thing could not happen. Chris looked at the saint with a predatory grin, as everything was going exactly as he planned. The hero then approached the old man and declared that their guild would never refuse those who wanted to start a new life. He added that if they lacked trust, he could appoint their saint as a guild advisor. Then Sophie asked what he was talking about. At that very moment, a cry came from the crowd that the saint would go to the Black Swan. Everyone present began to nod in agreement. The remaining poor people also said they were willing to go to work if they were actually hired. Sophie was shocked. Then Chris, smiling, said that she should go to Sineva, since now she would have to look after him. The girl was shocked and declared that she had no intention of joining the guild, and the hero noted that she seemed to find him extremely unpleasant. At the same moment, the guy added that he did not feel any hostility towards altruists like her. Chris smiled at everyone present and announced that work would begin tomorrow and that they were free now. Sophie then admitted that she didn't trust him completely, but was still grateful that he was going to give people jobs. Smiling, the guy noted that there was no need to thank him, since it wouldn't have changed anything anyway. The girl looked at him with bewilderment, but at the same moment the hero asked how long she had been working in such a place. She was taken aback and replied that she had been working in similar conditions for several years, but did not understand why he asked such a question. Then Chris asked how many people were actually able to change and return to society, and Sophie froze in place, unable to answer. Then Chris chuckled and said that no one really wanted to get out of a place like that, and that she had had similar thoughts herself. Sophie admitted with sadness in her voice that, as an ordinary person, she had indeed thought about something like this. She simply could not calmly watch abandoned people suffer. However, Chris assured her that she was being naive, and stated that he considered it a huge waste that a priestess of such a level was wasting her time on trash. Chris looked at her with a smirk, clearly pleased with the expression on her face at that moment. He saw that she was wondering why there had been no improvement yet, and at the same time he knew that she was wrong. In fact, the protagonist had already achieved half of his goal by simply sowing the seeds of doubt in her soul. It was not difficult to guess what would happen next. The hero was pleased with the result, because he understood that Mike would also be pleased with the same outcome. Moreover, he expected that he would eventually be able to take possession of her, and he also felt satisfaction from the fact that he was able to test his potion on people. It was at this moment that the priestess began to realize that her faith was not as strong as she thought. Chris's words about all these people just manipulating her played over and over in her head. However, when Sophie looked at the hungry poor people again, she realized that all this was not true. She came to the conclusion that she simply lacked faith. Sophie then turned to Benigor with a plea and asked her if this city would ever become truly beautiful. Meanwhile, Chris's plan was in full swing. He came to the slums with Violet because he intended to recruit Sophie into his squad, because she was more than just an ordinary servant. The protagonist was too focused on studying her abilities and did not immediately notice that she was under the influence of the slum dwellers. That is why he decided to expose the hypocrisy of the poor. He hired them as test subjects for his experiments. However, when the boy woke up, he realized that several days had already passed. Since he slept in a new place, he felt very tired. At the same time, the hero was puzzled by the fact that Mike had not shown himself to him for several days. Chris spent more time in the slums than he had originally planned, as some people were really hard at work. Nevertheless, Chris was glad that the potion tests were successful. The protagonist understood perfectly well that his partner just needed to wait a little since he was going to bring him trophies. However, after some time, the main character noticed that the slum area was empty. He was slightly surprised, but at the same time pleased with this. The hero clearly realized that everything was developing strictly according to his plan, and their predictability deserved special praise. Deep down, he considered them hopeless pigs. Chris looked into the distance with a grin, realizing that he had become a ray of light for the new world. and now it would be much easier for him to convince the priestess. Meanwhile, the slum dwellers began to whisper among themselves, as they simply wanted to receive food from the saint rather than do anything useful. A moment later, the guy noticed the priestess in the distance and realized that doubts had already begun to cloud her soul, which sincerely pleased him. He understood that these alcoholics, just by their presence, would help him a lot. Chris looked at the drunken slum dwellers with a satisfied smile, realizing that Sophie wouldn't be able to tolerate this for much longer. However, at that very moment, the hero was stunned when one of the men looked at him in surprise. Then he mockingly called the main character a weakling, not skimping on rude and obscene expressions. The other men made fun of Chris because they were sure he was no good. And then the hero became furious, but he understood that he had to control himself. Then the protagonist looked closely at the priestess, hoping that she would pay attention and see who these people really were. However, noticing that she was not looking at him, the guy came closer and asked her to give him a few minutes, as he wanted to show her something. Sophie looked at him with bewilderment and asked what exactly he wanted. The hero replied that she would see everything herself. After this, the priestess followed him. After some time, Chris brought her to a pre-prepared site and asked her to take a close look at the slum dwellers. He pointed out that they were shirking work and only pestering women, and that only a few days had passed since they began their work, but they had already disappeared. He added that the slum dwellers were perverts and alcoholics, which is why they rotted at the very bottom. At that moment, the girl fell silent, and the men shouted pleas for forgiveness, saying that they were alive only thanks to Sophie. Then the hero said that she saw everything with her own eyes and should not believe their deception. But in response, the priestess quietly said that all this was because of PTSD. Chris smiled, realizing she had seen the big picture. But after a moment, he realized something was wrong. The girl stated that these people had already experienced too much pain and drowned their suffering in alcohol, which is why they became addicted. The hero was shocked, as he did not understand what kind of nonsense she was talking. Sophie then explained that people like him, who had power and privilege, couldn't understand this until they experienced it themselves. Chris became furious and said that these people were dragging the city down and were criminals who were being portrayed as victims. However, the priestess insisted that they were merely the dispossessed, in conflict with the authorities and those above them. Sophie looked closely at the young man and said that he was just a man of privilege and power. And it was at that moment that the hero realized that he had made a mistake. He realized that her convictions were too strong and her faith was blind and impenetrable. Chris asked the girl if she really intended to continue to justify these people even in cases where they harmed their own. In response, she said that he was simply slandering them. Sophie, in turn, assured the young man that they all represented one big and friendly family. The hero became furious because he realized that the priestess simply did not want to see reality. However, the priestess added that if he really had so much free time, he could check everything himself and make sure that her words were true. As she left, she also noticed that she could see how he was calculating everything. Chris was furious because he realized that the girl was still being stubborn, and that was when he realized that the moment had come to act decisively. He was also irritated by the fact that he had not expected at all how difficult it would be to conduct a dialogue with her. However, just a moment later, all his thoughts disappeared when he was hit on the head with a bottle. One of the men, in a rage, attacked the young man and demanded an explanation, asking how he dared to complain about them to the priestess. At that moment, the slum dwellers could stand it no longer and also pounced on the hero, wanting him to get away. Chris did not waste a minute and immediately feigned repentance. He bowed and began to beg for mercy. However, the man did not even intend to listen to him and immediately rushed at him. Intending to settle the score, in a rage, he hit the hero in the face. Chris fell to the ground with a thud, and the slum dwellers began to beat him with obvious pleasure. The hero was seething with anger, seeing how Sophie turned a blind eye to hypocrisy simply because she considered him a person of more privileged position. He saw how he was being beaten and ridiculed at the same time, but she did absolutely nothing. Chris was furious and knew perfectly well that if Mike had been there, he would have certainly saved him. He realized that there had to be someone good next to the priestess for her to want to protect him, someone who could reveal their true nature. Then he realized that he simply had no choice and would have to resort to desperate measures. After the beating, the boys began to mock him, suggesting that he was a woman dressed in men's clothing. The main character was stunned, as he did not understand what was being discussed at all. However, at that moment, he remembered that he had always been good at disguise, and sometimes some guys really did pick on him. Therefore, if he was made indecent proposals, he invariably did everything possible to ruin their lives. Chris realized that it was thanks to such losers that he managed to survive. At that moment, all the alcoholics around were taken aback, not understanding why the guy suddenly started grinning. Chris, without wasting any time, quickly ran away from his offenders while they continued to discuss him. When they looked up, they realized that the guy was no longer there. At this point, Chris was already running down the street, praising himself for being agile enough to escape. Moreover, he would not need makeup to transform himself now because he had an amazing box at his disposal. Soon, Chris burst into Violet's room and began to wake her up with tears in his eyes. The girl was shocked because she did not understand what had happened. However, the very next moment she shuddered, seeing his face covered in bruises. With tears in her eyes, she reached out to him, not understanding what had happened. Sighing, the hero said it was nothing, but then asked if she could cast a transformation spell on him. Violet was surprised by such a question, and at the same time warned that such a transformation had time limits. Then Chris smiled and asked to be turned into a young girl, and also added that she was very beautiful. Violet was confused and asked why he even said that. She, of course, loved him in any form, but she had no experience in such things. The guy sighed and explained that she was thinking about something completely different, and then also asked her to find clothes similar to those worn by the locals. Violet was confused and didn't understand anything, but she decided to fulfill his request without asking unnecessary questions. At that moment, she used magic. Literally a moment later, the hero began to slowly change, as if turning into a different person. Chris felt like he was in some kind of witch movie or comic book. A few minutes later, he became a long-haired sorceress girl. He looked at Violet and said that in the name of justice, he was going to punish them. She let out a cry of admiration at how great it turned out and began showering him with praise. The hero was embarrassed and asked if he was really that good, but a moment later, seeing himself in the mirror, he was taken aback for a second. Then he looked at Violet in bewilderment and noted that he would like to see a beauty in the reflection, but she shyly replied that he was already handsome. Sighing, the hero said that he understood and accepted this, and then added that now they needed to go. Chris hurried outside and declared that they should watch the priestess teach the locals a good lesson. Then he looked at Violet with a slight grin. He asked if she could call him Christina for a while. She laughed and shouted out his new name. The hero was determined and was going to take advantage of the situation to teach everyone a lesson they would remember for the rest of their lives. Now he was a teenage girl from the slums who didn't tolerate injustice, so Chris set out to achieve his goal. Meanwhile, Sophie was absolutely sure that her people would never harm their own. Of course, sometimes she heard them arguing with each other, and she understood that this was normal human nature. However, at that very moment, all her thoughts were interrupted when she heard a terrifying scream. A few minutes earlier, the slum dwellers were chatting animatedly among themselves, unsure whether the boy could have reported them to his guild. They understood that the most important thing was that the unsuccessful priestess did not suspect anything. It seemed to them that they were now living for their own pleasure, and everything was literally served to them on a silver platter. At the same time, they did not watch their words at all and spoke extremely disrespectfully about the priestess. And it was at that moment that they were stunned when a girl approached them and angrily asked what exactly they were saying. She looked at them angrily and declared that they had just insulted the saint. Meanwhile, Sophie turned around sharply, hearing the scream, and fixed her gaze in his direction. Then Violet ran up to the priestess and reported that a quarrel had started among the poor people. Several men were harassing one girl. Sophie was stunned, as she never expected to see such a thing. Trembling with excitement, the priestess asked her if she heard her words correctly. At first, the girl decided that there had been a mistake, and that people would not harm each other. She convinced herself that this was just a misunderstanding and everything was going wrong, because they were one big family. Sophie prayed to the goddess that it was all just a mistake. However, a moment later she was shocked again. What she saw made her freeze and her eyes glaze over. Until the very end, the girl refused to believe what was happening. But now the priestess realized that Chris was right. Previously, the hero said that weakness does not mean kindness, and now the saint saw the harsh truth. She was sad to watch what was happening because one of the beggars was beating the girl. Now Sophie felt the full bitterness of reality. She trembled with fear and asked everyone present what was happening. Meanwhile, Chris, smiling inwardly, seemed to welcome her onto the stage of madness. He understood that the girl was now seeing a terrifying picture, but he almost tore his throat out from screaming. But he did not give up and continued to beg for help. The enraged man shouted at the girl to know her place, and then the guy tried to force him to show his true face. At that very moment, the man fell to the ground with a crash and, continuing to beat the girl, shouted that she would not leave the slums alive. Then the saint rushed to help the victim, and at the same time shouted for them to stop immediately. Sophie was furious because she didn't understand what exactly they were doing. However, at that very moment, the woman was hit by a man and fell to the ground with a crash. Chris understood that everything that was happening might sound completely absurd, but that was exactly the reality. He also thought that Sophie should not worry about the cost and cleanliness of the clothes, since he was going to make her rich in the future. Everyone present was shocked, as they never expected to see the priestess in the midst of such chaos. The man became frightened, realizing that he had pushed her away in vain. Meanwhile, Chris writhed on the ground in agony, but the hero wanted the saint to watch his suffering. Sophie extended her hand to the girl, not understanding how they could treat her like that. But the hero realized that everything was happening strictly according to his plan. The girl dreamed of creating a beautiful city where everyone would be equal. She understood that their city, the Holy Empire, was too rotten, because the authorities justified all their actions only by the desire for profit. Sophie realized that it was impossible to protect the countless people suffering under their oppression. Nevertheless, the woman intended to protect them and did everything in her power. At that very moment, the priestess screamed with tears in her eyes, intending to heal the girl. Chris said he just couldn't stand by when he heard them insulting the priestess. The next moment, the saint noticed that the girl had become worse and asked her not to speak, saying that after the healing, everything would be fine. At the same time, the guy understood that he had to act. Sophie, not understanding the men's behavior, angrily declared that she was seriously disappointed in them. At this moment, all the scoundrels present here tensed up, as they did not expect to hear such a thing. The girl then added that she felt genuinely sorry for them and tried to take care of them, but they had committed real evil. Chris watched her with a satisfied grin, realizing that the girl was gradually beginning to accept reality. At that moment, the men shouted that this was all just a misunderstanding, but the saint declared that she did not want to listen to any excuses. However, the priestess said that they must leave the slums immediately, as they had no place in such a place, as they were fallen souls. After a few moments, Sophie began to heal the wounded woman. The hero understood that everything was going very badly. Looking at Violet, the boy mentally prayed that she would stop the priestess and try to prevent the holy power from penetrating his body. At that very moment, the great magician and the great priestess clashed in a confrontation of forces. Sophie was shocked when her holy power was rejected. The girl was confused and did not understand how this was possible. Sophie wondered what state the girl was in if her holy power was not working, saying that it was all her own fault. Sophie couldn't stop because she felt like she was turning her back on those who were truly suffering, while the boy was only making things worse. Then, just for her, Chris coughed and a stream of blood gushed from his mouth. At that moment, the girl was shocked and screamed because she did not expect to see anything like that. At the same time, Violet shed bitter tears, not wanting Chris to suffer like this. Meanwhile, the main character was overjoyed because his plan had worked. But the hero wanted to know what the girl would do with the villains now. At that very moment, the priestess again extended her hand to the girl and said that she could not die. Then the wounded woman replied that she would like to live a little longer. She thanked the priestess for helping such people. At the same time, Chris did not forget to tell her about pleasant memories that he did not actually have, since the guy was making everything up as he went along. However, the hero noted that the girl was truly worthy of respect. Sophie burst into tears, realizing that the girl did not deserve such a fate, because she only wanted to protect the weak. At that very moment, the saint screamed, calling for help. However, the girl was shocked when she saw that there was not a soul left around. By this time, everyone had already dispersed. Sophie understood perfectly well that everything that was happening was a lie. But she hated strong people who walked over the heads of the weak and destroyed the world. Now the girl hated the weak for what they had done. At that very moment, the man looked at the wounded girl with a grin and said that the priestess was hypocritical and had now shown her true face. In turn, Chris only looked at the man with a satisfied smile, since the hero understood that everything was going according to his plan. Then the priestess looked at everyone present in anger, not realizing how biased her own judgments were. Chris was happy because he wanted the men to continue to mock him, while the priestess again reached out to the girl, trying to save her. The men then said that she should just go to a brothel if she was so desperate to get noticed. At that very moment, the priestess screamed. Chris shuddered, realizing that the girl had finally awakened. But immediately after that, the young man stepped back, seeing her appearance. Sophie was seething with anger and fury, and she wished that such people had never been born. The guy was stunned by what he saw because he never expected to notice black tears on her face. Then the young man realized that the girl was going over to the dark side. At that moment, the priestess rushed towards the men and ordered them to immediately release the innocent child, but they only told her to be silent. However, The men looked at the girls with lust and mockingly stated that, apparently, she still did not realize what was happening. At that moment, Chris flinched, noticing a man with a knife in his hand. The young man was frightened and wanted the priestess to complete her transformation as quickly as possible. Then the boy burst into tears and began to beg for mercy, but at the same time he deliberately pressed himself against the blade of the knife. At that very moment, the hero mentally screamed, wishing that his Violet would calm down and control her bloodthirstiness. However, a moment later the guy was struck again. He saw that even at that moment the priestess fell to her knees and began to pray. Then the alcoholic man couldn't take it anymore and waved a knife, wanting to immediately deal with the girls. Meanwhile, Chris screamed internally because the hero wanted at least someone to deal with the men. But it was at that moment that the end came for the man. The boy froze for a moment as he saw a severed head fly past him. The young man was stunned by what was happening and did not understand what exactly had happened. And then suddenly Chris saw that the priestess was surrounded by darkness. Everyone present was shocked to see that Sophie had dealt with the man with ease. At the same time, Violet looked at the high priestess with admiration, and Chris noticed that the player Sophie had changed her specialization. Then Sophie looked furiously at the men and declared that if they died in such a place, all witnesses would disappear. The guy was shocked to realize that the girl had become a priestess of darkness. Chris stood motionless, as if in a daze, and after everything that had happened, the hero was overcome with fear. The protagonist could not believe his eyes, but after a few seconds he clearly heard the sound of an impact. At the same time, the hero saw how the high priestess easily dealt with all the villains in her path. Of course, the guy supported her transition to the dark side, but cutting off heads seemed excessive to him. Of course, the hero didn't care about the lives of such trash, but if anyone in the guild found out about what was happening, everything could end badly. The guy was shocked and did not understand what was happening to her. The girl looked delighted, as if she wanted this from the very beginning. However, at that very moment, the protagonist turned his gaze to Violet, because he did not understand what made her so happy. However, at that very moment the girl shuddered and looked at the hero with excitement. The guy looked at her in response with bewilderment. But at that very moment the hero realized that the spell was dissipating. Meanwhile, one man trembled with fear, looked at the treacherous priestess and began to beg for mercy. However, Sophie had no intention of sparing anyone, and while dealing with him, the priestess declared that mercy does not exist. Meanwhile, Chris was on edge. He understood that if the priestess found out that this was all a setup, she would certainly cut him down too. The guy himself was confused and didn't know what to do, because he was very afraid of her anger. In his soul, the hero screamed and prayed for everything that was happening to stop. However, all his prayers were in vain, and at that very moment the guy was transformed and showed his true face. The hero prayed for his Violet to help him, but to his regret, the spell wore off and no one could come to his aid. Meanwhile, the priestess dealt with the last enemy. Looking coldly at the man, Sophie said that they would meet in hell. At that very moment, the guy quietly hid around the corner of the house. Sophie then joyfully rushed towards the young girl, but was shocked to see who was standing in front of her. In response, Chris smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl was shocked, because she did not understand what had happened and why he was there instead of the girl. The priestess angrily asked if he had deceived her. Chris sighed heavily and replied that he did not deny his deception, but he wanted her to see the whole reality. The hero hoped that Sophie would understand that they worked well together, and he was even ready to start volunteering with her. At that moment, the young man looked at her with the gaze of a wet, unhappy puppy, hoping that such a look would allow him to save his life. However, a moment later, fear ran through his veins as the girl looked at him with an angry gaze. Chris looked at the priestess with tears in his eyes, realizing that he would soon meet his death. But it was at that moment that Violet stepped between them, intending to protect Chris. The girl burst into tears and screamed at the priestess because she did not want her to kill him. Violet then reached out to her lover and helped him to his feet. However, Chris understood that these actions would not affect her in any way and that the girl would soon deal with him anyway. At that very moment, the hero hid behind his girlfriend and, trembling with fear, began to beg her to protect him with magic. Violet, in turn, did not lose her composure and quickly hugged the hero when they saw the magic being directed at them. However, a few moments later the boys were amazed to see a bright light. They were shocked when Sophie calmly approached them and told them that they did not need to worry as she had no intention of harming them. The boys were confused, but the priestess said that they could even laugh at her sincerely. Then the girl added with sadness in her voice that she was no longer a priestess or a saint. Having accepted the reality, The woman realized that she was just a pathetic cattle slaughterer. Then Chris looked closely at the priestess and said that she should not blame herself since she had not made any mistake. But deep down, the hero was glad that everything happened exactly as he had planned. At that moment, the priestess froze for a moment, surprised that the guy had said such words. Then the young man looked at her tenderly and said that if from now on she had to take the lives of some people to protect others, he would always be there. Chris looked at the great priestess of darkness with a soft smile. Sophie felt embarrassed and looked at him awkwardly, as this was the first time she felt support from a stranger. Then the guy invited her to go on a trip with them, since they were going to create a beautiful city together. At that very moment, the girl extended her hand to him and agreed, because she wanted to protect the new world from evil together for the sake of protecting worthy people. Then the guy saw that she had become the ideal volunteer priestess of darkness, as well as the saint of the lost. However, at the same time, during the general assessment, he was asked what exactly he had done with the holy priestess. Holding back all his emotions, the guy burst out laughing because he himself did not understand what exactly he had done to her. After some time, the boys set off on their journey. Chris looked at Violet and Sophie with a satisfied smile, glad that they had found a common language. The guy was pleased with himself because he considered himself a real genius and also understood that they would soon begin to have a good life. He was glad to have gotten rid of the trash and recruited the legendary priestess into their team. The young man felt great joy because the hero understood that Mike would certainly be delighted with such a find. Then Violet looked at her new friend and thanked her. But Sophie looked at her with bewilderment because she did not understand what she was talking about. Violet said that she was very glad that the priestess helped save her Chris, but at the same time she felt bad that she couldn't handle it. At that very moment, the guy looked closely at the girls and noticed that they had found a common language. However, a moment later, the young man was shocked to realize that they were both like time bombs, because from now on they intended to protect him. Chris was shocked to see how perfectly they worked together. But soon the young man shuddered again, hearing Mike's voice. The boy looked at the man with joy, realizing that it was hard for him without him. Mike looked at his friends with joy and surprise, as he did not expect to see them in such a place. Chris, in turn, was already looking forward to the moment when he would introduce the great priestess to the great swordsman. However, he was slightly taken aback when he noticed that Mike was looking at their new friend with bewilderment. Mike looked at them in surprise and asked who was next to them. At that very moment, Chris was completely shocked by what was happening. A few seconds later, the guys met, and the hero was puzzled, since he assumed that they had already known each other in a past life. However, the hero then turned his gaze to the inconspicuous girl standing behind Mike. The guy looked at her with bewilderment because he didn't know who she really was. However, a moment later, the hero used the ability and discovered that the girl, Claire, was a marksman and also a brilliant assassin. The guy was surprised because he didn't expect Mike to bring someone like that. However, the hero was upset that the man was not familiar with the High Priestess, but he still understood that they should accept her into their team. This time, however, their choices differed. Chris knew that his new acquaintance was a bloodthirsty person whom he himself had created. She became the one who floods the streets with blood. And judging by how the woman felt, she did not feel any pity for the people she had chopped up. Chris, however, hoped that her incredible performance would make her the 5th member of the team. At the same time, Claire was clearly unhappy that she was not the only contender for the team. At the same time, the hero understood that the girl easily destroyed everyone in her path. And yet the guy was jubilant and knew that she was the best. If you think about it, Sophie was his ideal type. She was a cool beauty, just like Mike. Chris was clearly aware and confident that their team was already fully staffed. However, Mike did not give up and openly presented his candidacy to everyone. The protagonist was very nervous, as he understood that he would have to choose between the legendary priestess and the assassin on the team. Chris understood perfectly well that they needed to weigh all the pros and cons and make a choice quickly. He hoped that Mike would voice his decision as soon as possible, and he hoped that it would be in their favor. However, at that very moment, the hero realized that they had chosen a completely different person than he had imagined. Mike had chosen Claire. Chris and Sophie were shocked by what they heard, as they expected a completely different answer. Chris was confused and bewildered, as he expected a completely different decision from Mike. He was perplexed because he had spent a huge amount of effort to recruit the priestess, even transforming into a girl and getting injured. The boy didn't understand why such a genius as the great priestess Sophie hadn't attracted Mike's attention in his first life. However, now the guy realized that by a lucky chance they had come across several winning lottery tickets at once. Then the guy asked Mike who this girl was that he brought with him. He replied that he met her by chance in the slums, that she looked capable. He also knew that Claire had only recently emerged from the slums and hoped that they could become friends with her, although the girl looked wary. Chris looked at the girl with a smile, but the hero understood that getting closer to her would not be easy. At that very moment, the guy found himself surrounded by the charming Violet and Sophie. Mike, in turn, gave preference to Claire, who looked at him intently. Chris was well aware that a lot had happened. However, in the end, everything worked out well, and thanks to the newcomers, the hero could now calmly enjoy life. After some time, Claire joined the new team, and they even competed with Noah for the speed of eating dishes. And oddly enough, Claire always came out the winner, despite her small size. Chris, looking at the young people, assumed that they had already become close. Mike, looking at his friend, suggested going to clean up the Garden of Terror. He said that they were going to open a new zone there. The only problem was that the cleanup would be carried out jointly with other guilds, so he wanted to know their opinions. Chris was puzzled, as he thought they would get everything alone, but he still asked which guilds they would be working with. The guy said that the Red Mercenaries, the Magic Guild, and the Black Swan would join them. Chris was a little happy about this turn of events, as he knew it would be interesting to fight alongside the mercenary Queen Hannah. Frankly speaking, the protagonist wanted to find out more about who the Black Swans were, but he was sorry that he would have to share the reward. The hero assumed that he could take advantage of this opportunity to instantly increase their reputation. Mike looked at his friends carefully and announced that the purpose of this expedition was not objects and valuables, but gaining experience. Chris was a little surprised, as the man suggested gradually building up experience. Nevertheless, the protagonist knew perfectly well that he would take control of everything and would be able to cope with the issues of enrichment on his own. Meanwhile, one man was watching the young people closely. After some time, he thanked the girl, Chelsea, for fulfilling his request, but noted that it was still a pity that other guilds intervened. She then noted that the new girl in the Black Swan had become very influential, so she herself wanted to get closer to the new squad. After this, Chelsea looked closely at the man and asked if he had anything in mind. The man replied that he had no ulterior motives at all, but then he asked if she really cared so much about the guy in the squad. Chelsea was embarrassed and did not understand how the old man managed to find out about such a thing. She admitted that the new squad made a strong impression on her. The fact is that in the entire history of the continent, there has never been a single detachment that has attracted so much attention. Sam, in turn, understood perfectly well that she was mistaken somewhere, since the guy was a very spoiled person. Moreover, he realized that with the help of this detachment, he could earn a lot of money. After some time, the day of the expedition arrived, and gradually everyone began to gather in the square. The girl looked closely at the reporters and said that they should cover their activities well, especially the activities of the Black Swan. However, at that very moment, reporters rushed towards the newcomers. Chris kept a close eye on the Black Swan reporters because he had a bad feeling they would be biased. At that moment, one guy greeted his queen's favorite and noted that they were seeing each other for the first time since the meeting of the squad leaders. Then he walked up to Chris, said hello, and introduced himself, and Chris immediately flinched, feeling a burning sensation in the back of her head. When he turned around, he saw Violet filled with anger. Then he used his power and noticed that everyone here matched the representatives of large guilds and had good skills. However, he soon flinched when he heard the girl call out to him. The fair-haired girl looked at him and with a predatory grin declared that it was clear at first glance that he was a thief who had come only for experience. Chris didn't understand how she could know about this, but after using force, he saw that the girl, Petra, was a calculating and arrogant strategist. Petra Opera, in turn, continued to actively insult him. Chris looked at the girl with fury since her name didn't seem too stupid to him. After some time, the boys headed into the cave, and along the way, they encountered many monsters. Chris, in turn, continued to watch closely the girl who was in charge of the Black Swan. The protagonist assumed that she intended to get rid of them and the wild monsters in order to increase her contribution to the guild. The hero was even glad about this, since he himself had not expected a friendly atmosphere. However, the boy soon cast all thoughts aside when he heard the cry of his friend Noah. Then the guys continued to fight for their lives no matter what, and at the same time helped each other. Chris, watching his friends, noticed that they had relaxed and made a mistake, and yet he was glad that the guy, Harvey, who met them in the city was now helping people. However, at the same time, he heard another criticism of their guild from Petra. The guy looked at her with bewilderment, because he did not understand what language she was using and noticed that her vocabulary was not very large. In the end, the hero ignored her and looked closely at his friends. Noah and Harvey were going to fix their gear before the monsters attacked them again. Chris, in turn, looked at Petra with a furious grin, realizing that she could mock them as much as she wanted. Mike looked carefully at everyone present because he didn't like what was happening at all. After some time, Harvey happily distributed the elixir to his friends. He was very grateful to them for their participation in the cleanup and wanted to repay them somehow. At the same time, Chris mocked Petra, knowing that the strategy was to not make allies until the enemy was encountered. Then Harvey looked at the young man with joy and said that he would be glad to use the potion. He noted that the guy was very kind. He also said that Chris was their benefactor, as he was the only one who stayed by their mistress's side during difficult times. Chris was a little taken aback by these words, but the guy didn't stop and thanked him for his kindness. Chris, in turn, realized that if the young man could be touched by such rumors, then the job would be easy. They chatted casually for a while, but then Chris said he wasn't sure if he should talk about it. He quietly said that he was tormented by vague doubts about Petra, but the boy hesitated for a moment in mid-sentence. Then Harvey shouted that the mercenary queen had instructed him to look after the young man and support him in everything. Then Chris said that the girl had recently mocked him and claimed that the mercenary queen was not around and that she could not protect him. Chris began to cry ostentatiously and claimed that the girl had allegedly said that they were people from an assassin's guild who wanted to destroy everyone. Then the hero, wiping away his tears, noticed that Petra had not spoken such words out of malice at all, and that most likely she was simply tormented by irritation. At that moment, he noticed that Harvey had turned red with rage. The guy couldn't understand how the girl dared to insult their master. Chris was jubilant because he knew his words had worked, and the hero decided it was time to win the others over to his side. After some time, the boy talked to the main mentors from the Magic Guild, pretending, and eventually they all went over to his side. At that very moment, Petra approached him and mockingly remarked that, apparently, he had already managed to make friends with everyone. The protagonist noticed her sharp tongue, and then the guys began exchanging caustic jokes and mutual revelations. In the end, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and blurted out too much, but at the same moment she came to her senses and shouted at the journalists not to sketch them. The interlocutor then stated that he was now showing his true calculating nature, and also added that he was Hannah's lover. In response, Chris stated that he was not afraid of her and that his Nuna would protect him. At this time, Harvey was burning with rage and anger, watching how the girl treated the young man. Then the hero smiled and asked Petra if her recent words could be considered a threat, but the girl did not understand what he was talking about. Then the guy approached her and quietly announced with a smirk that the Black Swan leadership wanted her to die here. After this, Chris quietly whispered all sorts of unpleasant things into the girl's ear and thereby completely infuriated her. He mockingly remarked that her own subordinates, who would secretly kill her when the situation became clear, would simply disperse and leave her alone. And then Petra could not stand it any longer and attacked him in a rage. However, at that very moment, the hero, bursting into tears again, declared with a grin that he did not rely on the great queen of mercenaries at all. Then the woman was taken aback and froze in place because someone grabbed her by the hand. Mike managed to stop the girl before she could hit the hero, and then angrily told his friend that he didn't need to apologize. After this, the guy looked angrily at the girl because he could no longer tolerate such treatment. She froze in place, frightened by what was happening. Mike then turned around and asked his friend if he was okay and if he was hurt anywhere. Chris, sighing heavily, thanked his friend for his help and protection. But Mike asked what had happened between them. Then the hero explained with a sigh that the girl had asked him to stop being friendly. And upon hearing this, Petra was taken aback. At that moment, journalists began to hurriedly make sketches and notes as a real sensation unfolded before them. As you'd expect from Black Swan reporters, they didn't waste a minute. However, the atmosphere during the execution of Petra's orders and the moment when Mike appeared was somehow different. Chris wanted to check if his guess was correct, so the hero decided to show them brotherly love, since he knew the reaction would be positive. In turn, Mike began to defend Chris in front of the girl and stated that she should not bother him. He noted that this was an abuse of power, and that if Petra had problems with anyone in the squad, she should contact him as well. The girl was shocked, but the other members of the various guilds supported Mike and said that she was only ruining the atmosphere. Petra said she wouldn't have behaved that way, but she didn't see how she could be more patient when people were putting spokes in her wheels. Harvey then shouted out that it was all a lie and claimed that if she had shown even the slightest interest in the fight, everything would have turned out differently. He then noticed that the boys were not sitting idle and were constantly making their contribution to the battle. Chris was pleased to have such people protecting him, and the hero was glad that he had managed to establish close ties with various members of the guild. Petra looked at the men with fury since she could not object to them. Chris watched her with a smirk, realizing that she had absolutely no place in politics, because she irritated those around her with almost every word. He realized that he would be very happy if she didn't have to leave the group. At this moment, the boys were taken aback and stopped because their team captain asked for forgiveness. He angrily declared that he did not expect them to be treated worse than street dogs. The captain then remarked that he did not like such neglect. After this, the man took his glowing sword out of its sheath. Then Mike declared that from that moment on, everything would change. The boys froze in place and held their breath, because they did not understand what he intended to do. At that moment, it became clear to everyone that the captain was going to demonstrate his strength. Chris knew perfectly well that Mike did not tolerate lies and could not stand idly by while his friends were forced to retreat. Then the hero looked predatorily at Petra, realizing that for the fact that she dared to touch him, he would make her pay for her choice. After some time, the guy demonstrated all his strength and power. He dealt with all the monsters in his path without any difficulty. Everyone present froze in shock, as they did not expect to see anything like this. At that moment, Petra was taken aback, realizing that the guy had voluntarily burst into the whirlwind of monsters and, cutting them down, had started a chain reaction. Because of his mistake, the roots would soon explode, and Petra knew that it was his mistake that would cost him his life. However, Claire immediately drew her bow, intending to deal with all the monsters in her path. The girl then easily released the arrows and instantly killed the monsters. Chris looked mockingly at the Black Swan Guild members who began to fuss around very quickly. At that very moment, the boy shouted to his friends to immediately use the spell on his signal. Then, at one signal, the boys concentrated together and released their power. The hero then looked at his Violet, noticing that she enjoyed combining magic with him. However, at that very moment, Noah screamed out to everyone present as he noticed monsters approaching them from all sides. Then Mike called Noah because he intended to use him to deal with the monsters. Then the guy sighed and remarked that this small matter might bring them closer to the boss. Chris looked at Mike with a satisfied smile, because now the hero saw him as a real leader. At the same time, Petra was shocked and did not understand what kind of technique they were using. It seemed to her as if Mike had already lived one life. Chris noted to himself that she knew how to think with her head. He was pleased, because he understood that her plan had failed. Now the media will trumpet that the cleanup was completed with the help of the slow-moving newcomers. Meanwhile, reporters were busy sketching as newspapers raced to get the scoop. However, they were unable to quickly record everything that was happening because they were attacked by monsters. The reporters ran away in a hurry, losing their notebooks with their notes. Meanwhile, our heroes quickly and quite easily cleared the dungeon under the guidance of their mentor. However, despite this, their opponents remained strong. But Noah, in turn, gave it his all without wasting a moment. Soon, the heroes managed to gather all the enemies in one place. And then they suddenly noticed that poison was beginning to ooze from the mouth of the predatory plant monster. Mike was completely focused on the battle, but still turned to his friends for help. At that very moment, on the signal, the boys simultaneously used their power and directed it at the monsters. At that very moment, the entire room around was engulfed in golden tongues of fire. Mike praised them for their level of spell control before swinging his sword. His blade was enveloped in a blue glow, reminiscent of Chris's lightning. The hero then pointed the weapon straight into the mouth of the next flower monster. Immediately after this, a deafening blow was heard. Scarlet juice splashed in all directions, staining Mike. The hero thought it looked impressive, but Mike's expression remained too serious. But suddenly the young man became pure as Sophie cast a cleansing spell. Meanwhile, the huge monster collapsed to the ground. The tip of Mike's sword continued to glow blue, and Chris, looking at the defeated monsters, noted this to himself. The other participants in the battle were delighted with what was happening and called Mike a brilliant swordsman. Sophie and Claire also received praise, being called simply incredible, although there was some concern about Claire's age. However, Mike, looking at Harvey, noticed that the praise was excessive and added that they were only repeating what others had said. The protagonist also reflected that now, no matter how Petra raged, she would no longer be able to present them as an imperfect group. Then he accidentally stepped on someone's notebook, picked it up and started reading. At this point, Petra apologized for ruining the joyful atmosphere. Then she put her hands on her hips and demanded to know why they had suddenly come out without prior approval. The girl glanced at the depressed fighters and added that even if the expedition was the first, it did not mean that everything could be forgiven. Harvey wanted to interrupt her, but Mike apologized for not being able to communicate his actions in advance and not having time to prepare from behind. Petra responded coldly that a mistake was still a mistake, and that she would have to file a formal complaint to be heard. Then the hero asked Petra to carefully express her opinion on one issue, and she haughtily asked what else he wanted to say. Chris admitted that before coming here, they thought for a long time about whether to take part in clearing the dungeon. The thing is, their original goal was experience, but they were afraid that their inexperience could only hinder the group. Then the protagonist continued, adding that he also tried to help as best he could, but he really was missing a lot. However, after analyzing the recent situation, he finally realized what the problem was. Petra flared up, deciding that he was blaming her. Then Chris put his hand on his chest and said that the problem was him. He added sadly that it felt as if their squad was bringing chaos to the expedition. They honestly hadn't come here for that. Chris apologized sincerely, adding that he couldn't inconvenience them any longer, and then turned to Mike. He stated that as the leader of the squad, he could no longer watch his members suffer, so it would be better if Sineva left the dungeon. However, at that moment, Harvey put his hand on Mike's shoulder and asked what they were talking about, adding that it was not they who should leave. Then he turned to Petra and said that it was she who should leave the dungeon. Petra angrily asked him what he had just said, and then stated that she couldn't understand why he had sided with Chris from the beginning. Chris then pointed out that she was going too far, and in his mind, he compared what was happening to a truck with no brakes rushing towards the White House. However, Petra continued to swear, calling everyone crazy and demanding that they shut up. At that moment, Harvey suddenly hit the wall next to her head, and cracks immediately appeared in the stone. He angrily demanded that what had been said about his teacher be repeated. Then Harvey leaned towards her menacingly and warned her one last time that she had to leave now. Many supported him, as Petra had been making unsubstantiated statements recently. If she continues to stir up conflict, their mage guild will refuse to cooperate with the Black Swan. Then Petra insulted Chris and thought that she would never forget what happened today. She then turned to Lindell News and asked if they had seen the blue mercenaries allegedly conspiring and threatening the Black Swan. Later, the hero told Harvey that he could have given Petra a little more credit since what happened was indeed Sineva's fault. Harvey admitted that he was embarrassed to attribute any benefit to her from even one item, and Chris thought that this was exactly the calculation he had been counting on. Meanwhile, one of the reporters seemed to be looking for something. It turned out to be Mr. Kim San from the Lindell News Agency. The protagonist decided that this man needed to be won over to his side. Chris then approached the man and told him not to worry, as he would not tell anyone anything. He said he could imagine how difficult it was to write articles in a situation where everything was suppressed by force. Chris looked at the reporter and asked if he wanted to stage a provocation so strong that it would turn the entire continent upside down. Then the guy asked him if he wanted to earn authority. Thus, he offered Carl to work for the Sineva Guild instead of the Black Swan. A few days later, Petra saw a newspaper that reported on Black Swan's abuse of power. After reading the article, she grabbed her head, closed her eyes, and declared that she would kill Chris. Then the girl frightenedly muttered that now they would kill her. Suddenly, a voice behind her said that it seemed that Mrs. Petra had failed. Fear was reflected in her eyes, and her boss asked her to talk. Meanwhile, a young man was walking down the street reading a newspaper. He spoke contemptuously about the Black Swan, believing that punishment should fall upon them. Chris laughed and reread the article, noting in his mind that he had already become a symbol of resistance. His thoughts were interrupted by Sophie, who knocked on the door and informed him that representatives of the Black Swan leadership had come to see him. Then Chris answered the girl that he was waiting for them. The representative of the department greeted them and said that their leader would arrive soon for an official introduction. Chris assumed that Petra would come and noted that she was supposed to come in person, but the girl said that she would introduce him herself. When the leader appeared, Chris was shocked. Opposite him stood a red-haired girl who had recently joined the Black Swan leadership. She said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She then introduced herself as the Vice Guild leader, Jenny. The hero looked at her in amazement, thinking that it was really Jenny, and wondered how she became the deputy. Soon, Chris and Jenny were sitting across from each other, talking with Petra by their side. Jenny boldly remarked that it was nice to see each other again like this, and Chris asked how it happened that she became the leader. Chris admitted that he couldn't imagine her becoming Black Swan's deputy leader, and she laughed at his awkward change of subject. Jenny then added that if it was the girl next to her, there was no need to worry. She had already resigned. Turning to Jenny, he declared that he did not understand what she was talking about, and she coquettishly replied that he thought she knew nothing. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist said that everything that happened was obviously a setup. Chris then asked if she had sent Petra to the dungeon with him to provoke a scandal, but Jenny remained awkwardly silent. She then playfully remarked that Chris was quite perceptive, and he acknowledged her abilities, but in his mind, he wondered what he had done wrong. With a wink, Jenny said that was why she had come to pay her respects in the form of an apology. However, Chris thought that she should not let her guard down under any circumstances and stated that she first needed to prove that she was not his enemy. Jenny nodded, then turned to Petra and offered to tell her what the Black Swan had to offer. Petra's eyes filled with tears. She sobbed, clenched her fist and tried to hit Chris, screaming how they could treat her with such impunity. However, Jenny stopped her with a slap that sent Petra flying to the floor. Chris covered his mouth in horror and looked at the girls, and Jenny apologized to him and noted that their Petra was suffering from a lack of discipline. Petra knelt and begged for mercy, repeating piteously that she would not interfere anymore. Jenny, looking at Petra, called her a good girl and added that she would also join the union of the major guilds of Lindell. In the end, she declared that the entire contribution that was due to her and the Black Swan would be transferred to Mr. Chris, and the hero thought that everything was going according to plan. After Petra was sent away, Jenny explained that this would be presented to the public as compensation. Winking and resting her head on her hand, the girl asked if this would be enough proof of sincerity. Chris mentally noted that this was not just good, but even good, especially joining the Lindell Guild Union, which he did not expect at all. However, in reality, something else was troubling him. After thinking for a bit, the hero decided that all this could cause him too many problems in the future. When he said this out loud, Jenny asked with displeasure what exactly was too much. The young man, not trusting her completely, noticed that not only he, but also the Crimson Mercenaries and the Magic Guild were involved in this matter. After a short pause, Chris added that each guild was forced to deal with its own internal power struggles. He then asked her point-blank why she used it despite the risks. Chris admitted that he wanted to believe that after such generous gifts, she wouldn't stab him in the back. However, he would have preferred that she explain in detail what she was really trying to achieve. Then Jenny asked him sheepishly what he meant and suggested that perhaps it was a matter of personal feelings. Then the girl, with slight offense, remarked that it was a pity that he didn't remember their first kiss. After that, she hugged him around the neck and admitted that she had always been attracted to ambitious men. The young man thought hard about whether she really only wanted his body. Then Jenny looked at him with loving eyes and asked if it seemed like a joke. Then she offered to tell him something interesting. According to her, when she came to Black Swan, there was complete chaos there. The previous guild leader acted in concert with Petra and ruled by force. She later staged a coup with the support of the current leader. The girl admitted that she wanted to contact Chris, but the thought of it irritated her, because he himself did not look for her, although perhaps he was just busy. She noted reproachfully that she believed that their meeting was some kind of fate, and that he valued more those with whom he spent his nights. The girl stated that Violet was not enough for him, and he also became the lover of the mercenary queen without ever appearing before her. Chris wondered if she was serious and came to the conclusion that her behavior was dictated by resentment. Meanwhile, Jenny was thinking that she wasn't going to settle for a management position. She needed to become at least deputy head. In her mind, Chris was a man who never sent her a single message, but simply jumped from bed to bed. However, then the girl unexpectedly frankly declared that she didn't care who he slept with, and she would even be glad if it helped her rise to the top. She explained that she knew he would eventually choose her because he was ambitious and would prefer someone who could put him on a secure throne. With these words, she touched his chin, turned his face towards her, and confidently declared that this person was she. After this, Jenny kissed Chris passionately, and he just looked at her with a cold, indifferent expression. In his thoughts, the hero noted that she did not even allow the possibility that he might not take her side. He recognized that she was well aware of her own value and knew how to use it, and now he understood why Mike had appointed her to manage the camp. Then the girl, holding him by the cheek, asked if mutual understanding had been restored between them. Chris answered in the affirmative and asked her to take care of him. Internally, he decided to trust the situation and go with the flow. As he was about to leave, Jenny asked him to be sure to contact her next time, and even better, on a personal matter. He asked the last question, embarrassed. Why him? It seemed strange to him that such a capable girl had chosen him. Jenny replied that if a specific reason was needed, it was that he simply liked her. However, when she opened the door, she saw Violet in front of her. Chris was shocked to see the girl. Violet, with tears in her eyes, asked why Mrs. Jenny was there and why they were together, and Chris, horrified, tried to figure out how he could justify himself. Jenny asked with a wide smile if he really had turned her down because he had a girlfriend waiting for him. At that moment, Chris literally screamed to himself that Jenny was being too perceptive and sensitive. Then Violet, sweating profusely, pressed her hand to her face and asked herself in despair if she had really gotten it all wrong. Without hesitation, Chris asked Jenny to forgive him, and then suddenly pulled Violet close to him, declaring that there was no one else for him but her. The girl beamed with happiness, and Jenny, with a cold expression on her face, noted that it was not customary to show intimacy in public. Chris asked how anyone could resist Violet's charm, and in response, his beloved pressed herself even closer to him, giggling contentedly. Then Jenny looked at Chris with a slight smile and warmth in her eyes. The main character responded to her in kind. The woman then turned away from the couple, closed her eyes, and a warm smile appeared on her face. After which G quietly added, calling him her soulmate. The story then moves to another time, to the past, or rather to a future that has not yet arrived. The entire continent was engulfed in war. Archmage Violet, whom everyone envied, left behind incomprehensible words and hanged herself. The shaman who led Celia was killed, and nothing was known about the fate of the mercenary Queen Hannah, called the Goddess of War. Many heroes and civilians died. Mike, with tears in his eyes, bitterly said that those who were his family had lost their lives, and it was entirely his fault. A man in a cloak and mask stood nearby, shielding his face from the sunlight with his hand. Mike sat up, leaning on his sword, asking why he had betrayed them. In response, the stranger stated that he had gone where the chances of winning were higher. Looking back at the remaining soldiers, who no longer had any strength left, the general said that many people had died because of them. Then Mike accused him of betraying humanity. Still clutching the sword, he furiously shouted, was he really not tormented by remorse at all? Then the stranger confessed that he was tormented because he was also human, and his soul ached, especially when the sorceress who loved him died. He said even the thought of it made him smile, adding that he would have preferred to use it longer, but did not expect such a tragic end. Introducing the ruler of the empire, the masked man remarked that he felt sorry for her at the moment when she personally exterminated her people. Then he chuckled and said that everyone should avoid such misunderstandings. And Mike, unable to contain himself, shouted, demanding to be identified. The stranger, slightly lowering his head, replied that they did not need to know this, and added that he did not expect such a violent reaction. He noted that even such people react differently to the death of loved ones and to the death of strangers, after which he sarcastically asked if he wasn't a hero. At that moment, a girl from his army called out to the commander. The masked man just sneered and called it disgusting. Looking Mike in the eye, he said that it was not proper for a hypocrite to pretend to be a saint, and asked if he really considered himself a defender of justice. The stranger then looked at the two surviving girls and declared that he would give Mike a chance to vindicate his miserable conscience. After a short thought, he ordered him to kill the girl standing nearby, and both Mike and she were shocked. The stranger said that otherwise the second girl, his beloved, would die, and Mike had no way to save everyone. At that very second, Mike grabbed the sword and rushed at the enemy. In less than an instant, the blade hung above the enemy's head. However, he only raised his staff. Suddenly, a huge barrier appeared in front of him, throwing Mike back. Blood spurted from the stunned man's mouth, and he rolled on the ground, falling at the feet of his beloved. The girl screamed in horror at what she saw. Suddenly, a powerful dark force enveloped her, lifting her into the air, and a man approached her with a shining staff from which this energy emanated. He asked why Mike was hesitating and asked if the girl's life was really more valuable to him, and Mike screamed, demanding that his beloved be released. The man, kneeling, begged them to stop and offered his own life in their place. However, the second girl meekly lowered her head and said that she did not mind, adding that she was sorry that she could not fight with them to the end. But the masked man immediately forbade suicide and warned that if she did, the second girl, Harper, would be torn to pieces. The commander burst into tears, cursing the enemy, and at that moment Caitlin handed him the sword. With tears in her eyes, she almost thrust the blade into his face, begging him to survive. Mike closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Then, finally making a decision, he grabbed the sword and pointed it at Caitlin. The next moment, her blood splattered in all directions. Harper screamed in horror at what she saw. A pool of blood spread across the ground as Mike stabbed Caitlin. As he held the girl's dead body close to him, a slight smile appeared on her face. Then the stranger let go of Mike's beloved and began to applaud, saying that he did not expect him to actually do what he said. The man then added that it was an excellent job and clarified that thanks to him, they managed to eliminate the deputy head of Sineva. After a short pause, he asked if she was already dead, and then struck the ground with his staff. Under the cover of night, in the light of the red moon, dark energy enveloped him. After this, he bowed slightly, and then, raising his head on which a mask glowed ominously, said that they would see each other next time. Mike's eyes reflected primal terror, and suddenly he jumped out of bed. Looking around, the young man recognized his room. Touching his forehead with his hand, he exhaled heavily and noted that he had returned, but then asked himself if he had really returned. At that very moment, sweat began to run down his face and fear appeared in his eyes again, after which he admitted that he asks this question several times a day. Mike stood up and walked to the window, and as he passed by, he remembered the ominous energy and noted that instead of dark mana, something else was now pouring out. Then he opened the curtain that hid the window, behind which a bright light was shining, and the room and the young man's face were illuminated with a pleasant glow. Looking at his hands, he thought that he hadn't seen such realistic dreams for a long time, especially like these. Then he remembered killing Caitlin. Suddenly, that same primal horror appeared in his eyes again, and his stomach couldn't take it. And then he again remembered that man in a mask and cloak from his dream. Then Mike wiped his mouth and declared that he would definitely find it. At that moment, Noah knocked on the door, inviting him to breakfast. Mike himself was sitting on the floor, his hands shaking nervously, but he shouted back that he was already coming, calming himself down. He added that everything was different now. He noted in his mind that during their training they had saved many people, and moreover, he had subsequently corrected his past mistakes. Remembering Matthew, he decided that the most important thing was that he had managed to get rid of him in advance, and now this group of crazy maniacs would not appear in the world. After some thought, the hero concluded that everything had gone much better than he had imagined, but his face still showed no emotion. Mike hesitated, noticing that no matter how he looked at it, he was at the center of all these changes. Suddenly, Chris appeared in front of them, holding a bowl of rice in his hand, and Mike, looking at him, continued to think that it was him. To be honest, Chris's fighting abilities left much to be desired, but his true value lay elsewhere. Mike considered Chris a capable strategist. He facilitated their entry into the Cnevs on good terms and helped them become friends with Hannah. Moreover, he brought in and now took care of such talents as Sophie and Noah. And besides, the hero always pointed out the right direction and led them to success. So that little connection he found where he didn't expect to find it created a butterfly effect and changed a second life. At that moment, Mike wondered why he hadn't met such people in his first life, and remembered that Chris had also been drawn into the war and died. At this time, Chris himself was tensely wondering if something strange was happening to Mike again, and if he was offended that they were unable to have fun. Mike wanted to start the morning meeting while everyone was quietly eating, but at that moment the deputy head burst into the room. Everyone sitting at the table looked at her in surprise. And then Mike remembered how in a past life, Caitlin had said that she could very well die at the hands of the leader and would consider it an honor. Caitlin looked around at everyone present and announced that there was an emergency involving the guild leader. So Mr. Mike and Mr. Chris need to go to the meeting room immediately. Mike thought that from now on, every step matters. Chris asked Caitlin how critical everything was, and she replied that the situation was serious. The leader was locked in a cursed dungeon. Chris then thought it sounded like the princess was in trouble, and he felt uneasy when Mike addressed him. He said that there was no need to worry too much because everything would be fine, and the young man agreed. He decided that he didn't care what happened, since their dear regressor insisted that everything would be fine, and therefore everything would work out. Mike seriously thought that he could handle it, because this was the most important moment at the beginning of the journey. This was the period when Mike became the head of the guild, which meant he had to be much more careful. The man wanted to change the future to protect everyone from the masked man. Mike thought that if this way he could make up for his guilt even a little, he would do everything possible. Looking up, he decided that this was the reason for his rebirth. Long ago, in one village lived Saint Gedrick, who served the god of happiness, and Saint Juliana, who served the god of curses. They fell in love with each other, but this love was doomed, as a result of which these star-crossed lovers angered the gods. Then, to protect each other, they created a small temple and hid in it together. However, the gods erected a wall between them and placed a curse on them, which forced the lovers to suffer throughout their lives. Then Caitlin put the book down and reported that their guild was currently locked there. Then Chris irritably wondered why he had gone there in the first place. The girl explained that John went inside after the dungeon was discovered, because at the moment the door opened, he fell under the influence of the curse. Caitlin explained that as soon as they found out about it, they immediately developed a rescue plan, but since last night, communication was suddenly cut off. Chris didn't know what to answer and just looked at the satisfied Samwell. It seemed to him that the disappearance of the head could well have been his doing. Meanwhile, the girl stated that all combat units, including Samvel, would go with her, which came as a surprise to Samvel himself. Caitlin was quick to reply that Mr. Mike's squad would be responsible for Blue. And then Chris beamed with happiness, deciding that this was a unique opportunity and their chance to rise to the top. When Caitlin asked if she could ask them for this favor, Chris grumpily noted that they would do anything to help her. Chris thought that this was to be expected from their mother and agreed to take care of the guild. Then Samuel stated that this was unacceptable, since she could not trust these green youths, especially since they counted every person. Caitlin became angry and demanded to watch his words. She stated that she would not take the 7th squad because it was too dangerous. Then Samuel lowered his head and asked if they had spent a lot of money to attract the 7th squad. He noticed that they were brought in to add at least a little strength to the guild. Moreover, they had become very popular recently. He then looked at Chris and reminded him that he was still sitting in the blue without any abilities, so he should at least work off the food. The protagonist mentally imagined a target above the man's head when he declared that he was too old and weak and therefore would be useless there. He mentally imagined himself shooting Chris right in the forehead while he was trying to convince Caitlin that he was right. In his fantasy, if he had actually shot, he would have said that this man really was useless. He even thought that he could suggest that he just die. He wanted to say it so much. Chris knew he wouldn't let him take over Blue because it belonged to them, or more precisely, to Mike. The hero thought that everything that Mike is belongs to him, and therefore Blue is his too. He smiled slightly, but he knew that Mike would say something different now, and indeed, the guy tried to calm the deputy head. Chris expected this because he was always like this. Mike was a fair and straightforward person who extended a helping hand. Chris didn't regret going with him, but it was hard for him at times like these. So the hero turned to him and asked him to repeat his words. Mike then added that he should have said earlier that he was also thinking about the expedition, since it was time to open the next specializations. Chris realized that a dungeon might be suitable, and that it might also be where he could get some really good items as a reward. Samuel agreed and stated that since their newcomers were so eager to go, they could take them along. It was noble of them to want to add to the guild's strength. He said that in that case, the investment in them really wasn't in vain, but Caitlin slammed the table and ordered everyone to be quiet. The girl turned to the elders and stated that she was sincerely disappointed with their behavior, and that they should be ashamed of themselves for behaving like that in front of the newcomers. Then she lowered her head and asked how upset her uncle would be if he saw the current Seneva upon his return. She rose from the table and declared that in that case she entrusted the guild to Samuel, asking him not to disappoint her again. Chris looked at it and thought that, as sad as it was to admit, Caitlin's uncle was going to die soon, and they needed to take care of it. However, when he involuntarily turned his head, he realized that this time he and the regressor were thinking about the same thing. Meanwhile, Jenny received a letter from Chris. As it turned out, in this letter, individual letters were highlighted in such a way that they formed a request to kill Samuel. She looked at this message with surprise. After this, the girl suddenly headed into a room whose doors were stained with blood. There she found a glass bottle with a red liquid and breathed a sigh of relief, since, fortunately, there was still some left in it. Jenny shook the bottle and declared that Chris was not a good person at all, and that he should know that she was helping him only out of kindness. Meanwhile, the hero thought that he still had a lot of things to do. Then he took the loudspeaker himself and first told Claire to stop lying down. After this, the young man asked Noah why he was dragging the boat again and demanded that he put it back in place immediately. At that moment, a servant brought Chris a letter informing him that a medical report had arrived. The hero began to carefully read the doctor's report, which he had, in fact, never even visited and about which he knew almost nothing. However, while reading, he noticed highlighted words, among which were health problems and medications. He noted to himself that he was full of anticipation, and suddenly his eyes widened, and a strange feeling arose in the hero. The young man turned around and saw Violet, a frightening aura emanating from her. The girl raised her eyebrows and anxiously asked what kind of correspondence this was. Then Chris nervously handed her the envelope, explaining that it was a medical report. The girl frowned and asked if he was in any pain. In response, the guy quickly began to deny it, explaining that he had recently only had a slight cold. Then Chris quickly hugged her, putting his hand on her shoulder, and asked if she had packed her things since they would soon be leaving. The young man walked her to the door, mentally noting that he had survived again thanks to Jenny. After some time, the guys arrived at their destination. By that time, night had already fallen, and the boys were moving through a swampy area full of puddles. Caitlin, with her head down, asked the heroes to forgive her, explaining that she had not intended to put them in danger. However, Mike noted that it would be a great relief to them if the guild helped even a little. Chris added that since the day they entered Blue, many people have helped them, so they think it's only fair to repay the guild in kind. At that moment, strange sounds were heard among the trees, and the protagonist thought that the reason for their arrival here should justify all expectations. And suddenly a skeleton in a dark cloak appeared in front of them, his eyes glowing brightly, and in his mouth there was a shining sphere. Claire hid under Mike's cloak and screamed, and he said that they were just undead, and most of the monsters here had the dark attribute. Meanwhile, Sophie and Violet were smiling sweetly and chatting, and Chris was thinking that it all resembled some kind of festival. Then Caitlin frowned and stated that if she had been a more capable leader, this would not have happened. The girl seriously stated that whoever provided significant assistance in rescuing the guild leader would certainly receive a worthy reward. She started listing them by name, but Noah was missing from the list, and everyone turned around in amazement, not understanding where he had disappeared to. Chris called his name loudly, wondering where the boar could have gone. At that moment, the girl adjusted her glasses, the glare from which hid her eyes, and explained that Noah was delayed because he had gone to look for his luggage. Chris raised his eyebrows and looked at the stranger, asking who she was. She smiled sweetly, noticing that she forgot to introduce herself. Then, pointing her thumb at herself, she introduced herself with a smile as Chelsea, a mage scientist and also Mr. Noah's girlfriend. The hero's eyes widened in surprise, and Chris's mouth dropped open in shock, not believing what he heard. Mike's face flushed, and Violet let out a cry of delight. Noah himself soon appeared in the clearing, smiling. He apologized for being late and explained that this girl was his soulmate. Chelsea smiled and added that she was unable to attend the meeting due to certain circumstances, but was a member of Seneva's leadership. And then suddenly the girl closed her eyes, quietly hiccuped and turned to the guy. He looked at her in surprise. She, looking at him embarrassedly, asked for forgiveness. In response, Noah, squeezing her palms, noted that it would still be better for her to stay closer to him. Then Mike looked at the main character in surprise and asked if she had opened the passage to the Garden of Horrors. Chris looked at her stats and realized they were astonishingly high, with her intelligence rated at 90 and her magic attack at 80. Meanwhile, someone was watching what was happening through a magic ball and furiously wished death on the lovers. Then there was a warning to be careful, and a strange energy was noticed. Chris did not understand what the voice was. Then Caitlin stood in front of the path leading across the river, holding the book in her open palm, and announced that everyone should take up fighting positions. A bright light flashed from the girl's hands, enveloping the book. It swung open, emitting a red aura, and at that very moment, a curse was cast upon them. Chris grabbed his head and opened his eyes wide, and Violet froze in place. The hero was horrified when the status window notified him of the start of a heroic-level dungeon, after which the guys entered the cursed temple. Red smoke dissolved everything around, leaving the young man in empty space. He looked around, not understanding where he was. Suddenly, he heard words about him being a slippery type. The guy tensed up and frowned. Chris remembered overhearing adults talking as a child about how his parents abandoned him because of his cunning mind, and it all seemed creepy. The boy pressed his palm to his forehead and sighed heavily, not understanding whether this was really the effect of the curse, and also not knowing where the others were. Suddenly, a trembling hand reached out to him. A fair-haired young man appeared before him. He expressed hope for the hero's help, but reproached him for only stealing his food and running away. Chris wondered if it was perhaps psychological magic, pressing on old wounds, and if he dug deeper, the damage would become more severe. Suddenly, a girl appeared behind him and asked if he really believed it, since he had killed her even though he could have saved her. Sally raised her eyebrows and screamed that in the end it was he who killed her, the cowardly and pathetic killer. Surrounded by flames, Chris reached out and asked her to calm down, remembering that her tongue had become sharper during their separation. He explained that he always chose what would ensure his survival, and the man behind him noted that he always justified himself that way. Matthew chuckled and said that he understood perfectly well what the hero was saying about making a wise choice and that nothing could be done. Chris turned around with displeasure and shouted that now some psychopathic killer had appeared to talk nonsense. He emphasized that they were not alike. The man called him a selfish scumbag, and a frightening smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He stated that they could talk as much as they wanted, but in the end, it was he who was alive and standing here, while they were already dead and biting their elbows with envy. He then added that he would survive until the very end, whether in a ditch or somewhere else, without thinking about those who had to be sacrificed. Then the boy rushed forward through the flames, shouting loudly the names of his friends, his head spinning, and he was only calling for help. Soon he touched the floor with his hands. The hero was breathing heavily. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and in his mind he sarcastically replied that they could only dream about it. However, Raising his hand to his mouth, he became alarmed, realizing that the damage was more serious than it seemed. Suddenly, a gloved hand reached out to him. The next moment, she lay on his shoulder. Chris turned around, frowning, and loudly ordered everyone to get lost. But a calm voice asked if he was okay. It was Mike. The man sat down next to him, not taking his eyes off the hero, and apologized if he had frightened him, explaining that he only wanted to restore his mana. In front of him were the heroes. Violet huddled in a corner asking her mother to help her, and Chelsea screaming, demanding her dissertation back. Then the hero looked at Violet, sitting at a distance from the others, and thought that he expected to see her sobbing and screaming at the top of her voice. Chris turned to Mike and asked if he was okay and how to wake the others up, and the man replied that he was fine. He added that first of all, Sophie should be brought to her senses, and then asked the hero to first wake up Violet. It would be better to give her first aid. Soon the boys began to rescue their friends, but Violet continued to sit motionless on the sidelines, immersed in her own feelings. The scene of her Chris kissing Hannah, the mercenary queen against his will, and then their get-togethers with Jenny, flashed through her mind. Meanwhile, Chris slowly approached his friend, and she, with eyes burning with pain, quietly whispered that she needed to kill. The guy was stunned and froze when he saw all her rage. Chris was shocked because he heard the girl planning to commit murder, believing that this was the only way they could be together. At that moment, he used his power, wanting to know what was being said about the system. However, the main character was surprised and did not understand why nothing happened. A moment later, he froze again, and goosebumps ran through his body from her bloodthirsty appearance, while Violet radiated calmness itself. The hero was scared and didn't know what to do in this situation. But suddenly, he received a strong blow from Violet. The young man didn't have time to react, and with a cold, merciless grip, she pulled him into a trap. The girl wanted to take care of him and dreamed of always being there, because she loved him to the point of losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Violet was humming a song and cutting carrots. After that, she picked up the tray, looked at Chris, and asked if he had slept well, adding that even today she loved him very much. The girl smiled awkwardly, raised her index finger to her cheek, and noted that such an apron was usually worn by newlyweds. Violet asked him worriedly if he was really afraid of being seen by other people, and then asked him not to worry about it. Violet said that no one would come between them now, so Chris could rest easy. Then the girl raised her eyebrows, noticing that the young man was still not in the mood. Her eyes flashed bright red, and she wondered if that was why he looked like that she had cut off his legs. After that, she fell to her knees and admitted that she didn't know what to do because he was too uncomfortable, and she began to blame herself for everything. Meanwhile, Chris raised his eyebrows and looked at the status window that appeared, not understanding how this was possible. The real boss of this place was not Juliana or Gedrick, but Violet. Meanwhile, Mike, carefully studying his stats in the status window, was thinking that the owner of the dungeon was extremely strong. At that moment, Caitlin shouted to everyone present that their goal was to save the survivors and the guild leader. If they cannot find a way to lift the curse, they will have to abandon the expedition as their lives are a priority. However, the main character's goal was the legendary level sword that Juliana wielded. He realized that he also needed to strengthen the members of his squad. But then he looked at Violet, realizing that his true purpose lay elsewhere. He was puzzled to see that she had completely lost control of herself. The girl was seeking to gain the power to exterminate humanity. The young man was shocked and didn't know what to do. Nevertheless, he understood that she was ready to do anything for him, even to destroy humanity. He entrusted everything else to the excellent magician Chelsea, but now all he had to do was keep his friend close. Chris understood that the most important thing was to instill in her the confidence that he would always be with her. However, Violet didn't hear him and kept repeating that he had a new girlfriend. Chris was taken aback and stepped back from her. He didn't understand what she was talking about, since Chelsea had previously introduced herself as Noah's girlfriend. Violet knew he was right, but she was still overwhelmed with a sense of loss, and the hero was frightened when he realized that everything was much worse than he had imagined. At that moment, Violet used her powers on her lover because she wanted only her to be by his side. Chris stood frozen in shock, unable to move as the girl caged him with her magic. He was scared to see that she had created a glass cage and shouted at her to calm down and not to joke like that. Violet shouted with a satisfied smile that they would now be together forever because she had created the perfect nest for them. She then repeated that they would stay together forever and achieve the ending they had dreamed of for so long. Without listening to her beloved, the girl used magic, and a sharp knife appeared in her hands. She asked if he agreed with her. Chris looked intently at his friend and asked her to let him go, reminding him that she had previously promised not to use such magic on him. In fact, She had already cast all sorts of strange tracking spells on his body. She then used his tooth, which she had picked up not long ago, and also hung up many spells in his room at her own discretion. Although Chris was puzzled by this, he considered it a good trade for the ability to control her. But now everything had changed. Violet smiled and declared that she would only free them when there was only them and no one else left in the world. With her eyes blazing with anger, the girl said that she would kill anyone who stood in her way. Chris knew things were going downhill, but he knew he had to do something to prevent it from ending badly. He tried to call for help, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. Because of the magic, he became invisible to others, just like her. The hero understood that he had to get out at any cost and save humanity, although he realized that it would be extremely difficult. At that very moment, the girl shuddered, hearing some whisper behind her. Chris then took the opportunity and started screaming, but she immediately used force and covered his mouth. Then she looked at him intently and in a frightened voice told him to sit quietly. Chris was confused and knew that no one could hear or see him, but he still mentally prayed to someone for help. At that moment, he flinched again, hearing a sound, and then Chelsea's voice was heard asking what he was doing. Mike told his friend that they first needed to worry about waking up their friends. However, he then became surprised and turned around without hearing an answer. At that very moment, the young man froze, because he did not understand where his comrade had disappeared to, and at the same time, he had a bad feeling. Mike looked around and noticed that his friends had already returned to normal. But at that same moment, he realized with horror that Violet was also nowhere to be seen. The guy quickly ran to look around the room, not understanding where they could have disappeared to. Meanwhile, Chris screamed at the top of his lungs because he knew he needed to get out of the cage as quickly as possible. However, at that very moment, the guy froze with a look of bewilderment on his face, realizing that Chelsea could see him after all. Then the hero clearly noticed that she was wearing heroic-level magic glasses. But Chris realized that now was not the time for this, because Violet was walking around with a knife in her hand and intended to deal with everyone she came across. In despair, the main character began to scream and pound on the cage. Then Chelsea, looking at him, said that she understood everything. After a few minutes, she finally managed to remove the gag. Then the young man suggested breaking the cage with physical force. However, almost immediately, Noah approached them and asked his girlfriend why she was sitting in the corner. At that moment, the sorceress screamed that Mike was in a cage. Noah froze in shock as he never expected this. He looked into the void in bewilderment because he did not see the cage itself, while Chris looked at his friend with a satisfied grin. A moment later, the guy also started knocking on the cage. After a few minutes, with the help of a magical device, they were finally able to hear each other. Then Chris asked his friend how long ago he started dating Chelsea. Noah replied that it had been several months since they had started dating, but he was confused and didn't understand why he was being asked such a question. Then the young man declared that they needed to save her world and live a long life together, because no one else could do it. Noah responded by shouting loudly that he would do everything possible and would definitely help them. A moment later, he delivered a powerful blow to the cage, but it had no effect. Noah was shocked to realize that his strength was not enough. Then Chris decided that his friend should repay him for the life he had once saved, and he began to play on his pity. At that moment, the boys could not hold back their bitter tears. The main character, without losing his composure, used all his acting skills because he wanted the man to save him. He spoke at length about a bright future, but at the end of each sentence he added gloomy words. Noah knew he had to save his friend, so he suddenly shouted that he would free him immediately. At that very moment, he burst into flames, intending to back up his words with deeds. Without wasting a minute, with tears in his eyes, the guy rushed to the cage, wanting to destroy it and get his friend out. He brought down a crushing blow on her with all his might, and at that very moment, the cage crumbled. Chris was delighted by this, and at the same time realized that his comrade was weak in the face of such speeches. His behavior was a bit cliched, but it worked surprisingly well on Noah. The hero then looked closely at his saviors and declared that he would not only pay for their travels, but would also draw up a travel plan for them. And then Violet turned around with horror in her eyes, hearing a crash where her Chris was. Without a second's hesitation, the girl ran towards them and started shouting at her friends to get their dirty hands off him. Then she screamed at her lover to get away from that woman immediately. However, at that very moment, all her words were cut off. The protagonist quickly approached Violet and then kissed her tenderly. Immediately after this, he gave her a special drug in the form of a tablet. In this way, he was able to bring her to her senses and also show her that he belonged only to her. At that moment, those present looked at them attentively and were glad that everything ended well. Mike ran up to the boys with a joyful smile, glad that they were safe and sound. Then Violet burst into tears and screamed that she was back, at the same time thanking Chris for saving her and promising to be obedient. Mike looked at the woman with horror and wondered if she was also overtired. Chris then set up a treatment center and saved everyone else with a cure he created, making the cleanup easier. However, in the process, the deputy guild leader felt guilty for not being able to properly protect the squad. Therefore, the right to lead the expedition was transferred to Mike. Soon, their team reached the boss's room where Juliana was located. Almost immediately, they were informed that they had encountered a saint and were forcibly drawn into a new quest. The boys were shocked to see the saint in an extremely bad mood. She was burning with anger and fury that they dared to come to her and disturb her peace. Using her power, Juliana dealt devastating damage to anyone who came close to her. The hero realized what was happening and at that very second shouted to everyone to get ready. However, Caitlin also used her power and covered everyone with a protective shield. As a result, Noah was the first to rush into battle, covering the rear of his comrades. However, their opponent did not hesitate and, using her power, managed to bind Noah in the shackles of darkness. Noah looked down in horror as Juliana screamed that they would be swallowed by darkness. The shockwave threw the guy back, and Mike was about to raise his sword to strike. Then Chris, frowning, thought that now all hope lay only with him. The next moment, Mike flew over her head and found himself behind her, holding his sword above his head. Juliana looked up at him with a frown and concentrated dark energy in her hand. Tongues of magical power cut his face and blood spurted out. The young man's eyes widened and he dropped to his knees, resting his hands on the floor. Mike closed his eyes and breathed heavily, while Chris was stunned, his mouth hanging open. He and Noah looked in surprise at the guy who was wiping blood from his face. The main character didn't understand how this could have happened. Of course, the difference in levels was significant, but he didn't expect the hero to be injured so quickly. He then turned his gaze to Juliana, around whom a black magical barrier had formed, emitting streams of dark energy. Chris thought that if he focused his protective and strengthening spells entirely on Mike, the situation might change. Then Juliana raised her hand, holding the magical sphere, and screamed that they were not the ones she was looking for, after which she called for them to drown in the darkness of the abyss. Magical energy hung over the protective barrier. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise and he frowned, not understanding why this sphere was flying towards him. The ball was spinning, pushing against the barrier, and now it was unclear whether it would be able to withstand such an attack. Mike and Noah, seeing this, loudly shouted the main character's name. Violet, clutching the weapon in her hands, screamed in fear. Then Chris lowered his head, breathing heavily, and sank to his knees. But then he suddenly looked up, shedding a tear, and called Juliana his beloved. The girl's eyes widened in amazement, and suddenly her dark protective sphere collapsed onto the floor in front of the hero, after which a bright light illuminated the hall, penetrating through the windows. Mike looked at everything that was happening in amazement, while Noah fell into a stupor. Sophie's eyes widened, and Caitlin watched with raised eyebrows. Chris frowned and thought that if he angered her, he would definitely die, because her barrier had already disappeared. Juliana looked at the young man with her big blue eyes and, amazed, called him Gedrick. The boy then bowed and stated that everything was correct, and that his name was Gedrick. Then the main character raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly, calling the girl his love. They ran up to each other and held hands, imitating Gedrick. Chris said that he missed his one and only. She could not believe that she was reunited with her lover, but the young man tried to dispel her doubts and declared that he was her betrothed. However, the girl lowered her head, her face darkening, and said that he was not Gedrick. Then she exclaimed angrily that Gedrick was a golden-haired beauty, compared to whom all the flowers of the world lost their attractiveness. Then Chris spread his arms out to the sides, and realizing that if her lover's name was Gedrick, then he was European, declared that he had been reborn. Juliana promised to kill him for pretending to be her lover, but Chris replied that even her fierce face gave him pleasure. Then he opened his mouth slightly and said that he wished she were a little happier. Reproducing the image of Gedrick, the hero declared that he loved her smile more than anything in the world. But then he forgot the words and looked into the system window. The girl, confused, pressed her hand to her tear-stained face and, shocked, pronounced the name of her lover. Their hands reached out to each other, and Juliana again incredulously called out the name of her beloved. But Chris decided that it was time for a divorce. He looked at her anxiously, opened his mouth and told her to run, because he felt like someone was suppressing him. At that moment, he was grabbed by the collar and pulled back sharply, and Noah informed Juliana that their beloved Gedrick was in their hands. The girl looked after them in confusion, screamed and asked if they were really members of the Night Order of the Temple. She then looked irritably at Violet, who raised her hands, summoning magic, and declared that Gedrick belonged to her. Chris thought he liked this scenario, raised his glass of champagne and smiled when Juliana said that she would definitely save him. A red sword appeared in front of her, which she summoned. She then swung her weapon and a multitude of scarlet blades appeared behind her. The girl declared that she would never forgive them and that they would all die. Then the hero turned around, looked at Sophie and said that now the rear group was out of danger, so she should focus on Mike's group. He thought that Juliana had completely gone mad and that her husband would die because of her actions. Then Mike grabbed the sword, and the system window reported that Mike's legendary skill, Prayer of the Saints, had been activated. Another window notified that Blessing of Light temporarily increases all stats, and then a message appeared. Mike ran forward and swung his sword, while the hero watched how gracefully he did it. Chris thought with pride that even with the enhancements, Mike remained a legend. He attacked her from above, and the protagonist thought that he believed his dear regressor. At the same time, those around him clenched their fists in joy. Chris decided that Mike was doing a great job. Juliana's sword emitted a red glow, and she called her opponent a stupid insect. Streams of power surrounded her. The girl grabbed the blade with both hands and said that now everything would end. The hero's mouth dropped open in surprise as he felt the sudden overwhelming level of power appear, and he thought that Juliana needed to calm down. She rushed towards the enemy, shouting that he would die, and Chris mentally asked her not to kill Mike since he was a good guy. The protagonist closed his eyes and tears came to his eyes. Then he called Juliana dear and asked her to spare his life. The girl turned around and looked at him in confusion. However, suddenly her face darkened and she looked down. At that moment, Mike jumped up and thrust his sword into her. Blood splashed onto his impassive face. Juliana called out to her lover, then coughed up blood, her face darkening. Her fingers trembled and the sword fell from her hands. Soon after, her blonde hair was stained with blood, and Juliana herself fell dead to the floor. Then Chris walked up to her, lowered his head, looked at her with longing and said that he would never forget her death. Noah pressed his palm to his eyes, trying to hide the tears from the surging emotions. And suddenly Juliana's eyes turned blue. She smiled slightly and said that she, too, would always be there for him. Then Chris closed his eyes, pressed his palm to his face and thought that he was a bad person after all. Then Caitlin ran up to them and said that they both did well. She turned around in confusion, noticing something alive, surrounded by a glow, a sword hovering in the air. The system window reported that this was the cursed sword Julian of the legendary level. Someone said that the ceremony of choosing a new owner had begun. Legendary items choose their owner, and since Mike killed the boss, he will definitely become the new owner. Mike narrowed his eyes and smiled, and Chris thought that this weapon was exactly what he was aiming for, and that in his first life it was his favorite sword. The protagonist even envied him a little, but then turned to his friend, closed his eyes, smiled, and congratulated him on his purchase. Mike thanked him modestly, then pursed his lips. After that, he hesitantly reached out his hand to the sword, thinking that he had finally received it. An image of a hooded man with a blade in his hand appeared in the young man's mind, and he remembered that this weapon was Matthew's favorite. Looking down, the young man decided that he would now guide this sword along the right path, and felt relieved that this scoundrel had not gotten his hands on it. He smiled slightly and reached for the blade, mentally calling it by Juliana's name. However, the sword responded by releasing streams of power as a warning. Noah and Chelsea instinctively huddled together, closed their eyes, and screamed in fear. Chris closed one eye, covered his face with his hand, and wondered in confusion why the explosion happened. Then he frowned, but did not lower his hand. Caitlin, standing over Mike's shoulder, asked everyone to remain calm and suggested that Mike try again. The young man looked at the flaming blade and suddenly heard Juliana's voice asking him to take her hand. Then Chris looked in bewilderment at his own palm, enveloped in streams of power, and noticed that it was reaching for the sword on its own. Gritting his teeth, Mike reached for the blade again, mentally pleading with Juliana not to reject him. His fingers closed tightly around the hilt. At that very moment, Chris, who had grabbed the sword, and Mike, with his hand raised, froze opposite each other in complete bewilderment. The hero swung his blade and saw Juliana. She said that she had become a weapon and now they would always be together. But Chris did not want such a fate. Then Mike lowered his eyes, and the protagonist mentally asked him not to make such a face, because he felt guilty. Then the hero looked at the sword with irritation and thought that he had not put on this whole show in order to lose Mike's favor. However, Chris licked his lips contentedly as he saw the messages about incredible power being available to him and decided to accept the sword. Scratching his head in confusion, the hero apologized to Mike. The swordsman replied that it was the will of the sword and that Chris had made a greater contribution to the cleanup. Then he closed his eyes, smiled, and said that the young man could do with learning the basics of fencing, adding that he would teach him himself. Mike remarked that he was looking forward to the day when they could fight each other, and Chris thought that this boy had already learned sarcasm. Meanwhile, Caitlin turned around when she heard someone calling her name and reported that they had found the leader. Soon, the boys approached the steps leading to the coffin, and someone said that now everyone could say goodbye to the leader. He lay among the flowers, his arms crossed over his chest. The head of the Sineva Guild was dead. Caitlin was overcome with sobs, wiping away her tears with her hand and saying that he promised to live until the very end. At the same time, Chris glanced sideways at Mike and thought that, judging by his calmness, this was a foregone conclusion. He watched dispassionately and wondered if this was murder. The hero then looked at Samuel and wondered why he was smiling at the funeral, since the leader had mysteriously disappeared a few days later. The elders had ample time to carry out their plans, as the promised reinforcements never arrived. Chris pressed his hand to his face and thought that everything looked quite interesting and he would like to figure it out. Hiding a smile, Chris noted that Samuel wasn't the only one having fun at the funeral, as he himself was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Later, he asked where Mike was, and his interlocutor replied that he was with Caitlin, and Sophie had gone to take care of Claire. When the man entered the room, everyone looked at Samvel in bewilderment, who stated that it was a miracle they managed to return alive. Then he pressed his palm to his face and added that these words were not intended for Noah and Violet, but for the one who managed to get out at the expense of others, Mr. Chris. Then Noah clenched his fists, opened his mouth, and asked how dare he speak like that to his older comrade. Samuel replied that he understood their sadness and anger, then looked at them sympathetically and said that they had managed to save the leader with great difficulty. Pressing a handkerchief to his eyes, he added that despite all efforts, the leader still died a few days later, but he was glad that they were able to return. Chris thought he looked ridiculous and asked the old man if he really expected them to believe his words. The hero then looked at him arrogantly and declared that the guild leader had died because of him, while wondering what this could lead to. Samuel frowned and said that they had hired help to rescue the leader, but Chris interrupted him, noting that the reinforcements had not arrived. Then the man looked at him intently and said that they simply couldn't find the right people. In response, the hero looked at him indifferently and asked if he was really proud of it, adding that they didn't even try to help. Chris continued, reminding them that the old man himself had just claimed that the leader had died alone while everyone was sleeping. But that was strange. He grinned with satisfaction, and Samuel frowned and asked what he was getting at. Then the hero, smiling, declared that he insisted that the leader died alone in order to hide the fact that it was he who killed him. A vein bulged on the old man's forehead with rage. He asked how Chris dared to bark at him and if he was tired of living. The protagonist looked at him with feigned surprise and let out a short bark. Chris noted that he demonstrated what barking sounds like, and what he said earlier is called a statement of facts. Then the hero smiled broadly and asked why he was so nervous and whether he was actually guilty of something. He clenched his fist and declared that Chris was in serious trouble and that he would be happy to help him die. Behind him, Violet slammed her palm down on the table. Then she and Noah tried to reason with him, but the hero only smiled mysteriously. Looking at him, Chris thought that in front of him was just a fragile alchemist, which meant he would definitely suffer. However, the next moment, a sword blade appeared before Samuel's eyes. He waved his arms awkwardly and recoiled from the weapon, asking in fear what it was. The young man smiled and said that dear Juliana shouldn't worry, after which he thought that he simply adored the automatic summons. Tears welled up in Violet's eyes. Chris glanced at her and mentally asked her not to be jealous of the sword. Chris explained that the sword was accidentally obtained in the dungeon and asked Samuel not to touch it with his hands because Juliana likes to bite. The protagonist then stated that he had a lot of things to do, after which he ordered him to fill out the reports and send them to Caitlin. Chris then told Violet and Noah to go up first as he had some business to take care of. He thought that it didn't matter whether Samuel was actually guilty. The main thing was to make sure that he was considered guilty. Chris gave him the middle finger and smirked, thinking that the world was not ruled by truth, but by incitement and manipulation. The elderly man, looking after him, clenched his teeth in anger. Samuel frowned and decided that there was no way he would get away with it. Soon, Chris was already at Jenny's. She said that she had heard about him from the deputy head, and he quickly looked through several papers. Jenny reported that the Yamato Guild is a major guild in the independent city of Cilia and cooperates with Samuel. The girl suggested that in exchange for help, he intended to allow them to absorb Cineva, even spending funds to finance the squad. Jenny said that independent cities can't start wars with each other, so it's unlikely that anything will happen anytime soon. Chris noted that they must not let their guard down because there was chaos in Cineva right now, and if Yamato was planning to absorb them, then this was the perfect moment. Jenny then said that she had found out information about John, but found no evidence of Samuel's involvement in his death. In her opinion, the head's death occurred due to natural causes. Then Chris looked again at the piece of paper in front of him. He smiled slightly and said that if there is no evidence, then it needs to be created. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked what he was talking about. The hero looked at her in confusion and thought that perhaps she was not as bad as he thought. Then Jenny smiled slyly, showed him a bottle of red liquid and said that she always tries to do everything in advance. She put her hand on his shoulder and pulled him closer, looking at her. Chris wondered if she was his lost twin. Jenny explained that this was the same prescription medication she had spoken of. She said that she ordered the hero to spray this agent on Samuel's uniform, and Chris could dispose of the rest at his own discretion. The protagonist hid the bottle under his jacket, thinking that sometimes it seemed to him that she could read minds, although her skills did not confirm this. Later, he looked at the blushing Violet with bewilderment. He asked her why she was here if he asked her and Noah to wait in the guild. The girl replied that she was worried about what happened to Samuel, but then she smiled broadly and said that from now on she would protect him. Chris smiled slightly and took her hand. The hero thought that all the important matters were already finished, which meant that everything was fine. He bowed his head slightly and invited her to go for a walk. The girl laughed happily and said that she would be happy to go on a date with him. Then he stroked her head and suggested they have dinner in town. Violet asked what he would like to eat. At that moment, the girl noticed the hands of a man casting a dark spell. Her eyes widened in fear as she raised her index finger and summoned a wind barrier. Violet then wrapped her arms around him, protecting him from the blast. People ran away in panic, and a drop of sweat rolled down Chris's face. He squinted suspiciously, wondering what was going on here. Chris raised his head, looked at the armed men who had jumped out, and realized that these killers were aiming straight at him. He remembered Samuel's words about how they had somehow managed to return alive. Then the hero suggested that this attempt on his life could have been organized by that crazy old man. Meanwhile, green streams of magic emanated from Violet, and she activated the wind blast again. The hero watched the angry girl in confusion, tears of resentment glistening in her eyes. The system reported that Violet's specialization was heroic-level Archmage, but Chris couldn't believe that she changed her specialization out of anger. Then she took his hand and told him not to worry about anything because she would protect him. Chris looked at the crying girl's face and wondered why she was suffering so much. Violet then turned away and asked him to follow her, the hero deciding that she had probably gotten injured protecting him. Sweat ran down her face as she opened her mouth wide, calling forth a wind blade and a gust of wind. Chris tilted his head and watched the girl with displeasure, thinking that she was spending too much mana. The next moment, she tripped over a stone. Her eyes widened in surprise, but his arm was already wrapped around her waist. Chris asked her not to overexert herself, then pulled the confused girl close to him and suggested that they try to get out together. At the same time, the hero thought that Violet was one of his most valuable cards, and he was not ready to lose her here. At that very moment, blood spurted out and the enemy's head was separated from the body, and Chris hoped to hold out with the help of his sword until help arrived. Meanwhile, the man with the blade, sitting on the roof, watched them leave, and the hero understood that if he stopped, they would die. Then the killer waved his hand and threw the knife. The girl's mouth opened and she screamed, and Chris frowned and clenched his teeth, praying that Violet would cope. Streams of green power appeared around his sword, and Violet summoned a wind barrier. Chris, watching the scene out of the corner of his eye, thought irritably that this wouldn't work because the difference in levels was too great. Then Violet covered him with her body and shouted at him to be careful. The young man looked at her gloomily in response and thought that no matter how great a sorceress she was, her body remained human. Then he summoned his sword. Violet gritted her teeth in pain and pressed her whole body against him. As they started to fall, Chris panicked and asked what she was doing, and suddenly blood spurted from under the sword. Chris's eyes widened in horror, and he continued calling Violet's name. She had a sword sticking out of her back and blood was flowing from her mouth, but she still asked Chris if he was okay. She narrowed her eyes, smiled with relief, and thanked God that he was safe and sound. The protagonist grabbed her hand, asked what she was doing, and called for the sword. but Violet asked him not to call Juliana. Then she leaned over him, her tears mixed with blood falling on his face. Violet asked him to say her name, but Chris demanded that she come to her senses, and again called her by name, amazed at the thought that all this time she had actually been jealous of the sword. At that moment, he noticed another flying knife. Chris raised his hand with the glowing ring and summoned a mana shield, but the impact with the dagger caused cracks to appear on the shield. His eyes widened in horror as the girl's body went limp, 2 daggers already sticking out of her back. She opened her mouth slightly and asked for forgiveness. Then Violet closed her eyes, smiled widely, and said that she wanted to stay with him forever. Chris couldn't understand why she was saying goodbye. The hero grabbed her by the clothes and asked her to move, but the girl refused and activated the wind barrier again. Streams of magical energy surrounded them, and Chris winced and shouted that he didn't need any wind barrier and asked her to just move away. But the girl just closed her eyes and smiled. The protagonist could not believe that Violet was dying. Tears were streaming down his face, since her death was not part of his plans. It seemed to him as if wings appeared behind her back. He could not accept that she was dying for him, while he was simply using her. Meanwhile, the killer clutched several daggers in his hands, and new blades flew towards them. Chris asked Violet to move away again, but the girl hugged him tightly and whispered that she loved him. Then the hero screamed that she could not die. Then he again asked her to move away, to get off him, because it was too dangerous. However, at that moment, the red-haired girl kicked the killer. Chris pulled Violet's body close to him and looked ahead in confusion. She was indignant that as soon as she went on a short excursion, idiots immediately appeared who did not take her seriously. Then she grinned and asked who dared to raise a hand against the lover of the mercenary queen herself. And then Chris recognized her. However, he did not even suspect that behind him stood a killer with a sword raised to strike. However, before he could attack the hero, someone cut off his head. As it turned out, Noah, Sophie, and Mike rushed to his aid. The protagonist thought with relief that he was glad to see the swordsman. He hugged Violet to his shoulder and greeted his comrades. Then Mike frowned, looked at the main character with displeasure, and asked who dared to do this to them. Chris pursed his lips, looked at him thoughtfully, and said nothing, thinking that Samuel was absolutely certain to be behind the assassination attempt. Still hugging Violet, he said he didn't know, adding that he had business with the Black Swan Guild and they were attacked on the way back. Chris watched the fight, thinking that Samuel had gone crazy, and he wanted to tell Hannah and Mike everything so that they would kill the old man. However, after everything he saw, the guy decided to destroy this man with his own hands and avenge his girlfriend. At that very moment, the hero could not bear it and shouted to Violet that he loved her very much. Then he uncorked the bottle containing the potion with which he wanted to cure her. After that, Chris pressed his lips to hers, and then suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. He continued kissing her without closing his eyes, and with amazement he realized that the girl was responding to the kiss. Then he pulled away, and tears began to stream down his face again. Chris held Violet tightly to him, relieved that she was still alive. After some time, the guys discussed everything on the road and clarified the situation. After listening to them, Hannah stated that they suspected the old man's involvement in everything that had happened, and therefore he intended to deal with it personally. The hero replied that she could deal with the Yamato Guild. Samuel made a deal with them, so he intends to blame what happened on them. Hannah sighed and noted that they needed to make it look like the old man was actually a spy for the Yamato Guild. We need to show that the Seneva Guild has also become a victim so that they don't get caught in the crossfire. Chris said that then she would be able to defame them, and even if they were also from an independent city, it would be a more reasonable basis for attack. The mercenary queen looked closely at the young man and said with a smile that he knew how to entertain her very well. At that moment, she hugged him tightly and added that even though he was a piece of shit, he was still very dear to her. The guy just didn't answer, but he understood perfectly well that if he gave in and showed his feelings, he would lose this battle. Caitlin met with her friends after the incident and promised to sort it out, as she couldn't understand who was capable of such a thing. Chris knew he had to keep his cool. He said they were being attacked by a group of professional killers and added that he knew the reason. Chris looked at Caitlin carefully and asked if she would believe him if he told her what he had found out. After this, the hero immediately stated that the guild leader was killed by none other than Samuel, using that very potion. His body shaking, he leaned over and said that he was attacked because he learned a secret he shouldn't have known. The hero clarified that he was talking about the potion that Samuel used to kill the guild leader. Then the girl turned to the man and demanded an explanation. He indignantly opened his mouth and asked how she could listen to this charlatan. He was sweating with excitement and declared that Chris must have been confused because he would have sworn to heaven that he had not killed John. The guild members watched this in confusion. Samuel added that it was some kind of mistake, but Caitlin did not agree with him. She admitted that there were indeed many strange things about the leader's death, and then asked Chris to tell her everything he knew. The protagonist said that the death seemed strange to him because after returning to the guild, he slowly recovered and then suddenly died. During his investigation, he discovered that while John was in the dungeon, the supply deliveries were stopped halfway. The hero then added that the elders were somewhat pleased with the death of the chief, and it was from that moment that he suspected murder. Samuel told him that the leader had died while everyone was sleeping, but this made him wary, because the old man spoke as if he had personally seen everything. Chris explained that he had turned to the Black Swan Guild for help because he suspected the leader's right-hand man and Caitlin of the crime. He then said that during the investigation it was discovered that Samuel had recently acquired a dangerous potion in Cilia. The man frowned and tried to dispute the accusations, but Caitlin told him to shut up and asked him to continue his story. Chris thought with satisfaction that Caitlin always stood up for justice. He said that after the funeral ceremony, he and Chelsea, at the request of the deputy head, examined the body of the guild head. Then they managed to find traces of the very potion that Samuel had acquired in Cilia in his body. Caitlin was shocked, not expecting this. The hero continued, explaining that this was why he went to Samuel's room, where he discovered a secret enchanted box and inside, that very potion. Because he interfered in the man's affairs, the man allegedly sent his men to deal with him. Bursting into tears, the hero screamed that Violet had risked her life to protect him, and that Uncle Caitlin was no longer the kind man she knew him to be. The man looked at Chris with fury, realizing that he had staged a whole performance and made up a very plausible story. The old man asked Caitlin not to fall for the deception, adding that if all this were true, the results of the examination would have been immediately reported to her. He also stated that the young man had bribed everyone to frame him. Samuel swore that he had nothing to do with the death of the guild leader. The hero looked at the old man, realizing that he might not have been involved in the attack, but he still intended to make him answer for everything. The guy then burst into tears and said that he was going to tell her the results of the examination, but the sudden attack ruined all his plans. And suddenly Caitlin coldly told him to shut up. The main character was taken aback, not expecting such a turn of events. At the same time, Samuel looked at the young man with a satisfied grin, deciding that the girl did not believe him. He joyfully thanked her for her trust and ordered the guards to immediately throw the charlatan into prison. However, Caitlin turned to the man and angrily told him to shut up. The girl continued, stating that there was too much suspiciousness in his behavior, and therefore she reproached herself for trusting him. In response, Samuel shouted that it was all slander, but suddenly fell silent when he saw the tip of a sword in front of him. Caitlin demanded to know who was behind him, knowing that someone so reckless would hardly have been able to pull off something like this alone. The girl angrily declared that she wanted to deal with him right then and there, but out of respect for their past affection, she intended to limit herself to one hand. At that moment, Chris asked her for forgiveness and said that the Black Swan investigative unit had also found out who was behind these cases. He looked at her carefully and stated that the Yamato Guild was involved in this, and then presented the relevant evidence. Chris added that Samuel had given 80% of Cineva's funds to Yamato, which left Cineva in dire financial straits. The protagonist screamed that this man was a traitor who had driven them into a cursed temple, hoping that they would die there in order to then seize power. Caitlin was furious to realize that many people had died because of his greed. Then the man shouted that he would tell the whole truth. He admitted that he really had connections with the guild. However, he claimed that he was acting for the sake of the future of Cineva, which was on the verge of collapse, and he had no other choice. He continued to insist that he did everything for the sake of their guild, while the guys clearly understood that this was a real betrayal. At that very moment, the man shouted that he had nothing to do with John's death, but the girl did not believe his words. Then Samuel, with tears in his eyes, began to assure the lady that they were all family to him. He did not skimp on emotions and skillfully pressed on her feelings, adding that he did not have a single close person, but they became family to him. He said he saw John and Caitlin as his own children. Samuel stated that the guild leader was an optimistic person, and, despite being younger than him, he always admired him. Bursting into tears, the man began to beg the girl to believe him. Caitlin was shaking and crying, not knowing what to do in this situation, but he continued to insist that she not fall into Chris's trap. Meanwhile, Chris looked at the girl carefully, since he had already told her to get rid of Samuel earlier. At that very moment, the guy presented direct evidence and stated that it was this potion that confirmed that the man had killed the guild leader. He was taken aback, not understanding what the young man was talking about. Samuel furiously shouted that all the evidence was fabricated. Chris then replied that the truth would still come out, since potions leave traces the moment the bottle is uncorked. Chris noted with a grin that the answer could be obtained if the clothes or the man himself were sent for examination. However, he immediately added that this would not even be necessary. The guy snapped his fingers and used magic on him. Samuel was taken aback and started screaming, not understanding what was happening. Then the hero confidently declared that the man was indeed involved in everything that was happening. Chris added that until the very end, he hoped that he had not committed such a grave sin. Then Samuel rushed to Caitlin and began to shout that the young man had set him up and that he had done nothing of the sort, begging her to believe him. Chris looked at the man with a smirk, knowing full well that he was not actually involved in anything like that. At that moment, the main character just grinned. And then the old man turned his gaze to him, full of horror. Barely audible, Chris called him a complete fool, then added that he knew it wasn't him. Samuel looked at the young man with fury, not understanding how he dared to do this to him. Samuel was furious and could not understand how the young man dared to deceive their guild with his lying tongue. He immediately headed towards his opponent, intending to deal with him. Burning with anger, he raised his fist and swung, wanting his opponent to burn in hell. However, suddenly blood sprayed into the air and his hand was cut off. Caitlin dealt him a crushing blow with her sword. Samuel, his face spattered with blood, tried to pronounce the girl's name. Caitlin looked in horror at the flying severed hand. The girl cried bitterly, gritting her teeth, and called the old man a useless animal. The man grabbed his shoulder, spitting blood onto the floor, and the deputy ordered that all those involved be arrested and thrown in jail. The man with glasses and the young man opened their mouths in shock, declaring that they did not suspect anything and were only following orders. Samuel extended a trembling hand to the girl. Caitlin said that she believed him all this time. However, she said that it was foolish to think that they could return to their old life, and that trusting him was as foolish as trusting a cat with a fish. Then the deputy tearfully asked him not to say her name with his filthy mouth, because he was no longer part of Blue. Samuel repeated that he had been set up, but Caitlin called him a vile traitor. Soon the man found himself in another place. It was nothing other than an underground torture chamber of the Red Mercenaries. The protagonist greeted the prisoner behind bars and was glad that Caitlin did not kill the old man, because he really wanted to deal with him personally. Samuel declared that his enemy would not be able to do anything anyway, and asked why they had brought him here and what they were going to do with him. Then Sophie went down into the dungeon, turning to her. Chris asked how Violet was feeling. The girl replied that the sorceress had not yet regained consciousness. Then the young man said that it was time to begin. The old man's mouth opened in question as he saw his arm begin to grow back thanks to the healing magic. Watching the hand recover, Samuel asked what they were going to do and stated that recovery alone would not be enough. However, immediately after these words, the man screamed in pain. Sparks of light flew into the air, and then blood spurted out, and so on again and again. Sophie ominously said that in front of her was the scum of society with an evil mind and a rotten soul, who must repent and die. Lying on the floor and writhing in pain, Samuel begged to be saved and promised to do whatever he was ordered to do. Propping his head up with his hand, Chris noted that he was extremely cruel and merciless to his enemies, but this time he had been careless. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist stated that he almost lost someone dear to him because of this mistake, and promised to remember Samuel forever. Chris added that he would certainly remember every detail, the screams, the face distorted with pain, and the voice pleading for help. He stressed that he would dedicate his horribly painful death to the dear person who risked his life for him. Chris stated that he would kill him as painfully as possible in exchange for her smile, and also learn this lesson to become even more ruthless. The man, stunned, asked why they couldn't make a deal and shouted that he would do everything possible and tell him absolutely everything. Samuel, choking with tears, asked the young man what he would answer him. He looked at the hero with hope, hoping until the very end that he would leave him alive. However, Chris looked at Samuel with fury, saying that he intended to kill anyone who dared to touch him, and he was not going to negotiate anything. Within a moment, the entire floor of the cell was covered in blood. That evening, Violet lay quietly in the hospital room, Noah asleep against her bed. Suddenly, the girl woke up, thinking that she had dreamed that her lover had given her a generous gift that made her happy. Someone's family tearfully thanked the Archmage from the Great Magic Tower for saving them from death. Violet, dressed in a white sorceress robe, waved at the villagers with a smile and said it was worth it. The knight standing nearby thanked her for accepting their invitation, noting that it had not been an easy decision. Mike, looking at her back, also expressed gratitude for the fact that she chose the side of blue, and therefore the side of humanity. Violet replied that her conscience would not allow her to simply sit in the tower. The smiles of the townspeople, grateful for their salvation, gave her joy and strength. The girl looked up at the sky with a smile, then lowered her head and closed her eyes. Turning around, the sorceress joyfully declared that with her power, it was possible to end the war and make everyone happy. Then Mike smiled back. However, suddenly his face became anxious and even frightened. He stood in the office in front of the girl hanging from the ceiling. After his crushing blow, blood sprayed in all directions. Scarlet liquid flowed down the blade of the sword, and in front of him lay the dead body of the enemy. Standing among the corpses, Mike announced that there was no one left. He admitted that he had been too careless in allowing terrorism to flourish right in the center of Lindell. Wiping the blood from his face, the young man thought that nothing like this had ever happened in his previous life, and that he should have been more careful. Remembering Violet smiling, the boy realized that he had almost let her die again by letting his guard down for just a moment. Sitting at the table, he noted that it was he who brought her to the battlefield without permission, which caused the sorceress to experience a terrible shock. But Harper countered that if the fragile yet extremely powerful sorceress had wanted to hide, she would have done so in such a way that no one would find her. Nevertheless, she went out onto the battlefield, saved countless people and brought victory, and each time the girl gave everyone her bright smile. Harper added that she would not have done such an act out of guilt. Therefore, the leader should not blame himself for what happened. Mike then asked why the investigation had not yet been completed. The girl just silently closed her eyes and handed the leader the letter she had found in Violet's bedroom in the Magician's Guild right before her death. Harper suggested that the circumstances indicated that the girl had either become embroiled in the enemy's affairs or was being subjected to constant blackmail. She said Violet left only one short sentence of apology in her suicide note. Mike frowned deeply, realizing from the magic cast on the letter that a powerful mage was involved. The girl added that the people from the magic tower were somehow connected to Violet's death. However, the explosion outside the window did not allow her to finish her thought. The shockwave blew out the glass. Harper screamed that this was an attack and they needed to leave immediately. Then the young man looked out the window excitedly, and what he saw made his mouth open in amazement. On the street, in the middle of the explosion crater, stood a man with a staff. The disguised wizard looked around, and then the guild leader looked at him tensely. In Mike's first life, it was after eliminating the biggest threat in Violet that they began actively exterminating the human race. Mike assumed that Samwell and the Yamato Guild were just a front, while in reality, the whole masked rabble was controlled by someone else. Meanwhile, their forces were already gathering somewhere in Lindell in order to subsequently capture the continent. In her second life, her opponents noticed the sorceress's potential earlier and decided to get rid of her, as she had already refused to join them. He dealt with Violet in the same way the guild leader had previously dealt with Matthew, the masked freak's former comrade. Mike thought with alarm that this time, because of his connection with the witch, even his friend almost died. Squinting, the young man realized that the problem lay precisely in those moments when they were far from each other. He felt sorry that Harper couldn't stay by his side at such times, the nickname Divine Spear she received for her superiority over her enemies. However, she also gave her life for the guild leader, although it was he who should have saved her. Mike needed someone to keep an eye on things in his absence, but the boss trusted no one but Harper. The ceremony to install the new head of Sinev was soon to take place, and Mike was determined to find her after he sorted everything out. Looking down, he promised that this time he would definitely save her. This time the man was extremely determined. Mike decided to find all the dark magicians on the continent and destroy them, especially the masked scum. At this moment, the main character opened the door to the room. Violet was lying on the bed by the window and sleeping. Looking at her, Chris asked why Noah left. Claire, who was standing nearby, turned around and said that she was going to look for Noah, but the guy asked her not to go too far. Chris thought Claire had decided to leave them alone, which was to be expected considering she was a legendary level 100 assassin. Violet's face looked peaceful. She was wounded so seriously that she lost consciousness while protecting her lover. The protagonist promised that he would keep his friend close to him at any cost until the very end, and then ask Mike to make her a member of the guild. Stroking the girl on the head, the young man asked her to wake up quickly. Violet blushed slightly and seemed to move slightly. Looking at her, the hero realized that the witch had already come to her senses and asked her to look at him. Closing his eyes, he declared that she was not asleep and that pretending would not achieve anything. However, Violet did not move, still pretending to be asleep. Then the guy, covering his mouth with his hand and without opening his eyes, called her by name. The sorceress pouted her lips in anticipation of a kiss. Leaning over her, Chris declared that if she didn't wake up, she wouldn't be able to see him at the guild leader appointment ceremony. With her mouth flushed, the girl imagined her beloved in the most seductive images. Violet knew she didn't want to miss it. She wanted to see it for real. With these thoughts, she excitedly jumped out of bed. Turning around, she saw her friend. The young man looked at her carefully, and the next moment a smile appeared on his face. And then the sorceress's eyes lit up with happiness. Violet rushed to him with hugs and exclaimed that she was very glad that he was okay. The main character replied that the feeling was mutual. At that moment, a smiling Noah appeared at the door. Before him appeared a scene where lovers were lying on top of each other in bed. Without ceasing to smile, he was amazed by such passion. And Sophie noticed that she was no longer a child and could look at such things. Noah said that he had returned too early, although he knew that this would happen, so he decided not to interfere and leave again. Meanwhile, a man in a bloody cloak was standing behind the door. The main character noticed this and looked towards the entrance. And then a bloody Mike entered the room. Looking down, the future guild leader stated that he had checked the surroundings and made sure that there were no assassins nearby. He admitted that he was glad that his friend had survived and promised to be more attentive as the leader of the squad. Chris assured him that everything was fine, and Noah gave him a thumbs up to show that everything was indeed good. Then Mike scratched the back of his head and relaxed. He then smiled and stated that it was time for everyone to return to the guild together. Chris placed his hand on his chin and chuckled, thinking that this man was definitely perfect for the role of the protagonist. A few days later, Mike walked down the long hall wearing a blue cloak while the guild members watched him closely. However, his face looked worried. Chris smiled as he watched his friend. He thought about how he had waited a very long time for the day when they could get Sineva. Then Caitlin asked all the assembled guild members to pay attention to the fact that it was time for a change for Sinev. Caitlin announced that she was relinquishing the heavy burden of her position as deputy guild leader and would happily witness the birth of a new blue. Then she looked at Mike and introduced the former head of the 7th Squad, who had already shown his best side more than once. The new guild leader looked down. Mike held the sword tightly with both hands. Then the man looked up and, holding the glittering weapon in his hands, demonstrated the most serious and confident expression on his face. Standing in front of his friends and guild members, Mike declared that he was honored to receive this position, as Blue had been through a lot of pain. Then Mike suggested that we consider this moment a new beginning and start everything from a completely clean slate, so that Blue would change. Hearing how he decided to begin by introducing the new officials and outlining Sineva's future course, the hero clenched his fists in anticipation. When Chris heard that he had been appointed as the new vice guild leader, he mentally raised his hands in victory. The guy thought that all the efforts were worth it and that he was worried in vain because their beautiful regressor saw him as his right hand all this time. Now money and power await him, which means he can easily cling to the regressor and enjoy the benefits of his position. The new guild leader then appointed his comrade as the guild's general secretary and head of the human resources department. Chris thought that now he could do anything he wanted. For example, manage the distribution of money or accept a person into the guild. Mike then announced that he would create a guild development department and a damage control committee, with his friend as chairman. And then Chris thought that this was too much. However, Mike continued, stating that his comrade would also become the head of the administration, responsible for regulating all key issues. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, noticing the trick. His gaze became empty, and he mentally begged him to shut up. However, Mike continued to list Chris's positions, and the guild members looked at the guy with concern. The guild leader smiled as he said this, his eyes sparkling. He then added that his friend would be responsible for everything else, while Caitlin would remain in the guild as an advisor. After these words, he looked at the protagonist and, turning to him with a smile, expressed hope that in the future they would both achieve success. In his mind, Chris rolled his eyes and screamed, but out loud he declared that he didn't deserve all of these positions. Having bowed, the guy promised to make every effort, while in his thoughts, he rained down the most obscene curses on his friend. Chris wondered if his comrade was really going to push him to exhaustion for Blue, and thought he should have expected it. Now he had to earn money with his left hand by brewing potions, and with his right hand, he had to deal with all the work within the guild. Then the smile disappeared from his face, and he decided that since things had turned out this way, it was time to change the appearance of Sineva. The protagonist decided to start by introducing a new Sinev uniform. Noah donned shining armor, and the sorceress wore a white dress with golden patterns. Chris decided to make sure that there was not a single place in the guild that his hand did not touch. Then the trio entered the hall. Their life was like reliving in an alternative world from scratch. It was necessary to discard all the old orders. The guild members looked at the squad with bewilderment. The young guild was beginning its renewal. Caitlin watched them with a smile, and then the main character raised his index finger. Suddenly, an explosion thundered in the palace. Violet and Noah joyfully watched the explosions. They had to demolish all the rooms, then repaint the walls and hire cheap but capable workers to transform Cineva. The guild was to spread its influence across all continents and become a place of dreams and hope to finally rise from its knees. The new, richly decorated hall sparkled, and people were expected to flock to Cineva to find their dream job. The guild members hung portraits of the guild leader and his deputy on the wall, and that's where the success story began. The soldiers lined up in white jackets. Everyone was equal here. Soon the entire city was filled with newspapers and invitations to the Cinev Guild. The protagonist narrowed his eyes seductively, expecting that now everyone would find out about their guild and want to join it. Standing on stage with Noah and Mike, he performed a song about the importance of joining the Blue. The girl with glasses looked in amazement. Her status window showed that her name was Mary, and she was a hard-working lawyer and a responsible head of the family. Meanwhile, Violet and Noah danced, inviting people to repeat after them. Noah stood on one hand, calling new employees to the guild. Continuing to hum the song, Chris assumed an extremely seductive pose, placing his hands behind his head. Seeing this and feeling jealous, Violet shyly covered the camera with her hand. Then a noise was heard on the screen. Soon the squad was standing by the pool in beachwear. The video was accompanied by a new song about the benefits of Cineva. Everyone pointed at Mike, which made him visibly embarrassed. However, filming was soon completed, and then the main character gave up and asked his friend if this was really his maximum. In response, the guild leader assured him that things would definitely get better. Although, in the young man's opinion, everything should have worked out better the second time. Mike looked dazzlingly handsome in his beachwear, his huge muscles and sculpted abs catching the eye. Mary delightedly imitated the camera lens with her fingers. Meanwhile, Mike was standing in the pool holding Chris in his arms, and the girl said that these two were just a wonderful couple. The guild members danced by the pool, singing a song about how much they wanted to join the Blue. Suddenly, a carriage drove past the palace, and Jenny, sitting inside, looked around. The thing is that the Cineva Guild had two best friends. Black Swan, one of the three major guilds in Lindell, was an ally of Cinev. The second friend was Hannah, the queen of mercenaries of the entire kingdom of Lindell. Every evening they dined with champagne and cheerful melodies. One guy with a bottle of wine in his hands even thought that Cineva was completely crazy, but found what was happening quite funny. The blueness spread wider and wider, which was impossible not to notice. Meanwhile, their competitors were furiously clutching a news leaflet advertising Cineva. However, Chris just chuckled and noted that they didn't care at all if someone was unhappy with their success. After that, he, Noah, and Mike, standing on the stage, raised their hands up, continuing to hum the cheerful song. Sophie happily grabbed the disgruntled Claire's hands. Mary watched the dance with admiration, her status window indicating that she was a person who would become loyal if given attention. And then Chris pointed his finger at her and said that anything is possible if you want it. He then asked the girl to give him her resume, and the next second he tore it up. The woman looked at him in shock when she was told that she had been accepted into the guild. Extending his hand to her, the young man introduced her as their new manager and invited her to follow him. The next morning, someone shouted out that the response to the promotional video had been so positive that the guild was being asked to reopen recruitment. After some time, the main character sat puzzled in his new office. There was a lot of work, but a catastrophic lack of time. Moreover, last night Mike gave him a remedy that allows him to stay awake for several nights in a row without any consequences. After some time, the guys came to their leader with a report. Chris noted that the new recruits turned out to be very capable. After the report, they thanked him for providing them with housing and good jobs, adding that they would never forget what he did for them. Later, Chris went to his friend because he wanted to get his permission. However, a moment later he froze in amazement when he saw a familiar woman, Hannah. He looked at the girl with surprise and asked why she came to them. She replied that they were just talking about him. These words alarmed Chris, and he looked closely at Mike, struck by how bad he looked. The hero asked if anything had happened, but the boys only sighed heavily and said that nothing had happened yet. At that moment, Hannah looked closely at Chris and asked if he wanted to join her attack on the Yamato Guild. At the same time, the hero listened to their conversation and mentally asked for forgiveness, since he himself had fabricated everything that was connected with the guild. Mike, however, stated that she needed to understand how dangerous everything was, and that if she was targeted again like last time, things could end badly. Then Chris smiled, asked the queen to calm down, and asked if she was going to go to the guild in person. Hannah announced that she was heading to the Empire and, to be more precise, intended to attend a luxurious imperial ball. She said that this time the red mercenaries and black swans were invited to the event. In addition, the heads of the largest guilds from all over the Empire are usually invited to such events, and the Yamato Guild also received an invitation. Unfortunately, Sinova and her people did not receive an invitation this time, and Chris understood that they were not invited because they were still only developing. That was why, as the queen explained, she had come to them. Hannah wanted her precious friend to accompany her to the ball. However, she then added that she wished her precious friend a few days of rest, and therefore was taking him with her. Mike was shocked, because he knew that if his precious friend left, the work would stop. In response, Chris looked at his boss with a smile, realizing that the mountain of work was too much for him to handle. However, in turn, he did not hesitate, and at that very moment seemed to throw off the shackles of the guild, setting off in search of his own happiness. The boy shouted for his friend, but it was all in vain, and after some time they arrived at the capital's clock tower. There the hero looked at Violet in surprise. He did not understand where she came from in such a place, and at that moment Hannah noticed a familiar face. The gray-haired man with an eye patch said he was very glad to see her alive and well. Hannah then introduced her godfather, Victor Hart, and Chris was surprised because he turned out to be surprisingly strong. At the same time, the guy introduced himself and said that he was the deputy head, as well as the assistant and lover of the great queen. At that very moment, Victor approached the young man and looked at him intently. Victor then shouted that he considered the young man frivolous and did not approve of him, and then demanded that his goddaughter leave him immediately. Meanwhile, the hero felt confused, realizing that he had hardly made a good impression, so he decided to pay more attention to Violet. And suddenly the guy froze in place, hearing someone's voice. The hero was puzzled because he realized that he was the only one who heard him. No one around him reacted in any way. At that moment, Hannah was amazed to see a familiar girl in front of her. She looked intently at the shaman and greeted her. Hannah was surprised to meet her, as this girl was usually the last one to arrive. Chris realized that it was she who was talking to him through telepathy, and immediately used his power, wanting to understand who was in front of him. However, the hero was shocked when he saw that this girl's characteristics were resistant to the soul eyes. At the same moment, a new anxiety gripped him. Had she noticed that he was trying to open the window of her characteristics? A second later, the protagonist was taken aback again, because the girl, Kasugano Yuno, herself allowed him to view her parameters. He didn't understand why she did this, because she was a legendary-level shaman and had eyes that surpassed even the soul eyes. Meanwhile, the shaman looked at him carefully and said that she noticed those very eyes of the soul that see right through him. Moreover, she admitted that she had been looking for him for a very long time. She stretched out her hand to him, and the hero became frightened and exclaimed that she was mistaken. However, the mercenary queen managed to intercept the girl's hand. Then the ruler looked closely at Yuno and declared that her dear one did not like this. Hannah looked at her and explained that because of the recent incident, they were not in the mood for such action at the moment. Afterwards, Yuno apologized for her disrespect and explained that the guy reminded her very much of someone. Hannah replied that her apology was accepted, at which point the shaman announced that she was leaving them and wished them a pleasant time. She walked slowly past the young men, and Chris silently hoped that Violet would behave well and not attack the girl in response. However, a moment later the hero shuddered again because Yuno again addressed him, this time telepathically. He was shocked when she asked him to come to her as soon as he had time. The girl added that she really wanted to see him. After some time, the guy came to meet her. It was extremely difficult for him to tear himself away from Violet, especially when she looked at him with the eyes of an abandoned puppy. However, the hero felt confused. Yuno was resisting his soul eye, even though this ability was like oxygen to him. It was his only weapon that allowed him to survive in the harsh world, and the very fact that no one knew about it made him nervous. Chris knew this could all be a trap, but he knew he had enough defensive measures in place in case things turned against him. At that very moment, the hero entered the room. Almost immediately, Chris heard the girl's voice. Then Yuno asked him if he knew about the first life. The guy froze in shock, not imagining how she could have known about such a thing. She noticed that he was very surprised, but emphasized that she had to find him and tell him the truth about the continent. Moreover, the girl said that she had received a message from the goddess Benigor, and that was why she had called him to her. Chris was shocked because he didn't understand why the goddess needed him, and suddenly he shuddered. His soul eye skill was forcibly activated from the outside. The next moment, Yuno, whose eyes were blacker than the night itself, looked at him intently. Then Yuno declared that she wanted to show him not the past, nor the future, nor even the future, but the dark world of the fading dimension. The girl said that she wanted him to remember everything. Moreover, she wanted him to remember their life together. And then Chris was taken aback, realizing that he was seeing his past life. And yet, despite this, his own body was invisible. At that moment, he looked in surprise at another young man who seemed very familiar to him, and the hero was amazed when he realized that he had experienced his first life. He tried to determine what period he was in, but remained puzzled because he looked like a dead man. And suddenly he was amazed again, his body collapsed. At that moment, Chris wondered if he was dead, but a moment later he felt someone's presence. Then he looked at the girl in surprise. Yuno, looking at him with her eyes closed, quietly said that it was a real misfortune. Yuno admitted that she was worried about him because he hadn't woken up for several days, and so she asked him to rest. She added that he might feel uncomfortable in an unfamiliar place, but she still hoped that he would be able to feel at home. Then Chris asked why she saved him. The girl replied that she saw their common future and therefore intended to explain everything later. But now she just wanted him to know that she was on his side. The hero was puzzled and did not understand at all what she was talking about. Then Yuno added that for some reason she felt like the owner of a homeless cat. Time passed, and the guy gradually recovered. Soon spring came to them. They spent all their time together, and their relationship gradually went beyond simple friendship. Chris was shocked when he realized what exactly connected them. However, after some time, the guy changed. But Chris looked at the girl with anger and pointed a gun at her. He asked if she seriously thought he would forget everything, just because she thought he had forgotten because he was smiling happily. The present Chris was shocked that his past self was threatening his savior with a knife. With tears in her eyes, Yuno said that he was an unhappy man, but she still loved him. After some time, the guy suddenly woke up from his sleep. However, Chris immediately grabbed his eyes because they hurt so much, it seemed to him that they were about to fall out. The hero thought it was a side effect of sharing vision with a higher-ranked eye. When Chris opened his eyes, he saw that Yuno had already arranged a real wedding ceremony by this point. Moreover, she exclaimed that he should not even dare to refuse, since he himself saw that they were lovers. Chris was shocked to realize that she had contacted him for this reason, and he wondered if this was really what she wanted to show him. The girl explained that somewhere around the middle, the vision could have become a little distorted due to her egoism. However, according to her, everything was not so bad, but rather the opposite. Everything went well. The protagonist looked closely at Yuno and realized that she was a kind of reference book for him about his past life. He realized that their connection offered the same benefits as his connection with Mike, meaning it would allow him to glimpse into his past life. Chris realized that his life would be much easier if he could learn about future events. However, the boy remained perplexed, not understanding what exactly the goddess was trying to show him through his past life. And yet he was pleased, because he realized that the girl would be useful to him. He also clearly saw that she was madly in love with him. Then the hero looked at her intently and suggested getting straight to the point. He noted that in the past world, it was she who was his savior. Sighing, the guy admitted that he had betrayed her and even tried to kill her. But despite this, she was still ready to accept him. But he realized that she was in a position where she could kill him, and he asked what guarantee there was that she did not harbor a grudge against him. The girl replied shyly that this is exactly what she adores about him, his caution, and moreover, she intends to do whatever he wants. With a smile, Yuno added that she would gladly give him her flesh and blood. At that moment, she used her power, and Chris was taken aback. He realized that he should not have said too much. Using her ability, Yuno swore that from now on she would become his beautiful servant and devote herself entirely to the man standing before her. She declared that no one could break this blood contract and come between them. Then Yuno looked at him and said that she had done everything. Moreover, she called him master. At the same time, the girl herself did not understand why in her new past life she considered him her master. The main character was furious and did not understand what exactly his past self did to this girl. Chris felt awkward about using pure heart, but thanks to it, a legendary rank pet ended up by his side. Then the hero looked at her carefully and asked her not to call him sir in public, and Yuno replied that she would try her best. Then Chris turned around, looked at her again, and admitted that he was grateful to her for everything that happened in their past lives. The guy added that from now on he would take good care of her, and he felt satisfaction from having such a devoted servant. However, at that very moment, the hero suddenly became wary, as a stranger appeared on his path. He looked at the young man with a grin and said that he had come to see Yuno, but unexpectedly met someone he did not expect to see. The man then added mockingly that he never thought he would run into Chris, Hannah's toy, and the deputy head of Suniva. The man, whose name was Ito Sota, showed the boy a newspaper clipping and asked who was involved in the terrorist attack. Ito was the guild leader and the very same villain who, together with Samuel, tried to take over the Blue Guild. The man grinned and asked if Chris had really told everyone that their guild was involved in the terrorist attack. Chris looked at him and stated that he was the one who sponsored Samuel, who was responsible for the attack. Then the man flared up with rage and demanded proof. He was beside himself, not understanding why the guy was accusing their innocent Yamato guild. He then asked him if he really thought the Holy Council would forgive him for such antics. And suddenly Yuno came out and asked what was going on. Ito exhaled and replied that nothing special was going on and that he was just trying to catch the mouse before it caused more trouble. Chris was puzzled, realizing that the man was deliberately trying to provoke him. Then the hero saw that his opponent's nature was that of a pedantic strategist, and he sighed heavily, realizing that they were identical in character. The protagonist understood perfectly well that he himself had acted in a similar way before when he wanted to get rid of one annoying team. Chris also realized that Ito was not acting out of anger at the false accusations, but was simply trying to hurt him, and Chris intended to respond in kind. However, he understood that it was dangerous now, so he said that he did not understand what he was talking about and suggested discussing it later. The man looked at the young man with a predatory grin and asked if he was scared. Chris chuckled in response and said he didn't understand what they were talking about. Then the hero looked mockingly at his opponent as he left. He was confident that Ito's obvious ploy had failed. Chris looked at his opponent mockingly, believing that he had lost because he didn't know about his soul eye. However, at that very moment, the guy became wary, noticing a predatory smile on his opponent's face, which clearly showed the intention to kill him. Chris was taken aback and cried out as his sword suddenly leaped out of its sheath. The hero was shocked when his trusty blade rushed towards Ito, although Chris warned that it was a trap and he should not attack. However, the sword did not obey and still struck. However, he did this not because of the head of the guild, but because of another person. The protagonist froze in shock, but at the same time he noticed that Ito hadn't even moved from his spot. The man, in turn, noted that the sword worked on its own, protecting its owner. He then stated that he had lost one of his trusted subordinates because he wanted to test the blade. At that moment, his expression changed and he began to scream loudly, calling for help, claiming that the young man had suddenly attacked them. Chris looked at him with fury, knowing full well that he was facing a vile person who had also set him up. However, officers were already running towards them, hearing the noise. The guards became furious and could not understand how Chris dared to attack the master. Ito watched what was happening with a grin, clearly enjoying himself. Then another guy came up to him and asked if everything was okay with him. He expressed bewilderment at how anyone would dare to attack the candidate for the position of the next bishop of the Holy Council. Chris, meanwhile, understood where this was all leading to. He knew that in the Holy Empire, the Pope had the same power as the Emperor. Therefore, if you are careless in his presence, you can lose your life. However, it was at this moment that Yuno intervened in the argument. The girl firmly stated that Chris was her guest, and she would not forgive anyone who dared to touch him. At that moment, everyone present looked at Yuno in amazement. She added that the young man was innocent, which meant they should take their hands off him. Chris, in turn, reported that he was fine. He stated that he was ready to cooperate with the investigation, but before that, he wanted to tell Yuno something. She called out to him in confusion, but he assured her that he was fine and then handed her a note. Finally, the hero asked her to contact the person mentioned in the letter. After this, Chris looked closely at his opponent and realized that he could still turn the situation to his advantage. Even though the young man's sword was confiscated and he was in handcuffs, he did not lose heart. The hero clearly saw that this man Ito hated his own kind. However, he intended to find out who would ultimately have the last laugh. He was determined to do everything possible to ensure that from that moment on, he would experience real hell. After some time, the main character was imprisoned in a damp dungeon. However, looking around, he realized that it was quite cozy. There he met Violet, who was crying bitterly. The girl was furious and shouted that she would immediately kill everyone who dared to imprison him. At that moment, Hannah sighed heavily and, looking at Chris, said that she had not brought him to the city so that he would end up in such a situation. The girl admitted that she felt ashamed for loudly declaring that nothing would happen to him as long as he was next to her. Then Chris looked at everyone present with a predatory smile and declared that they shouldn't worry about him, because he had a great idea. A few days later, Jenny visited the protagonist. and the girl noticed that he had settled in so comfortably that she found it difficult to even sympathize with him. She then asked him if he had prepared anything for the upcoming meeting and how exactly he intended to use it. Chris replied that he had developed a plan with the mercenary queen, but apologized, explaining that he could not reveal the details yet. Jenny said that all this was extremely sad, but she was sure that in due time she would find out everything herself, especially since the meeting was already very close. She also added that she was trying to change public opinion about him, but the hero noted that it would not be easy. At that very moment, the girl looked at her friend with a predatory grin. Without wasting a minute, she looked intently at the guard and called him over. The girl then threateningly ordered that the sword belonging to Chris be brought immediately. The guard was taken aback and, asking for forgiveness, announced that the weapon had been confiscated, while Chris carefully watched what was happening. Jenny then angrily asked him if he would take responsibility if a Yamato clan assassin attacked her ward. She screamed that her client was experiencing severe emotional trauma and that they wanted to leave him without any means of self-defense. The girl then added that the sword was a legendary weapon, which meant she could not allow it to remain in the wrong hands. Jenny furiously demanded that his boss be brought in immediately, claiming that they were doing their job extremely poorly. Then the guard nodded in fear and hurried to his superiors. After this, Chris looked at his friend with a satisfied smile, realizing that she was in complete control of the situation. Chris also smiled with satisfaction, noticing how much she had learned lately. The girl told him that in addition to the return of the sword, he would be guarded by the strongest warriors of the empire, and many would begin to consider him innocent. She added that she would lean towards him and support him, and Chris thanked her and noted that from now on he was in her debt. However, at the same time, Jenny noted that they still had a major problem. She asked Chris if he was really going to go to the event dressed like that. She then called her subordinates and ordered them to do everything possible to make him look as sweet and innocent as possible. Jenny said everyone should see him as a victim. Sometime later, the guys attended a prestigious event. When they entered the hall, everyone present was amazed. They looked with admiration at the young man accompanying the great mercenary queen. The guests were puzzled and wondered if the young man was really suspected of the brutal murder of a member of the Yamato Guild. Everyone present looked intently at Chris, and, looking at his innocent face, they already wanted to stand up for the main character. Moreover, they said that if such a cutie really turns out to be a killer, they would gladly donate their organs to him. At that very moment, the hero cast a fierce grin at everyone present, as everything was going strictly according to his plan. Meanwhile, the guests chatted carefree and had fun, not even suspecting what was really going on. Then Chris noticed the article and asked, puzzled, how much longer they would have to use paper newspapers. Jenny replied that there was nothing they could do about it. She understood the need to use newspapers to spread information. After this, the girl, still smiling, looked at Hannah and noted that it was a great honor for her to be next to her at such a meeting. Hannah just smiled and said that flattery wouldn't get her very far, but she acknowledged that Jenny had been a significant help in securing Chris's release. The next moment, the queen asked Chris how his hand was. The protagonist replied that he was enduring pain, although it was very difficult for him. Then Jenny asked in surprise what had happened to him and whether he had been injected with something. Then Chris, with a grin, explained that Hannah's magical power was raging inside him, and if she gave the order, his red dragon mercenary would explode. Jenny looked at him with a predatory smile and asked if he really wanted to say that his hand was actually a bomb. The queen was amazed, but at the same time, admiration was visible in her gaze. But looking at the girl, she ordered that such a thing be kept a secret. At that moment, Chris suddenly froze, noticing Violet. He smiled and asked if she had sent the letter to the right address. The girl replied that she had sent the letter to the guild as he had requested, and had also ordered express delivery so that Mike would receive it as soon as possible. Then the hero smiled softly at Violet and remarked that she was especially sweet today. She was embarrassed, froze in surprise, and blushing, carefully asked if it was true. The girl was a little confused, but at the same time happy. She didn't know how to act, while Chris was pleased that he had managed to distract her attention for a while. Soon, several young ladies approached him and noticed that he looked even better in person. Then they began asking him about potions. Chris was well aware that his plan was about to come to fruition. Approaching them with a soft smile, the protagonist gallantly kissed the hand of one of the ladies and greeted them. The girls were embarrassed because he was extremely charming. However, after a few minutes, the young man felt ill and collapsed to the floor with a crash. Chris looked closely at the girls and timidly asked for forgiveness, explaining that he had drunk a little and therefore felt unwell. They were shocked to realize that even after a small glass of alcohol, he became ill and began to exclaim that he was a very fragile young man. The men watched this with bewilderment. They did not believe that he was a murderer. It seemed to them that such a person would hardly be able to hold a knife in his hands. Meanwhile, Chris wanted his opponent to finally come out into the hall, because after what he saw, he would no longer be able to accuse him of a crime. A moment later, the hero clearly noticed Ito in the distance, who, in turn, looked around at everyone present. Chris looked at his opponent with a puzzled expression, noticing that he already had his own group of fans. This young man is considered to be the one who falsely accused the fragile guy of the death of his subordinate. And yet he enjoyed love and recognition. However, the protagonist soon noticed that the young ladies were looking at Ito threateningly, as they no longer trusted his words. The young man was delighted to see that public opinion was split in two, and it was from that moment that he began his concert. Suddenly, one of the girls tripped and accidentally fell on the waiter. He was confused because he was carrying a tray with glasses, and after the collision, he lost control. All the contents scattered in different directions. Ito immediately noticed the problem and rushed to the people, intending to help so that nothing irreparable happened. He collected all the glasses of drinks with ease and dexterity. Moreover, he even managed to catch the falling girl. Then he looked at her carefully and asked if everything was okay with her. She became embarrassed and quietly whispered that everything was fine with her. At the same moment, those around her began to rejoice and look at the young man with delight. Chris watched his opponent with bewilderment, realizing that all his efforts had been destroyed. At the same time, Hannah and Jenny also looked at their opponent with fury. Then Ito's expression changed and he grinned fiercely at them. He praised his opponent for the difficult path he had to go through, but said that he still could not overcome him. He then spoke loudly to everyone present, as he decided to take the opportunity to propose to Chris. He announced that, depending on the hero's answer, the Empire would either remain neutral or enter the war. The main character froze in surprise, as he did not expect such a turn of events. Ito stated that he was saddened to realize that Chris had killed one of his subordinates. However, he believed it was unwise to continue their conflict. After that, with the same predatory smile, he suggested that Chris consider the possibility of entering into an alliance with the Yamato Guild. The hero, astonished, asked if this meant that the opponent was actually threatening to start a war if the alliance was abandoned. In response, he said that he was trying to reach a compromise as quickly as possible, offering the easiest way to achieve a world empire. However, he added that he could not guarantee that the inhabitants of the empire would not think ill of him if he refused to take the path of reconciliation. At this moment, a strange red aura began to emanate from the protagonist's hand. Hannah watched this carefully, because she knew what was going to happen next. Then Chris looked at his interlocutor and noticed that his proposal sounded quite good. In the end, they made a peace agreement and shook hands. Ito gave his opponent a predatory smile and thanked him for his wise choice. But at that very moment, he was confused when he saw that the hero was looking at him with the same predatory and satisfied grin. Hannah looked at them the same way, and Ito was completely confused, not understanding what was going on since their facial expressions seemed abnormal. And suddenly there was a loud bang, followed by an explosion. Ito was shocked and looked at Chris in amazement, realizing that he had blown up his own hand, and then it dawned on him that he was trapped. Chris burst into tears and screamed in furious pain. Then Jenny, barely holding back her laughter, shouted that the young man had blown up her friend's hand. Gathering his last strength, Chris informed his opponent that he had just revealed his true form. Then, bursting into tears, the protagonist shouted that his opponent was just a minion of the devil in the skin of a bishop. He knew the moment had come to end their confrontation with a staged assassination attempt and public outrage. Hannah didn't waste a minute and immediately attacked Ito. She beat him furiously, screaming that it was he who really wanted to start a war. At that very moment, Chris screamed as if he felt ill. The young ladies were shocked to see their dear friend lose consciousness, and they screamed and called for a priest, realizing that he might die. At this point, Chris and Jenny exchanged glances as everything was going exactly according to their plan. Meanwhile, Mike smiled as he read the letter from Chris, which contained all the explanations. After reading it, he felt relieved. His comrades also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that there was no longer any need for a rescue mission. After receiving good news, the boys returned home. Mike looked at his friends with a smile, finally convinced that the others were safe. Then he realized that it was time to take care of his own affairs. Meanwhile, the knights rushed into the hall, stunned as they were, completely unaware of what was happening. Then Ito looked at those present with anger. However, before he could say anything, Hannah dealt him a powerful blow. She did not stand on ceremony with the young man and repeatedly rained down powerful blows on him. Chris understood perfectly well that it would even be nice if she killed him right there in the hall. However, the hero was aware of the only danger. The young man humbly accepted all the blows. Moreover, he only defended himself enough to stay alive, which made him look like a much bigger victim. Chris knew that if the queen killed him now, they wouldn't have enough evidence to charge him with attempted murder. And then he was surprised, not understanding why she became even angrier than before. Chris wanted Hannah to stop, but she was not going to do it. Then her godfather, Victor, stopped her. The boys looked at the elderly man in surprise, but at the same time they were glad that he intervened in time. Chris stared at the old man, who hadn't appeared for a long time, but finally suddenly showed up. Then Hannah looked angrily at Victor and told him not to get in her way because she wasn't finished yet. In response, he said that she had already crossed the line. This was not a training ground, that he was the captain of the knights and not her father. The man then looked at her intently and warned her that if she refused to obey them, he would be forced to draw his sword. After this, Victor ordered his subordinates to take Ito away, while he quietly said that he had done nothing of the sort. As he was leaving, the young man stated that he would cooperate with the investigation, but swore that he had done no harm to the hero and that the truth would soon be revealed. He also shouted that this was all part of Chris's plan, while the hero was having a hard time holding back his laughter. The elderly captain looked around the scene carefully but said nothing. After some time, Chris was in a small room resting, while Hannah informed him that the girls were housed in a separate building. Hearing this, Chris felt relieved, but he couldn't help but burst into uncontrollable laughter. Hannah looked at him attentively, without expressing any emotions. She told him to stop, but Chris still couldn't stop. Then he remarked that if it weren't for politics, he would have been killed on the spot. Having finished laughing, the hero looked closely at his girlfriend. However, she looked at him with fury and asked why he was so cruel to his own body. Chris was confused, not understanding why she was saying such a thing, but he replied with a smile that everything was fine, the treatment was successful, and he didn't see a problem. The girl then stated that she would never have allowed him to risk her body, but at the same time she admitted that she was partly to blame. Chris looked at Hannah with confusion, not understanding why she was so upset. Then he touched her gently, and the girl froze. Chris smiled softly at her and asked if she was worried about him, admitting to himself that he didn't know if she really loved him. Hannah was taken aback and stated that he shouldn't be so confident and that she wasn't worried at all. However, she did not have time to finish, because she suddenly froze in shock. Her companion gently kissed her on the forehead. After that, Chris looked at her with a soft smile and thanked her, at the same time congratulating her on joining his fan club. At that moment, Hannah froze in place with embarrassment. At that very moment, the girl looked away from him and declared that it was very dangerous. Chris looked at her with bewilderment, as he had not expected such behavior. When she was already leaving, she added that if he had a last wish, he should voice it, after which she would send him to the next world. Chris watched her go and mentally said goodbye. He didn't know what exactly she liked about him, but now he realized that he had successfully tamed the beast. At that very moment, the protagonist sighed with relief and then informed his friend that she could go out. A few minutes later, the young man saw his personal summoning beast. He asked if she had done what he had asked her to do earlier. Then Yuno smiled and replied that she had carried out his order, and they had already managed to make a profit just from the items they had put on the market. Then Chris thought with a grin that he knew his enemy thought it was all over for him. Chris knew he had to prepare while Ito was in custody and strike before he had a chance to act. After that, he looked at Yuno and gave her several instructions, and at the same time told her to always be careful so that she would not be followed. However, they had no idea that they were already being monitored. Meanwhile, everyone around began to discuss the incident that had occurred. People understood that it was necessary to properly understand the current situation. At the same time, the main character was happy because everything was going strictly according to his plan. He felt the same satisfaction he had recently felt at the tea party before visiting the temple. After some time, Chris entered the room and saw the cardinal. The man also looked at him and greeted the guest. Then Chris looked at the man and noted that he was very glad to meet him. Then, still smiling, he greeted the cleric, Cardinal Basil. Later, a young man reported to Ito that their enemy was receiving large sums of money through illegal trade using Yuno. He said this has already been confirmed on the black market. The man also told the owner about the items they were illegally distributing. Ito then immediately shouted to his subordinate to notify the council of his demand for an investigation. He was confident that his enemy would soon be defeated. Meanwhile, Chris and the cardinal were calmly drinking wine and eating. The man asked what exactly the hero wanted to talk to him about. The protagonist then stated that he would be brief and asked the cardinal to stop all support for Ito, as he could not be trusted so much. Basil was stunned, but apologized and explained that it was extremely difficult, since he had offered the Holy Council a very profitable deal. Chris wanted to know what exactly their agreement was, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a young knight. He loudly announced that the gentleman in custody had demanded an investigation. At that very moment, the knight seized the young man and announced that he was being taken into custody on charges of heresy. Meanwhile, the hero shouted to the cardinal to beware of Ito, calling him a devil who wanted to corrupt the Holy Council. Chris also shouted that the Empire was now in danger. The cardinal was amazed and stopped the knight, wanting to understand what was happening. However, just a moment later, he felt ill. The man collapsed to the floor, clutching his head in sudden pain. He was shocked and had absolutely no idea what was happening. Sometime later, a court was held in the Holy Empire, where hearings began on the case of the person accused of heresy. The meeting was attended by both the protagonist's friends and Cardinal Basil. The judge then looked carefully at everyone present and asked if they were ready to begin. The judge noted that lawyers were not usually allowed in heresy cases, but given the request of the mercenary queen, he made an exception. He then turned his gaze to Jenny and asked if she was ready, and she answered in the affirmative. After this, the judge looked at the accused, and Chris also stated his readiness. The judge said he was glad to hear this and suggested starting with the prosecution. Soon, Ito is introduced to the so-called devil drug created by Chris, also known as the hallucinogenic potion. Those present were shocked, as they did not expect to see such a substance. At this point, Jenny loudly objected and demanded proof that her protege had created the drug. Ito stated that if one looks at the expedition records, one can find information that the pill created by Chris was similar to this potion. Moreover, after studying the composition, it turned out that many unidentified ingredients were used in its creation. Then the judge looked at Chris and asked if he admitted that he had created this potion. The protagonist confirmed that it was he who had made it. At that moment, Chris flinched as someone hit him from behind, and the judge again asked whether the accused admitted guilt in creating the drug. However, Chris stated that he did not admit his guilt, since this hallucinogenic potion was not a drug, but a medicine. Then Ito laughed and said that this was all just a cover for dissemination among the population. Jenny immediately began to object. Then Ito looked at her and demanded to know why the potion had a hallucinogenic effect. The girl noted that he was not even aware that similar drugs are used to treat people with mental disorders. But Ito emphasized that there was no need to add such a large amount of the hallucinogen to these potions. Chris looked at him carefully, realizing that he had done some serious work, managing to conduct such an investigation in such a short time. At that very moment, the judge called Yuno as a witness. He was interested in whether she had actually distributed drugs together with the accused. However, Yuno stated that she had absolutely no idea what was going on, since she had only met the defendant recently. Ito then presented a recording artifact as evidence. He showed a recent recording of their conversation, while Chris carefully examined his enemy and his jewelry, wanting to get his hands on it. The judge noted that he could hear the voices of the accused and the witness, and also expressed bewilderment that she addressed Chris as Sir. Ito stated that just as they began to disrupt the black market economy, other criminals attacked the young man right in the middle of a busy city. He then shouted that all incidents involving Chris, including those where he was the victim, were the result of drug trafficking. Jenny, however, claimed that all of this was just a figment of his imagination, especially regarding the murder of Chris with a sword, where the deceased was his subordinate. In response, he stated that his subordinate had several personalities, was a member of his guild, and was part of a secret criminal organization. He shouted that the person behind the terrorist attack in the city center was none other than Samuel from the Blue Guild. That terrorist attack was a clash between representatives of Sineva, and if it had really become known, the guild's reputation would have been undermined. However, Jenny objected again, stating that she had evidence of Samuel's connection with the Yamato Guild. The judge looked closely at the young man and asked how he knew all this. He then replied that his guild stood on the side of justice and could not remain idle while the devil destroyed the Holy Empire. The judge, moved by his words, declared with tears in his eyes that the charges had been proven. Then he looked at the defendant and asked if he admitted to spreading heresy. Chris tried to answer, but suddenly fell silent as he received a powerful blow that sent lightning shooting through his body. At this point, the judge ordered the investigating magistrate to torture the young man until he confessed to the crimes. Chris screamed in pain, enraged at being forced to endure unbearable suffering. He looked at his opponent with fury, realizing that he had raised his hand against him and would soon pay for what he had done. Ito asked the judge to allow him to continue the interrogation on his own. The man looked at him with bewilderment but agreed. Then Ito took the weapon and headed towards the main character. He approached his sworn enemy and asked how he was feeling. He then said with a grin that thanks to his stupid and inappropriate actions, he had managed to kill several birds with one stone. After this, he demanded that the Sinev Guild be handed over to him. He added that it would be a wonderful stepping stone to the greatness of his own guild and its return to the Empire. However, at that moment he was taken aback as the protagonist burst into wild laughter. Ito was puzzled and did not understand why he was having fun. Then Chris noticed with a grin that his eyes weren't lying. In response, Ito angrily ordered him to stop making faces. Then, without wasting a minute, he again used force on the young man. Chris screamed in pain as Ito made his saintly image even more pitiful, wishing his face would take on an even more merciless expression. Ito, in a rage, shouted out that he intended to destroy him, called the young man a heretic, and wanted him to fall on his knees and beg for forgiveness. Jenny began to beg the judge to stop such actions against her client, realizing that he could soon die. However, the man angrily declared that anyone who tried to defend a heretic would be treated the same way. Chris, on the contrary, was glad of these words, because he wanted to make them all regret what they had done. He screamed with all his might, and even the strongest of spirits could not remain calm. Violet suffered the most. She was literally torn apart by horror as she watched her lover suffer. Ito then looked at Chris intently and stated that he would ask him one last question, after which he asked if he admitted to being a heretic. Then Chris said he had something he wanted to confess. Ito looked at the defendant with a satisfied grin, deciding that he was about to confess to everything. But the next second there was a crash and noise, and Ito stared at the young man in bewilderment. The same one, with tears in his eyes, shouted out that the members of the Holy Council were heretics. The judge looked at the young man and demanded to know how he dared to say such words, declaring that he did not understand what he was talking about. Ito noted with a grin that Chris was simply begging them to take his life quickly, and suggested carrying out the execution right in the courtroom. However, a moment later, with a snap of his fingers, a monster appeared in front of them. However, Chris calmly explained that there was nothing to be afraid of, as it was just a crippled monster that he had summoned using bioalchemy. Chris stated that everyone would understand why he dared to accuse the Holy Council of selfish interests if they poured a hallucinogenic potion on this monster. The judge was furious because the heretic was giving petty instructions, and at that point, Chris asked why they didn't try to do it. Then all those present turned to the cardinal at the same time, and he declared that they should try to do something. Ito looked at Basil intently, not understanding why he had suddenly sided with the young man. However, after a couple of minutes, they finally decided to do it. As the accused stated, the monster began to stagger under the influence of the drug. However, Ito understood perfectly well that his sworn enemy had simply dug his own grave with his own hands. Ito looked at the young man with a grin, as he was sure that victory was already in his pocket. And then everyone present in the hall noticed that the monster had burned alive. Ito was stunned because he didn't understand what exactly he had just seen. Chris then informed everyone present that this substance gives blessings and healing to people. At the same time, the monsters receive mortal wounds, and the hallucinogenic greenery itself is actually holy water. The protagonist knew perfectly well that Ito had received a report that the drug was illegal. However, the subordinate who passed this information on to him turned out to be a spy for the Black Swan Guild. Chris then stated with a predatory grin that there was a reason why his opponent had been unable to recognize the true nature of the substance. It consisted in the fact that only a truly good person is able to feel the holy water of the goddess. And since he could not understand this, as well as some members of the Sacred Council, it means that they are all real heretics. Chris then loudly declared that he wanted to request a trial for the follower of the devil Ito, who was unable to sense the sanctity of water. At that moment, the cardinal furiously shouted that the accused was telling the truth, and he attacked Ito, accusing him of serving the devil. The judge looked at the young man sharply and sharply demanded that he be silent, insisting that he not act as if they knew each other. Shouts erupted in the hall, and the crowd demanded immediate execution, while Ito froze in place in complete shock, not understanding what was happening at all. However, a moment later, Chris jumped to the side when an explosion thundered next to him. Violet looked at the hero with fury as she missed, while her Chris smiled with satisfaction, realizing that she did everything correctly. At that moment, everyone rushed towards the young man, intending to deal with him. Ito was shocked and begged them to stop. Not understanding why they were doing this to him, he shouted that he had worked hard for the good of the Holy Council. However, it was obvious to everyone that no one believed his words, and even the cardinal himself spoke out against him. Earlier, Chris had given the cardinal a small gift. He had drunk a potion that would induce visions of whatever the patient wished to see. It consisted of holy water and hallucinogenic ingredients, and thanks to its special composition, It allowed the drinker to instill any image. The wine he presented to the cardinal turned out to be a special hallucinogenic potion. As a bonus, he saw the devil Ito burning down the Holy Empire, and the hero who stopped the devil's follower turned out to be himself. The cardinal, sincerely devoted to these visions, perceived them as a revelation from the goddess, and decided that only he, the hero, was capable of saving the empire. After some time, the girl looked at Chris with sadness, realizing that he was innocent. He smiled and said that he was glad to hear it. Chris then loudly declared to everyone present that they could and should try to cleanse the young man of the devil's power. Ito glared at his enemy, knowing full well that he was at a disadvantage. However, he was not going to give up, and at that very moment he summoned a windsword, attacking the enemy. Concentrating all his strength, he struck out, looking at everyone with hatred. Chris, in turn, did not retreat and shouted that they must seize the young man and execute him in the name of the goddess. Ito looked at everyone present with fury, realizing that the hero had simply deceived them all and intended to deal with him as quickly as possible. But Chris looked at the enemy with a predatory grin, realizing that he would not be able to reach him alive since he had a reliable shield. At the same time, Ito dodged the girl's attacks, and in this situation, he easily dodged the battle priestess. However, the girls did not hesitate, and soon Yuno used her power against the young man. But somehow he managed to pass by her without receiving a scratch. The final opponent was Violet, who unleashed a windblade, magical chains, an airstrike, and a small meteorite on the enemy. The protagonist was shocked that she used so many spells at the same time, but Ito easily dodged all the attacks. Everyone stood in shock as he dodged every blow, while Jenny suggested they either run from the room or call the mercenary queen. However, Chris sighed and reported that the mercenary queen had gone in search of his trusty sword. At that moment, he was stunned to see Ito heading straight towards him, but he didn't think they should retreat. But a second later, he clearly saw the face of the young man in front of him, and for a moment he trembled with horror. But he could not take a single step. Chris closed his eyes, realizing that a catastrophic outcome awaited him. But the next moment, everyone was shocked as Chris found himself protected by his own sword. The hero felt genuine joy that his blade, Juliana, had returned to him and saved him. He understood perfectly well that since the sword was close again, his opponent would not last long. At that very moment, Ito jumped back sharply as the mercenary queen dealt him an extremely powerful blow. The blow from her knee landed right on his butt and even went through it. And then Ito, writhing in pain, could no longer contain himself and burst into tears. Hannah only sighed heavily after knocking the young man down. Everyone present looked closely at the girl and were sincerely glad that she managed to come to their aid in time. Violet, in turn, glared at the queen, as she had saved her Chris when she herself had been unable to do so. After some time, the knights finally chained the young man right in the new hall in front of the divine statue. Ito continued to scream and desperately tried to break free. He looked at Chris with fury, realizing that he had deliberately set him up. However, Chris himself only smiled, noting that people might misunderstand him if they heard his words. Chris told the boy that he had gone too far and said that he would not lie about a better place waiting for him after death. He added that after so many sins, he seriously doubted that the young man would be allowed to enter heaven. He then looked at his enemy with a smile, wanting to purify him, and at the same time begging him not to make wrong decisions in the next life. Ito began to scream loudly and try to break free, but the shackles on his legs did not allow him to do so. At that very moment, the cardinal screamed loudly and called upon the goddess, wishing for the devil's servant to suffer unimaginable retribution. Within a moment, Ito began to suffocate underwater. The protagonist stared at his enemy, knowing full well that if he allowed him to survive, he would one day stand in his way again. And since the enemy posed a potential threat, the hero had no choice but to eliminate him right now. At that moment, the hero showed his enemy an obscene gesture and burst into wild laughter. Ito became furious and, gathering his last strength, cursed his enemy, but all his cries were in vain. After some time, the temple ministers and the Holy Council of the Empire expressed their gratitude to Chris for protecting the country from the servant of the devil. At that very moment, he was granted the honorary title of bishop, becoming the first person from outside the state to be awarded such an honor. The priests looked at him with smiles, sincerely rejoicing at what had happened. The hero himself responded with a smile and declared that justice would always prevail. Then he glanced at Victor, who looked displeased and agitated about something. However, soon Chris was already happily examining various valuable items. He came to the conclusion that the raid was on the warehouse of the Yamato Guild. However, the hero froze for a moment when he saw Noah rushing towards him at full speed. The man instantly grabbed his friend and shouted joyfully, declaring that he had missed him madly. Noah also noted that if it weren't for his friend's letter, they would have come to his aid long ago. Chris looked at his friend with a happy smile, realizing that he had been busy lately and seemed to really miss him a lot. However, the next moment he froze with a confused expression on his face, noticing a girl next to Mike. He was shocked and did not understand who she was, but at the same time he could not help but be surprised at the warmth with which they communicated with each other. He was glad that his friend finally looked happy, but at the same time he felt irritated because he never smiled at him like that. Mike looked closely at his friend and noticed that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and also thanked him for the work he had done. After that, the girl smiled and introduced herself as Harper, explaining that she was the new head secretary and assistant to the guild leader. Mike said that during his absence he had found an amazing person, but Chris himself believed that he should have been in her place. Mike explained that Harper had recently arrived in town for personal reasons and that they had only recently met. However, he noticed her outstanding abilities and therefore invited her to the guild. He also added that she helped him a lot. Chris looked at Mike with fury, knowing full well that if things continued like this, all his efforts would go to waste. He understood that in the future they might find themselves in a situation where the guild leader would have to choose between his loyal friend and Harper. At the same time, the hero clearly realized that Mike would choose the girl without hesitation. He sighed heavily, realizing that their difficult journey had, in its own way, been fascinating. However, he did not want such a development of events at all. Now Chris had no choice but to start the so-called regressor training manual. Sometime later, he attended the welcome reception, but his mood was far from festive. He soon noticed Harper in front of him and wondered why she was sitting alone, away from the others. He understood perfectly well that it would have been more profitable for him if she had not managed to establish contacts within the guild. At that moment, Chris sat down next to the girl and asked how things were going for her in the guild, asking her to abandon formalities. Harper smiled and replied that the place was better than she expected, as she had been to a similar organization before. She also noticed that the guild leader trusted his best friend very much. Chris was stunned, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. The girl then added that during their meeting, Mike constantly talked about him, which was unusual, since he was usually not inclined to smile. The hero froze in shock and at that moment realized that Mike had managed to melt his heart. However, he understood that he had to pull himself together, since he still hadn't forgiven him. It was at that moment that Noah ran up to them with the prepared soup. The boys were taken aback and looked at the man in surprise. After some time, they felt the surprisingly pleasant, rich taste and incredible aroma of the dish. The protagonist asked who had prepared such a treat, and the man immediately replied that he was very pleased that the dish was to his taste. The boys looked at Mike in surprise, but he just smiled and expressed hope that sharing a meal would give everyone the opportunity to become a little closer. Harper looked at the guild leader with admiration, while Chris assumed that there was something more between them. Then he suddenly put down his plate and told everyone that he was not feeling well and needed to leave. He asked the others to ignore him and continue eating. The soup really turned out to be very tasty. The hero understood why Mike was such a great cook, and at the same time he found himself thinking that he would like to eat with them again. However, while he could not forgive him, since he believed that friendship should be higher than love, he was perfectly aware that Mike also had to understand this. As he left, Chris cast an angry glance at his comrade, wishing he would finally understand the value of true friendship. In turn, Mike looked at the young man with confusion and at the same time did not understand at all why he was angry with him. After some time, Chris happily called out to his friends as he was about to give everyone their gifts. Within a moment, everyone thanked him with smiles for such gifts. At the same time, he did not forget about his friends, Sophie and Claire. At that moment, Chris tenderly kissed Violet and told her that he had a gift for her and his love. She was embarrassed, but she liked everything. He then approached Harper and said that he hadn't been able to get her anything special, but he did give her a blue stuffed seal from the pantry. At that moment, the guild leader looked at the hero with a soft smile, expecting him to give him a gift as well. However, Chris quickly turned around and declared that that was all, and when they were about to leave, the guild leader was surprised and called out to his comrade. Chris turned and looked at him and explained that he had actually brought him a gift, but now he no longer had it because he had lost it on the way. As he left, he added that he would have to wait until next time. Mike was confused and didn't understand why Chris was acting like this. At the same time, Chris was happy because he wanted Mike to feel guilty. After some time, the guys headed to the guild canteen, and suddenly Harper apologized, saying that she wasn't feeling well and needed to step away for a bit. Mike looked at the girl in surprise and asked if everything was okay with her, but she said that she was fine and would be back soon. The hero, in turn, felt confused and was interested in what happened in her previous guild since she left it. He wanted to find out the truth as quickly as possible, but a moment later he was stunned when the guild leader called out to him. Mike looked at the hero and asked why he held a grudge against him, but Chris said that he had absolutely no idea what he was talking about. Mike then asked if he was angry that he had accepted Harper into the guild without consulting him. However, Chris replied that Mike was still the guild leader, so his own opinion was not decisive. Mike was stunned and admitted that there had been a serious misunderstanding between them, but Chris said that he was not upset about it at all. He did not continue the pointless conversation and immediately said that he needed to prepare for the trip, after which he was about to leave. Mike was shocked because they never finished talking, but the hero left anyway. At this moment, everyone present was amazed, noticing that a scandal was brewing. The guild leader rushed to his friend and shouted that he had not meant anything like that at all, but Chris asked his friend not to follow him. Mike also sighed heavily, realizing that he looked guilty in this situation. Chris clearly heard harmonious steps behind him, and he liked it. He felt like the hero of a romantic drama and at the same time was stunned by the fact that he was the main character. At that moment, Mike exclaimed and apologized to his dear friend for hiding the information from him. Harper froze for a moment at the sight. Then Mike suddenly announced that he had something to confess. Chris was shocked on the spot, as he had absolutely no idea what exactly the man was going to say. At that moment, Harper fell to the ground with a thud as she finally realized what kind of relationship the young people had. The protagonist was shocked and tried to cover Mike's mouth with his hand, but a moment later asked what exactly he wanted to say. Then Chris apologized, sighed, and explained that he had always dreamed of hiring someone as capable as his new assistant. Mike said he felt like he had placed too much responsibility on his dear friend. He also admitted that after much deliberation, he unexpectedly met Harper and suggested that now they could balance everything out. Chris took a deep breath and looked closely at his dear friend, realizing that he was easily overcome by emotions. Mike again told his friend that he never intended to ignore his opinion, at which point Chris realized he shouldn't torment him anymore. After some time, the guys came outside. Since the protagonist wanted to show his friend something unusual, he looked at Mike and said that he was going to give him a griffin. Then the hero smiled again and added that he picked it up on his way to the guild. The man was confused because Chris had prepared such a wonderful gift for him in advance, and he didn't even know about it. The hero knew perfectly well that his comrade was a very good person, even though he sometimes did strange things. At the same time, he clearly saw that Mike was kinder, friendlier, and more reliable than most other people. Chris realized that if he had met him in his past life, everything could have turned out differently, and together they would have prevented the disappearance of the continent. At this moment, the head of the guild looked closely at the young man and called out to him. Then Mike looked at Chris and remarked that since they had made up, they could make a similar gesture. Chris looked at the guild leader with a satisfied smile, because he knew that he had no friends except for him. And now this guy ended up on his own kind of social network. So, in the end, everything ended well. That same evening, the hero decided to check his friend's status window. He saw a notification that if he continued to be friendly towards his comrade, the system would reward him with additional bonuses. Then he turned his gaze to Violet and decided to study her peculiarity. Then he noticed that she clearly demonstrated love that filled her blood. That same evening, the protagonist received a letter. A moment later, he was already reading the report. However, he was soon stunned and froze in shock as he processed the information he had received. The next day, the boys set off on an expedition. Although not everyone in their group was happy about it, Mike looked at the main character and invited him to go with them. He agreed but looked closely at Harper. After some time, they were riding in a cramped carriage, and the hero did not take his eyes off the girl. He knew that her name was known in Keslock due to the exposure of the head of the Little Rock Guild. She was an informant. Chris knew that she wasn't a bad person at all, but she could sometimes be overly principled. While he understood that she had no connection to them and had no intention of harming their guild, it still drove him crazy. Chris realized that his actions were on the edge of the law, and if someone wanted to expose him, it would be very easy to do so. Chris knew he shouldn't have done something like that because Mike would have killed him for it. The protagonist first tried to calm down and hoped that he could find a way to win the girl over to his side. However, a moment later, he was amazed to notice something interesting. It was then that the hero realized how he could improve his relationship with her. At the same time, Harper herself looked at him with bewilderment, as he did not take his eyes off her. After some time, the boys arrived in Keslock. There they were met by the young and cheerful Marlin Bera, the daughter of the Lord, who was attracted to Chris because he saved the Empire from the Devil's disciple. At that moment, she looked joyfully at the young man and showered him with greetings, admitting that she had long wanted to see him. The hero was stunned and greeted her, while reassuring Violet that there was nothing personal between them. He pulled the girl towards him, clearly showing that she was the only one for him. At the same time, Marlin said that if he had free time, he could have a cup of tea with her. However, it was at this point that Violet apologized and said that it was impossible. She stated that Chris was her personal love slave. Hearing this, the girl was stunned, as she did not understand who was standing in front of her. However, after a moment, she turned her attention to Harper, since she had previously been expelled from the city. At that moment, Marlene came to her senses and said that she hadn't meant anything bad. She admitted that she was simply surprised to see her after the incident and apologized for embarrassing her. Harper looked at the girl carefully and declared that no matter how much the townspeople judged her, she was innocent. However, a moment later, she was stunned to hear a familiar voice. Chris looked at the man in surprise, not understanding who was standing in front of him. But he said that he was the one responsible for the wave of monsters. He then added that he was the head of the Small Stone Guild. His name was Oliver. The hero extended his hand to the young man, saying he was glad to meet him, and introduced himself, but he was completely ignored. Chris looked after him with fury because he had not expected such behavior at all. Oliver then walked up to Harper and grinned, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, then adding that he was wondering where she had disappeared to. He noted with mockery that after the betrayal, she had rushed to move to a larger guild. Then Oliver, looking at her with a smirk, called her a traitor. These words filled the girl with anger and fury. Mike then demanded that he refrain from using offensive statements, and he quickly apologized, stating that he had accidentally said such words. Chris used his ability and saw that he was a two-faced guy who, hiding his corrupt schemes, expelled Harper from the guild. She turned out to be an informant who could not do otherwise and revealed the truth in the name of justice. But now she was considered an enemy of the people. That is why now the woman, more than anything in the world, wanted to take revenge on the villain, since he shifted his crimes onto her. Chris was eagerly awaiting the outcome of her revenge, and had already chosen Oliver for the role of the secondary villain. He understood that now he could become friends with his rival. Chris wanted her to take revenge on Oliver, but at the same time he realized that darkness could never extinguish the light. After some time, Oliver met Chris and saw in front of him the very man whom the Lord had asked to deal with the monsters. The way the man looked at Marlene, his feelings for her were obvious. He wanted to use the Lord's daughter to climb the social ladder. Chris, in turn, stood in his way because the girl liked the hero, not the guild leader. Then the hero said that they still had time before the expedition team returned, so he would like to offer him some of his potions. The man smiled and apologized in advance, adding that he had no plans to start a joint business, which greatly stunned the young man. Oliver stated that it was far more profitable to be hired as a subcontractor for the Republic than to do business with a suburban village. He then noted that the popularity of these potions had nothing to do with the guild's name, and perhaps a similar strategy could work in their city. He also believed that the young man was completely ignorant of the issues of the suicide business. However, at that very moment, Oliver was stunned. He didn't understand why the table and chair suddenly disappeared. Violet, who flew into the room, in turn looked at him intently. She asked furiously who exactly he dared to call ignorant. She was literally burning with anger and fury. At that very moment, the girl attacked Oliver and started screaming, because she really didn't like his words about her beloved. And then Chris looked at his friend and asked her to stop. The hero then noticed that the man in front of him was very ambitious, but asked if he needed better eyes to distinguish people. Chris claimed to be the most popular alchemist on the continent, with his potions commanding a significant market share. At the same moment, he added mockingly that his strategy would work anywhere, because it was not for nothing that he was called an outstanding alchemist. Chris noted that Oliver was indeed quite talented, having managed to rise so high without even knowing how to actually make money. At that moment, the man shouted out that he accepted his offer. Chris was pleased with this outcome and therefore asked him to put a seal. Oliver knew that his old life would end the moment he placed that seal, but he knew he had no choice. So, with tears in his eyes, he told the young man that he was very sorry and added that now, because of what had happened, they found themselves in a difficult situation. Then Oliver announced that he had an excellent business project. In response, Chris sighed heavily but still accepted the document. And then the man with a satisfied grin said that his project was called the Black Market. After some time, Harper looked at her companion in bewilderment and asked where exactly they had come. Chris responded with the same confusion, saying that they were on the black market. However, The girl was shocked and screamed that the guild leader had not instructed her to monitor him so that he would do such things. Harper knew that the black market was a playground for adults, but at that moment, the hero stopped her and asked her to speak more quietly. Meanwhile, the other customers were making fun of Harper, assuming she was new there. Chris smiled and said that there had been a slight misunderstanding, and also noted that she had imagined something strange. He admitted that it was understandable, as his history with women was not without its flaws, and so he understood why she might think that. In response, the girl only nodded discontentedly, realizing that she had no choice as such. Then Chris, smiling, extended his hand to her and called her Alice. She was a little confused because she did not understand why he addressed her like that. Chris explained that this was her new name, and then announced that from now on his name was Kurose Tuma and that they were now best friends. The girl noticed that he was acting extremely strange, but Chris asked if she really didn't want revenge on Oliver. He said that he knew absolutely everything, and also noted that the man really was going to kill her. But Harper explained that she had no intention of taking revenge on him. The pursuit of revenge would only bring retribution, and she was tired of continuing the senseless struggle. The hero was shocked that she didn't want revenge, but at the same time he understood that the topic of a black market license was an absurd way to change the conversation. However, he also clearly realized that he had to become friends with this girl, and at the same time, her enemy had to die. At that moment, he looked at her and said that she had done well, and the girl felt relieved and was genuinely happy about such words. Chris, in turn, was going to make her fall in love with him, but at the last moment he changed his mind, realizing that it was better to follow Mike's path. He then stated that he would not call her actions correct and would rather characterize them as stupid. In response, Harper sighed heavily and, gritting her teeth, said that she absolutely did not understand why he was trying to anger her. Chris then asked why she had resorted to such a measure as exposing her boss, and wondered why she hadn't simply killed him. The hero was surprised that she was defending him, since in reality he was trash and she didn't even realize how disgusting he was. Chris then began listing the names of other men, while also giving various details about them. Harper looked at him sideways, completely bewildered. Chris reported that these people were previously members of the Small Stone Guild and were expelled after its exposure, and now they are barely making ends meet. Harper couldn't take it anymore and started yelling at him. In response, Chris noted that something like this could very well become true at any moment. Chris stated that there was no guarantee that her actions had not and would not harm someone else, yet she still let the man go. He then wondered if she had any fond memories of the old guild members. He was sure they were friends. The protagonist looked closely at Harper and quietly said that she was the former deputy head of the Small Stone Guild. The girl froze, not knowing what to answer, and Chris looked at her with a predatory grin. He asked if she wanted to preserve the precious memories of her former comrades instead of feeling guilty. He added that in society, such people are usually called hypocrites, and then Harper became furious and shouted that she was not a hypocrite. At that very moment, she grabbed her companion by the collar of his clothes and shouted that he was not allowed to talk about such things. Harper said he is the one being hypocritical here because his public image is completely different from who he really is. And at that moment, the hero realized that he had gone too far. He stated that he was not looking for a conflict at all since he was on her side. However, a moment later, the boys were stunned when someone approached them from behind. Several girls stared at the couple, curious to see what Chris was like in bed. Harper asked Chris in confusion who was in front of them, but he was also confused because he didn't know the answer. A moment later, he looked into the distance and noticed that people were approaching them. Chris, in turn, decided to test his ability. He was shocked to see that in front of him was a sophisticated liar who had a high chance of making dangerous people fall in love with her. At that very moment, a very remarkable lady with a whip in her hands approached the counter and looked at the young people with a smirk. Meanwhile, Mike continued hunting monsters. However, he was confused, as he did not understand why the wave of creatures had come so early and so quickly. The thing is that in his past life, everything happened differently. He was stunned to realize that the black flame dragon, Dialugia, was rushing towards him. Meanwhile, the mysterious girl, Xiaolin, looked at the two young men with a predatory smile. Chris saw that in front of him was a researcher who had the title of a sadist. He didn't like her title, but her nature seemed normal. However, a moment later, he was stunned to discover that she was also a hopeless romantic. Then Chris quietly called Harper and asked for help. However, she looked at him with indignation and told him to sort it out himself. At this point, he apologized for his previous behavior, admitting that he had been too emotional. Xiaolin, in turn, could not resist and quickly approached the young man, inviting everyone to play together. The hero said that he was a little busy at the moment, but she looked at him with a satisfied smile, since his refusal only excited her more. Then Chris looked at Harper again with tears in his eyes and began to beg her to help him. At that moment, the girl sighed heavily, realizing that she simply had no other choice. At that moment, the girl looked at the uninvited guest and said that they should stop there. She stated that she was really causing discomfort to her young master, and if she continued like this, security would be called. Harper added that, unlike her who seduces people in such places, her owner is a busy and modest man. She then grabbed her companion's hand and said that it was time for them to leave. Chris was stunned as he realized how cool she was. However, Shaolin was not going to give up so easily. She handed them her business card and said that she would stay in the city for a few more days. She also added that, although it may not be obvious, she is quite an influential person, and being friends with her will not harm them in any way. After some time, Chris breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that they had managed to escape after all. Harper told him he was incredibly popular, then asked if he was spraying pheromones. She explained that if she walked next to him, it would create the impression that there was intimacy between them, and she did not need that. At the same time, the girl looked closely at Chris because she did not understand how he managed to become the deputy head of the guild. She didn't know what kind of person he really was, and she didn't understand why the guild leader trusted him. However, she then thought for a moment, since earlier he had told her the truth straight to her face. At the same time, Harper was angry with herself, as she had never even considered that her actions could harm anyone. Then she said that now she understands why he brought her to this place. He wanted to show her what a bad person Oliver is. Then Harper looked at the hero and said that she agreed with his plan. He had to show her everything and tell the whole truth about her former comrade. In response, Chris looked at her with a smile, glad that she quickly understood everything. A moment later, they went down to the basement and noticed something strange there. Chris looked at Harper and reminded her that she was the one who exposed Oliver for illegally trading monsters. But according to him, all of this was just a screen, and the real income was hidden elsewhere. The hero said that now the conversation would turn to the slave trade. The girl watched what was happening with a confused expression on her face, and Chris said that they were transporting valuable goods here, namely elves. At that moment, a man approached them and asked who they were from, and Chris said the name of his new acquaintance, Oliver. The man smiled, since he was a client of their owner, but noted that next time he should warn about visits in advance. He added that they had chosen an extremely opportune time, as the product was of high quality. At the same time, Harper looked at what was happening with rage. She realized that she had spared her former friend in vain. Chris looked at her with a satisfied smirk, seeing her anger growing and realizing that after this she would definitely want to take revenge on Oliver. At this point, the man, still smiling, began to talk about all his products. However, Harper could no longer restrain herself and immediately attacked him with her fists. She was beside herself with rage and could not understand how they were even able to perceive people as ordinary objects. However, Chris stopped her and, with tears in his eyes, said that he would like to purchase one elf for himself. The girl was stunned and froze in shock, as she had absolutely not expected to hear something like this. However, the hero hugged her even tighter, while feverishly thinking about how beating the manager could help them. Then Chris looked darkly into her eyes and quietly informed her that she should play along if she really wanted to save them. The man watched silently as the main character, still kneeling, hugged the girl and asked her to buy him elves. Then he asked in amazement if Harper had just called him offensive words. Then the girl started calling Chris names and asking when he would stop whining, and said that he should just go buy it. The main thing was for him to calm down. Gesturing nervously at the cages, she added that they would simply take all these slaves. Meanwhile, the coachman announced that the carriage would soon leave for Lindell. The carriage arrived, and the man told the clients to sit in the front of the carriage. The elf family tearfully thanked people for their help. Then Harper looked at the coin in her hand, then silently looked out the carriage window. She thought about how elves were capable of experiencing both joy and sorrow, and yet their price was one elf for 50 gold. Then the hero declared that he would pay for the slaves himself, since the girl did not have that kind of money. Harper asked why he was getting involved in this matter, noting that, unlike her, he and Oliver shouldn't have such problems. Then Chris smiled and turned to the girl. Harper looked at him in surprise when he announced that he intended to take control of social evil. Harper asked if that was a bit presumptuous, adding that she never thought he would be so open about his intentions. Chris replied that he just wanted her to know, and he explained that control was especially necessary in lawless areas. He said he intended to buy out all the black market outlets and destroy them, and then build a new legal auction house. Chris then added that this is why Yuck, as the owner of the black market outlet, is a thorn in his side. The hero moved closer to the girl and reminded her that, as she knew, Oliver was stubborn, like a cockroach, and if he was not eliminated, things would be bad. After that, Chris looked meaningfully into her eyes. After this, the main character stated that she would probably regret it one day. Then he came closer and calmly announced that this carriage was literally taking them to another world. Chris noted that they probably wanted to get rid of them in order to then return the slaves, and Oliver had originally sent him here to kill him. Harper looked at the hero in fear, wondering why else would they invite him to such a place. At that moment, the carriage braked sharply. The frightened slaves asked in horror what was happening. Then the coachman straightened his shoulders and announced that they would make a short stop before meeting the heroes. After this, he took the sword and struck the protagonist, intending to finish him off before he went to the afterlife. At that moment, the slaves screamed in horror. The coachman grabbed the hero by the neck with a smile, and Harper stood opposite. In fear, she tore the mask from her face, thinking that the hero was right. Then she finally pulled out her weapon. The girl raised her spear, swung the weapon in a jump, and rushed at the coachman with a scream. She was filled with anger both towards this slave owner and towards Oliver. However, he retreated in fear and ran deep into the forest, shouting that they would still pay. Then Harper ordered him to stop. After that, she looked at the trembling hero and, addressing him as the deputy head, approached him. There was blood on him, and the girl asked in fear if everything was okay. He answered in the affirmative and ordered that the elves be checked first. Chris began to cough, and she watched in horror as he suffered. Suddenly, Harper noticed blood running down his leg. Harper gritted her teeth, then stared into space. The girl thought angrily that she had let Oliver slip away. She looked longingly at the suffering elves. Harper also remembered the cheerful members of the small stone. Then she turned her gaze to the wounded hero and even thought about him. Memories of her friendship with Oliver shattered like broken glass. The Oliver she knew no longer existed. The girl clenched her fist in resentment and offered to help the deputy head. Then she hugged the hero and they walked together. At the same time, Chris himself smiled faintly and slyly. The protagonist glanced at the girl with a weak smile and thought that it was good that he had hired a private coachman in advance. Meanwhile, the real driver ran through the forest with a smile. In his hands, he held a bag of coins which were intended as ransom for the elves. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in front of him and he froze. The next moment, his severed head rolled down the slope. The hero thought that he should have died anyway. Chris mused that the coachman worked for Oliver on the black market and was an ex-convict, so he had no remorse. Harper continued to support the hero, and he thought that he had now finally won her over to his side. Then he smiled and looked away, deciding to move on to the next step. A few days later, the hero was already in the garden of Lord Keslock's castle. Chris stood staring into space. And then suddenly Marlin ran up to him and called out to him. Lady Marlin looked at the hero with a smile and asked why he had invited her to a private meeting at such a late hour. Then Chris languidly took the girl by the hand, addressed her by name, and said that he wanted to wish her good night. Then he kissed her hand tenderly. Afterwards, Chris looked into my eyes with a smile and asked for a favor. The next day, in the assembly hall of Keslock Castle, everyone was sitting at the table. Lord Keslock looked ahead sternly and asked if it was true that the monsters would soon go on the offensive. Mike answered in the affirmative, expecting the first wave to start next week. He didn't know the reason, but everything happens earlier. Oliver frowned when Mike reported that traces of a dragon had been found in the area. The hero looked at him incredulously, while Hannah glanced questioningly towards Keslock. However, his expression did not change, and he stated that it happened much earlier than he expected. He then announced that Keslock would be placed on high alert, and martial law would be declared due to the emergency. Finally, Keslock announced that he would now announce the name of the commander who would lead their troops on the decisive day. And then Oliver thought with a smile, deciding that his era had come and his time had come. He thought that the commander's power in wartime is absolute. Oliver looked at the heroes and thought that he would not be able to command these people the way he would like. He decided that if necessary, he could give orders on behalf of the Lord. Gradually, the decision took shape in his thoughts to use all this power to become the new Lord of Keslock. He smiled slyly, covering his face with his hands, and thought about how much effort he had to put in to earn the Lord's trust. Lord Keslock himself looked ahead and announced that he had decided to appoint the honorary bishop in the person of the protagonist to the position of commander. Chris looked at the ruler in surprise, while Oliver, standing behind him, was almost going crazy. The hero, with feigned innocence, began to say that this was too much responsibility for him. However, his memory flashed back to his recent flirtation with Lady Marlene when he had asked her to facilitate his appointment as commander. Hannah looked at the Lord with a smile and declared that no one else could handle the role of commander so well. Harvey also congratulated the hero. Mike, smiling, remarked that he understood how much of a burden this would be for the young man, but they trusted him with themselves. In response, Chris only quietly exhaled, while Oliver looked at the hero, then looked away. At that moment, Chris suddenly turned to Oliver, who was congratulating him. He, with a false smile, declared that no less was expected from the hero, adding that from the first meeting he understood that before him was the light and salvation of Keslock. The protagonist looked at the two-faced Oliver and was amazed at how he was trying so hard to rise higher. Then, smiling and lowering his voice, Oliver asked him to place the small stone safely in the rear. In response, Chris smiled softly and placed his palm on the man's palm. He squeezed his hand and with the same smile assured him that, of course, he would not harm him. Chris also added that he could trust him with everything. Oliver only smiled shyly in response and thanked the hero. At sunset, Harper entered the room and addressed the deputy head. The hero adjusted his glasses and turned to her. She stopped in front of the young man's desk and asked if he wanted to see her. Chris then informed her that, as she should already know, he had been appointed commander. Then, smiling, he handed Harper the paper and said that he had decided to entrust her with organizing the troops. The girl looked at the document in surprise. Chris then ordered the small stone to be placed with Oliver at the front lines, where the greatest concentration of monsters was expected. After that, he turned to Harper and added with a smile that crime must be followed by punishment. His face darkened and he asked if she agreed with him. For some time, the girl silently looked at the map, which showed the plan for the destruction of the small stone. However, in the end, she agreed with the order. After some time, Oliver demanded to know what this meant, turning to the hero. He stated that Mali Cayman was at the front line, and then recalled that he had promised to place them in the rear. However, Chris calmly replied that he made this decision for their own good, but Oliver did not understand his intention. The hero explained that being in the rear would guarantee safety, but then they would remain in the shadows and would be instantly forgotten by people. Oliver tensed when the hero asked if he really wanted this. He looked down and said that if that was how it was, he agreed, but added that he would have liked to have been warned in advance. Chris then said that, having watched Oliver long enough, he couldn't help but think that he had never met such an incredible person. Oliver's eyes widened in shock when Chris called him a hero, the future of Keslock. He looked at the hero with confusion and noticed that he was often told similar things, but asked why he thought so. Chris then challenged him to prove himself on the front lines, assuring him that then he would certainly become the hero of Keslock. Oliver was thinking about marrying Lady Marlene, and the hero, noticing the expression on his face, added that after the victory she would surely fall in love with him. Then Oliver, with a serious face, agreed to the conditions put forward. Then he smiled smugly and asked on what grounds he should trust the hero. Chris responded by saying that he understood that it might not be enough, but he was willing to put his own life on the line. With a slight smile, he added that if he broke his promise, Oliver would be free to kill him, but he replied that this was too much. Then Chris turned to his interlocutor again and stated that he only throws dice when victory is guaranteed. The hero stated that he was completely confident that Oliver would emerge victorious from this battle. He smiled and added that he would definitely make him Keslock's hero. In response, Oliver looked at the hero with disbelief. Some time passed since then, and people were preparing for battle with all their might. Some of them gave commands, indicated where to take food and equipment, and gave orders to all guilds to await the commander's orders. The disgruntled man with a scar on his face exhaled heavily, sat down on a barrel, and irritably asked why their guild was on the front lines. But suddenly someone hit him on the head. Oliver glared at him and asked him again what he had said about the front line, asking if he had any complaints. The man then turned to Oliver as he walked away and asked if they should trust the hero, adding that he did not inspire the slightest confidence in him. Oliver said his comrade was being too suspicious and asked if he really thought a hero would put them on the front lines without reason. He also added that this was part of his big plan, asking them to wait a little because after the battle they would become important figures. Oliver asked if he was sure of his words, because his heart almost stopped when Mike mentioned the dragon tracks at the meeting. He then leaned sternly towards the young man and ordered him not to burn it, as he had gone through all the circles of hell to steal the thing. He asked the man with the scar if he knew how much it cost, and he replied that he did. Suddenly, Oliver looked away, noticing someone. He looked at the red-haired girl on the bridge where Hannah was watching the preparations for the battle. Oliver thought about how incredibly beautiful she was. Then he frowned, imagining her looking at him and wondering if that was the green light. However, Hannah only frowned darkly in response. Chris stood behind her. The girl turned to him and noticed that the guy looked suspicious, but Chris said that he was always like that. However, she frowned even more and said that that was not the point. Watching Oliver look around, the girl admitted that she felt his connection to the onslaught of monsters. At that moment, the soldier blew his horn, the sky darkened, and numerous portals began to sparkle in it. Chris touched his neck and used voice amplification magic. At the same time, the soldiers listened to the hero in silence. Chris loudly declared that vile monsters had attacked their great Keslock, and therefore they must drive them out in order to restore peace to their lands. The hero announced that Small Stone would lead the troops on the front lines. Chris then announced that the Crimson mercenaries would defend the inner wall, while Blue would provide rear support and protect the center. After this, Chris ordered everyone to prepare for battle. At that moment, the monsters rushed to attack with a wild roar. The protagonist shouted an order, and the cannons began firing at the advancing monsters. Chris ordered that Keslock be protected at all costs. At that moment, a huge snake attacked the people. However, Claire cut it into pieces without much difficulty. Turning around, the girl asked with a serious expression if that was all. She looked at the bubbling stumps of the snake, and then suddenly 2 new heads grew out of them. The girl turned around in amazement and shuddered. However, someone quickly cut down the snakes that appeared, so she didn't even have time to do anything. Claire opened her eyes shyly and looked at her savior. She saw that Mike had already chopped the monsters into pieces. He smiled at the girl, and for a while they stood opposite each other, surrounded by a ring of snakes. Immediately after that, together they began to destroy monsters. At the same time, Violet destroyed enemies with huge magic circles, and Hannah exterminated opponents with mad passion. Chris watched the proceedings through his binoculars with a slight smile. However, then his face suddenly darkened. He looked at Oliver, who continued to kill monsters, and felt annoyed that he was still alive. Then Chris thought that it was not in vain that he had prepared a plan with Harper in case Oliver remained alive. Then Chris pointed his hand and ordered reinforcements to be sent to the outer wall, demanding that they help Little Stone with all their might. After that, he saluted and smiled. Oliver responded in kind, after which he joyfully led his soldiers into battle. However, Chris thought that he would die anyway, no matter how much he puffed himself up with pride. At that moment, Harper stood behind the hero with a spear. The young man said that it was time for them to begin, and the girl looked gloomily ahead. Meanwhile, Oliver was breathing heavily, cutting the monsters into pieces. The one-eyed monsters were approaching him, and the man continued to think that there was no end to them. One of his soldiers lost his head. It was simply bitten off. Then Oliver looked around anxiously and asked if reinforcements had arrived, when suddenly a guy ran up to him and called out to him. He said that if they just waited for reinforcements, they would all die, and suggested retreating to a safe zone. Then he called the soldier to him. Then Oliver looked at the hero. He mentally said that he was counting on him. At the outer wall of the castle, the bridge was lowered, and the space around it was empty. At the same time, Oliver and his soldiers looked around. He asked if the monsters had really retreated, but several monsters were hiding in the smoke. The scarred man suddenly shouted that Chris was just trying to kill them, and added that it was not too late to run, but Oliver interrupted him. He lit a cigar and told his subordinate to calm down, explaining that at such moments one had to be especially careful. He then said that reinforcements were probably just delayed, and confidently added that they would come because he believed in the hero. Thinking back on Chris thoughtfully, he decided that they had no reason for enmity, and asked himself why the hero needed to get rid of him now. If Oliver ends up legalizing Keslock's black market, he won't care because he'll be a lord. That's what he needs Marlin for, so even if Chris has aces up his sleeve, it's still a win-win situation for Oliver. More importantly, they have nothing against each other, so Chris won't get rid of him right now. And then suddenly footsteps were heard. Oliver and his subordinate turned around. A female silhouette was approaching them. It was Harper. Oliver looked at her and asked what she was doing here. The girl asked him why he was so scared, and whether he really thought she had come for revenge. She then looked down and said she was joking, before revealing that Chris had sent her to help. Then Oliver said he was glad to see her. He laughed nervously and added that they just didn't expect her help. With a smile, he extended his hand to her and said that he who lets bygones be bygones will lose an eye, inviting her to fight together. At that moment, the spear hung a centimeter from his face. The man looked angrily at the girl and asked what she was doing. However, Harper looked darkly at Oliver and asked him to let her finish. Then she looked sternly at the men and declared that she had come to help not them, but the monsters. Harper added that the deputy chief had called off the reinforcements sent to the outer wall a few minutes earlier. And then Oliver, in shock, remembered how Chris had spoken to the soldier, and realized that at that moment the hero had indeed been calling off reinforcements. Then Harper noticed that he looked like he didn't understand why it was happening. The girl asked if he really thought that no one would find out that it was he who organized the assassination attempt on the deputy head. Harper stated that she and the hero recently went to the black market and saw everything with her own eyes. She then added that they freed the unfortunates in the hope of giving them a life at least a little better than before. However, these hopes were soon crushed because the cab driver attempted to kill their deputy leader. This finally convinced her that even if they had once been close comrades, such irreparable trash had to be gotten rid of. Then she grabbed the guy by the collar with force and approached him furiously. Harper added that this is her answer and her justice, which will allow peace and tranquility to return to Keslock. The subordinate called out to the chief, but Oliver remained silent. He angrily grabbed the girl by the hand and said that all this nonsense about justice irritated him. He pushed her away and added that she was fixated on her own justice, which only angered him. Oliver noticed that her methods were too cruel for a righteous woman. He asked if he really ordered the hero to be killed. Then he suddenly shouted that it was Harper who had told the hero and Chris and driven a wedge of discord between them. He raised his hand and asked her angrily if she really thought she could take revenge like that. At that moment, Chris said that of course she would get her way. Oliver's eyes widened and he began to shake his head, recognizing the hero's voice, which mockingly repeated his phrase about the wedge of discord. Chris smiled and used magic to inform her that the girl was telling the truth. The very truth that he had tried to kill her. He explained that thanks to this spell, only he could hear his voice. It would be undesirable for others to hear their conversation. Meanwhile, Chris walked forward, and Oliver asked him why he was doing this to him and whether he had really done something wrong. The protagonist replied that he could not hear him well and added that it would be a pity to observe this scene only through a telescope. He looked down on his opponents and said that in the end, this is how it would all end. Oliver glared at the hero, who said he would definitely kill both Harper and him. He thought that he dared to deceive him. However, Chris smiled slyly, and Oliver looked at him anxiously, realizing that the hero had guessed his intentions. Then he fell to his knees and, turning to the hero, thought that, not knowing what aces he had up his sleeve, he must somehow get out of this situation. Chris looked at the man with a bored expression as he apologized and promised to give him the black market and do whatever he wanted. Oliver even cried and said that he had killed many monsters today, begging the hero to change his decision and show leniency for his merits. However, the hero only straightened his tie and noted that he had really tried and been helpful. In response, Oliver smiled hopefully and nodded. Then Chris said that in that case, as an emeritus bishop, he would show him a special favor. He smiled ominously and added that, as promised, he would become an honorary hero of Keslock posthumously. Then Oliver, in a rage, grabbed his sword and shouted that the hero really thought that the other warriors would turn a blind eye when they learned of his nature. He added that Chris had come all the way to the outer wall just to dig his own grave. However, Chris calmly asked them not to worry, explaining that they were in a blind spot. Then Harper looked at the man and said that she had positioned the troops so that only Oliver and his small stone remained here. Oliver and his subordinate turned sharply at the sound of the crash. At this point, Harper added that, in other words, it was just her and them now. Oliver began to use his shield to protect himself from the falling debris that the monsters were following. Harper looked at the man silently and thought that it was all over. At that moment, the Cyclops fired an energy beam from his eye. The beam pierced Oliver's subordinate, causing him to scream in pain. As he died, he cried out that he had warned Oliver. Oliver watched his subordinate die with a face full of horror, repeating that he shouldn't trust a hero. Chris then asked with a grin if Oliver regretted it now. Then he added that he should have behaved correctly from the very beginning. He recalled their first meeting and said that he simply did not like him from the very beginning. The hero's face was distorted with rage, and he declared that this was where his bad ending began. He then laughed hysterically and added that if you are Korean, you should know how to greet people properly, after which he burst out laughing again. Then Oliver looked angrily at the hero and began to shower him with insults. He rushed into the attack with his sword, shouting that he would not allow events to develop according to his scenario. Running up to the hero, he shouted his name and declared that he would not die. Then he jumped, flew up to the main character, and swinging his sword, shouted that only Chris would die here. He rushed into attack, calling Chris a demon. The protagonist just smiled madly as he watched Oliver approach. At that moment, a huge monster fist appeared behind his back. The man turned around, but it was too late. The next moment, the giant monster slammed him hard into the wall. The bloody shield and sword fell to the ground. Liters of blood flowed down the wall, and Oliver lay lifeless, pressed against the stone. Then Chris smiled and mentally said goodbye to the head of the small stone. Looking at Harper, The hero thought that he would now get involved in the black market. However, Chris then suddenly started crying, running towards the man's body and screaming his name as if mourning him.